meditations, and more podcasts here on LittleShaman.com. Brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is extremely important to understand about dealing with narcissists, and that is that narcissists don't provide closure. Closure is a very important aspect of healing for people. To achieve closure in the context that we're talking about means to feel like an emotional or traumatic event has been resolved. This can take many forms, it can look like many things, but the end result is that a person feels like the situation has been resolved to the degree where they can live with it and move forward into whatever awaits them. With narcissists, there's usually a lot to resolve. Traumatic events, emotional issues, confusing things that make no sense. There's a lot of stuff here. Closure in these relationships can really be a long time coming, and for good reason. There's a lot to get through, and much of it is confusing and horrible. One of the biggest issues with closure in these relationships, too, is that narcissists typically do not help in any way with closure. Indeed, trying to get closure from them often causes more trauma because they are obstinate, they're unrepentant, they're egocentric, and they have memory issues on top of all that. They might not even remember the thing that wounded you so terribly that you think about every day. If they do, their perception of it will be very different from yours. That's very hard for people to take. The thing that hurt you so badly that may have even changed your life is something they don't remember at all. It's extremely difficult to find out that not only is this person not sorry, it didn't even register with them on any real level. But when you try to get closure from narcissists, this is the best case scenario. They just don't remember or care. In a worst case scenario, they do remember, or they say they do, and the way that they remember it is that they were actually the victim, or they were actually the hero, or they were actually the martyr, or they were whatever it is that makes them not the perpetrator of something bad against another person. This is also very hard to take. When people have been hurt and mistreated, the thing that most of them want above all else is for this to be acknowledged by the person who hurt them. And this, of all things, is something you are generally not going to get from a pathologically narcissistic personality. Not only do they not want to admit it, they probably can't anyway because they just don't see it that way. Narcissists are pathologically egocentric and they lack empathy. It's almost impossible for a person with just this combination of traits alone to appreciate the impact of anything on other people, including their own behavior. Especially their own behavior. Legitimately almost impossible just based on these two things alone. And this is not even taking into consideration all the other deficits and difficulties that narcissists have in addition to egocentricity and lack of empathy. When you ask narcissists to acknowledge your pain, as horrible as it is to say, you are giving them power over you that they just should not have. Some people should not have some power, and pathologically narcissistic people should never have any power over your feelings, your healing, your life, your choices, your self-esteem, or anything that involves how you see yourself. They just shouldn't. They are far too irresponsible, too selfish, too damaged, and too reckless. In an ideal world, they would never be permitted to be in positions of power over other people at any time. This is not an ideal world, though, and therefore narcissists often are in positions of power over other people. Narcissistic parents are a perfect example of how dangerous this really can be. At the very least, they're completely indifferent to how they affect other people, and at worst, they exploit that. Asking them for closure and to acknowledge your pain just hands them another thing they can withhold in their little power games. You want this thing, so I'm not going to give it to you because if I do that, then you win. Yes, this is stupid. Yes, this is childish. Yes, this is cruel and heartless and all the other things. That's what dealing with personality disordered people who lack empathy is like. And your belief that this situation should be more important than their stupid, pathetic, childish bullshit is accurate but irrelevant. They don't see your side. They don't see you. They don't care at all. It's past not caring. It doesn't even exist. Nothing exists to this kind of person except themselves and how they feel. You can't understand that, of course, and that's why trying to get closure from narcissists is pointless. You see, People want answers from the narcissist in their lives because they often feel that if they can understand, they could finally move on. They believe that that is what's holding them back rather than, for example, their own unconscious refusal to believe that this kind of person exists, or their failure to acknowledge, for example, that there are some things that they're just never going to be able to know. The reality is, you will never understand. There's nothing this person can tell you about what they did to you that's going to make you say, oh, okay, that makes perfect sense, and now I can let this all go and move on in peace. Even if the narcissist or the abuser in your life said what is likely closest to the real truth, which would be something like, I don't really know why I did that. I don't think about it. I'm a selfish jerk who does things that hurt other people, and I don't really care about that. Could you really understand that? Is that really good enough for you? No, that's not good enough for you, and you can't understand that. Anyone who's not that kind of person can't understand that. Even that kind of person probably doesn't really understand that. They don't think about it. What is there to understand? They're a selfish jerk and they don't care. That's pretty much the whole thing, isn't it? No mystery there. Nothing bigger than that. But not for you. For you, it's much bigger than that. It has a lot more meaning for you. You want answers that reflect that level of impact, and you're not going to get them. Not just because this person will not give them to you, but because there aren't any. Humans always try to make meaning out of everything, especially when the things have meaning for them. That's understandable. But it doesn't mean that the things actually have meaning beyond what we're giving them, and it does not mean that cruel, callous, or abusive behavior has any meaning for the person who did it. This is one of the hardest things for people who have been hurt or wronged, to have something that is such a big deal for them mean nothing to the person who hurt them. But the harsh truth is that most of the things that hurt other people are stupid and needless, and the reasons for doing them are usually stupid too. They will almost never be reasons that make any sense or are understandable. They will almost never be reasons that are good enough. In a previous episode of the show, we talked about a situation on one of those true crime documentaries where a young woman was asking her father why he killed her mother. Though he actually did tell her what happened, he got angry and strangled her mother and the mother died, she still keeps asking him why he did it. And it's very obvious why she's doing that, because his answer is not enough. It doesn't have any meaning. It doesn't explain why she lost her mother. It doesn't explain why her father didn't consider the impact on her or anybody else. It doesn't explain anything. She clearly wanted a bigger answer, one with more meaning, one that would explain why she had to lose the most important person to her, why she had to suffer for the rest of her life. He was getting frustrated because he gave her the only answer that he really had, and she was getting frustrated and hurt even worse because she wanted an answer that would make it make sense. But there really wasn't one. It's the same for all victims of abuse and trauma perpetrated by other people. They want to know why they had to suffer. They want to know why they had to be mistreated. They want to know why they had to be hurt. They want to hear how someone could treat another person that way. They want to hear that this meant something to the person who did it, even if it's negative or hateful, and that the abuser understands how much these things affected them, even if it's only to hear that the abuser took pleasure in that. Sadly, most people just don't get that. If they find anything at all, what most people find, and what is so hard to take, is that it just really wasn't that important to the abuser at all. A violent person doesn't kick the dog because they hate the dog. They kick the dog because the dog is there. They break the phone because that's what's in their hand. They throw the plate because the plate was where they could grab it. This is very often really all the explanation for this kind of awful, stupid behavior that there is. There are a lot of bad, stupid people in the world who do bad, stupid things without caring very much about it either way, and refusing to acknowledge this just makes things harder. At some point, for our own peace and sanity, we need to be able to understand that awful, stupid behavior is not going to make sense to us because we're not awful, stupid people, and we need to be able to leave it at that. Our example of the girl with the murdered mother seems perhaps extreme to some people, but it illustrates perfectly that for abusers, even in the most extreme circumstances where somebody got killed, there's no consideration of impact on other people at all. Therefore, the abuse and the horrible actions have no impact on the abuser. That makes sense because if they were capable of considering other people in the way that they would need to be capable of considering them in order for this to matter, they would not be abusers in the first place, point blank. Because of this, narcissists cannot provide closure to people that they have mistreated. They can't acknowledge your pain or the impact that their actions had on you. They can't explain to you why you had to suffer and be mistreated. And even if they could explain, they very likely won't, because then they would be admitting that they did something wrong. And not only will they generally not do that, they don't really think it's true anyway. So many people end up more traumatized and more hurt by trying to get closure from narcissists because what they want is something that narcissists cannot give them. It's a natural thing to want, and it's a natural thing to try to do, but in this case, it's a mistake. Not only can they, in all likelihood, not do what you're asking for anyway, they don't want to. There's no benefit for them in that. In fact, as far as they see it, it's bad for them. Narcissists don't care if you have closure. It's doubtful they even understand what closure is. They don't care if you feel better. They don't care if you're traumatized and you can't function. They don't register any of these things. People who have narcissistic personalities do not register how things impact other people. Therefore, they don't do things that benefit others unless it benefits them somehow. That's the only time they see value in doing anything. Even narcissists who try to portray themselves as altruistic and generous are this way, and you can see that if you look. This is something that really needs to be understood because it's the primary reason that asking this kind of person for anything is a waste of time. Even if they would benefit from doing it somehow, many narcissists appear to be unable to recognize a so-called win-win situation and will still refuse to go along with it. There can't be two winners. There can only be one. And if the other person is getting anything, then the narcissist feels like they lost. Period. Anyone who has ever had the misfortune of trying to negotiate or come to a compromise with one of these personalities knows that. It is a non-starter from the word go. Everything is a power struggle with this person. And that's not being facetious. It's not hyperbole. Literally every interaction with this kind of person is a power struggle. They seem to view every interaction as some type of contest where they have to stop the other person from winning by taking control. Once you truly understand this, you can see why trying to get them to validate your experience is never going to happen, especially when this includes them admitting that they did a bad or a wrong thing. They can't, because on top of all the other reasons that we already discussed, then you would win. It sounds so stupid. It is so stupid, but it's also the truth. And if you look at your interactions with this person, you will see that. They will fight to the death over how to pronounce a word or what time something is coming on TV. And not only will they fight to the death, they will say the most horrific things about you personally because you dared to suggest something different. You dared to argue. You dared to contradict. This is lunacy. It really is. And trying to get closure from this kind of person is only going to hurt you more. They can't give it to you, and even if they could, they won't. Giving you closure would hurt them. People who try to get closure from narcissists only end up being blamed, gaslit, attacked, shamed, laughed at, set up, or just straight up lied to. It's a pointless endeavor that only hurts people more in the end. The desire to get closure can also be a very sneaky way for people to lie to themselves about why they quote unquote need to break no contact. We hear this constantly. It's the voice of addiction speaking. Don't listen to it. It's a trap every single time, and part of you knows that. Listen to that part. You do not need anything from this person, and even if you did, it doesn't matter because you're not going to get it either way. Don't bother. All a narcissist can offer is pain and confusion. The way to get closure with these relationships is to understand what happened. This will lead you to the understanding that you did not cause this, could not control it, and were therefore not able to fix it. This helps us understand that it was not our responsibility to take care of this because it's beyond our ability to affect in any real way. It is, in fact, a problem with the other person. And the reality is that we can usually see that pretty early on. This person is not reasonable or logical or however it shows up. We don't know what the issue is, but we usually can see it in some way. When we learn about narcissism, then we have confirmation that the problem is in fact not ours. If we're still in the relationship at this point, most of us will then switch from trying to change ourselves to spending a significant amount of time trying to get the narcissist to do something about it, usually to no avail. At last, when we find that there's nothing that can or will be done, we exit the relationship in some way. Our closure will eventually come from this knowledge that we did everything we could do to address the situation and it didn't work. There's nothing else we really need to know or figure out as far as that goes. We know that we did everything we could and it didn't work. We know why it didn't work and we know what happened because we understand pathological narcissism now. We now know who is responsible for addressing the issue, what the issue is and what actually happened to us, where we were confused, when we realized that there was nothing else that could be done, why it didn't work, and how this all happened. We know who, what, where, when, why, and how. Those things are enough to come to closure. Trying to understand why a disordered person did the disordered, dysfunctional things that they did is a rabbit hole that has no bottom. It's a distraction from the real healing that needs to happen so that we can move on. And it's a trick because you're never going to be able to understand. It's unfortunate, but people say it all the time. I can't move on until I get some answers from them, or I cannot let go until they acknowledge what they've done to me. That's a totally understandable feeling, but it's not true. And it's also such a terrible place to condemn yourself to. This person is never going to give you anything. They don't care if you move on or not. They'd probably rather that you didn't, to be honest, because then they're still important. This means that now you just stay stuck in this awful place forever? When someone says that, they're saying that unless a known liar who doesn't care about other people at all tells them something that they can believe and understand that explains why they were lied to and mistreated so horribly, they can't move on. The narcissist has that much power still, that much control over them and their mind and their actions and their feelings, even if the narcissist is not around anymore. That's so unfortunate for somebody to believe because it's not true. The narcissist is not in charge of your healing. They have no power over you and whether you can move on or not. You don't need anything from them. You really don't. You don't need any information or any validation or agreement from them about anything. You know enough right now to be able to process what has happened and be able to bring it to a resolution in your mind. It will take time. It's not easy, but it can definitely happen. Don't get sucked into the false idea that the narcissist has this power over you. They don't. You can come to closure on your own and move forward into whatever better life awaits you. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any of those, you can find them on Amazon.com or on LittleShaman.org. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content and weekly support meetings plus more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you are listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today, I wanted to talk to you about something that is extremely common for people dealing with narcissists of any type, and that is looking for a loophole in order to avoid or get around the reality of the situation. Dealing with pathologically narcissistic personalities is generally extremely difficult. It's exhausting, it's painful, it's frustrating, it's confusing. Nothing makes any sense, and these personalities are often oppositional, contrary, and difficult just because. They tend to be abusive, withholding, punitive, manipulative, dishonest. They're often paranoid, delusional, hyperreactive, or withdrawn and cold. Add to that the fact that in many situations, this is all occurring inside of relationships that matter greatly to people. It could be someone's partner, their parent, their sibling, or other family member. These are relationships that people can find it very difficult to walk away from, especially if they're being told that the reason for all the problems is that they are doing or saying or feeling things that they are actually not doing or saying or feeling. Other people might feel like they can't walk away from these relationships, and even though that's not true, this fact often does not change how people feel. When faced with such an unpleasant choice, people often look for ways around the unpleasantness. They want there to be a way out of the situation that does not include severing the relationship or having to face the unpleasant reality that the relationship is just not ever going to be what they wanted it to be. They're looking for a loophole so that they can still get what they want. When talking about narcissism and these dynamics, unfortunately, that is very common. We hear it from people all the time. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to accept that. There has to be a way. There must be something people can do. But what about this and what about that? Virtually everybody goes through this whenever they hear that there is no way to peacefully coexist with someone they care about. Sometimes people even get angry when they hear it, accusing others of not trying hard enough, not caring enough, giving up, discrimination even, and more. Others look for ways to somehow mitigate the information, such as, my situation is different because, or if I could just get them into therapy, then. Still, others claim to accept the situation, but then they continue to look for ways around it in order to get what they want from this person, whatever that might be, such as trying to find ways to manipulate the narcissist in their life or beat them at their own game. These things really all come down to the same thing: denial, an inability or even a refusal to accept the reality of what this really is. If you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic personality, there is no safe or successful way to interact with them. That's it. But I refuse to accept that. But my situation is different. But what about therapy? But there has to be a way. No, there doesn't. And there's not. We can refuse to accept that, but we're only hurting ourselves if we don't. We can go through years of trying to prove this reality untrue, only to come to the same end result that everybody else did and that we really were already told. It doesn't work. It will not ever work because you can't control other people, whether they're narcissistic or not. This part of it isn't even really about narcissism. It's just about reality and facts. You cannot control other people, and you can't make them do things that they won't do. There's no way around that. Ironically, narcissists understand that very well, even if they don't realize that they understand it. That's why they use manipulation. They understand that if somebody just won't do something, the narcissist has no ability to make the person do it. They use that person's empathy, sense of fairness, guilt, and more against them in order to try to influence their choices, because in the end, it ultimately is that person's choice, and narcissists know that. That's why they react so strongly to being told no. It reminds them that they actually have no power over other people at all. People end up saying yes to narcissists because of how they feel, not because narcissists have some kind of control over them. They end up saying yes because of their own guilt and empathy and sense of fairness and all the things that are being used against them. Those are their own feelings. The problem with this is It doesn't work in reverse. This will not work on narcissists. You cannot weaponize their own better nature or sense of fairness or guilt or empathy against them because they don't really have any. Even if they did, as soon as they realized that you were going to get something out of the deal or that they would be doing what you want by doing whatever the thing, that puts an end to it right there, usually, because that's how this personality works. If they do what you want, you win, which means they lose, which means they lost the power and control, which means that ain't happening. This adversarial mindset precludes any possibility of them saying yes. Because power and control are not such a big deal in the lives of most people, there seems to be a lack of general understanding of just how big a motivation these things are for narcissistic personalities. It isn't just power and control for their own sake and like, cool if I got them, but cool if I don't. As we discussed in the episode of the show entitled Living with the Enemy and Narcissists and the Power Position, these two things represent literal survival for narcissists. This means they are absolutely, unequivocally non-negotiable. When we can understand this simple fact, then we can see very clearly why there is no loophole to be exploited here. They have closed them all up. This is not a coincidence. The pathologically narcissistic personality believes that if they do what you want in any capacity, including just hearing the words that you're speaking, they lose. There's no way to interact with this safely or successfully. It just can't be done. The whole situation is treated as a contest, a battle that they have to win. You are an automatic adversary, and there's no way you can change that perception because of the way this personality operates. It has nothing to do with you, in other words. Your actions essentially impact nothing in any real way. They don't matter. It's like being in a dream where you are witnessing something happening and you can be affected by the thing. You can move and scream and react, and you can even be impacted physically in the dream, but you can't actually influence or change anything that's happening. In hundreds of years, no one has found a way around this. That's because there isn't one. If someone is bound and determined to believe what they believe, they will find a way to do that no matter what. This is true even for people who do not have the very serious mental health and processing issues that pathologically narcissistic personalities have. You add those into the mix, and you've got about a snowball's chance in hell of ever getting anywhere with this person. It simply is not possible. Human belief is very strong. The human ego is one of the most powerful forces on the planet, even when it's a healthy ego, and this is not hyperbole. You are up against delusional belief and pathological ego in this situation. These things are so big and so powerful that you cannot get around them. All you can do is wreck right into them, and they will not yield. In the end, you will. You won't have a choice because there's nothing else to do. People often get caught up in the idea of, but in the end they must see, but eventually they have to admit, but when it's all said and done, they'll be forced to acknowledge. No, they don't. They won't. Have you ever seen anything from this person that makes you genuinely believe that that's true? If you have, you have. But if you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic person, I bet you haven't. They don't have to see or admit or acknowledge anything that they don't want to see or admit or acknowledge. That's the whole point here. They don't have to, and you cannot make them. You can potentially make them physically face consequences, such as if they go to jail for committing a crime against you. You can potentially make them physically live with what they have done, for example, by exiting the relationship, but you can't make them face the reality of why these things are happening or that their actions caused it. This they never have to accept if they choose not to, and generally they choose not to. They believe that other people are the problem. It's the same with everything. They don't have to believe that, for example, you're a good person, or that you care about them, or that therapy will help them, or that decent people actually exist, or that doing the right thing is best for everybody, including them, or that compromising isn't losing, or that manipulating other people is wrong, or literally anything else. They don't have to accept what day of the week it is if they don't want to accept that, and you cannot make them. It is what it is. Stop looking for a loophole. Stop looking for a way around reality. Stop trying to control this person. Stop looking for a safe way to interact with an unsafe person or a way to game the system. It doesn't exist. As they used to say in the old beer commercials, know when to say when. Know when enough is enough. Many times people will say things like, but I'm not giving up just because it's hard. I'm going to fight for my relationship, or I'm going to fight for my family. Fighting for your family or your relationship is very noble, but in this context, it's not noble. It's pointless. It's damaging. Fighting for your family or your relationship is one thing. You should not be having to fight the person or the people that you're trying to have the relationship with. If you have to do that, it's not a relationship. It's not a family. Relationships are work, yes. They ain't this much work. They're not a constant battle just to be seen and heard. They're not fighting nonstop just to be treated like a human being. Also, if you're fighting for the relationship or to keep the family together, what is the other person doing? Think about that. Really think about that. You're trying to protect or save your family or your relationship from the other person or people that are in it. Does that sound at all to you like something that should be happening? Does that even sound like a relationship to you? If you have to fight the other person or people in the relationship, it's not a viable relationship. To be frank, it's not a relationship at all. It's not worth saving. There's nothing to save. You're not giving up on anything because there's nothing to give up on. This is a one-sided situation, and you cannot have a relationship by yourself. The other person or the other people have to do 100% of their stuff, and if they will not do that, there's no relationship. It is what it is. This is really hard for many people to accept, but if we can't do that, we're only causing ourselves more pain in the end. There are no loopholes here. There are no loopholes, there are no exceptions, and there are no ambiguities. If you're dealing with a narcissist, you will have virtually the same outcome everyone else has had for hundreds of years, a bad one. However that plays out, whatever actually happens, it will be bad. We all want to believe that our situation is unique, that we are unique, that the person we're dealing with is unique. And our situations are all different, but they're also all the same. Minor differences don't justify a presumption of a different outcome. After all, whether you're eating pistachio or vanilla or chocolate or Rocky Road, you're still eating ice cream. To argue that the flavor of the ice cream constitutes some fundamental difference is just not logical. It's not reasonable. It would be like saying, I'm severely allergic to fish, but this is grilled fish, so that's different. It's not different. It's still fish, which means you still can't have it. Now, the only reason anybody would even attempt something like that is because they really want to eat the fish. They're looking for a loophole that makes it possible for them to have the fish. But there aren't any loopholes here. They're allergic to fish, therefore they can't have any fish, regardless of how it's prepared. To eat it anyway would be dangerous and a refusal to accept the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is no fish ever. That's it. It's the same with narcissists. The reason people are looking for loopholes is because they really want to have a relationship with this person. Well, there aren't any. So it doesn't matter how much people want to have a relationship with this person because they can't. That might sound harsh, but reality is not always kind. If we are going to grow and mature and be healthier, one of the most important things to remember is that we have to do what's best for us, even if it's not what we want. As adults, we have to make peace with the fact that just because we want something doesn't mean we can have it. Sometimes you don't get what you want. Sometimes even if you try your hardest and your best, it still doesn't work. Part of being a healthy adult is understanding this and learning to deal with it because it's a part of life. We don't always win. Things are not always fair. Learning how to deal with this kind of thing is crucial if we're going to develop the resilience that we need to move forward, especially after a relationship that is so damaging. That doesn't mean we just roll over and let bad things happen to us, but it does mean that we need to learn to accept what things are and to recognize when there's nothing we can do to change something. Far from resigning ourselves to suffering and unnecessary pain, this approach allows us to see when it's time to walk away from things and people that are not good for us. That is what empowerment is really about. We can't change something if we don't accept it. Only when we accept what actually is are we able to see if we can change it or not. For example, if we do not accept that a partner is abusive, we can't address the actual problem. We will keep trying to address the abusive behavior itself, which doesn't work, and in this context is actually not even the problem. An abuser's behavior is a symptom of a much larger, much more fundamental problem. The actual problem is that this person believes it's okay to hurt other people. They believe their behavior is justified, and that belief can be extremely difficult to change. It cannot be changed by you. It has to be changed by them. And the reality with narcissists specifically is that even if they change a behavior, the belief that they have the absolute right to hurt and punish other people does not change. They just do something else. Something just as harmful, just as damaging to the other person and to the relationship. This person is clearly not willing or able to change this mindset, or they would have done so by now. You are not the first person to tell them that their behavior is wrong and harmful, and you will not be the last. It hasn't mattered to them so far, and there's no reason to conclude that it ever would, especially if there are no consequences. And to be clear, being told that they've hurt other people is not a consequence for people with empathy deficits. It has no impact on them at all, really. You can't impact narcissists with your feelings. You can only make an impact on them with theirs. And for this to matter in any way, they have to legitimately lose something. This does not guarantee that they will ever understand that the loss they have incurred is a direct result of their own actions. To be honest, the nature of the pathology essentially precludes that. But facing no consequences at all removes the possibility for them to learn anything, and besides that, it's the right and fair thing. People should face natural consequences for their behavior. These personalities typically only change something when they are literally forced to do so somehow, and even that's not a guarantee that they ever will or that they even can actually do it. Many of them are left with nothing in the end, and they still cannot see the problem. They still do not understand that the problem is them. That's why the only thing you can do is accept the reality and decide what you're going to do about it for yourself. It's important to remember this doesn't mean what you will do for them to address the reality or what you will try to convince or even force them to do for you about the situation. It means what you are going to do about it for yourself to change your own circumstances. You can't change the beliefs or behaviors of another person, but you can change your own circumstances. You can exit situations and relationships that are not good for you. That you have power over, and that's all the power you really need. Stop looking for loopholes. Stop hoping you're going to be the sole exception in millions upon millions of different situations that all ended the same. Stop looking for ways to justify being in a harmful, hopeless situation. If you're going to stay in it for whatever reason, that's up to you. Lots of people do that. But at least admit to yourself what it really is and how it's going to go. That gives you at least some ability to protect yourself from the trauma of endless toxic hope and unrealistic expectations. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one about this or anything else, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you're interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that or find them on Amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year, so if you are interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, included attendance to all workshops, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com or wherever you find your favorite podcasts, brought to you by Relational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on TheLittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that many people find when dealing with pathologically narcissistic personalities, and that is these situations bring out the worst in people. You know, it's bad enough to be dealing with someone who is bringing what seems to be the very worst of themselves to every interaction. So much of the time they are angry, rude, unpleasant, they don't listen, they're selfish, they have no space for the perspectives of other people, they're defensive, suspicious, paranoid, negative, just everything that makes a person difficult to deal with in any way. It's even worse when you find that you are also starting to show up as your worst self in these interactions too. Suddenly you are always angry and rude and unpleasant and suspicious and negative. Suddenly you are chronically not listening and you're interrupting and you're yelling or you're giving the silent treatment or you're making passive aggressive comments. Suddenly it's you who's overwhelmed emotionally and becoming hysterical. But this is all extremely common in situations where people are dealing with narcissists. And it adds insult to injury in a lot of cases because people are not only being mistreated by somebody, they feel badly about their own behavior on top of that. They often feel guilty for things that they've said or done, or maybe they feel embarrassed. It's hard to recover from these situations when you not only have to process what was done to you, but also find a way to accept what you've done. And to be clear, this isn't just about reciprocating an abuser's mean or cruel behavior, even though it often is. This is also about losing control of yourself emotionally and acting out somehow, tolerating behavior that you shouldn't have tolerated, going back into the relationship when you knew you should not do that, not standing up for yourself, and many other things. People can find it very difficult to forgive themselves for their own choices when the situation or relationship is over. It's important to remember, though, that when we are in these situations or these relationships, we're not in a safe or a healthy situation. So it might be very difficult to understand what you were thinking or feeling during that time, or to try to understand why you did something or why maybe you didn't do it. That's okay. You were not yourself. And because of that, some of it's not going to make any sense to you now. Maybe it didn't even make sense to you then. Nobody can be in such a crazy situation and behave perfectly normally or do everything right or make all the perfect decisions. These relationships bring out the absolute worst in everybody, and nobody seems to be able to escape that. Everybody does things in these relationships that they don't understand or that they wish they didn't do. And of course they do. The situation is crazy. There's no way to respond, quote unquote, correctly to crazy. We all just do the best we can with what we have and what we know at the time, and we have to learn to be okay with that. It's important to remember, too, that this sort of perfect victim stereotype is a myth. Most people do not do everything right or perfectly in situations where they're being mistreated, and even when they're not. Being human is messy. It involves complex emotions and making decisions with limited or incorrect information. There is a representation of victims in our culture that is, in many respects, false and even harmful. Victims are often presented by the media, for example, in a way that depicts them as flawless and innocent and pure. While certainly nobody deserves to be mistreated or killed, almost no adult fits that bill. Almost no adult is flawless and innocent and pure. Most people have done things in their lives that the rest of us would consider to be wrong. Most people have flaws. Most people will react with temper if you provoke them enough. Most people will engage in what we might call bad behavior in a bad situation. That is completely normal, but many people are stuck in this perfect victim myth, and they feel that this somehow means that they deserve what happened to them or that they're not really a victim, because victims only look or act a certain way. They only respond with fear and sadness and are totally passive, and anybody who doesn't react that way is not a victim. This narrative creates a lot of shame and guilt where there doesn't need to be any, because that's totally false. The reality is, many victims are angry. Many victims are frustrated. Many victims want justice. Many victims want revenge. Many victims fight back, including physically. Some studies have found that in the general population, the reciprocity rate for domestic violence is close to 50%, for example. Does that mean that the people who hit their abusers back are not victims? No, it does not. It means that they are people who were pushed to their breaking point and they fought back. Almost everybody will do that eventually. To expect people to never do that is absurd and unrealistic. In the end, just about everybody will. Let go of the idea that unless you did everything right and perfectly, that this somehow dismisses or justifies what happened to you. It doesn't. You're a human being in a bad situation, and if you haven't always done the thing that was the best or right or the most perfect, who has? You don't need to be perfectly innocent and perfectly flawless and perfectly pure to deserve respect and decency. Nobody does. You have to believe that. And until you do, you're always going to feel that mistreatment can be justified somehow. For example, people commonly say things to narcissists like, well, you're treating me this way when I didn't do anything wrong. This sounds fine, and it's actually very common, but the reality is that narrative reinforces the idea that mistreating somebody is only wrong if they're perfect. It perpetuates the idea and is basically saying if you had done something wrong, then being mistreated is perfectly fine and that's okay. That's not true. Abuse and mistreatment is never okay, regardless of the circumstances. If there are circumstances where abuse and mistreatment are okay, then there's really no such thing as abuse and mistreatment, because a person can always find something that somebody did to use as a justification for how what they're doing is okay, which is exactly what we see in relationships with narcissists, by the way. They're never doing anything wrong in their opinion because it's always justified. The other person or the other people always deserve it. The truth is, people are responsible for their own actions. Whether they think the other person deserved it or not is irrelevant. We do what we do, and that's a choice. The key is to remember that everybody deserves to be treated with basic decency and respect no matter what. And if somebody doesn't agree with that, that's a reflection of them and a choice that they are making. You're not obligated to deal with that just because somebody thinks you deserve it for some reason. Letting go of the idea that there is ever some kind of validity to this narrative helps enormously with that. When you can look at somebody and say, and truly believe, it doesn't matter what I did or what you think I deserve. The way you are treating me is not okay. That really helps to put these things into perspective. Because we are not children, and adults are not entitled to punish other adults in this way, which is what it is. It's a punishment. And they're not entitled to decide and just dole out what they think other people deserve in this way. Letting go of the idea that they are somehow entitled to do these things helps concretize a lot of what is wrong in these relationships. Once you let go of that idea, you generally come to see that much of the behavior of narcissists is way out of line. On a side note, let go of attaching importance to things people say who were not there and who don't understand also. People love to say, well, I would have done this and I would do that and this is where I think. Well, good for you. You weren't there, you aren't me, and you clearly do not understand where I personally was at the time. So leave that where it belongs, because what other people say they would do in hypothetical situations they were not in, or in situations they were in when they were not you, doesn't apply to you or anything that you do, especially in situations like this. That's the thing about these relationships, and it doesn't get anywhere near the amount of attention that it should. In so many of these situations, you're just not yourself. That's why people look back and they're like, what even was I doing? We can talk about trauma bonding and addiction and trauma, and these things definitely play a role in the situation. But the reality is that you're not yourself in these relationships. They make you into somebody you're not in some ways. They disconnect you from who you truly are. Part of this is the ego trauma, the constantly being told that you are and treated as if you are someone other than who you actually are. Part of this is the endless pressure to perform perfectly, never make any mistakes, never say anything wrong, never do anything wrong. Part of it is the constant mistreatment and being told that you're not good enough. Part of it is the addiction. Part of it is the trauma bond. Part of it is the emotional dysregulation that people, quote unquote, catch from narcissists like a bad cold from all the drama and constant high stakes situations that this person creates. Part of it is the defensiveness and the fear. Part of it is the environment and the continued erosion of moral and ethical standards that comes from constantly being around a person who doesn't have any. There are a lot of factors here, but one of the biggest is that you're living in a cartoon, a fairy tale complete with villains and heroes and just the whole 9 yards. Some child's fever dream. None of this is real. None of it even seems real in many respects. You're shoved into a role that you were not aware of and that you don't want to play, and you spend all of your time trying to define the reality of yourself in opposition to this very rigid role. Everything becomes polarized, black and white, good and bad, right or wrong, right or left, up and down. There is no gray here. There's no nuance. You can't be just a regular person who makes mistakes and misspeaks and jokes around and is incorrect sometimes and does things imperfectly and has flaws. A person with good and bad qualities who's good at some things and not at others, whatever else. No. In these relationships, every single thing you do defines the totality of your character forever. The kicker of all of this, as if that wasn't bad enough, everything you do is viewed through the most negative lens possible. Surprise, it's totally unfair. There's not only no way to not do something considered horribly wrong, but once you do that, there's no way to redeem yourself at all. Even worse, a narcissist will often tell you over and over again that you are doing that to them. The fact that you constantly forgive them and let everything go in the hopes of keeping the peace and the relationship intact means nothing at all. Totally pointless. The reality is, underneath of all of the other things, these relationships knock you crazy. They knock you stupid. With all of the love bombing and the devaluing and the emotional roller coaster rides and the tornadoes that blow up literally out of nowhere, and the fact that the whole thing is an illusion, and so is the other person, and so are you in the context of who you are seen as in the relationship, your brain stops working correctly. And of course it does. How could it work correctly in the midst of all of that? It's impossible. Can't be done. It's easy to judge our past behavior with current knowledge and present eyes. Hindsight's always 20/20, right? But this is also really, really unfair. Not only do you very likely have information now that you did not have then, you're out of the fever dream now. You're out of the cartoon. Things look very, very different outside of that reality. So beating yourself up for things that you did that you can't even explain or understand is not all that helpful or fair. It's kind of like trying to understand something you did while you were drunk. It's never going to make sense. You were not in your right mind and you're under the influence of something that clouded your thinking, screwed up your perception, and affected your reasoning. The key then is not to try to understand what you were thinking while you were drunk. In a way, that doesn't even really matter. The key is to stop drinking if it's causing a problem. Just like being drunk, being in a relationship with a narcissist does not absolve us of responsibility for our behavior or our choices, but it can certainly explain some of them. Dealing with this kind of person is like being in a parallel universe where you are some kind of different you who does and says and thinks things that the real you would never do. It brings out the absolute worst in so many people, all of their negative, harmful, awful traits and behavior. Why? Because the whole thing is negative, harmful, and awful. And if you're in that environment long enough, the negative qualities that you have, because you do have some negative qualities, everybody does, those are going to come out. Other things might be things that you would never do in any normal circumstance, but you are doing them in this one because it's totally horrible and completely unbearable. We tend to become like our environment as well. So, on top of all of our reactions to the rotten, unfair way we're being treated, when you're living in a situation where abuse and mistreatment and rudeness and unpleasantness and disrespect and degradation are normal, where these things are common, eventually that will start rubbing off on you. No matter what kind of person someone genuinely is inside, if they are insulted enough, most people will eventually insult back, for example. Most people will hit back. Most people will manipulate or rage or whatever back. It may only be once. It might take a long time. It might even take years. But most people will eventually respond in kind. And why wouldn't they? There's no taboo on it in this situation. It's the norm. Once you do it once, it's that much easier to do it again and again and again until people are standing there watching themselves thinking, what am I doing? This isn't me. This is one of the reasons no contact is so important. The amount of positive impact or influence that you can have on a pathologically narcissistic personality is nothing compared to the negative impact and influence that they're going to have on you. It's not worth it. For all the good that it will do, you might as well just pour your love, energy, money, compassion, whatever else, just out onto the ground and walk away from it. It's a total waste. Better that you keep these things for yourself. You will actually use them. I speak with people all over the world who have been impacted by narcissistic abuse in the context of all kinds of different relationships: family, marital, work-related, cohabitating, neighbors, friends, polyam, everything you could imagine. Every type of relationship, just about every situation you can think of. Many of them were in these entanglements for years. The most common reason people give for finally deciding to exit the relationship or the situation or whatever it is permanently, or what they want help with and why they're reaching out, is not because they're afraid, even though some of them are. It's not because they're exhausted, even though most of them are. It's because they don't like who they are becoming. They don't like how they're becoming chronically mean or nasty or suspicious or withdrawn or depressed or sad or overreactive or afraid or angry or negative or ill or anxious or exhausted or closed off or whatever other unpleasant, uncomfortable thing that's not who they really are. They feel that being around the narcissist and dealing with the narcissist is making them the same as the narcissist. Not only is that repulsive and even frightening for most people in these situations, but it's like wearing a skin that isn't yours, and most people can only do that for so long. Even people who are not exiting the situation for whatever reason are so often reaching out because they want help reconnecting with who they really are as a person. They don't like who they're becoming. Perhaps more than any other relationship, narcissists hold a mirror up to us of who we really are. They often do that by showing us who we're not, to the point that we start loving ourselves almost in self-defense. We can see through their hysterical projections to who we really are, and we realize, hey, I'm not so bad. Certainly I deserve better than what this person is prepared to ever give me. In their creepy funhouse mirrors, we also see who we don't want to be and who we very well may become if we don't get out of the situation. For many people, that's the realization that gets them moving in a different direction. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via Messenger, through Zoom and Skype worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, clinics, and more. So if you are interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books out for publication. So if you are interested in picking up a copy today, you can do that on Amazon, and you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that we unfortunately see all the time when dealing with narcissistic personalities, and that is that narcissists are eagerly offended. Not easily offended. Easily offended implies somebody who is maybe too sensitive or perhaps irritable in a way that they can't really help. The position of being offended, although easier for them to get to, is still a place that they would rather not be and would avoid if their temperament made that any easier. Eagerly offended is different. It is beyond easily offended. Eagerly offended describes someone for whom the position of being offended is something that they're seeking out, perhaps even reveling in after a fashion. They look for any opportunity to feel upset, hurt, victimized, or otherwise offended. This is what we so often see with pathologically narcissistic personalities. They're not just easily offended, but eagerly offended. This happens in part because narcissists are not able to hold or process their negative feelings. They have to vent them out, and they need other people to receive them. Otherwise, they can't feel like they've gotten rid of them. This is why so many of them react so badly to people practicing the gray rock method. They need you to take delivery of their unwanted emotions, and they read the confirmation of that delivery through your observed reactions. If you don't have any observable reactions, they can't tell if you got it or not. If they can't tell if you got it, how can they know if they got rid of it? Maybe they didn't. When you practice not reacting, they also don't feel the power and the control that they normally would feel from creating a negative reaction in you. That feeling helps them counteract whatever negative feelings they're trying to get rid of. So if they don't feel that power and control, then the negative, awful feelings just stay and stay and stay. Of course, this is intolerable, so narcissists will often ramp up their behavior in an attempt to produce the reaction in you that they're looking for that will create the feelings of power and control in them, which is what they are ultimately seeking from this whole rotten interaction. It's a two-pronged process that uses both positive and negative reinforcement, and it goes like this. Number one, narcissist has a negative feeling: shame, envy, jealousy, hurt, anger, whatever. Number two, narcissist needs to offload, meaning project, that negative feeling because they can't cope with it. Number three, narcissist finds a target to project a negative feeling onto, which brings partial temporary relief. Number four, narcissist creates negative feeling in the target, thus validating the projection and creating a feeling of power to offset the negative feeling, which brings more partial temporary relief. Contrary to what many think, negative reinforcement is not the practice of introducing an unpleasant consequence or adding an unpleasant stimuli. It has nothing to do with being unpleasant or negative in that context. It means to subtract. It is the practice of taking something away from the situation. In this case, negative reinforcement is achieved through the subtraction of the negative feelings via projecting them onto a target in the environment. Positive reinforcement is the same thing. It doesn't refer to anything pleasant in this context. It means to add something to the situation. In this case, positive reinforcement is achieved by the addition of the feelings of power and control. Though these qualities are not inherent to the terms positive or negative in this context, the conditioning is more powerful in this particular situation due to the fact that what's taken away is an unpleasant experience, unpleasant feeling, and what is added is a pleasant one, the pleasant feeling. It makes this conditioning very difficult to break because it makes it very effective, especially considering that through their projection creating an unpleasant reaction in the target, the narcissist is able to, quote, see that they were right about where the feeling was coming from in the first place or about who caused it. See, I was right. You are mad. You are upset. This helps to concretize that idea in their mind that the problem and the source of the problem actually is the other person. The offending moment can happen either at the beginning of the interaction and is due to the narcissist's inability to deal with the constant negative emotional experiences they're having, which means they're looking for a reason to explode and they're just looking for a trigger. Or it can happen when they're trying to find a target because there has already been a trigger and now they need a place to put the stuff because they can't deal with the tsunami that's happening inside of them. Either way, we often see them jump into the situation with both feet, eagerly attacking the other person with what seems like glee, seeming almost happy to have a reason to claim that they're the victim, to get angry, to become upset, to blow up. These are perpetually offended, constantly upset personalities who don't have even a basic ability to regulate themselves other than to do exactly what we see here, explode and force somebody else to deal with it because they can't. This is why it's pointless to try not to upset narcissists. Narcissists are already upset. People who are looking for reasons to be upset or angry or offended or to feel victimized can usually find them. Even the narcissists who don't react with violence or tantrum behavior are generally ticking time bombs in a way, just looking for a reason to offload the rage, the fear, the shame that they are constantly carrying around. Through projection and flawed perception coupled with an external locus of control, they find that reason in other people, and other people's reactions validate the quote truth and quote accuracy of this reasoning for them. You can actually hear this in the kinds of things that they often say to other people in these situations. If you're not mad, why are you yelling? If I'm wrong about you, why are you so upset? Did I strike a nerve? You're upset because you know it's true. Or conversely, they might say things like, you're not even trying to deny it. Oh, of course you have nothing to say. How could you defend your behavior? And my personal favorite, that's what I thought. And so on and so on. The reality is people are angry or upset because they're being accused of things they didn't do and being attacked for no reason. But for narcissists, these reactions, and really any reactions, but especially these, are proof that they're right about who is really the problem here, who's really the upset one here, who's really the weak one here, because they believe they can, quote, see the proof of that. They can get rid of the negative feelings they have inside of them. Fear, shame, and powerless can be replaced with power, domination, and control. Then they feel better and everything is okay. For them at least. For you, not so much. It's painful to be attacked this way and accused of things that you haven't done. It's painful to be thought of in a way that does not reflect your nature or your character at all. It's confusing and it hurts in a deep fundamental way to see someone jump so immediately and with such almost excitement to being upset and offended and self-righteous and to having what they believe is a justified reason to just attack or punish others so viciously the way that so many narcissists do. And it happens over and over and over again in so many of these situations. If you admit their accusations, you're a bad person. If you deny them, you're a liar. There's no way out of this for people, and it's one of the biggest reasons relationships with this kind of personality are just impossible, no matter how accommodating and understanding you try to be. You will eventually be boxed into a corner of perceived wrongdoing that is so tight you can't get out. Remember, this is not about you. It affects you, yes, but you're not causing it, and therefore you cannot stop it. And really think about that for a minute. They think things about you that are legitimately, demonstrably false, and they claim that they're seeing proof of that. Obviously, reality means nothing to this person whatsoever. Since that is clearly the case, how is more reality going to change anything? Especially since they'll just dismiss it, or worse, use it to validate their wrong conclusions by twisting it around somehow. Don't bother. As hard as this is, don't bother. It's a gigantic waste of time because it changes nothing. We say it all the time and we will keep saying it. If reality means nothing to somebody, if reality cannot convince somebody of the truth of itself, you are not going to be able to do anything here. So you might as well not upset and exhaust yourself trying. There are some things you just cannot change. There are some things you just cannot do anything about. And the sooner we can accept that, the easier it is to let go of it. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. The Transrelational Healing Handbook that I just published is available on LittleShaman.org and through Amazon, so get your copy today. I teach classes, workshops, seminars, and clinics many times throughout the year, so if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. If you are interested in joining our support group with weekly support meetings and access to exclusive content, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on LittleShaman.com, brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com, Transrelational Healing, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today, I wanted to talk to you about something that many people wonder, and that is how narcissists are made. A few caveats before we begin. Number one, no one really knows for sure how narcissistic pathology is created per se. We have things that we see in many or even most of these situations, but we cannot point to those things or anything conclusively and say, we know 1,000% for sure that this and only this is how this happens. We have strong correlative factors and we have logical theories, but how the mind actually works is in many ways still just as big of a mystery to humans as it has always been and maybe always will be. Number two, no one really knows why the same set of circumstances results in one outcome for this person and a different outcome for that one, but this does happen a lot. It could be genetic, it could have to do with someone's natural temperament, it could be a lot of things. The simplest way to understand it at this time is probably to say that everybody's different and what impacts one person one way does not always impact others in the same way. Some people might be devastated by something, but if the same thing happened to someone else, they are not anywhere near as affected. We don't really know why this is so. Again, we have theories. Those will remain so until something either proves them true or proves them false. When we look at narcissistic pathology as a thing, it is defensive in nature. This is a person constantly on the lookout for threats and attacks. They seek power and control because these things seem to be viewed as necessary to combat a core vulnerability. In other words, pathologically narcissistic adults feel vulnerable. They feel weak and powerless, so they seek power and control as a way to address those feelings. Those feelings cause distress. They're uncomfortable. That's a defensive strategy. I fear that you're going to take advantage of my weaknesses and my vulnerabilities, so I need to make sure that you can't do that by being in the one-up position where I am more powerful than you somehow. And the you in that sentence is literally everybody in some way or another. Narcissists have a pretty hardened, dark outlook in general, coupled with and likely created by a fear-based orientation to the world. And they seem to feel like a target due to their vulnerabilities and due to their belief that everyone is operating in this same way. They're only out for themselves. They're looking for any way they can to get over on everybody else. So narcissists need to be sure that they secure the power position for themselves. That way they can make sure they're not the ones being taken advantage of by anybody. This is accomplished by different things, seemingly dependent on the narcissist's natural inclinations and temperament, as well as what they have found works for them. Narcissists who are naturally more aggressive and assertive may be violent or bully types of people because this would be what is more natural for them. Narcissists who are naturally less aggressive and less assertive might be manipulative victim or martyr types because that would suit their natural temperament better. Some might be a little bit of both or even neither, depending on the situation or their role in it. This is, for example, the difference between what we call overt and covert, or vulnerable and grandiose. These are more labels or categories for expression of behavior than anything else because the motivation behind them is the same regardless. The reality is that all narcissists can be and often are both, but generally they're more one than the other based on their natural temperament and things like that. People sometimes find covert narcissists more frightening or more dangerous, for instance, but this is largely due to how difficult they are to identify and to recognize. Covert means hidden. This is the same for all of the various quote-unquote types of narcissists, by the way. Most of these things are just categorizations of behavior. The people these categorizations apply to are not really different from each other. They're just doing different things or exploiting different situations. A guy who robs a bank and a guy who holds up a store are not really that different from each other, and neither of them are all that different from a guy who punches somebody on the street and steals their wallet. A thief is a thief is a thief. They've all got the same motive and the same mindsets. A covert narcissist and an overt narcissist, or a vulnerable narcissist and a grandiose narcissist, all these people have the same goal: achieve power and control in order to address their core vulnerabilities. But what are these core vulnerabilities? Where do they come from? What drives narcissistic personalities to seek power and control over other people the way that they do so constantly? Is it power for its own sake? What's the reason? The answer, which might surprise some people but will also make perfect sense to other people, appears to be fear. Narcissistic personalities are very fearful people. They aren't constantly scanning the environment for threats because they think that's fun. They're afraid. They feel exposed. They feel vulnerable. They don't feel safe. And they hate that. They hate being afraid. They hate being what they perceive as weak. They hate other people for making them weak and for making them afraid as they see it. Narcissists appear to view the world as being full of finite resources that everyone is competing for all at the same time, at all times, in as cutthroat a manner as possible. There's only ever enough for one in any given situation. They have to make sure that one is them. Otherwise, they fear they'll get nothing. If you've dealt with someone who's pathologically narcissistic, you've very likely seen this mindset firsthand. They're the only person who matters. And not only are they the only person who matters to them, they expect to be the only person who matters at all. They fully expect that everyone will simply move out of the way for them, that their needs will automatically be considered and attended to before anything else. They take for granted that they will automatically be given more than everybody else, from food to money to love to everything. And if this does not automatically happen, they are grievously wounded and extremely angry. How dare you? How dare you insinuate that they don't matter at all? How dare you attempt to only give them crumbs? How dare you be so selfish? And you are standing there totally shocked and confused, like, okay, I was just saying that I'm my own person and I have my own needs and my own motives and also that I matter too. I wasn't saying that you don't matter. But for narcissists, there is no two. There's only enough for one. And if they're not that one, then they don't matter at all. You're trying to take everything for yourself and give them nothing. That will not be tolerated. It is a very simple equation. If you or anybody else matters, they don't. That's it. There's also the fact that they genuinely do not appear to understand that other people actually do matter. They're just not built to be able to see that. Empathy and being able to see past yourself are functions of maturity. Narcissists are not emotionally mature. These words, by the way, are really nowhere near impactful enough to describe the state of these personalities in all honesty, but nevertheless, it's the truth. They're not emotionally mature. The entitlement, for example, that you see in the situation that we just described is the infantile entitlement we see in babies who are not able to understand that the mother is a separate person with separate needs and motives and a life that does not involve the baby. The mother exists only as a caregiver for the baby as far as the baby can understand, and the baby's needs are the only ones that exist. That is natural and necessary in a relationship between a caregiver and an infant. It is disastrous in any relationship between adults. If babies are not tended to, if they're not taken care of, they'll die, plain and simple. That's why they cry and why they become distressed. It's a built-in instinct that also works to alert the caregiver that the child needs something. The baby can't tell the caregiver what it is, of course. All they can do is cry. The caregiver then has to try to anticipate or even guess what the problem is and address it. Anyone who has taken care of a baby knows the hysteria that can be provoked in a baby by not getting their needs addressed. This is because not getting their needs met results in death. And since they can't get their needs met themselves, they have the instinct to cry in order to make sure that these things are taken care of. With very few differences, this appears to be exactly the way that adult narcissists operate. They don't seem to be able to address their own needs, so they need to induce other people to do it for them. They are dependent in this way. If they cannot induce others to do it for them, there's often a big reaction, and it always comes down to that same infantile entitlement. This is why they so often insist that you should have anticipated their needs or been able to read their minds and know what they needed or what they wanted or what was wrong or whatever, and address that and fix that and done that for them. That's your job as far as they see it. That's what's normal and right and fair. They don't have to do that for you, of course. But you do have to do it for them. That's your job. That's what's expected out of this relationship. Again, there's that infantile entitlement. This is a ridiculous requirement between two adult human beings. It's not your job to read another adult's mind or address their needs. They need to do that for themselves as adults, and if they can't, it's still not your responsibility. It is what it is. To take that kind of responsibility for others onto yourself can create codependent relationships, where one person is the adult caretaker and the other is an emotional child. These relationships are usually unbalanced and generally toxic. These dynamics are also dangerous when dealing with narcissists in particular because they feed into not just this person's refusal to take responsibility for themselves, their own feelings, and their own behavior, but it also perpetuates their feeling of powerlessness. They feel controlled by the other person and at that person's mercy due to their dependence on that person. At any moment, the person can decide that they don't want to take care of the narcissist anymore, or they could decide to leave and abandon them or take advantage of them somehow. The narcissist's dependence on their quote-unquote caretaker makes them feel vulnerable and controlled. So they endeavor to control the caretaker, because if you control the person who you believe has all the power, then you have all the power. Not that this is understood by narcissists on any such deeper level, of course. The majority of the time, it appears to be predicated on feelings more than anything rational. I feel controlled, therefore I am controlled, and I need to control the person who is controlling me. I feel powerless, therefore I am powerless, and I need to take power over the person who is exercising power over me. That's what it's all about. This is, for example, why many narcissists will accuse you of being controlling, because you will not allow them to control you. This dynamic can result in an exhausting, horrific push-pull where the narcissist requires you to take responsibility for them while at the same time hating and resenting you for quote-unquote being so controlling. Where they attack you for allowing them to be dependent on you and then attack you for not allowing them to be dependent on you. Over and over and over again, world without end, amen, right? You're everything, you're nothing, you're everything, you're nothing, over and over and over. This appears to happen because, for whatever reason, adult narcissists seem to have been unable to individuate from their caregivers as babies. That process was never completed, and because of that, they are both completely dependent and reliant upon external validation and enormously resentful of their dependence on that. They need it, but they hate that they need it, and they hate you for giving it to them, even though they will also hate you for not giving it to them. They hate themselves for needing it. They hate you for allowing it. They want to be independent, but they can't. The push-pull dynamic in these relationships appears to originate within the narcissists themselves, where on one hand, they want to be independent and free of dependence on other people, but on the other hand, the idea of independence fills them with terror that their needs will not be met, like the baby crying, and because they're aware on some level that this type of independence is very likely not possible for them. Narcissists might blame the people around them for this, accusing them of quote-unquote making the narcissist dependent on them because they're so controlling. The process of individuation begins to happen in humans at around 8 months old, when they are still legitimately a baby. This is when people start to have the first awakenings to the idea that baby is baby and mommy is mommy, and those are two separate people. Mommy is outside of baby, baby exists outside of mommy. Baby has baby's own self, and this is a separate self from mommy. These things are the beginnings of self, of the formation of identity and self-concept and stuff like that. Before this, and for years after, baby depends on mommy to help build a self-concept. Mommy is a mirror who reflects to baby if baby is bad or good or important or not important, whatever else. This is accomplished mostly through how mommy interacts with baby. If the mommy treats the baby as if the baby is good and important, the baby receives the message that they're good and important. If not, then not. This is what helps form the very beginnings of the baby's self-concept and their identity. If you understand anything about how narcissistic supply works for adult narcissists, then you know it works exactly this same way. Narcissists use other people as mirrors to tell them who they are for a self-image, a self-concept, a self-reflection, the same way a very young baby does. For whatever reason, narcissists have not evolved beyond this infantile way of functioning. They don't have a stable self-concept or a stable identity. They are dependent upon external validation and input to see themselves, just like a baby is. Because they don't have a developed self-concept or identity, they couldn't complete individuation from their caregivers. How would it have been possible? To individuate is to be an individual. And if there's nothing there to grab onto, to be, in other words, then the process can't be completed, as we see in adult narcissists, because it was not. But why didn't they develop an identity and a self-concept, which is arguably the core issue in the narcissistic personality? What prevented that? We don't know the answer to this question conclusively, but a correlative factor we see in many situations is that many narcissists were themselves raised by narcissistic caregivers. The abuse done by narcissistic caregivers is perhaps devastating beyond description in many ways, and maybe the worst result of this is that it so often creates more narcissists. Narcissists are generally disastrous as parents. They are too immature themselves to be able to care for other people in any real capacity, much less a being so fragile and easily damaged as a human baby. Even when narcissistic parents appear to enjoy their children, there's very often still a lack of connection, lack of empathy, and a very deep, permeating selfishness that affects the child in very serious ways. Their feelings for the child are still just superficial and only extend as far as how the child relates to the narcissist. That's the only way narcissists can really interact with anybody. In keeping with this, narcissists tend to treat their children the same way they treat everybody else. That is to say, they do not allow their children to be their own people. The child is told who they are, what they're thinking, how they feel, what they meant, what their motives are. This is what you meant when you said that. This is what you did when you did that. This was your they are relentlessly gaslit, lied to, tricked, manipulated, set up, neglected, mistreated, invalidated, and constantly forced into a reality that does not match their actuality, their lived experience of events. This is horrifically damaging when it happens to an adult. Adults often feel like they're going crazy, like reality makes no sense, like they're losing themselves and they don't know who they are. The damage this can cause a developing child when it is done to them by a parent who they automatically believe is catastrophic. Perhaps most catastrophic of all, due to constantly being gaslit and told who they are and what they're thinking and how they feel, and being forced to ignore their own instincts and second guess every single thing they think and feel, the child never has a chance to create their own self-concept, their own identity. This is compounded by the fact that narcissistic parents tend to perceive any separate identity in their child as a threat to them. People around narcissists are not allowed to have their own thoughts, not allowed to have their own feelings, opinions, motives, needs, wants, or anything else if these things do not exactly reflect and cater to the narcissist. It is perceived as rejection and an abandonment of the narcissist to do otherwise. This separateness, this individuality in others is relentlessly attacked because it's viewed as a threat. This includes their children. The child's identity, whatever it could have been, is essentially smashed out by the narcissistic parent and replaced with a mirror of their own. You can see the depth of the problem here then, because beyond all of the egregiousness of this on its surface, there's an even bigger issue underneath, since the narcissistic parent does not have an actual identity either. They have stomped out the child's identity and replaced it with the shadow of a reflection of a ghost. The child has nothing real, nothing stable that they can grab onto in order to ground themselves or combat this infiltration. There's no safety, no stabilizing force. There's no self. There's nothing there. The child is left with nothing, just an empty field in the aftermath of a complete annihilation. This is often made worse by the fact that many narcissistic parents also teach their children nothing in the way of how to deal with things or cope with the world or even basic life skills. People raised by narcissists must often learn these things on their own. And in the case of the people who themselves become narcissists, the only real, quote, skill that they seem to have learned is how to be dependent on other people to do all these things for them. Many narcissistic parents instill this dependency in their children somewhat intentionally, in the sense that they want the child to remain dependent because, again, they perceive separateness and independence away from them as abandonment, as rejection. Spoiling often falls under the category of this created type of dependence. And to be clear, we're not talking about some lofty or different definition we're talking about actual spoiling of a child. Giving them whatever they want, no matter what, never telling them no, never letting them fail, never giving them consequence or imposing limits of any kind, never letting them face any natural limits or consequences, never correcting them, never disciplining them, never teaching them how to share or to consider other people, never teaching them self-control or responsibility. That is spoiling. There are many people who believe that spoiling is separate from abuse or neglect. It's not. Spoiling and overindulging children harms them, sometimes irreparably. Not only are spoiling and overindulgence a form of neglect, but it creates adults who do not understand that you can't always have what you want, who don't understand that other people actually matter, who have no frustration tolerance, no ability to tolerate negative feelings, no ability to take a loss gracefully, no ability to handle being told no, no ability to fail. The world is not kind to people like that. It's really not. Spoiling sets children up for failure as adults. It cripples them. Narcissistic parents often engage in spoiling as part of image maintenance. In other words, they're doing it because of how they think it makes them look. If they give their child whatever the child wants, or if they do everything for the child so that the child never has to lift a finger, this somehow proves that they're a good parent and therefore a good person. How this might actually impact the child does not occur to them or matter. They might also be doing it because of how they feel something is reflecting on them in another way. For example, a narcissistic mother or father might defend their child and never let them face consequences outside of the home because they view the child as an extension of themselves and their parenting, therefore the child can do no wrong. Again, how this might impact the child is not considered. It's all about the narcissist. So here we have a child with no stability, no identity, no real self-concept, who is either being scapegoated or treated as the golden child, Either of the children in either of these roles can become a narcissist, by the way. It is a myth that only golden children become narcissists. Both children's identities are being systematically stomped out. But we have a child in one or the other of these roles, or perhaps both at different times, who is constantly gaslit, constantly told who they are, told how they feel, told what they're thinking, told what reality is, and who cannot combat any of this or escape it in any way. A child who is essentially equipped only with the primitive infantile defenses they were born with, none of which are enough to defend against the relentless assault on reality and personhood that is the experience of living with a narcissist. Some people in these situations will be able to develop at least some self-concept and identity of their own in spite of the constant inundation, and they will be able to individuate. Those people might grow up to struggle with codependency. They might have self-esteem issues. They might struggle with anxiety or depression. They might struggle with enmeshment. They might have self-image issues in terms of struggling to realize who they are outside of the narcissistic parent's influence. They might deal with addiction, but they generally will not be narcissists. Some people will not be able to do that, though, and they may very well be narcissists as adults. These appear to be those people who were not able to evolve out of this infantile space. They never learn to see past themselves. They never develop an identity or a self-image. They never gain the ability to self-regulate. They never learn empathy. They develop no capacity to bond with other people. They seem to just be stuck in the same phase of development with the same primitive defense mechanisms and levels of functioning forever. The formation of identity does appear to be one of the keys here. Without this, the evolution just cannot move forward. Aging occurs, physical maturity occurs, gross and fine motor skills progress, people learn how to do things like speak more articulately, they learn to mimic, but the core evolution from child to adult does not seem to happen. And it does appear to be at least partly because without a stable developed identity, there's nowhere for this to really go. In order for someone to individuate from their caregiver, they have to be able to go into an identity of their own. If they're never allowed to have one, how are they going to do that? The evolution just stagnates and runs in a circle, and all of the things that they should have developed with maturity, empathy, internal locus of control, ability to delay gratification, responsibility, frustration tolerance, ability to address their own needs, broaden perspective, self-control, mentalization, to name a few, just don't happen. The mindsets, mechanisms, functions, and everything else don't just sit there in a stasis of time, though. They go through their own maladapted pseudo-evolutionary process of sorts, concretizing and becoming a self-perpetuating machine that uses itself to fuel itself in pursuit of survival. It can't integrate new information very well at all, tending to circulate the same few things over and over and over with very little deviation or change. The victim is always the victim. The hero is always the hero. And all information is viewed through that narrative lens in the service of perpetuating the one-dimensional idealized image of themselves they have tacked up on the wall of their minds in place of an actual identity. Virtually all of the behaviors and the mindsets we see from these personalities are natural outgrowths of the lack of these things. They are the natural result of the lack of evolution and growth here and the pseudo-evolution that takes place instead. These things are, in many respects, the natural state of such a primitive and arrested human being. The problem is, of course, that we are not primitive human beings anymore for the most part. We have learned to live together cooperatively, and the only way to do that effectively is by having empathy and consideration for other people. As we've discussed in previous episodes, when there are too many antisocial personalities like narcissists in society, it becomes unsafe and ineffective. Eventually, if antisocial personalities were to outnumber the pro-social ones, it would cease to function at all. This is one reason the legitimately increasing numbers of narcissistic personalities alarm people. Society can only support so many of them before there are serious problems. When someone believes they have no power, when they believe they are a target, when they believe they are the only thing that truly exists or matters, when they believe they can read the minds of other people and have special abilities that other people don't have, so therefore they don't need all the facts, when they believe they're under constant threat from literally everybody, These are people who automatically believe they are victims and are therefore entitled to do anything they want, either because the world owes them or because the world deserves it. Perhaps the saddest thing about so many narcissists is that they are victims, just not in the ways that they imagine. And this doesn't excuse their behavior in the way that they think it does. It doesn't excuse it at all, in fact. They are not children anymore. These are grown adults who have done the same wrong things for years. They know it's wrong and that they shouldn't do it. They don't care because they are the only thing that matters, and nothing carries more weight in their minds than that. They have no real empathy in situations where they stand to lose or gain something, and no ability to really care or even understand how things impact other people anyway. Now, some of the feedback to these kinds of episodes of the show is from people who say that saying narcissists are so limited and have serious psychological issues is letting them off the hook. And some of it is from people who say that holding narcissists accountable is being too hard on them because of these issues and limitations. The reality is that it's neither. It's just the truth. A tragic backstory does not excuse any villain's behavior. It helps us understand how they became that way, and that's it. This is no different. Everyone has a tragic backstory in some way or another, and the rest of us are not using that as a justification in our minds to go around hurting others so that we can feel important or because we think they deserve it. We are adults who got help with our issues, or we matured out of them, or we moved on, or whatever we did to deal with it. We didn't use it as an excuse to hurt other people, or to underperform, or to blame and punish other people for our own failings. We looked in the mirror and we saw both the cause and the solution to all of our own problems. We saw the person with the power in the mirror, ourselves. That's what being an adult is. It's knowing that, for example, no one's coming to save you, but also that you don't need anyone to come and save you because you can take care of yourself. It's knowing that you are the adult in the room, and that's okay, even if it sucks or if it's scary, because you can handle it. It's knowing that you have the power over your own life. This, of all things, narcissists can perhaps never really accept or understand. More's the pity. If you believe that childhood trauma or psychological issues excuse narcissist behavior, regardless of whether you think it lets them off the hook or if you think that it's unfair to blame them, know that it's you who thinks that. It has not been suggested here, nor will it be, because it's not true. We should not need to deny the very real, very serious psychological issues these personalities have in order to hold them accountable. Having psychological issues, even serious ones, does not automatically render someone not responsible for their actions. It does not automatically mean they don't know what they're doing or they couldn't help it. The reality is the majority of narcissists do not have the type of impairments that impact responsibility for their actions. It's never been a defense in court, for example, and it never will be, nor should it be. It's not that kind of psychological issue. What narcissists are is sad in many ways, and there are those who find it difficult not to act on their sympathy in these situations as well. Just remember that you do so at your own risk. This person will not recognize or appreciate the effort, nor will they feel compelled to respond in kind. They are not built that way. In point of fact, they are driven to take advantage of people who try to help them because they cannot understand this way of thinking and they do not believe in it. They really seem to feel that anyone who cares about other people, and especially anyone who cares about them, is a fool who gets what they deserve. The sooner we accept that, the safer we'll be. This person is not a child. They're not an animal that has been wounded and doesn't know any better. They're not a romanticized villain in a movie or a TV show. Narcissists are real adults in the real world who understand the difference between right or wrong and are really hurting real people anyway. That's the reality of the situation. Because of their many serious deficits, they don't care or really understand why some things are wrong, but that actually doesn't matter. They know, and knowing is all that's required to be held accountable for their actions. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or you can find them on Amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you're interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you are listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on thelittleshaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is often not understood very well regarding pathologically narcissistic people, and that is that those who are truly pathological have no true self to speak of, not in the way that we think of that phrase. The phrase true self in the context of pathological narcissism is a little bit of a misnomer, and it can create an impression about the structure of the narcissistic personality that doesn't really appear to be correct. To say that a narcissist has a true self can lead to the impression that there is, in fact, a whole and fully formed identity in the narcissistic personality structure, and that this is being intentionally hidden, the way that wearing a Halloween mask intentionally hides a person's true and fully formed face. That's not really what's going on with narcissists, although it's often how it ends up in a way, so I thought we could talk about that for a little while. To be clear, narcissists do wear masks after a fashion, a disguise, so to speak, but that's not really because they're hiding a true self. The disguise is meant to function as a true self. It's not like wearing a mask to hide your true face. In other words, it's more like wearing a mask because you don't have a true face. It's like wearing a mask instead of a face. This is one of the reasons narcissists are such good superficial mimics, for example. When you don't have a true face, it's much easier to put on the face of somebody else. The lack of a stable, cohesive identity in the narcissistic personality structure is what is responsible for this phenomenon. A person's true self is their actual identity, who they really are underneath all of the social and whatever other identities and roles that they inhabit. Most people have a different sort of face that they present publicly. Nothing so drastically different from who they truly are, of course, but most people behave differently, for example, around people they just met versus people they have known for years, or at a public library versus in their own home. It's not about being phony or pretending to be somebody other than you are. It's just that most people need to feel comfortable enough to relax and be more of themselves. Again, most people's public face is not much different from their private face. When there is a big difference, that is when we tend to see more problems in a personality. Why? Because human identity needs to be stable and cohesive in order to function correctly. It isn't supposed to be fragmented and compartmentalized into multiple different parts and personas. If it is, that usually indicates problems with that personality. The more separation that there is here, the more drastic the difference is, the bigger the issues tend to be in that particular personality. An extreme example of this would be dissociative identity disorder, which we used to call multiple personality disorder, where we see multiple separate disconnected personalities in the same body. In the case of pathologically narcissistic personalities, not only are these parts and personas markedly, sometimes significantly separated and different, there is no concrete connecting thread that runs through them that would create cohesion, stability, or any real sense of identity. Narcissists are like water, but not in the Bruce Lee sense of existing in harmony with your environment while still remaining separately and authentically yourself. Narcissists are like water in the sense that they absorb their environment and then mimic whatever is around them in order to try to fit in. They attempt to become the environment because they lack a stable identity. Therefore, they take the shape of whatever container they happen to be in because they have no shape of their own. Because of their constant mimicry and because they often display compartmentalized parts or personas, the Jekyll and Hyde presentation, as we often refer to it here on the show, many people believe narcissists have more than one personality or identity. They think that narcissists have dissociative identity disorder. They don't. In point of fact, they don't even have one real personality or identity, let alone many. But because these parts appear so different from each other, with people often reporting that the narcissist in their lives even looks different during these shifts, it's easy to see why people make that mistake. The reality is that the different parts of a narcissist personality are so compartmentalized from each other that they can appear to be incompatible in the same personality. They're not because of the way pathologically narcissistic personalities are structured, but it can certainly look that way to someone with an integrated personality structure. Barring that assessment, the multiple personality assessment, and because these parts compartmentalize mainly along black and white binaries such as good and bad, people often believe that the narcissist is intentionally hiding their quote bad side and that the quote bad side is actually their true self. The reality is actually both much more complex and much simpler than that. The number one defense mechanism used by narcissists is denial. We see this in virtually all of their behavior in some way. Denial of reality, denial of who they are, denial of who you are, denial of impact, of awareness, of everything. This binary compartmentalization of their quote bad qualities is really just another example of denial. They don't like these things, so they try to psychologically and emotionally ignore them, to banish them. These are not usually actions or anything as concrete as that. These are more things like anger, jealousy, fear, vulnerability, shame, anything they perceive as a negative emotion or state of being that would make them uncomfortable. Because denying things doesn't make them go away, these things, of course, do not stay banished, and because the narcissist ignores, avoids, and denies their existence, they exist completely unchecked. This results in tsunamis of these emotions whenever they come because they've never really been addressed in any way. The narcissist has never learned how to address or regulate them at all. Their response to these things is to ignore and deny them. That's why they tend to deny the existence of these things even when it's really obvious. I'm not angry, as if you somehow misunderstood being screamed at for 4 hours. That's also why these so often show up as uncontrollable rages and tantrums. This person has never learned how to deal with or control them in any way, so they're gigantic. They just take over. Remember, too, that even if the narcissist in your life expresses these things in a cold way versus in a hot way, it's still what it is. Passive aggression is still aggression. Someone who gives you the silent treatment for weeks or tries to destroy your reputation to other people behind your back is acting outrage. Don't ever mistake that for anything else, no matter how it comes out. These things absolutely are aggressions toward other people. Because these negative emotions and things are compartmentalized so completely away from most of the other things in the narcissist's limited framework of understanding about themselves, whenever these things show up, they can be shocking. They transform the narcissist into what seems like a different person. In the face of this tidal wave of emotion, a lot of times whatever limited ability a narcissist might have to engage in rational thinking is essentially obliterated. They are pure emotion screaming itself out into your face in some way or another. This is when any person is at the most dangerous, and narcissists are no exception to that, especially because this can not only show up just out of a clear blue sky, but it's showing up in a person who was never even suspected of anything remotely resembling what people are now seeing from them. It's shocking, it's scary, it's confusing. And because it's all of these things and more, we attempt to make sense out of it the only way that we can. Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde cannot possibly be the same person. Simply not possible that these things coexist in the same personality. Therefore, one of them is fake. And why would anybody pretend to be a raving, abusive lunatic? This means the bad side is the true self, right? You would think so, and many people do, but it's only because they are starting with the assumption that there's a whole true identity here in the first place. In people who are truly pathologically narcissistic, there isn't. The reality is that Dr. Jekyll is Mr. Hyde, and neither of them are the narcissist's true self. They are both masks in their own way. The bad side is arguably even less of a real personality than other things that you might see from this person. Often it is literally just raw emotion with a voice. It is the screaming ego of a primitive personality that cannot regulate itself because it's too immature. That's not to say that narcissists are not intentionally hurtful and sneaky and liars and all the rest. They absolutely are. But these things don't indicate an identity. They're just collections of behaviors grouped together in categories of good or bad. The good side of them is what they've cobbled together as an image of who they would like to be or think that they need to be. The bad side is all of their perceived bad qualities, bad experiences, bad emotions locked in a closet that's about to explode open any second because everything in there is so huge and so out of control. Both of these things, the good side and the bad side, exist as a reaction to the fact that this person has no true self. If they had a stable identity, there would not be a need for such strict and rigid compartmentalization in the first place. The fact that they have flaws or negative qualities or negative emotions or negative anything would not be so overwhelming for them. This is why they need narcissistic supply. As we have discussed in other episodes, what's actually being supplied to the narcissist is a self-image, an identity. They see themselves through the eyes of other people, and this is how they're able to experience themselves. If they had an identity, if they had a so-called true self in the way that we mean that when we say it, they would not need that reflection from other people. That's why they need supply and why their personality generally experiences collapse if they can't get it. Without some kind of identity, a human personality cannot function. Your identity grounds you in reality, in the world. Imagine if you woke up and you didn't know who or what you were. How scary would that be? What would life feel like? Now imagine that you're in that state all the time for your entire life. You have never known who you are because there is no you. All you have are the things other people think or say that you are. You only exist as an image in other people's minds. If that were true, you would be looking for yourself in the face of every person that you see. And that's what narcissists are doing. This is something that we see in very small children. They have no real self-concept or identity, and they have no ability to create any self-worth. They rely solely on input and reflections from caregivers to form these things. If the caregiver is loving and treats the baby as if the baby is very important, if they give a reflection that the baby is good, for lack of a better word, the baby starts to form a positive image and opinion of itself. If a caregiver is inconsistent or even neglectful and abusive, if they treat the baby, if the reflection they give is that the baby is not important, the baby does not matter, as if the baby is, quote, bad, again, for lack of a better word, the baby starts to form a negative image and opinion of itself. This is exactly what narcissistic supply does for adults who are pathologically narcissistic. Their self-concept and self-worth is completely reliant on external input, on input from other people. This is why not receiving the reflection that they're looking for is so traumatizing for them, and why it results in the reactions that it does. This is why they're willing to harm or betray people in order to get that. For example, if your narcissistic significant other does not like the reflection of themselves that they're getting from you because of the way that they have treated you and the way that you now see them, they may very well go somewhere else to find a better one. This could be done by finding another person to flirt with or sleep with so that they can see themselves as a good, desirable person through somebody else's eyes. Or it could be accomplished by telling other people that you are actually the abuser or the whatever so that they can see themselves as the victim through another person's eyes. That is what all of this is about, how they need to see themselves. You are being used here, and so is anybody else who gets dragged into it. In the absence of a true self or an identity, narcissists have an idealized image of themselves instead. And narcissistic supply is about finding people who can be convinced to believe in that image enough that they will behave toward the narcissist as if it's real. Then the narcissist can believe in it too. Then they can live it. It's very simple. The narcissist has a false image of themselves in their mind. It's not an actual identity, but it functions in a similar way because it's the way that they need to see themselves in the world in order for their fragile house of cards type of self-reference framework to function. It starts with that one-dimensional identity image. I am this, therefore this and this and this are true. For example, I'm a victim, therefore nothing is my fault, and I will always be the priority for everybody. Or I'm a genius, therefore I'm never wrong and other people will always defer to me. This one-dimensional image and the usually stereotypical role that accompanies that is the linchpin which holds all this other stuff together. It is the narcissist's global justification, and it's the only lens through which they can really understand the world, which highlights quite a few humongous problems right there, by the way. But it's not enough to just say these things. Anybody can say that they're anything. There has to be some kind of validation that this is actually true. Otherwise, it's just not. Since narcissists cannot actually be the thing that they think they need to be with any consistency or stability, that's where you come in. You and all the other people that a narcissist interacts with. When you react to this image as if it's real, when you interact with the narcissist as if this false image is really who they are, when you validate that they actually are a victim or a genius or whatever, you make that image real for them. You are reflecting back to them this false idealized image of themselves. Now it's not just a false idealized image. Now this is who they really are because someone believes it. Someone interacts with them as if it's a fact, as if that's who they really are. Finally now, everything makes sense for them and everything lines up the way that they need it to line up. Validating that false image, in turn, automatically validates all of the other things that that false image means to the narcissist. I am this, therefore this and this and this are going to happen or are true. This validated false identity makes narcissists feel as grounded as they ever can feel. And in that way, it functions in place of an actual identity. It doesn't function very well at all, but it's the best they can do. And even though it always fails eventually, they can live in this space for a time and feel almost stabilized, almost normal. This is partly the reason why they can seem to be doing so well when they have a new relationship or a new job or they move somewhere and they don't know anybody. They often seem to be functioning very well in those situations at first. This is the crux of what they're trying to do, and they seem incapable of understanding that imagining or wishing or even pretending to be something can only go so far. If you're really not that thing, people are going to figure that out. This cannot be prevented. From afar, maybe, people can be fooled, but up close, a person wearing a disguise just looks like a person wearing a disguise. They don't fool anybody. If narcissists just remain at a superficial arm's length, they may be somewhat successful at fooling others into believing the idealized image into reality, but they generally can't do that because most of them are so enamored by their own false identity, the victim, the genius, the martyr, the hero, that they want validation of that all the time. They want to live their dream identity. They have to come closer and closer and closer and get more and more and more until now the jig is up. Now you can see them up close, which means that you can see they are not who you thought they were. Like in the story of Icarus, who flew too close to the sun on wings of wax and fell into the ocean and drowned. The narcissist is so entranced by the supply, the reflection they are receiving, that validates, essentially creates this idealized identity that they overreach, eventually exposing themselves and basically destroying the illusion that they want to live with their own childish greediness. This will happen to them over and over and over again with different people and in different scenarios, because their lack of a true self drives them to seek identity through other people in this way. It always falls apart because it's false. It isn't enough to just make people believe something initially. Belief does not make things real. You can believe that you have $1 million in the bank. That doesn't make it real. Because this is not a real identity, and because this person does not have one, the whole production is doomed from the start. It's doomed from the very beginning. Once people see through the facade, narcissists feel extremely, even brutally betrayed by that. They thought they finally found somebody who would never let them down in this way, and now here you come, you did it anyway. There is no ability on their part to understand this is all their own fault, it's all their own doing. Ironically, they might even call you a liar or a phony, insisting that you misrepresented yourself or that you tricked them somehow. What has actually happened is that when you saw what they needed you to see, you were perfect in their eyes because their image was perfect in yours. Now you see them differently, and they can't tolerate the reflection of themselves. It's traumatizing and excruciatingly painful. Once again, they can't see themselves. Once again, they have to fight against the terrible, horrible, negative emotions that are just waiting in the wings, or worse, the truth of what they really are. Now you're a betrayer. Now you're the enemy. Only the most evil or cruel or stupid or careless or whatever person on the planet would do something like that. The reality is, they've done it to themselves. The absurd caricatures that most narcissists create as identity roles for themselves are so one-dimensional and binary that nobody could ever live up to that in real life. People are multifaceted and multidimensional. Even narcissists are multifaceted and multidimensional. But because they cannot integrate all of these things together in a cohesive image of themselves, this is what you get. A stilted, stereotypified, shallow, one-dimensional persona that operates along one directive or storyline and can't stand up to any scrutiny at all. Sometimes people ask, well, but why do all that? Why don't they just be the person that they think they need to be? And first of all, of course, the answer is because they're just not. But also, identity is not just about doing. Identity is about being. They try to do the doing, and it doesn't work, because they can't do the being. They lack the ability to really be anyone. To put it very simply, it's kind of like asking a person without a car why they're taking the bus when they could just drive, or asking why a person with nowhere to live doesn't just go home. They don't because they can't. They would if they could, but they can't, so they have to do this instead. It's not a real identity. There are background bit part characters in second-rate TV shows that have more depth and development than these binary one-dimensional persona images have, but it's the best they can do. It's important to remember, too, that even though in many ways the deceit here is intentional, it's also inherent to the process. In other words, this phenomenon is not something that narcissists are doing just because they want to do it. They do it because this is what their mind has to do in order to function, because it doesn't have an actual identity. There is no true self. It has to try to find or make one somehow, and that's what this is. It's just as automatic as the way that your mind works. Us being able to understand or explain it to each other doesn't mean that narcissists learned it somewhere or they're putting out this step-by-step intentional program. This is just what they do. It's just how they work. And don't forget, you're not the only person they're trying to deceive. You're actually not even the main target of the deception here. The person who needs to believe in the false image of the narcissist is the narcissist. You're just a tool that they're using to be able to do that, a prop that makes the performance more believable. Your part here is important, but relatively speaking, it's pretty small. This is about them. you don't really matter very much at all in this equation. They could get the same thing from anybody. And really, once you get to know them even slightly better, once you start to see them even slightly more realistically, you actually cease to be a source of what they really need. The image of them in your mind is now tarnished. Therefore, the way that they see themselves through your eyes is tarnished, and it cannot recover because you will never actually believe in that one-dimensional persona again. Ever. It's done. For people with actual true selves, it's normal and healthy to get to know people better, to see more dimension to them, to get past any idealization to who they really are. For relationships with narcissists, this is a disaster because there's nothing else there. The closer you look, the less you see. It's just so hard to believe that a lot of times people don't recognize it, even though it's actually blatant and almost like in your face. It's difficult for people to understand this level of fundamental deception. Most people understand lying, of course, but it's hard to understand an entire person being a lie, being a deception. Like, how can that be? This is part of why people often talk about, for example, seeing behind the mask of the narcissist. They want to believe that they saw something real. But did they? Can you see something real in an image where nothing is real? If you see behind a mask, but all you saw was another mask, does that actually count for anything? Does it mean anything at all? People want to believe that there is a true self there because the alternative is that there's really nothing there at all. This can be hard for people to take, but it's important to understand because it helps us see what this really is. This person, whoever you think they are, is not really there. In many ways, the image you have of them in your head is all there really is to them as far as your relationship with them is concerned. That's why in different relationships, they can seem like a different person. A different image of them in someone else's head is now at play. If you don't believe that, push all of your images and projections aside and just look. Just listen. Observe them objectively and see what you find. How much depth, how much dimension, how much authenticity, how much originality, how much anything do you actually see? The pathologically narcissistic personality is not a whole and complete person in many respects. This person is essentially a cluster of intense emotions and fantasies that never concretize into anything real beyond that. It is you who has arranged them into something tangible. It is you who has believed them into something concrete. Stop doing that. Stop projecting. Stop filling in the gaps. Stop expecting to see this or that. Stop looking for such and such. Just stop all of that and really look at what's actually there. You'll see it. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, through Skype, and through Zoom. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one about this or anything else, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, and there are more on the way, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or you can find them on Amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on TheLittleShaman.com. Just type that address in. It will take you directly to the YouTube channel. Today's episode is brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that every person dealing with a pathologically narcissistic personality needs to understand, the most important thing to understand, and that is that narcissists need to win at all costs. This sounds obvious, maybe even trite, but it should not be overlooked. In point of fact, it cannot be overstated. Narcissists need to win every situation with every person every single time. This includes conversations, it includes relationships, it includes jobs, it includes who gets to the traffic light first. It includes every single situation they are in for every single moment of their entire life. Anything can and will be a casualty of this mindset if it gets in the way. That means you, your relationship, your family, your children, a home, a job, anything, including themselves. This is not a person who values these things, and certainly they do not value them over winning. Nothing is valued over the need to win. Even to say they need to win is an almost gruesome understatement. It makes it sound like this is just some egotistical quirk when it is so much more than that, so much more fundamental and important to their psychological framework than just that. It's not just winning. It's survival, it's validation, it's existence. It's not just the validation of being right. Again, this is much too hollow of a phrase, however true it might be in definition. Unfortunately, language has connotations that can transmit a meaning that's independent of the actual definition of the words that we're using. To say narcissists need to win is functionally accurate. It's the best, most accurate way to communicate what needs to be explained here, but it almost seems dismissive or to minimize the gravity of the situation. Maybe that's because in most situations where you hear those words, this is not what they mean. To understand the true meaning of what we're saying here, we need to understand the way that narcissistic pathology operates. They can only exist in contrast or comparison to other people and things. That's why, for example, narcissistic personalities will so often tell you what they are not instead of what they are. This is easier for them because to say what you are requires you to define yourself independently as a solo, sovereign, independent thing. But to say what you're not only requires you to bounce off of something else that's already defined. For example, I'm not a bad guy, or I'm not a liar. This phenomenon is especially noticeable when they are refuting something that they've not been accused of, such as when they're saying that they're not a liar when nobody said that they were. Or they take something that they know is considered universally bad, or that a person has specifically pointed out as negative or harmful, and present and position themselves opposite of it, as we see in what's called virtue signaling. Of course, not everyone who engages in these things is a narcissist, but we very often find that narcissists engage in these things either exclusively or much more often than not. It's their way of defining themselves when they actually have no real definition. I can't tell you what I am, but I will tell you what I'm not. This is what serves as an identity because they don't actually have one. So because of this black and white contrast comparison way of operating, every single person in the world is viewed in either the one up or one down position in regard to the narcissists themselves. They're either better than you or you're better than them, period. You're either +1 or you're -1. This is a required framework in order to create the comparisons that are necessary for the self-definition, as we just discussed. They're either better and the winner, or they're worse and they're the loser. That's it. It's no more complicated than that, and its very simplicity is what makes it so dangerous. Part of this is because, in a very real way, it's too simple. Life is not black and white like that. Certainly, people are not black and white like that. To reduce them to black and white requires an almost delusional level of ignorance of reality. Anyone who has dealt with a narcissist knows that is what you run into over and over and over again. Delusional levels of ignorance of reality. Narcissists don't have the processing ability or emotional maturity to understand whole object relations, which is what we're talking about. They can't understand that a person can have both good and bad qualities, or that a good person might do a bad or a hurtful thing, or that a bad person might do a good thing, or that even careful people can make mistakes. It's like a kid. We often hear that narcissists require perfection, and that is accurate language to use based on our understanding of that word. But the reality is more that one bad thing destroys every good thing. It's not about perfection per se, even though that's how it plays out functionally, because if you make one mistake, that's it. But it's more about their inability to understand or process whole object relations. They are so arrested in their emotional development that they can't understand it in any real way. They might say they do. They might say, oh, I don't expect anybody to be perfect, or I understand people make mistakes, but their actions prove that this is not really true. This one up, one down positioning results in what's called a zero-sum game. Because they cannot define themselves except using the already existing definitions of others, and for other reasons, narcissists cannot create or sustain anything of their own. Everything is reactionary, which means they can only win if the other person lost. If they lose, it's because somebody else won. This is not the kind of person who can understand that, for example, there doesn't always have to be a winner and a loser, because for them there does. If they did not win, they lost. And if they lost, then you won. That makes you their opponent, their enemy. It's as simple and as brutal and stupid as that. Narcissists are not so different from just about everybody else in the world, in the sense that they believe everybody else operates the same way that they do. They think that you see it the way they see it. They think, therefore, that you're laughing at them and gloating because you won, and more importantly, because they lost. You probably don't even realize there was a competition, let alone that you somehow won, but they do, and they will burn with resentment over that. It can be hard to understand the stakes in these awful, terrible, stupid games, because what winning means to narcissists in any given situation or at any given moment is very often not what it would mean to other people. They see stakes and competition in situations where nobody else does, which is one of the reasons it's so hard, for example, not to upset them. You would legitimately have to be able to read their minds to succeed here, and you can't do that. So there's no way to avoid them feeling as though you've shown them up, or you've beaten them at something, or you've made them look stupid somehow, or otherwise somehow embarrassed them. All of those things, and many, many, many more, are considered losing. Again, this cannot be overstated. Any relationship you try to have with any narcissistic personality is going to be poisoned in this same way. You can either get out of the way or you can get run over, but you can't be in the situation and think that you just won't play their game. It does not work like that. It's like standing on a baseball field while the game is going on and insisting that even though you're standing there, you're not playing. Someone's going to throw the ball to you, and if you don't catch it, you're going to get hit with it repeatedly until you get off the field. Or being in a car when somebody else is driving and insisting that you're not going where they're going. Well, yes, you are. You can either get out of the car or you can go where they're going. Those are your choices. You can't sit in the car with them driving along but just keep saying that you're not going. You are. Any interaction you have with this person is going to end up the same way, because it doesn't matter whether you're playing or not. They are. And that's the dynamic that you're going to be forced into, whether you agree with it or not. It's like if you were trying to talk to somebody and all they did was recite lines from Titanic. It doesn't matter what you say, you cannot have a conversation. The reason that narcissists do this is because they have to. To win is to succeed, to survive, to be a worthy person, worthy of life, worthy of air and food and space, and right, to be validated as having an identity and a self, to be validated as being, as existing. To lose is to not get any of these things. They only exist as reflections in the eyes of other people, remember. Therefore, to not secure these things is just not an option. The importance of this to the way the narcissistic personality structure functions is often not understood very well by people. So, to put it very simply, we can say this. The human personality functions like a wheel, with spokes radiating outward from a hub in the middle of a wheel, if you think of like a bike tire. A person's identity is that hub. It's the thing in the middle that all the spokes are sticking out of. Narcissists just have a bunch of spokes floating around trying to be a wheel with nothing to hold them in place. Without a hub, a wheel cannot function. In the absence of a hub, narcissists have to constantly attempt to try to project one into that empty space. That is what narcissistic supply does, and therefore why winning is so important, because winning converts into narcissistic supply. The supply of their ego, their sense of self. This is who I am. This is what I am. It validates that the hub is there and that it's real. Because it's actually not either one of these things, it's not there and it's not real, even one loss, one invalidation can destroy the entire thing. It works like this. The hub is the core premise, such as in a narcissist, I am the good guy, I am the victim. All of the spokes radiating out from it rely on this particular hub to be validated so that the wheel can turn. The spokes are all the things that make up the rest of the narcissist's personality, whatever that is. Their justifications, their fears, their entitlements, whatever. If something happens that invalidates the hub, it disappears because it's not actually real. The only thing keeping it in place and making it seem real are the reflections from other people. Something happens to screw that up, it's gone. You can see what would happen if that were to be allowed to occur. All the spokes fall. When this happens in the human personality, for anybody, the results can be catastrophic. It can lead to actual death, often by suicide, but also through things like super extreme risk-taking behavior, substance abuse, lots of other things. Narcissists generally don't know that that's what's happening, but they know how they feel. And how they feel is destabilized and terrified. So they just don't allow it. They fight and they argue and they lie and they gaslight and they blame and they shame and they ghost and they run away and they latch on to whoever else is there. Whatever else they have to do in order to preserve that image as the hub. And that's all it is. It's just an image. This is not an image at the hub. The image is not on the hub. The image is the hub. Just a flickering hologram of who this person wishes they were or think they need to be. It's a reflection created in the minds of other people that the narcissist is attempting to convert into a definition of themselves so that they can exist. This is why reality is perceived as an aggression by narcissists. It literally threatens their existence. It threatens that hub, and without that hub, we all fall down. When we understand that, we can see why winning is so important in the context that we're talking about here, and the futility of even bothering to try to engage with this type of person. They are required to see you as an opponent that they need to beat. And if they can't do that, if they can't beat you, and many of them cannot, they then see you as an enemy who has beaten them, which automatic resentment, automatic competition, automatic anger. You're never going to get through. And it doesn't matter how hard you try or how much you care about them or how strongly reality is on your side. Reality is on your side. It doesn't matter. They will literally die if they listen to you. If you're dealing with a narcissist in any capacity, you have very likely seen this behavior for yourself many times. They always have to be right. They always have to be first. They always have to be on top somehow. Or, to put it more accurately, perhaps, they can't be wrong. They can't be last. They can't be beneath other people. Because remember, it's not about what they are. It's about what they're not. It's not that they're right. It's that they're not wrong. The key to dealing with narcissists without going crazy is remembering this, because it's not going to change. When I speak to clients, sometimes they'll say things like, well, the narcissist in my life owes me $20,000, or they have my collection of commemorative Princess Diana plates. How do I get those things back? And I always ask them the same question. How bad do you need it? Because if you need it, then you need it, and it is what it is. But if you don't, it might be worth considering just letting it go. It's almost never worth the battle, and it rarely goes well, even if you feel like you won in the end. It's a bad position to be in to want something from a narcissist, and it's an even worse position to be in to need something from a narcissist. In order to win, they have to not give it to you. You see how this goes. Pick your battles. These are people who will spend $10,000 to get back $200. They will destroy everybody and everything, including themselves, in order to be able to believe that they're the winner. Let them think they won. Who cares? They don't live in reality anyway. It's not worth it most of the time. When your ego gets involved in these situations, is almost always a recipe for disaster. Their ego is completely dysfunctional and has no limits. It's not worth it. You won by getting away from this person, not having to deal with them in the same way anymore. And nothing they say or they do takes that away, no matter what. No matter how they pretend, no matter what they put out there, it doesn't matter. That's the truth. Even if they were the ones who ended the entanglement, you still won. That's the reality. Regardless of how it feels, regardless of like what our egos might try to tell us, it doesn't matter. The truth is you won when you got away from this person, or when you don't have to deal with them in the same way anymore. Point blank, period. That's the truth. You won your self-respect, your well-being, your freedom, your reality, your sanity. Those things are worth more than anything else. That is what matters. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one about this or anything else, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up any or all of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or find them on Amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on TheLittleShaman.com. Just type that address in. It will take you directly to the YouTube channel. The Meditations and More podcast is brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on thelittleshaman.com. Just type in that address and it'll take you right to the YouTube channel. Today's episode is brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that virtually all people dealing with narcissists experience, and that is feeling or being told that you are asking for too much. Relationships are supposed to be equal, give and take. Each person does both so that no one ends up carrying or doing too much or not enough. This is how relationships stay healthy and don't veer into codependent territory where one or both people are taking responsibility for things that are not theirs. Some examples of that would be, I'm responsible for my stuff and yours. You are responsible for my stuff and yours. I'm responsible for your stuff and you're responsible for mine. The healthy dynamic here would be, I'm responsible for my stuff, you're responsible for your stuff, and we can support each other in doing that. Stuff in this context would be things like emotions, self-regulation, reactions, choices, thoughts, feelings, beliefs, and anything else of their own that a person is responsible for. Relationships with narcissists tend to involve codependency because narcissists require other people to be responsible for their stuff. The dynamic here tends to be, you are responsible for both my stuff and yours, and I'm essentially responsible for nothing. The way this typically ends up is that asking narcissists for even basic things is considered unreasonable to them. For example, asking them to take responsibility for their own reactions or feelings is considered unfair and even abusive to many narcissists. These things aren't their responsibility as far as they see it. They have no input or control over anything in life, so asking them to control or take responsibility for stuff feels unreasonable. It feels like blame. This tends to trigger shame and rage in them, which of course makes the problem much worse than it ever needed to be. This is related to the power and control dynamics inherent to these relationships as well. Narcissists feel powerless over themselves and their lives. They have an extreme external locus of control, which causes them to feel like things or people outside of themselves are controlling them and controlling how they feel, controlling how they're reacting. This, in turn, causes them to try to control everything around them to try to compensate for that. That includes other people specifically, who have much more power and influence over the narcissist than they might actually realize. So not only is a narcissist's refusal to take responsibility for their own stuff an automatic response due to an external locus of control, it's also an emotional reaction to feeling powerless over their environment. They have to oppose, to disagree, to withhold, to refuse, everything. To submit is to lose, and to lose is to be erased. If they do what you ask, if they agree with what you're saying, if they even listen and consider what you're saying, they lose. And they lose much more than just the argument. For narcissists, to lose in this way is akin to being erased in many cases. Their identities can be so fragile and so unstable that to give in even an inch on any point is experienced as deeply destabilizing and threatening to them. That's losing power. They feel like they're being swallowed up by the other person's identity and that they're not going to exist anymore. So they fight back hard. They need to find that feeling that they're not powerless, that they're not non-existent. They do this by refusing to bend even a little bit for as long as they possibly can. This is why such small things are given such high stakes. This is a person who can feel demeaned, belittled, and controlled by you asking them to hand you something because it's closer to them. They are that fragile and that obsessed with power and power dynamics. They may secretly seethe with rage over these kinds of things, filled with indignation at being treated like your slave, while you have no idea that anything is even wrong because you're just a normal person doing a normal thing with no bad intentions and often no real intentions at all. What kind of intentions are there behind, hey, can you hand me my coffee, please? Many narcissists engage in people-pleasing types of behaviors as well, where they insist on doing for others because they want to be perceived a certain way and or they feel like this is what they have to do in order to have worth or to be accepted or to be tolerated. Then they rage about all the things that they're expected to do or how they're being taken advantage of by other people, none of whom expected or asked the narcissist to do any of the things that they're complaining about. This type of thing can even turn into a caretaking type of situation where the narcissist expects you to just somehow know that they don't really want to do something and stop them even though they're insisting. It's very frustrating for people because if they do try to stop the narcissist from doing things that they say make them feel taken advantage of, the narcissist gets angry about that as well, feeling controlled by that or even guilty for not doing it, which of course is then blamed on the other person. You're trying to make me feel bad. It's not just narcissists who engage in people-pleasing behavior, of course. Codependent types of behaviors and dynamics are extremely common. However, with narcissists, it tends to be so much more toxic and damaging because it's so extreme. This is, again, an example of these dynamics where other people are expected to be responsible for the narcissist stuff. They said they wanted to do the thing, everything's fine, they like doing the thing, whatever, but then it turns out that that's completely false. And it's all your fault because you should have known, despite what they told you, despite the fact that you asked them, despite the fact that they insisted. That is very toxic because this person is saying to you, don't listen to my words, read my mind and make the decision for me in spite of what I'm telling you. Stop me from doing the things that I say I want to do. In other words, control me. But as soon as you do that, you get called controlling. That is, of course, a ridiculous expectation for any adult to have of other adults. But anybody dealing with narcissists knows their expectations are almost always unreasonable and unfair. This also makes them feel even more powerless. Just like anyone else struggling with codependent types of relating, they feel unable to say no or refrain from engaging in the behaviors that are resulting in them feeling taken advantage of. But the difference is they blame that on you. You're controlling them. You're making them feel that way because this is what you require of them and this is what you expect of them. You are doing all of this. It's all you, which leads to more rage, more shame, more conflicts, more problems. In people who are not pathologically narcissistic, this type of codependent dynamic can lead to resentment or feeling that you're being taken advantage of, but in normal proportions, and more often than not, it leads to an eventual understanding of the person's own role in the situation. In people who are pathologically narcissistic, it leads to almost psychotic levels of rage and injustice, and feeling horrifically abused and blaming the other person for all of this. There's no way to stop this from happening because this person's expectations of you, of themselves, of any type of relationship are completely unrealistic. The entire thing is a power struggle in which they feel dominated, controlled, and overlooked no matter what you do, and no matter what anybody does. It's just how it is. The only way they don't feel that way is by dominating and controlling you, by overlooking you, by treating you as if you don't matter. There's no equality here. It's one up, one down. These positions might shift, but they never balance. If you're up, they're down. If they're up, you're down. And they're not just down if they're down. You are pushing them down so that you can be up. The whole relationship is a competition that they're trying to win. You're not a partner or a family member. You're an opponent. You're an adversary. You're an enemy. Due to the way these personalities function, there's really no chance of ever being anything else. Somebody will always be one up, someone will always be one down. This is the way they see it. And due to their external locus of control and their narcissistic defense mechanisms, when the narcissist is one down, that's perceived to be your fault. On top of all of these things, any of which would be enough all by itself to make the situation impossible, narcissists have nothing to give. So asking them for anything feels like too much for them. All people need people. Narcissists are not different in that regard, but their needs are somewhat specific and somewhat extreme. They require others to give them constant feedback in order to regulate themselves. This is how they regulate their emotions, how they regulate their self-image and their identity. It's how they're able to see and experience themselves. They need other people in a way that other adult human beings typically don't. This is a matter of survival for them because a personality that doesn't have a stable identity and no way to regulate itself will self-destruct. The problem is, this person's only real ability in terms of survival in this context is to mimic other people to make it look like they have things to give or contribute to relationships. In reality, they don't. There is some kind of developmental hiccup in these personalities that causes them to become stuck at a stage of development where reciprocal relationships are just not possible, like a baby who can do nothing but take and take and take. There seems to be no ability in pathologically narcissistic personalities to understand others as separate, sovereign individuals who exist outside of how they relate to the narcissist. They are understood and conceptualized only as far as how they affect or impact the narcissistic personality. Kind of like how kids are always so shocked to see their teachers somewhere outside of school. To see the teacher outside of school is shocking because the child does not understand the teacher as an actual person in her own right. She's my teacher. That's what she does. That's all she does because this is the only lens through which I can understand her existence, how it relates to me. Anything else does not occur to a kid. This is why narcissists don't seem to care about what's going on in your life or your feelings or your needs. They don't. Any more than a baby lays there and thinks, well, mom's really tired. I should give her a break on the crying today. I'm only going to cry if I really need something. Babies don't think that. There's no thought given to that at all, and no real ability to even understand it. It's not part of the situation from their position. Expecting empathy from a baby would be ridiculous, and expecting it from narcissists is just as ridiculous for pretty much the same reason. People cannot give you what they don't have, and they're not going to behave in ways that require things they have no capability to do. It's important to remember this is not just a behavioral issue. A person cannot have considerate empathic behavior if there's nothing in their brain telling them to consider and empathize with you. They could ostensibly try, but first of all, why would they? And second of all, they'll fail because their default is not to do that. They would have to consciously try to remember to do that every single second of every single day. To expect them to do that is just not realistic. A person with no nose cannot smell the milk to tell you if it's sour. Expecting them to do that would be pointless as well as frustrating for both of you. To take this analogy a step further, imagine if they didn't realize they had no nose. So they try to smell the milk, and every time they tell you the milk's not sour, it actually is, and you drink it. This is what happens with narcissists. You're dealing with someone who doesn't realize what they're lacking. They think that you're lying that the milk is spoiled because to them it seems fine. That's the relationship. They feel that you're asking for too much because they don't realize their own deficits. They can't see them. There's really no way to make them understand this. From where they're sitting, the milk seems fine. Of course it does. They have no way to tell that it's not fine. And so around and around it goes, with both people getting more and more and more frustrated. The reality is, if you are expecting empathy, consideration, compassion, and respect from a narcissist, you are asking for too much, at least in this situation. This person has no understanding of these things and no ability to give them to you. It's just not part of their programming. They might talk about these things, especially regarding themselves, but try asking them to define in their own words what these things actually are, what they look like in a relationship. You might be surprised by the answer if you even get one. When we can understand the realities of these situations, we can adjust our expectations accordingly. We should not lower our standards. Requiring empathy, compassion, consideration, respect, and many other things in any relationship should not be negotiable. However, our expectations need to fit the individual situation. If someone demonstrates a lack of caring or ability to meet these bare minimum standards, you shouldn't keep expecting them to do so just because you want them to, or because they say that one day they will. The reality is you're not asking for too much. You're asking the wrong person. At a certain point, we have to realize that a person's actions mean more than their words. Even a cannibal can learn to recite the Apostles' Creed. Anybody can say anything. I can teach a parrot to say the Gettysburg Address. That don't make him Abraham Lincoln. It doesn't make him anything except smart enough to have learned to say what I want him to say in order to get what he wants. That's how this works. It's as simple as that. Reality is not always comfortable or fair. Sometimes we have to face things that are hurtful. Sometimes we have to face the realization that we're not going to get what we wanted or what we felt like we deserve. And that sucks. It's painful. It's uncomfortable. But that's life. Life is not fair, and going around trying to force it to be fair according to our standards is often much more painful and stressful than accepting the way things are. Look at narcissists. They're a perfect example of what trying to do that does to people, of what happens to someone when they cannot accept and adapt to reality. It will drive you crazy, and for what? It doesn't even work anyway. You cannot make the world function according to your rules. This doesn't mean we shouldn't fight against real injustice. It means that we should learn when it's a bigger injustice to ourselves to not let something go. Sometimes it's worth it, and sometimes it's really, really not. Fighting against true injustice is worth it. Fighting to avenge our ego is not. If we can learn to take the loss and learn from it, we will be much happier in the long run. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one about this or anything else, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that, or find them on amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you are interested in seeing what's running this month, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on thelittleshaman.com. Just type that in. It'll take you right to the YouTube channel. Today's episode is brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. You are listening here on the LittleShaman.com. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is very important to understand when you're dealing with narcissists in any way and toxic people in general, and that is that you need to stop pretending. Relationships with narcissists are an illusion. That's why gaslighting is such a big problem in these situations. The reality people are told or think they are living in does not match their actuality, their lived experience. This is extremely destabilizing for people because our brains rely on the input they get from our eyes and our ears to tell us what is what in the world. If this information is not reliable, and when you're dealing with someone who is not who they pretend to be, it's not reliable, this can cause all kinds of problems, mentally, emotionally, even physically. People can become totally confused about reality and what's actually going on. This illusion is mostly owed to the narcissist, at least initially. They 100% absolutely pretend to be something that they're not. And many of them are quite good at performing this illusion superficially. It is a performance, and like all performances, it can be seen through if one looks closely, but who really does that? Who looks at someone and says, now we're going to evaluate all the things that you're doing and saying down to the microscopic granular level to see if they match up with how a person would behave if they really felt this way and they really were who they say they are. For most people, that's not how they operate. They believe what their eyes and ears tell them because that's how the human brain works. So yes, absolutely, the initial propagating of the illusion is owed mostly to the narcissist. However, the perpetuating of the illusion across time and space is not just the narcissist's doing. It can't be because it's a magic trick, and like all magic tricks, it relies on a team effort. Someone has to create the illusion, yes, but someone else has to witness it. They have to agree with it. They have to believe in it. They have to pick it up and run with it. If no one does that, it can't go anywhere because it has no legs of its own. A narcissist cannot do much with the illusion beyond initially presenting it as a thing. The other person has to give it life by believing in it, by interacting with it as though it's real. It becomes their baby and they rock it. This is important to understand because most people probably don't realize just how much of this is being created and sustained completely and solely by their participation. You are the engine that makes this go. The narcissist has nothing of their own. They can't even see or experience themselves as real except through the perceptions of other people. Your perceptions, your belief in the narcissist and the relationship are what make these things real. Without that, there's nothing there. This might sound extreme or dramatic, but I promise you, if you take your participation and your belief out of the equation and you just look at what's left, you will see that this is true. If you take your belief in who the true narcissist pretends to be out, you can see what they really are, and what they are is nothing. There's nothing there. This person is a shadow of a reflection of a ghost. Many people find this sad, and it is, but there's nothing you or anybody else can do about that. It is what it is. The issue for us then is not with initially believing in the illusion. That is natural. That's normal. The problem for us as the other person or people in these relationships and situations is that we eventually see through the illusion. And often this does not even take that long at all. But we then spend an inordinate amount of time refusing to accept what we see. This is natural too, to a point, but only to a point. After a certain point, it becomes a refusal. It becomes denial because we don't want to accept what reality is telling us about this person or this relationship. That's understandable, but it's not an excuse, and we're not going to be given a pass because of that. In life, we have to face things that are hard, and nobody is an exception to that. Nobody is given a pass on that, and if we try to take one, we're only going to end up hurting ourselves. Denial has no impact on reality at all. If we ignore lights and sirens, for example, something bad usually happens. We can deny that our car is low on gas all we want. We can refuse to believe that. It will still run out of gas and leave us stranded if we don't do something about it, because denying something does not stop it from being true. It has no effect whatsoever. It only affects you and your ability to deal with stuff. This holds true for people in relationships too. You can repaint somebody after they show you their true colors all you want. It doesn't change them or their behavior or the relationship at all. Your desire for someone to be a good, kind, decent, fair person does not make them one. Any more than, for example, the narcissist's desire for you to be an evil villain or a total idiot or whatever else makes you one. One of the biggest reasons a narcissist's behavior is so confusing and hard for people to understand is that people are trying to square the behavior with who they want the narcissist to be or wish they were, not who the narcissist really is. When you accept narcissists for who and what they actually are, that part of the confusion goes away. Now it makes perfect sense. The reason they're doing those things is because they're the kind of person that does those kind of things. Life is hard and it's not fair. Things happen that are painful, that are unjust. We cannot try to simply ignore or rewrite reality and expect there to be no repercussions for that. Every action and inaction has some kind of consequence. And since we very often don't get to choose what these consequences are going to be, or if they will be bad or good or fair or whatever or not, the best we can do is be honest with ourselves about what's going on and make our decisions based on that. We cannot control outcomes or other people's actions, but we can always control our own choices. As painful as it is, we need to be honest with ourselves about what's going on and not try to reframe or rewrite reality into something that is easier to deal with. Doing this only hurts you in the end, and it actually often makes things take longer and be much more painful than they would have been if we had simply accepted the truth and dealt with the uncomfortable emotions in the first place. Pretending instead of dealing with reality is harmful. It's a form of self-gaslighting and of intellectual dishonesty with yourself. It also reinforces to yourself that you cannot deal with reality, which makes eventually having to do so even harder and more painful. Some people refuse to ever do so at all, and their lives are excessively difficult and painful because of that. It's always easier to deal with reality as it is, no matter how hard that might be. In the context of relationships with narcissists, pretending in this way is even more harmful because much of the pretending involved in these situations involves taking on roles that are unreasonable or inappropriate that require you to be things that you're not. For example, the parent of another adult, or the villain, the nurse, the therapist, the perfect spouse. Sometimes, as a result of the constant devaluation coming from the narcissist, people even idealize themselves as perfect, having no flaws, doing everything right all the time, never having done anything wrong, responsible for none of their own choices or behavior, of possessing some kind of special quality that other people don't have. None of these things are good for someone to believe because they're not true. No one's perfect. No one has never done anything wrong or hurtful to other people for their entire life. No one is responsible for other adults in the way that these relationships require. No one is the perfect spouse. Trying to pretend that you're something you're not is harmful to your relationship with yourself. It's confusing, it's crazy making, it's exhausting, and it's impossible. You're not something else. You're you. The same goes for pretending the narcissist is something that they are not. They're not a person with minor issues who just needs some kind words or a kick in the pants to get right. They're not a parent. They're not a partner. They're also not a baby. They're not an animal that has been mistreated and now doesn't know any better. This is an adult human being who is being repeatedly told that their terrible behavior is harmful or inappropriate and is refusing to stop because they don't care how it affects the people around them. You cannot make them care about that. You cannot convince them that that should matter. They're not going to suddenly start believing that they shouldn't do these things just because you think they shouldn't do them. Things aren't going to be better when you move or you have a baby or they stop drinking or they get a better job or whenever they get older, when they're already over 30 or 40 or 50. If nothing has made things better yet, then it's likely that nothing ever will. It's only your belief in these future scenarios that makes them seem real. If you take that out of the situation, what you see is that there's nothing here to believe in. The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior, especially when this past behavior demonstrates mindsets and belief systems that are the diametric opposite to the beliefs and mindsets that they would need to have in order to be different. This person makes no effort, takes no initiative, believes in nothing, offers nothing, gives nothing, has nothing. They haven't changed in any real way thus far, except for maybe to get worse as time went on. They are a fearful, unhappy specter living in a mirror that reflects only darkness, an image trapped in a frame that can never get out. This is why we need to stop pretending in these relationships and situations. Without our continued belief, without interacting with this image as if it's real, it falls apart and you see with no filter what it really is, an illusion, and not even a very good one. The narcissist is not going to stop pretending. They are disordered and they cannot accept reality on any terms. But you can, and you need to do that. If for no other reason than to not do so allows the narcissist to win, which means you automatically lose. And losing in this situation has truly dire consequences. Stop pretending things are better than they are. Stop pretending that you think things are going to get better when you really don't. Stop pretending you're happy when you aren't. Stop pretending it's worth it when you know it isn't. Stop pretending that you're something you're not. Stop pretending the narcissist is something that they're not. Just stop pretending. It hurts you, and it's one of the main things keeping this going. Deal with stuff as it is. There's no shame at all in having wanted to believe something, and there's no shame at all in realizing that you were wrong about something. Where shame comes in is trying to pretend to ourselves when we know better. That is when people feel shame because they acted against their own best interest and they know that. You don't have to get stuck in this. There's no reason to feel shame when we learn something. Nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes. Everybody makes wrong choices. Learning from these is what matters. Our job is to make sure that we're not being too stubborn or too afraid to do that. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, through Zoom and Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you're interested in picking up a copy of any of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that or find them on Amazon. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support emails, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, I lived with a monster.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that most people unfortunately experience at least once in relationships with narcissists, and many people experience it repeatedly: the theater of pain. While you may have heard that phrase before, a lot of people might not know what it means. Theater of pain can refer to pain or suffering that is performed or otherwise showcased as entertainment or for the benefit of spectators, such as a situation where someone is forced to participate in or observe pain and suffering. For example, gladiator fights and their modern successors, pro wrestling, MMA, boxing, and other combat sports, are examples of what this phrase refers to. Pain and suffering as a performance for gain of some kind and or for the entertainment or to create some kind of impact on other people. The witnessing of the pain of others as some kind of spectacle or entertainment has been a fixation of humans for a very long time, such as the gladiator fights we just mentioned. Most people find others falling funny, for example, provided that nobody actually got hurt. Empathy generally precludes most people from finding something funny or entertaining when someone genuinely does get injured or hurt somehow. We tend to recoil from people who find humor in legitimate pain or injury. Many times you will actually hear people say to somebody, "Are you okay?" before they laugh, because if somebody really got hurt, then it's not funny. A willingness to participate also plays a part in how people view this as well. Most people are not in favor of some kind of physically dangerous event that people are forced to participate in. When we watch combat sports, for example, we know that the people involved are following rules that will help protect them. But first and foremost, most importantly, we know that they're willing to do it. They are well aware of the risks and they have accepted those. Again, this is reflective of empathy. If someone wants to participate, then most people conclude that there's nothing immoral or wrong about being entertained by the pain and the suffering or watching it as a spectacle. They might not want to do that. They might not want to watch it, but most people don't think it's wrong to do so. In these situations, we are promised that the pain and suffering will be limited and controlled, that there is immediate medical help available, and that the performance will be stopped if it becomes too dangerous. This doesn't always work, of course. Pro wrestlers and boxers have died in the ring. Their opponents are generally not charged with any crime because this was a voluntary exercise where participants are aware that they could be seriously hurt. But what about when someone is not a willing participant? When they do not agree to participate at all in pain and suffering, either their own or the pain and suffering of others? This forced participation is the unfortunate experience of many people dealing with narcissists all over the world. Not only are they forced to endure their own constant pain and suffering when they enter the theater of pain with a narcissist, but many are often forced to witness the purported pain and suffering of the narcissist as well, and to be blamed and then punished for causing it. In the theater of pain with a narcissist, pain is just another weapon. It's just another tool. Typically, it's used as a tool for control and manipulation. The constant refrain of these relationships tends to be, stop doing this and I'll stop hurting you, and or stop doing this because you're hurting me. At no point in time is the other person's pain or suffering actually considered as a real thing. It's simply a thing leveraged as a way to control and manipulate, the way that people use a pry bar on a door that won't open. Over and over again, this same hideous performance is acted out for people to be forced to participate in, either as the one being hurt or the one being accused of causing the hurt, or both, because many times people are told that the reason they or someone else are being mistreated and punished is because they have done something to the narcissist to deserve that or to cause that somehow. This is not the experience of everyone, of course, but many, many narcissists create hugely dramatic emotional scenes. They will kick, scream, cry, engage in behavior that physically hurts themselves and or other people, threaten or even attempt to take their own lives, threaten violence against other people, display weapons. They will also disappear, give the silent treatment for weeks or even longer, freeze people out, refuse to say why they're upset, ghost other people completely. All of these things are extremely emotionally charged and emotionally dramatic for the other person, emotionally traumatic for the other person. And many times people have no idea why it's happening at all. It often happens out of nowhere or is completely out of proportion to anything that has actually occurred. These things tend to cause massive distress for people. It's confusing, it's destabilizing, it's extremely painful and upsetting, and it very often happens over and over again, no matter what people try to do to prevent it. And no matter how people try to prepare for it, the stress that this causes, especially long term, is perhaps not able to be understood by those who have not experienced it. It's barely understood by the people who do experience it. The constant pressure of being told by somebody that you are offending, upsetting, insulting, embarrassing, sabotaging, humiliating, disappointing them, and or whatever else, without ever being able to figure out how or why that's happening and then trying to prevent it but continuously failing, does something to somebody's mind. At first, it's just confusing and really, really hurtful. It's bewildering because you just want to get along with this person and you cannot figure out why it's not possible. If people are told anything about what is causing this, they're told that it's them. This often starts a long and fruitless, pointless journey into trying to correct the things that are supposedly upsetting the narcissist and causing these problems. People change their words, their tone, the way they're talking, the times they're saying things, their body language, their facial expressions, and everything else they could possibly address, only to find that it doesn't help. The narcissist still gets offended and hurt and upset and angry no matter what. It isn't a question of disagreement or moderating your opinions to match theirs. Many people find that the pathologically narcissistic person in their lives gets angry or combative even when you agree with them. They twist things so far out of reality that there's no way to predict or prevent bothering, insulting, offending, or upsetting them because it's not logical. They might get angry, insulted, and offended by things that virtually nobody else would be bothered by. They might insist that words and phrases mean things they don't mean, or that your secret evil motives are making the words mean something else, or your tone, or your body language, or the time of day that you're talking, or any of 1,000 other things that you can never anticipate because they don't make any sense in any version of reality that you or anyone else besides the narcissist are living in. People who have not dealt with narcissists don't understand what this is like. It's maddening. It's crazy making. It's torturous. It's legit insanity. And it leads to frustration on the part of victims who are given often well-meaning but unfortunately useless advice from people such as, well, why don't you just say this? Or why don't you just tell them that? And people are like, I did do that. I did all the things. You're not understanding what I'm telling you. Nothing works. The advice isn't generally meant to be harmful, of course. It's coming from a lack of understanding about the situation, but it can inadvertently reinforce the idea that this is somehow the victim's fault because they're not communicating clearly, or that it's their job to somehow prevent that from happening. After all, if the situation can be resolved by just saying or doing something simple and logical, which the victim already did 400 times, then clearly they're just not doing it right. The problem is, this is not true. Many people have already tried logic and facts. They've already tried all the things that everybody does in those situations. They're asking other people for help because they can't think of what else to do when those things don't work. Because, really, what exactly do you do in that situation? Most people have never come up against a situation where these things don't work, and many probably don't believe there even are situations where that could actually happen, where people just reject logic and discount facts completely out of hand. But there are, and most people are at a loss to deal with it when it happens because, again, what do you do when logic fails? What can you do? The answer is nothing, by the way, just to be clear. You can do nothing when logic and basic communication fail to get through to somebody. Victims are also often trying to do some reality testing on their perception of the situation by seeking input from others, because after being gaslit and turned around so constantly, people start to lose perspective. If somebody else comes along and says, well, you should just say this, or if you tell them that, this will stop, it can not only reinforce the idea that this is the victim's responsibility to fix, but when it doesn't work, because it doesn't work, it can reinforce the idea that the victim is failing at this somehow and is to blame for the problem. This tends to be exactly what narcissists are saying too. So for victims, it can seem like everywhere they turn, they're being told that this is their responsibility, and if it's not being resolved, it's on them. And of course, sometimes people are actually told that verbatim, particularly in narcissistic family systems. Well, but you know how your mother is. You just need to let that go and call her and get over it. Or he's your brother and you need to fix this for the family and for me. The unrelenting pressure of this constant messaging on top of the hurt, confusion, and continuous inability to resolve or even address the situation is incredibly stressful and distressing for people, especially because this isn't always something that just happens sometimes. For so many people dealing with narcissists, this is not episodic in the sense that it happens every few weeks or every few months. This is a daily experience. It happens every day. The misunderstandings, the offended self-righteous lectures, the blame, the shame, the over-the-top emotional performances are every single day for so many people, sometimes multiple times a day. And worst of all, these things often just blow up out of nowhere. There is very often no way to prepare for it or to prevent it from happening once it's ignited either. It's like a fuse being lit on a stack of dynamite, but the fuse is one of those trick birthday candles that's not going out. There is no way to course correct or divert the coming disaster, and no way to get out of the blast radius either. All you can do is just sit there and watch it burn down until it explodes, knowing what's coming and knowing you can't do anything about it because it's already too late. This is a foregone conclusion. That is extremely destabilizing for people. It's like being in a war zone where a bomb can drop on you any second. People cannot relax. They can become extremely stressed out from dealing with this, especially over time. Their bodies become stuck in an activated state where they are always anticipating a threat, always on high alert, making it very, very hard to function on a day-to-day basis. Thinking becomes confused, distracted, foggy, difficult. Physical health suffers enormously under these conditions as well. Everything from hair loss to gastrointestinal upset to autoimmune disorders and much, much more. But the worst part is the pain. The use of the concept of the theater of pain here is not an accident, it's not a coincidence. That is what these relationships are. They are just exercises in and exhibitions of pain. And whether it's your own or the narcissist or somebody else's, you are damaged by it. Witnessing someone else's extreme emotional distress is very stressful and upsetting for people. Worse, being constantly told that you are the one causing that distress is just as upsetting to most people as their own pain, especially when it's someone they care about. That's not an accident. Being constantly told that you are a terrible person who is harming other people, and that's not only why they are in agony, but why they're harming you or other people, is a special kind of hell. Because not only is it painful, not only is your character being unfairly maligned, you are being blamed and punished for something you did not do and you would never do. The frustration and the unfairness and injustice that people feel in these situations is off the charts. Perhaps even worse, it also creates the idea that if you could just make the narcissist understand that they've gotten your intentions and your character wrong, this would all stop. People can become overly invested in proving to the narcissist that they're a good person, a trustworthy person. This can even become an obsession for people, and that's very sad because the reality is that there's no true possibility of it ever happening. People try so hard to do something they have absolutely no chance of ever succeeding at. This is an issue inside of the narcissist. It's their problem. It has nothing to do with anything anybody else is doing or not doing. They are blaming it on you, yes, but if you really had any power over this part of the situation, all the things that you did to resolve it would have worked. For example, if your words really were the issue, changing them would have solved the problem. If your tone really was the problem, changing it would have changed the situation. But none of it worked, and that's all the proof you need that this is not within your ability to change. This person does not trust other people. They are singularly, even delusionally biased in the negative, and they believe that everyone's out to get everybody else. You cannot prove to them that this is not true, because the possibility of that reality does not even exist in their world. They cannot see what you're trying to show them, period. It is what it is. You're trying to describe the color blue to a person who has been blind for their entire life. They have absolutely no frame of reference through which to understand what you're talking about. To them, it just sounds like a fairy tale or a joke. As an aside, people often say that the narcissist's emotional episodes are phony and contrived. Some of them definitely are. Others are definitely not. These are desperately unhappy, confused, miserable people. They are also manipulative, deceitful, power-hungry people. Either way, though, being exposed to this emotional trauma all the time is bad for you, whether it's genuine or not. The impact on you is the same regardless. This is something that's really important to understand. People often want to know how they can tell if it's real or not real, and when is it genuine and when isn't it. The reality is you cannot know, regardless of what anybody might tell you, and spending too much time on trying to figure this out is actually distracting and unhelpful. Because the reality also is, it doesn't even matter. It really doesn't. Whether someone is as cataclysmically dysregulated as many narcissists appear to be, or whether they're just using the appearance of that to manipulate you, it's dangerous and harmful to be exposed to that all the time, regardless. So, just so there's no misunderstanding, let's be very, very clear. Whether it's genuine or not, whether the narcissistic personality can control this behavior or not, does not matter. You cannot help them either way, and it's dangerous to be exposed to this for any length of time. This is not okay. This is an unpopular reality sometimes. Many people will insist that almost anything someone does is understandable or even okay if they have trauma or some kind of trauma-related reason for it. This is bullshit. It is absolutely not true. You have trauma, and it would not be okay for you to behave that way, and it's not okay for anybody else. You're not obligated to deal with someone else's trauma like that. This is their work. This obligatory suffering narrative where people martyr themselves for someone else's pain and problems causes enormous suffering for people. And in the end, everyone finds out the same thing. It didn't even help the narcissist anyway. All it did was create more suffering. Not having boundaries around allowing this kind of behavior in our lives is a mistake. Being exposed to this all the time is harmful. It's dangerous mentally, emotionally, physically. It tends to cause severe anxiety for people. The situation feels unsafe and unstable all the time, which can be extremely, exceedingly stressful. It can cause self doubt, an inability to trust other people or yourself, emotional exhaustion from trying to manage or respond to these constant emotional upheavals and problems and traumas and dramas, erosion of boundaries, emotional dysregulation in yourself. Narcissists are not the only people who can be emotionally dysregulated. Of course, it can happen to anybody. And narcissists actually tend to cause emotional dysregulation in other people as well, which comes as no surprise. How could being exposed to this behavior all the time not cause emotional dysregulation in people? However, most people don't use that as an excuse to avoid accountability for their behavior. They don't go around punishing other people for that or using it as an excuse to treat other people badly. They don't think their feelings are the only thing in any situation that matters. If their behavior or their emotional dysregulation impacts other people, they feel badly about that. They don't want to hurt other people. They would like to address the problem, they want to fix it. Narcissists believe their emotional dysregulation, your emotional dysregulation, everybody's behavior, the entire thing is the other person's responsibility. You caused it, you own it, you fix it. They don't have to do anything because the whole thing is being done to them. They're just reacting to you and what you've done to them. If you don't like that, you shouldn't have done whatever the thing you did that caused them to have a bad feeling. That's it. Their involvement in the whole thing is completely passive, the way that they interpret it. They have not acted, but have been acted upon. They had no choice in anything, and they're not responsible for anything. It's all you. Now, that might sound benign to some people or even sort of silly, like, yeah, they blame everybody else, big whoop. But it's actually really dangerous to interact with people who don't feel responsible for anything they do, especially when they are so dysregulated, like so many narcissists really are. Someone like that could be capable of anything because they don't feel that it's them doing it, or they don't feel as if they have any control over what they're doing. I'm just reacting to you. That's a pretty dangerous mindset for a grown adult to have, especially if they also think other people are actively trying to harm them, which narcissists very often do. These kinds of persecutory delusions, coupled with the absolute certainty that they're not responsible for any of their actions or reactions, creates a very dangerous situation. People who think you're trying to harm them might decide to harm you first, or in, quote, retaliation for something they think that you've done. That's the dynamic with narcissists. Someone is always getting hurt no matter what. Whether it's you or them or somebody else, someone is getting hurt, and you can rest assured that it will always eventually be you because they do not allow insult or injury to go unanswered. The fact that you might not even know what it is they think you've done to them does not matter. The fact that hurting them or insulting them was not your goal doesn't matter either. What matters is that you're not getting away with it. They will make sure of that. To interact with narcissists is to enter into the theater of pain. Yours, theirs, somebody else's. It doesn't even matter because regardless, you will be exposed to constant pain and suffering. And this will work on you. It will work on your mind until it completely changes you. It will be performed for you. It will be performed on you. It will be performed around you. And it does not stop because that's all these personalities know. This is very sad to many people, but it's important to remember there's nothing you can do about it except exit the situation if you don't want to be a part of it. The performance is not really for you anyway in the end. This is a slow motion murder-suicide of a person who is at war with themselves. It's auto-cannibalism, and you don't have to watch it. It's better for you if you don't, because there's nothing you can do to stop it. You can only get sucked into this person's self-destructive vortex as they destroy everything good around them before finally destroying themselves, often literally. No one should be forced to witness that, and you do not have to. They hate you for claiming to care about them, and they will try to destroy you for that if you let them. Don't. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one about this or anything else, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books out for publication, so if you are interested in getting a copy of any or all, you can do that on LittleShaman.org, or you can find them on Amazon.com. I teach workshops, clinics, and more. So if you're interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, ILivedWithAMonster.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something many people are familiar with when dealing with pathologically narcissistic personalities, and that is the silent treatment. The silent treatment is what it's called when a person ignores another person completely. The silent treatment goes beyond refusing to answer questions or relate information. It is not the same as someone legitimately having nothing to say at this moment in time or being overwhelmed and unable to talk right now. The silent treatment is a punitive, meaning punishing, action where someone is ignoring another person completely as if they do not exist. It is used to punish other people and as an attempt to control the situation and or the relationship. Humans need interaction with other humans. Our social needs as individuals might vary, but in general, humans need interaction with other human beings. We need to feel seen and heard, to know that we matter, that we're important, at the very least, that we exist. The silent treatment takes these needs and weaponizes them, withholding fulfillment of them as a way to hurt and punish other people. This is the basis of the silent treatment. I am going to refuse to acknowledge your existence pointedly and in front of you repeatedly because I'm upset with you because you did something wrong to me. The silent treatment is very cruel, but as you may have already realized, it's also very childish. Children use the silent treatment, ostracizing, shunning, and other similar tactics to hurt and punish because they're not yet mature enough to handle their emotions or emotional situations any other way. They're not mature enough, for example, to talk it out or to say to the other person, hey, I don't like that you did that, or that hurt my feelings. They retaliate instead in a passive-aggressive manner, such as with the silent treatment. Because they're not mature enough to have fully developed empathy, they're trying to hurt or affect the other person because of how this is going to make them feel. The impact of this behavior on the other person, how it will actually impact them beyond perhaps a cognitive awareness of this will upset them or they're going to be bothered or they won't like that, is not something that they're focused on at all and are generally not even aware of in any real sense. That's how children are able to be so vicious and cruel to each other. This is exactly what we often see with adult narcissists. Their focus in all situations is how things will impact them, how things will make them feel. Giving the silent treatment, for example, makes them feel powerful. We discussed in the episode of the show called Stop Trying to Outsmart Narcissists how this dynamic is similar to a child holding a toy over a smaller child's head just out of their reach and teasing them by refusing to give it to them. Children will do that until the smaller child starts crying, and then they will laugh at that child for crying. Why? Because empathy is a function of emotional maturity. They are not emotionally mature yet, so all they're focused on is how they feel. There's no consideration for anyone else's feelings at all. This kind of cruel behavior is extremely common among children and among many people who are not emotionally mature enough to have properly functioning empathy, such as pathologically narcissistic personalities. They are focused on how they feel only. I feel mad, so I want to hurt you. I feel weak, so I want to control you. I want to subjugate you. I want to dominate you. I feel controlled, so I want to control you. I feel hurt, so I want to punish you. These are completely self-serving ways of thinking. There is no understanding at all of how these things will impact the other person, and no concern or even acknowledgement that they actually will impact anybody else at all. The other person is simply a frustrating object, a target of the negative emotions, and or a tool to utilize as a way to soothe those negative emotions. The impact any of this has on that person is not understood or recognized. Therefore, it's immaterial. People sometimes have difficulty understanding this. They might say something like, yeah, but if narcissists are enjoying my pain and my suffering, doesn't that prove that they understand the impact on me? No. Your pain and suffering and everything else about you is immaterial. To put it very, very simply, they are enjoying their own feelings, not yours. They are focusing on their own feelings, not yours. This is hard for people with empathy to understand, but that's absolutely all that matters to pathologically narcissistic personalities. The level of disconnect here is extreme. As an analogy to demonstrate, it's somewhat similar to when most of us sit down to a steak or a chicken dinner. We think about how good it tastes and how the spices complement it and how well the sides pair with it, how delicious it looks and it smells. We're not thinking that actually what we are eating was at one point a living, breathing animal that someone literally killed and cut up into pieces so that we could eat it. There is generally a pretty high level of disconnect there for most people. Now, some of that is because in modern culture, people are pretty much completely disconnected from their food and where it comes from. But a large part of it is because we're only focused on our own feelings and our own experiences in that situation. We're not thinking about the experiences or the feelings of whatever the animal that's on our plate. We're only thinking about what we are doing and how we are feeling. We're only thinking about eating. Now, you might think that this happens because the people who are eating the animal didn't participate in or even witness the killing of the animal, the journey of the animal that they're eating from living creature to the plate. But even when people are involved in the slaughter and processing of the animals that they're eating, some level of that disconnect still persists. This is because we're still only focused on our own feelings, experiences, and perspective in the situation. This is similar to how it appears to work with narcissists. Yes, they're causing the pain, and yes, they are aware of that, but only in an academic sense. This is not their focus. It's not their concern. They're focused only on what they are getting out of it. The rest of it is just a means to get there. When they're giving you the silent treatment, for example, they're not focused on how you're feeling. They're focused on how they feel. They feel powerful and in control. Most of their behavior seems to have that goal to a greater or lesser degree because this is very, very important to them. That's why they say things like, well, you're just mad because you lost, or you're just upset because you can't control me and you can't control everything. This is a projection in the sense that they think you feel that way because they feel that way, and so they think everybody's like them. But it's not just a projection of that. It's also a projection in the sense that they feel powerful and in control, so you must be upset because you don't. In other words, those are the only feelings that there can be here. That's all there is. The idea that you have individual and unique experiences or feelings here that are not exact mirrors of the ones that they are personally having generally does not occur to this personality. And why would it? You yourself, as a person, do not exist to a narcissistic person. Anything attributed to others by a narcissist was also created by them, like a child assigning motives and behaviors and a personality and whatever else to a baby doll. Therefore, if they feel some type of way, you also feel that way, either in agreement or opposition. If they are focused on something or they feel like that's the most important thing, you also feel that way, either in agreement or opposition. The idea that you might be focused on or concerned with or be feeling something completely different and unrelated to what they are focused on, concerned with, or feeling, that you have all of your own everything that has absolutely nothing to do with theirs, does not occur to them at all. If you try to assert this reality, they might call you a liar, might accuse you of trying to confuse them, or just simply be unable to understand what you're saying in any real way. The idea of other people as individuals with all of their own completely separate and independent feelings, needs, concerns, beliefs, wants, and everything else appears to be beyond the extremely limited comprehension of this extremely limited personality. It literally does not compute. The silent treatment is actually a perfect example of that. It is a painful, cruel thing to do. And it makes sense that narcissists would use this as a tool for punishment and control, because being ignored and treated like you don't exist is about the worst thing that could ever happen to them. Again, this is a projection of their own feelings. They assume that everyone feels the same way that they do. Sometimes people feel that this might imply empathy of some kind or an understanding of the other person's feelings, but again, the reality of this impact on others is completely lost on narcissists. They know you don't like it because they don't like it, but there's no understanding of how this is impacting you, how it is actually hurting you, or conversely, how you might be glad that they're leaving you alone for a while. They know how they feel, but that does not translate into any actual understanding that others also feel the same way if you do the same thing to them. Their own feelings are the only ones that are actually real, therefore these are the only ones that this person can see, and consequently they're the only ones that matter. Many narcissists even say things to this effect. They accuse other people of faking their pain, of faking their tears, of putting on an act, of exaggerating their pain for sympathy or to make the narcissist look bad or to make them feel guilty for some reason. They might even tell other people that the other people have no feelings. Therefore, it is impossible to hurt or mistreat them. They might say that they themselves feel things more deeply or have some other special quality or ability. Therefore, it's more wrong to hurt them. They do many, many things that demonstrate very clearly that not only do they not care about the emotions and experiences of other people at all, they are unable to even recognize the reality of these in any way. Which makes sense, of course, because that's why they don't care. And that makes sense too. You probably don't care about purple unicorns, for example, or the man in the moon. Why? Because what is there to care about? They're not real. This is one of the situations where people often start to suspect that someone has an empathy deficit. Even people who are mean and cruel and spiteful generally don't accuse other people of faking their pain or of pretending to have feelings when they really don't. First of all, most people just don't assume something like that anyway, because they actually realize that pretty much everybody does have feelings. This kind of thing is typically only offered by people who don't know that. But beyond that, a lack of empathy often makes expression of emotions look fake to narcissists, if they even recognize it at all. There's no internal emotional connection or reaction for them to what's happening, so they just see behavior that looks phony to them. And since their only perspective is self-referential, the behavior must be targeting them somehow. Therefore, you're only pretending to cry so that you can make me do what you want. This kind of thing. Even if your feelings are recognized in an academic sense, as in, yes, I understand other people have feelings, just like I understand that they have arms and legs, they don't have any importance to a narcissist, just like your arms and legs don't. Those are your arms and legs. What do they have to do with the narcissist? Just like if someone slams your hand in the car door, they can't feel that pain physically. Therefore, the only way they can hurt along with you and consequently feel bad for having done that is emotionally and mentally. If they don't have the capability of doing that, then your pain has no impact on them at all because they can't understand the impact of it on you. Arguably, the most damaging situation regarding the silent treatment is when a parent uses it to punish a child. For an adult to treat another adult as if they don't exist can be very painful. For an important caregiver to do this to a child is devastating. This may be among the absolute cruelest things a parent or a caregiver can do to their children, and it is unfortunately not as uncommon as some people might think it is. It's not only indicative of a complete lack of empathy and a desire to punish that goes far beyond anything even remotely healthy or okay, it is indicative of an unsafe adult who cannot handle their emotions in any way, who has passed this burden on to a child who can neither understand it nor carry it. That's what the silent treatment really is in the end, the action of a person who cannot handle or address their emotions at all and is instead attempting to punish or hurt other people because of how they feel. As with so many other things we discuss here, any relationship that includes this kind of childish, passive-aggressive, intentionally punitive behavior should be reevaluated, and the maturity level of the person engaging in it should be seriously considered, as it seems clear that they're not mature enough for a relationship with another adult. The reality is that adults who attempt to punish other adults in this way are not demonstrating emotional maturity. Relationships between adults are predicated on equality and open communication. Feeling justified in punishing other adults for perceived wrongdoing in the relationship creates a dynamic in which one person is trying to exert power over the other person or the people in the relationship. This can lead to a completely toxic dynamic where each person feels justified in harmful behavior toward the other person. Whether it's actually justified or not doesn't even really matter in the end, because regardless, this creates a cycle of punishment and justification of harmful behavior that destroys any possibility for a relationship of any kind. It destroys the possibility of even coexistence eventually. This becomes a situation of resentment, scorekeeping, and retaliation. Now, sometimes people are a little bit confused about this and they'll say, well, so what do I do then to hold them accountable for their behavior? It's important to understand punishing other adults in the context of a voluntary, consensual relationship is not holding them accountable. It isn't anybody's job to teach other adults by trying to discipline them when they do something wrong. And this is not a healthy relationship dynamic in any way. It's also, for example, not setting boundaries. It's punishment. Punishment is intended to hurt other people or control them. A boundary is for you. It's not to hurt other people or do anything at all to the other person. For example, you wouldn't say, I'm going to give you the silent treatment and refuse to acknowledge your existence until you have learned your lesson because you upset me, and then I'll acknowledge your existence again. That's how I enforce my boundaries. That's not a boundary. That's a punishment, especially because most of the time people who are being given the silent treatment are not even given any explanation at all whatsoever. That's part of the punishment. Holding a boundary would be saying to the person who upset you, I really don't like what you said or what you did. I need to take a step back from this relationship, and when I'm ready to talk, then I'll reach out. Or, I really am not okay with what you said or what you did, and that's going to be a deal breaker for me. I am not interested in continuing a relationship with you. Retaliation is not the answer either, regardless of how justified somebody's feelings may be. If you're at a place where you're like, I cannot let this person get away with this, I have to make them sorry, or I'll show them they can't mess with me, then the relationship needs to end. That is how we hold people accountable in relationships. Now, of course, if someone does something that they should be arrested for or prosecuted, something like that, that's one thing. But for other stuff, nominating ourselves as the arbitrator of punishment and retaliation is not the answer. It doesn't teach anybody anything. It doesn't improve the relationship in any way. It's an ego story that just degrades our self-respect in the end. Leave that for the folks who don't have any other capability. People sometimes get upset when they hear stuff like that. They feel that they're entirely justified and their actions are justified and it's different for them. And that's fine if that's how you feel, but just remember, if you're dealing with a narcissist, then even if it's delusional, the person that you're dealing with feels exactly the same way. So if those are the dynamics, that's the relationship you're going to have. It is what it is. The truth is, if you're in a relationship with someone who's trying to punish you, you're in a relationship with someone who's trying to control you. You're in a relationship with someone who is trying to exert power over you, trying to dominate you. You're not being treated as an equal. This is not healthy. The best thing to do, instead of getting caught up in all these dynamics, is just exit the relationship as soon as you possibly can. If you're dealing with the silent treatment, remember what this really is. It isn't a reflection of you or your worth. It is the behavior of a person who cannot handle their own emotions and is attempting to make them your problem. But you don't have to take them. You can choose to look at this person's inability as what it really is, a reflection of them. It's hurtful, it's cruel, it's painful, but it doesn't happen because you deserve this kind of treatment. It happens because this is the kind of person that this person is. This is extremely important. Let go of the idea that other people's behavior is being caused by you or is a reflection of you. It's not. People's behavior is a reflection of them only. The sooner we can understand this fundamental truth, the sooner we can defeat gaslighting and stop internalizing things about ourselves that are not true. The sooner we can stop blaming ourselves and trying to control everything, when the reality is we can't control it. That is how we fight back and protect ourselves in these situations. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, through Zoom, and through Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, classes, seminars, and clinics. So if you're interested in seeing what we're offering this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books out for publication. So if you are interested in picking up a copy, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today, I wanted to talk about something many people experience when dealing with narcissists, and that is something called analysis paralysis. Analysis paralysis is what we call it when someone spends so much time and energy trying to evaluate the information in a situation that they can't come to a conclusion or make a decision to take action. This can especially be the case if the information being evaluated is conflicting, confusing, or contradictory. People who are dealing with narcissistic personalities are often struggling with analysis paralysis, and there can be many reasons for that. The most common one, at least initially, is confusion about what exactly is happening. Dealing with narcissists is extremely confusing. When you're dealing with someone who is not what they first appear to be or says that they are, a person whose reactions to even basic situations cannot be reliably predicted, that's very confusing. People can become stuck, for lack of a better word, on trying to figure out what exactly is happening, what's going on. While figuring this out is absolutely necessary in order to understand what has happened so that we can become unstuck, it can very easily evolve into something else. People can become mired in minutia, trying to pin down every single little word or behavior or phrase. They might obsess over trying to pinpoint exactly what specific set of labels applies to exactly which specific set of behaviors or words or people. This type of endless but really needless research can actually be a subconscious behavior that allows people to avoid facing the reality of and ultimately the ending of the relationship. The truth is that once we understand what we're dealing with, which is hurtful behavior that is not stopping, we don't really need to know more than that. In point of fact, we would ideally exit the relationship once we see that toxic and or abusive behavior is being repeated, whether we know what's causing it or not. Recognizing toxic and or abusive behavior is one thing. Staying in the relationship until we figure out what's causing it is something else. One of these things definitely does need to happen before we can take action. The other one definitely does not. We can figure out the why after we get away from this toxic person or this toxic situation. It is not more important than the what. Another thing that contributes to analysis paralysis here is that the situation usually presents too many variables, options, or potential outcomes, and these often differ from each other wildly. People can't understand what's causing the abuse or what could potentially stop it. They can't predict what will happen if they do XYZ when the other person does ABC. What if it's because they've been drinking? Could it be because they had a bad childhood? If it is because of those things, would it be right to exit the relationship? If whatever reasons or inciting conditions could be changed, might the abuse stop? And on and on and on and on it can go into hundreds of directions and outcomes and variables. This can be extremely confusing, and it can feel extremely difficult to assess and evaluate the information to try to come to a decision about what to do in this situation. The reality is, though, that the only thing to do is exit if bringing this person's harmful actions to their attention does not result in any meaningful change. The idea that there is some other option here is a fantasy created by conditioning that it's your job to fix and manage other people's problems, or it's a fantasy created by the idea that there's some way to have a relationship with a person who doesn't care if they hurt you. There isn't. The phenomenon of needing to be 100% sure comes into play here too. We hear it all the time. This person fits all these criteria. They check all these boxes and they did this and this and this. And I'm 98% sure that they're a narcissist. If I could just be 100% sure, then I could know, then I could take action, then I could decide. To the people who struggle with this, let's ask a question. If you knew that you had a 98% chance of winning the lottery, would you play? Of course you would. 98% sure is sure enough. But the truth is, too, this way of thinking can actually be a trap because it avoids the reality of the situation. It makes the issue about what this person's potential diagnosis might be or how many boxes they check, not their actual behavior. Their potential diagnosis is not the issue. It's really not. It doesn't matter what their diagnosis might be. What matters is whether or not this person is willing to stop their harmful behavior, and you are already 100% sure about that. The answer is that they're not. This way of looking at it is often created by the idea that a relationship is salvageable as long as the person is not affected by an incurable personality disorder, and that's just nonsense. Any relationship with an active abuser is unsafe, and therefore it is not salvageable. Any relationship with any person who refuses to stop hurting you is not salvageable. You don't need to be 100% sure someone is a narcissist for this to be true. You don't even need to know what a narcissist is for this to be true. It's about this person not stopping hurtful behavior, period. Looking at the situation this way, first of all, is much simpler. It's more realistic, and it also helps cut through the cognitive dissonance that is so prevalent in situations that involve people who are not what they appear to be or who switch back and forth between extreme presentations of personality. Cognitive dissonance causes issues about what we're experiencing because what we see or want to believe cannot be if this other thing is true. That is why the brain looks for excuses, for lack of a better word. That way, the behavior can be explained in a way that does not disrupt the things that are conflicting with it. For example, most people realize that if someone is abusive, they don't truly care about you. But if I don't want to believe that this person doesn't care about me, and or if I feel that there's some kind of evidence or proof that they do care about me, then I need to find a different explanation or reason for their abusive behavior, because both of these things cannot be true at the same time. Maybe this explanation or reason is that they drink too much or they have a substance abuse problem. Maybe it's that they're mentally ill somehow, or maybe it's that I'm causing this problem, therefore I can stop it from happening. This way of looking at it focuses on figuring out the motive and the cause of the behavior instead of focusing on the fact that the behavior itself is harmful and abusive. It makes the why more important than the what, and it's not. Again, understanding what happened is very important, but it is not more important than addressing the immediate situation of being in an abusive relationship. The why is not more important than the what. Most people do recognize that they're being mistreated in these situations. They might not realize that what's happening could formally be called abuse, but they definitely know it's hurtful and they definitely know they don't like it. That is why they're trying to stop it. That's why they're trying to stop this behavior from occurring. A problem that is all too common, though, is that people try to do this while remaining in the relationship. Focusing on a specific diagnosis or label for another person can result in analysis paralysis because it's such a subjective thing. It's not like you can look up a file in this person's head and see if they're a narcissist or not, or that you can find a list of factual reasons on a label on the bottom of their foot that will explain why they're behaving this way or saying these things. We can only go by what we see and hear, and what we know for sure that we can see and hear is behavior that doesn't change, even when we tell the person repeatedly that it's hurtful. It is normal and natural to want to find a way to stop the behavior from happening, but it can also be extremely damaging to somehow believe that this is your responsibility or your job. It's not. It is the responsibility and the job of the person engaging in the bad behavior. If they will not do that job, if they won't take that responsibility, you can't make them, and you can't do it for them either. It is what it is. People often don't like to hear that, but if you want the behavior to stop and the person will not stop it, the only option you have is to exit the situation. Let go of the idea that you can force people to do what you want. There's nothing else you can do. Needing to be 100% sure is also related to being afraid of making the wrong choice or the wrong decision. What if I'm wrong? What if it was me? What if it could have been salvaged? What if they're not a narcissist? What if they would have changed? What if? These things can make it feel impossible to make any decision or come to any conclusion because you don't feel like you have enough information. This is why people who have been in these relationships longer sometimes have an easier time walking away, ironically, because through the fullness of time and experience, they have become sure that the situation is not going to change. People who were not in this situation for as many years might worry that they didn't give it enough time or that they could have tried something else. The reality is, though, that in many situations, we cannot be 100% sure. We can't see the future and we can't read people's minds. In any given situation, we can only go by what we know at the time and what we think is best or right based on that information. The reality also is that what you already know about this situation is enough information to act. It really is. Would you buy a house in an area that floods every single year and just hope that for some reason this year it's not going to flood? Of course not. That would be absurd. Just like you definitely would play the lottery if you were 98% sure that you would win, you would not take a risk with such horrible odds as these ones in any other situation. This is no different. We want it to be different because our emotions and our egos and all of our self stuff are very involved here, but it's not. We're confused about the relationship. We're emotional. We're usually traumatized. We've invested a lot of time and energy into this thing. It doesn't feel fair that all these things happened. All these things seem possible. All this energy and time was invested. All this hurt occurred. All these emotions are involved. And even still, even with all of that, All it ever comes down to is, sorry all that happened, but this is never going to work and there's nothing you can do about that. You're never going to get what you want from this. Just exit the situation as soon as you can and move on. That's it. That's all there is to do. People don't want that to be true. It's totally understandable. Many people simply just refuse to believe that. But the best predictor of future behavior is past behavior. You've already got enough information and evidence to conclude that the most likely outcome of this will be what has already happened every single time. And further, to decide if you want to take that chance considering the odds. And if you choose to do that, that's up to you. But do it with open eyes. Don't try to convince yourself that you're going to be the one who can make it work out. You won't be, because this doesn't have anything to do with you. The key to surviving this situation is to remember to focus on your actual problem. Focus on the problem you can solve, that you can fix. The rest of this stuff is a distraction from that. For example, if you're dealing with a narcissist, the problem to focus your energy on is not, why is this person behaving this way and doing these things? And it's also not, how can I make them stop behaving this way or doing these things? Because you cannot address that stuff. Since you have no ability to address this, it's not your responsibility to do so. Therefore, those things are not your problem. Your problem is, how are you going to protect yourself from these things? If someone breaks into another person's home, for example, with the intent of harming them, the first thing that person should do is not confront the bad guy to find out why they're doing this and or to try to talk them out of doing it. The first thing a person should do in that situation is get the hell out of there if they possibly can and defend themselves somehow if they really truly cannot. Trying to reason with a bad guy in that situation should be an absolutely last resort and should only ever happen because you could not succeed at neutralizing the situation any other way. Why? Because the chances of that leading to you exiting this situation without being harmed are much smaller. Much smaller. The priority in this situation is your safety, not solving somebody else's problems. The trap of analysis paralysis in these situations is so often that people are focusing on the wrong problem. And the reason that they're doing that is because they have fixed their problem solving on the reasons for the abuser's behavior rather than the behavior itself. Yes, they want the behavior to stop, but the focus has become helping/forcing the narcissist or other abuser to stop the behavior instead of just getting away from the behavior when they won't stop. The focus has turned to preserving the relationship rather than safety. Analysis paralysis shows up in situations where people are legitimately afraid to leave too. They go back and forth in their minds about what the narcissist might do to them if they leave, and because this can be so unpredictable, if a person can't think of a way to plan for every single eventuality, they freeze and then they become stuck. The reality is you cannot plan for every eventuality and you cannot control the other person's behavior even if you could plan for every eventuality. It's just not possible. This particular situation often boils down to just plain being afraid, and that is completely understandable. The thing is, though, it's a false dichotomy because you're actually in danger either way. Staying in the situation does not make you safer. That's false. This is a trick played on your brain because brains identify things that are familiar as safe, or at least that they're safer than the unknown thing. This is not always true, and especially in this situation, it is not true. The reality is that most relationships with narcissists and other antisocial types of personalities involve some kind of domestic or family violence and abuse. It is what it is. Staying in these relationships is not safe. That is false. Leaving is scary, and that's a fact. Leaving is dangerous, and that's also a fact. But so is staying. And at least leaving has some possibility of success and something better. Staying has no possibility of anything except more of the same. If you're going to be unsafe no matter what you choose, why not choose the option that at least holds some possibility of some safety at some point? Finally, analysis paralysis is common in relationships with antisocial personalities like narcissists because there's so much gaslighting and narrative abuse inherent to these relationships that self-doubt and second-guessing become second nature. Not only are people confused about the narcissist and the relationship, they're unsure of their own feelings, of their own thoughts, of themselves in general. It is impossible to assess or evaluate anything when you are so busy trying to figure out if you're even perceiving things correctly or not, let alone trying to come to some kind of conclusion about stuff or make a decision. People just become frozen, unsure what to believe, what to think, what to do. Add to this the fact that you're just trying to survive each day, navigating a landscape created by an insane 2-year-old in the dark, and you've got about as much chance of being able to think clearly as a dog has of growing wings. Just not a thing. People get overwhelmed in these situations, and that is totally normal. Take a deep breath. Take a step back. Think. Look at what your actual issue is. Not the issue of the whole relationship, not the narcissist issue, your actual issue. Is it that this person is delusional and lying and abusive and cheating and all these things? No, that's their issue. Why is that their issue? Because they're the only ones who can solve that issue. If they don't agree with that, or if they don't think that's true, or they don't understand, it doesn't matter. That's the reality. Your issue is that you've got to be able to get through this without being driven crazy or hurt even worse. You've already tried to solve the relationship issues, and it didn't work because you're only 50% of the equation, and the person responsible for the other 50% will not do their part. You've already tried to solve the narcissist issue, and that didn't work because it's not within your ability to fix, and they will not do it. Now you need to look at your issue, and your issue is that you are not safe in this situation. Whatever solution you choose, make sure that is the problem that you're trying to solve, because that is your actual problem. Why you are unsafe doesn't matter right now. It might matter later, but it doesn't matter right now. Focusing on things like that is the privilege of people who are safe. And if you're not safe, then safety is the top priority, period. Analysis paralysis can be tricky because it can be sneaky. The key to getting beyond it is to make sure you're focusing on the actual problem and that you're looking at that actual problem realistically and reasonably. You can't know everything. You cannot control everything. You can't create the perfect circumstances a lot of the time. What you can do is what is in service of your own safety and your own well-being. If you don't, you will not be given a pass on the consequences, and these can be very serious. It starts with taking a deep breath, taking a step back, and taking a moment to really think. If you can do that, and you can, the answer will reveal itself. Problems can be complicated, but solutions are usually pretty simple. They're not easy, but they're usually simple. You know what you need to do, or you will once you stop and think. You just need to do it. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online over the phone via Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you are interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, which is a vanity URL for YouTube. If you type that in, it'll take you right to the YouTube channel. We are brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on LittleShaman.com. Brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that's really important to understand about dealing with pathologically narcissistic personalities in your life, and that is that for as difficult as it is to understand, there's no real mystery here. Understanding how narcissists function and why they are the way they are is complicated, yes. It's complex and it often seems counterintuitive, which makes it confusing. However, the truth is there is no mystery here. When it comes to understanding the reality of this person, there's no mystery at all. Even though they are not what they may first appear to be, what you see is also what you get. What does this mean? It means that for all the confusing, counterintuitive complexity that you have to wade through to understand how and why this person is behaving the way that they are, their behavior and they themselves are actually pretty simple. Beyond simple, really. Two-dimensional. In a way, that's the mystery, that there is no mystery. This person is exactly what they seem like they are once you get past the illusion and the glamour. A cardboard cutout without much going on at all. That's hard for most people to wrap their heads around. How can someone with such complexity be so basic? There must be more to it than that. There must be something that I'm not seeing. There must be something else there. There must be. This idea, this certainty, can keep people engaged with narcissists much longer than they might otherwise engage with a person who behaves the way that narcissists behave, because they simply cannot believe that this is all there is. It can't be. The reality is, though, that the more you look, the less you see. It's like if you drove through one of those fake towns for those old Western movies. If you just drove through at 50 miles an hour, it would look pretty standard, pretty normal, right? But if you went slower, if you looked harder, if you stopped and got out and looked around and examined, you would see what it really was immediately. You would notice all of the things that aren't actually there. The more you look, the less you see. The truth is, narcissists only seem complex because they're functioning in a way that's different from you. That makes it hard to understand. It makes it confusing. These things don't equal advanced, though. In a sense, the way pathologically narcissistic personalities function is actually arrested and even primitive compared to other personalities. There are things that they are missing, and there's things that they can't do. This sort of primitive simplicity appears complex only because it's so different. Sort of like how it might be hard to figure out how to use a very old version of something that you use today. It's unlikely that the more primitive version of the thing is more complex than the version that you use now. You're just not familiar with it, so it seems complicated, confusing, or hard to understand. But there's no mystery here. There's no magic, nothing to solve or uncover. This person is exactly what they appear to be in this sense. Someone with nothing really real to offer, no real feelings for other people, no ability to see or care about anything outside of themselves, someone who is just always looking for a way that they can capitalize or benefit somehow, who will do so without sparing one thought to how this affects other people. A person who does not appreciate anything, who is not grateful for anything, someone who has no real moral or ethical conflicts regarding their own behavior. That's what they seem to be, and that's exactly what they are. That is what this person is, and it's our job to believe them whenever they show that to us, and they will because they always do. A zebra can't change its stripes, they say, and that's true. They could hide them for a little bit, but they can't change them. And to be real about it, most narcissists aren't even that good at hiding it. They can't be because this is how they really are, and that's hard for anybody to hide. Most of the confusion that people feel when dealing with narcissists is due to their own inability to understand and reluctance to believe that this is truly how someone could be and that there's not much more to them than this. This is all there is. That's understandable. For most of the people in the world, that's not true. Most people have more to them than what you see on the surface or what their behavior demonstrates. But narcissists are not most people. There is no real depth for most of these personalities because there's too much identity disturbance and instability. Your identity is what gives you depth. It's, quote, who you really are underneath of all this other stuff. If somebody doesn't have that, then there's nothing deeper under all that other stuff. This means that you have already found whatever there is to find of this person. You have already met them as deeply as it's possible to meet them, which is to say that you've really not met them at all because there's nobody to meet. The truly pathologically narcissistic personality is a ghost, a reflection of parts and pieces of other people's qualities and affectations that they have pasted over themselves to create some kind of an approximation of an identity. The longer you engage with somebody like this, the more you will see that. Or, perhaps, the less you see. There's often a lot of pushback to this idea. It's part of the reason people want to believe that there are such diabolical depths to narcissists. They simply cannot believe that there could be a person without any real depth at all. And that's not to say that narcissists are not intentionally and purposefully harmful. Many, even most of them, absolutely are. It's one of the worst things about dealing with them. But these things don't imply depth. People just assume they do because for them, depth would be required. They would need to plan and think about how to be cruel and vicious and manipulative and so self-serving. But these personalities are not like you. They don't do what you do. They don't act how you act. They don't think like you think. They don't feel what you feel. They just don't. So viewing them through the same lens that you view yourself to try to understand them is a mistake. And that's another reason there's so much confusion here. You're looking at what you would do or what makes sense to you, and it's just not the same. You're considering a whole host of factors that they're not. You have abilities that narcissists do not have. There are a lot of differences here, so many that the idea that you could understand them by examining yourself and your own motivations or whatever is not just a mistake, it's almost a joke. And that is often where it feels like there's a mystery. We assume that they have the depth and the abilities and the considerations that we have, so how can they act so differently? The reality is they don't. They don't have all of those things. There is no mystery as to how a person just like you could behave this way because that's not what's happening. Narcissists are not just like you. Yes, they are people, and yes, they have feelings and every kind of thing like that, but they tend to view most things very, very differently than people who are not pathologically narcissistic. People who are not pathological are considering things outside of themselves, for one thing, and they can see the whole picture much more clearly than narcissists ever will be able to. The perception of narcissists is extremely affected and skewed by their own egocentricity, their fear, their dark way of seeing things just in general. Everything is dark and ugly and scary and threatening. They blame this on other people, but it is actually coming from them. The entire situation becomes an external projection of their own internal chaos and darkness. Everyone is bad. Everyone is out for themselves. Everyone is dangerous and untrustworthy and sneaky and conniving. And perhaps even more important, and certainly more noticeable than the narcissist's perception of others, is their perception of themselves. Pathologically narcissistic personalities are extremely egocentric. The word egocentric means self-centered. Ego is self, centric is centered around, self-centered. This doesn't just mean that a narcissist perceives themselves as the center of their own universe, but as the center of the actual universe. As anyone who has ever dealt with a pathologically narcissistic person knows, this way of experiencing the world can be very difficult to contend with, and it can really do extreme damage to relationships and other people. The reason for this is very simple. Again, no mystery here either. When someone experiences life through the lens that they are the only person who really exists, there's no consideration for other people at all. That's bad enough, but they also believe that all the things that happen around them or that other people do are about them. This creates constant conflict and problems with other people, as of course it would, because people are constantly being forced into a reality that does not match their actuality. They are constantly being told that they have thoughts, feelings, and motives that they don't really have. People tend to push back against that. From the narcissist perspective, the same thing is happening to them, and they're pushing back as well. This dynamic causes constant, enormous problems with other people for narcissists, and sadly, they're incapable of seeing that this really is a problem with them. They walk through life truly believing that literally everyone is against them, that everyone's attacking and insulting and offending and stabbing them in the back, that they are the only thing on everybody's mind and the motive for everything everybody does. This is extremely stressful for narcissists, and they vent that stress onto other people, making it the other person's problem and claiming that it's the other person's responsibility. It does no good to tell them that this is not true. They have no ability to see things any other way. They are experiencing this the way that they are, through this lens of perception. It feels how it feels, and for this personality, their feelings are facts. This means that whatever they think they are experiencing is the truth for narcissists, regardless of any other factors. There's no understanding of subjective experience versus objective experience, for example, for narcissists, or feelings versus facts. Perception is literal reality for narcissistic personalities. I feel it, therefore it's true. That's very unfortunate for the people around them, because it means there is virtually no chance of getting a narcissist to even consider that how they're experiencing things happening might not be how things are actually happening. To them, it just looks like denial, or like you're lying. This can definitely be confusing, but it's no mystery. It's very simple. If someone thinks that they're the only thing that matters, then they can't see anything else, period. The fact that you think they should be able to see other things doesn't matter, nor does the fact that reality does not match their perception at all. It's not relevant. Beyond not relevant, in fact, it's non-existent. It doesn't enter into the equation in any way, and your attempts to put it in the equation are met with confusion, if not suspicion and outright hostility. It's hard for people to accept the reality of these situations, not because it's so complicated, but because it's just so unbelievable for many reasons. Not just because we don't want to believe it about this person or that person specifically, but because it's hard to believe that anybody could be like that. It's so different from how we ourselves operate that it seems mystifying. It's not, though. It's very simple. They do the things that they do because they are the kind of person who does those kind of things. Once we actually accept that, the confusion that we feel over that disappears. It's not a mystery to solve, nothing we need to uncover. The answer is actually right there. For people who do that kind of stuff, that's the kind of stuff those people do. Underneath of it all, it really is just that simple. This might sound kind of trite, but it's not. The reality is, people who are dealing with narcissists often spend so much time focused on trying to figure out why things are happening, and trying to stop them, of course, that the actual fact of the things happening almost gets overlooked. This can result in a level of normalizing that's very dangerous. People are so focused on the narcissist's motives or understanding what the hell is going on that the actual fact of the abuse and mistreatment is almost an afterthought in this situation. Instead of focusing on getting out of the situation and away from the abuse first and foremost, people's attention gets distracted by why it's happening. This is completely understandable, but it's also a terrible mistake. Because in the end, does it really matter why someone who says they love you punches you in the face, or sleeps with your friends, or steals from you, or harms your children, or cuts you out of the family, or turns all your relatives against you with lies, or has you arrested for something that you didn't do, or gets you fired, or does any of the horrible things that these personalities are notorious for doing? In the end, does why they are doing this really matter at all? No, it really doesn't. It feels like it does, but the truth is we don't need to know in order to move on. And that's good, because also we never really will know. Not really. People often believe that they can get closure if they could just understand it all, but the fact is nothing is ever going to make the way that you've been treated understandable for you to the degree that most people are looking for. It's just not going to happen. The narcissist in your life likely doesn't even really know anyway, by the way. Most narcissists have almost no insight into their own behavior, and even if they did, the chances of them telling you anything even approximating a truth that you could actually accept or understand and live peacefully with are almost zero. On one of those true crime documentary shows, a girl was reaching out to her incarcerated father to find out why he killed her mother. He explained that they were arguing, he got angry and strangled her, and she died. That's almost like exactly how he said it. The girl kept asking, why, but why, but why, as if there must be a bigger answer or one that somehow is going to make more sense. But it's very likely that what he told her is exactly what happened. It's a stupid, terrible reason for a stupid, terrible thing. But most things that hurt other people are stupid and terrible. And the reasons behind them generally are not any less stupid or any less terrible. Us wanting them to have more meaning does not give them more meaning. That's not to say that understanding what happened isn't important. It definitely is, because if we cannot understand what happened to us, we can't deal with it in any way. We can't process it at all. Our brains become stuck on just trying to figure it out. It's important to understand what has happened. However, expecting that it's ever going to make any sense to you in a way that you can actually truly understand how they could do these things that they did to where you can be at peace with it is expecting too much. You can come to peace, but it's probably not going to be like that. Focusing too much on solving the mystery or figuring out the puzzle can keep people in the relationship. Remember, the what is more important than the why. It's understandable to focus on the why to a point, but remaining in the relationship while abuse is happening is like staying in a house that they're bulldozing because you don't understand why they're tearing it down. At that point, it doesn't even matter. You can figure it out later. Right now, your safety is the most important thing. This sort of analysis paralysis occurs often in dealings with narcissistic personalities. Their behavior is so confusing and so alien to people that people become excessively focused on the narcissist's behavior and motivations to the point where, as we stated earlier, the actual fact of the abuse and the toxicity almost takes a back seat. This is dangerous. It is a dangerous distraction from what is actually happening. Trying to find some way to mitigate abuse instead of just getting away from it as soon as you possibly can is very dangerous as well. Analyzing this person's motives or even understanding them does not help you in the sense that this information will have some real-world impact on this person's behavior. It doesn't have any impact on this at all. The one thing it can do is help you to understand that you're not causing this behavior and therefore you can't control it, but this is something we can explore once we're safe. The reality is, even if you were somehow causing someone to abuse you, which you are absolutely never doing, the solution is still to get away from the situation as soon as possible, period. Educating yourself does not change this. Educating yourself about someone else's behavior or motives or mindsets or anything else has no impact on them at all. You can change and educate and understand and everything else as much as is humanly possible, and it still won't matter because the other person has not changed. It's funny because after all the education and experience, after all is said and done, people end up coming to the same conclusion that people come to when they don't know very much about it at all. It doesn't matter why someone is behaving in toxic, hurtful, or abusive ways. You can't stop them, you can't make them care, so the only thing you can do is exit the situation as soon as possible. That's it. That's the answer. Everything else is, in many ways, beside the point. It really is. It can be a very sad education to go through everything people go through with these personalities, often for years, for decades, trying to force narcissists into therapy or into rehab or into family counseling or onto some kind of treatment plan, spending years pleading and bargaining and explaining, and then more years learning and researching and educating themselves, only to find out that after all that, the answer has not changed one bit. It's still the same answer that it was in the beginning. It doesn't matter why it's happening. It doesn't stop, and that is what matters. People sometimes say, well, can't you offer a little more hope? Or can't you be less negative about this? This is so hard to hear. No. After speaking with thousands of people over the years and hearing from tens of thousands more, it's the same story over and over again. There is no hope to offer, and pretending that there is just to make people feel better is not helpful. In fact, it's actively harmful. If you're dealing with someone who's pathologically narcissistic, that is to say, their personality is so affected by narcissism that it impacts most or even all areas of functioning, there's no point in offering false hope for change. Beyond no point, in fact, it's cruel. It's dangerous. Humanity has been working on a way to deal with this for literally thousands of years, and still the only answer that anybody can come up with is, if someone hurts you and thinks it's okay, stay away from them. Why? Because nothing else works. Even if someone's not pathologically narcissistic, if they're mean, selfish, inconsiderate, abusive, toxic, if they don't listen to anything you say, if they disrespect you, if they violate your boundaries, and if you telling them about these things does not stop them from doing any of these things, what hope should there even be? What is there to be positive about? And really, what is there to understand? What mystery is there to solve? That's why we say there's no mystery with narcissists. The truth is in front of us the entire time. Our job is to make sure that we don't get so caught up in trying to understand the why that we let this overshadow the practical realities of the what. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year, so if you're interested in attending one of those, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you'd like to pick up a copy of one of those, you can find them on Amazon or visit littleshaman.org to pick one up. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that many people wonder about when dealing with narcissists, and that is why narcissists lie. Lying is usually a pretty big concern when dealing with narcissists, generally because there's so much of it. Big lies, little lies, stupid lies, pointless lies, lies about anything, lies about everything, lies about nothing, lies that make no sense, lies that make too much sense, lies for no reason, lies for every reason. The sheer number of lies involved when dealing with a narcissist can be staggering, as can be the things that are lied about. This is part of the reason that there's so much disorientation and confusion around the lies that narcissists tell. Pathologically narcissistic people often lie about things that other people would not lie about. That makes it hard to process finding out that they're not true. It's not uncommon to find out that entire histories of abuse or heroism or accomplishments or whatever else is just completely made up. The narcissist has often made these lies an integral part of their identity, and it can come as a tremendous shock to people to find out that it's false. They can't believe anybody would lie about these things, would make them up. It's just too unbelievable that an adult person would do that. That seems to be a big part of how they get away with it. People just cannot believe an adult would lie like that, but some do. It's not uncommon to find out that narcissists are leading double lives, or that they have entire careers that are made up, and just all kinds of stuff. It's not just the big lies, though. It's the hundreds of thousands of little ones, where they've been, what they were doing, who they talking to, what they ate, what TV show they were watching, everything. And then there are all the things that aren't lies, but might as well be because they have the same effect on people, such as all the things that were true yesterday, but now are not true today, or all the things that they think happened differently or that didn't even happen at all that they insist they did. And all of these things, as bad as they are in addition to the fact that these personalities can seem to be a different person every day or seem to change from one person to another in seconds. The entire climate and culture of the relationship is flimsy and unstable, with people never sure of where they stand or what exactly is true. It's like a house built on quicksand or a castle made of air. Deception and falsehood permeate the entire climate of the situation around this person, and nothing is ever what it seems. But why? Part of the reason is that this is intentional. Not only are most narcissistic personalities intentionally deceptive because they're trying to hide things that they're doing, their motives, their emotions, just everything, including things that don't even need to be hidden because of how they, often incorrectly, believe these things will reflect upon them, which is how you get lies about simple mistakes and things like that. But many also feel powerful and clever when they're able to trick or deceive other people into believing things that are not true, even when they're really small things. This ties into the fact that information is power to narcissists for many reasons. They fear being exposed. They fear being seen for who they really are, whatever that actually means to them, which means that information, or more specifically, controlling information, is extremely important in their lives. Often, much of it is information that nobody would even care about, but for whatever reason, they think it's important or it's embarrassing or exposing or whatever, and they guard it very closely out of fear and a desire to control their fear. Narcissists also don't like for people to have more information than they do. It seems to make them feel less than in whatever way, perhaps less intelligent, less in the know. This can result in some truly bizarre situations, such as them getting angry at you because you saw movie spoilers. Not that you spoiled the movie for them, just that you saw the spoilers. Or being upset because you know the correct lyrics to a song and they don't. Or you know which turn to take to get to the store. Or you know your dog's favorite toy. Or any number of other stupid things that demonstrate that you know something that they don't. The disproportionate shame that narcissistic personalities attach to being wrong features here as well. Beyond whatever toxic shame is triggered by these events, narcissists seem to feel that if they don't know something, people will take advantage of them or make a fool out of them somehow, which often results in them refusing to admit that they don't know something, arguing things that are very easy to prove incorrect, or pretending that they do know things when they don't. This probably also ties in with the almost phobic reaction to not knowing that drives them to jump to conclusions and make assumptions about things without having all or even any of the information that they actually need. They seem unable to stand the discomfort of and the danger they believe is inherent to not knowing, of being uncertain. So they just assume that they do know. In their minds, everything's a worst case scenario anyway, so what does it even matter? Even if you didn't do that, or you weren't thinking that, you could do that, and you could think that, and if you could do that, and you could think that, then you basically did do that, and you basically did think that. So again, what does it matter? They're not really wrong, and they have all the information. Nobody can fool them. As an aside, this is what results in these just truly horrific scenarios where people are punished and berated for what the narcissist believes they would do, even if it's acknowledged very clearly that they didn't actually do it. In a narcissist's mind, the fact that someone is capable of it is enough to result in extreme retaliation. If you're capable of it, you essentially already did it, and you will always be capable of it in a narcissist's estimation, because in a narcissist's estimation, anyone is capable of anything no matter what. They never get to know you, and they cannot read you, so you are essentially a stranger to them forever. This also gives them the perfect opportunity to punish somebody and to feel powerful while doing that. So, narcissists intentionally deceive other people for various reasons, most of them centering around power and control, because they are secretive and afraid, because they enjoy tricking and fooling other people, because they feel shame when they're wrong or they don't know something, because they feel vulnerable when they're uncertain, and because they feel less than when other people know things that they don't. Any specific situation could include any single one of these reasons, any combination of more than one of these reasons, or even some other reason that we can't think of because we don't think like narcissists think. It could be any, all, or none of the above. But there is a bigger, perhaps more fundamental reason that deception is so entrenched in these relationships and situations. Narcissists don't just lie to other people, they lie to themselves. Arguably, they lie to themselves more than anybody else. No one is a bigger target for the narcissist deceptions than they themselves are, and no one is ever hurt by their lies more, which is really saying a lot. In a way, they are actually the only real target of their own BS at all. Others are the props used to make the many lies to themselves more believable. If you believe it, if you act on it, if you react to it, if you live it, then they can too. In this manner, the entire life of the pathologically narcissistic personality is a lie. And generally, this is an illusion that centers completely around their identity and how they want to see themselves. It's a fantasy created by someone who cannot accept or deal with reality as it exists and must change this so that they can. The way they view themselves, the way they view other people, the way they see the world, their estimation of their own accomplishments, potential, importance, everything. False, overblown, absurd. And why? Because they can't tolerate it being any other way. For it to be any other way means that they don't matter. They're not important enough. And if they don't matter, they don't exist. As we stated in the podcast entitled When a Narcissist Loses Control of You, the only place that pathologically narcissistic personalities really exist as a concrete entity and identity is in the minds of other people. This concrete entity is, of course, entirely predicated on whatever image this person or these people have of the narcissist, which is why it's so important to the narcissist to control that image, to control how people see them. They do that by spinning their illusion narrative, their identity fantasy about themselves and their place in the world and the relationship, as well as the narrative regarding the other person or the people. They spin this fantasy around the situation to create that curated image of themselves in other people's minds. When people react to this image as if it's real, it becomes real for as long as that's true. To understand better how this works, think about how movies and media work. What is a big part of making scary movies scary? Watching other people being afraid. How do special effects work? It's all dependent on the actor's reactions to the thing that's supposed to be there. Why are reaction videos so popular? Because we are watching someone's reactions and emotions in real time. We can see what they're looking at or what they're viewing through their eyes. In a manner of speaking, people's reactions to things help make the things more real. And this often works even when we can't see the thing that they're reacting to. You see that in scary movies all the time. In this same way, people's reactions concretize narcissist projected identities, their self-concepts. In this sort of inverted reality, truth and facts are negligible. They are whatever the narcissist says they are, essentially, whatever they can believe and get other people to believe. Because of that, these things can change very easily and very quickly. This can lead to massive confusion for the people around narcissists when their entire personality seems to change or flip, and things that they've held as true for years are now no longer part of the conversation at all. Most of us are pretty much stuck with the truth and the facts. We have to deal with things as they are. We all have our own perspective on these things and our perceptions of them, of course, but generally speaking, most of us don't go around inventing completely false alternative realities and narratives to suit our own needs. In a very real way, that is what pathologically narcissistic people are doing. Everything is true based on how it works and fits in with the narrative right now. If they've always professed to like apples, but they believe that liking apples now somehow works against them in the moment, now they don't like apples. They have in fact never liked apples, and they never said that they did. This is very confusing for people for many reasons. First of all, why would anybody lie about that? Why would you lie about that? Second of all, why would someone claim that they didn't say something that they clearly did say repeatedly over a period of time? Third of all, they clearly do like apples. This is obviously a fact. Who just denies blatant facts about themselves or anything else? Most people have more of an attachment to preferences and facts about themselves than you see here. But okay, fine. They don't like apples anymore. Okay, they never did. Fine, whatever. But later, when you don't offer them an apple because you're operating off of this new information that they don't like apples now, there's a problem because you didn't offer them an apple when you know they like them and they always have. And you're like, wait, what? What happened to that whole thing about you don't like apples and you never liked them and I'm crazy because I thought that? Nope, never happened. This is very difficult for people to deal with because there's no even basic stability that someone can rely on of like, okay, these are the facts of the reality that we are inhabiting and we are all bound by these parameters. This is also why the image of the narcissist in other people's minds needs constant reinforcement and curation. It's unstable and their behavior often does not support it at all, which puts it in danger. If someone has convinced you to see them as a victim, meaning that they now are a victim in the dynamics of the relationship or the situation, but they're now constantly engaging in abusive, domineering, controlling, manipulative behavior, it makes it really difficult for people to hang on to and believe in that image of this person as a victim. It starts to crumble, to be overwritten with the evidence of how this person truly behaves, how they really are. Fantasy and illusion cannot stand up to facts no matter what. It's like a sandcastle on the beach when the tide comes in. The water just erases it. On a side note, this is why narcissists are often more invested in people they barely know compared to their family or their partners and people who know them. In the minds of strangers, the image that the narcissists want to see of themselves is much more solid and clear because it has not been eroded by the narcissist's behavior yet. They enjoy that much more because the reactions they get from people are based on that image of who the narcissist is rather than reality of who they really are. So when they come in with their sad stories of constant victimhood or their tall tales of heroism and accomplishment or whatever else, these people are much more likely to believe them and react with the things that the narcissist is looking for to sustain that image of themselves. Sympathy, being impressed by them, whatever. Because as of yet, these people have no reason not to react that way. They have no reason not to believe the narcissist. With people who know them, this is generally much less satisfying, if for no other reason than because these people have already heard these same stories or these same type of scenarios over and over and over again, so they can't react the way that they once did. Most of the time, people who know the narcissist also don't believe the narcissist's image of themselves anymore anyway, which can result in them reacting in a way that is actually damaging to the narcissist's belief in that image. It goes like this. The narcissist comes home from work with the big dramatic story about how they were victimized by a coworker, for example. Because you've already heard all these stories many times and you've seen how they're not actually true, because you've been the target of these stories already many times and seen how they're actually not true, you don't react with an outpouring of sympathy for the narcissist and negativity toward the evil coworker. Instead, you offer a more balanced perspective if you offer one at all. This actually damages their image of themselves as the victim here. They are feeling some type of way about their interaction with this coworker, and they're trying to feel better by having their fantasy image of themselves validated. This is accomplished in our example by someone staunchly and 1,000% taking their side against the evil coworker and berating or bashing that person while also offering sympathy for the narcissist as the injured, innocent victim in this situation. As you might guess, the image validation of this type is a driving force behind smear campaigns and with flying monkeys as well. All of this together conspires to create a climate where truth and reality have no place at the table. Any relationship or situation that involves these personalities really cannot be anything but deceptive and predicated on lies and falsehoods because without these, the entire thing falls apart. To love and to be loved, we must first suffer the indignity of being seen, of being known. Of all things, these personalities cannot tolerate that. More even than that, they can't provide it. There's nothing to see. It's like taking the sheet off of a ghost to reveal nothing. External objects and perceptions made it real. You take those away, and there's nothing there. It's like in The Wizard of Oz, when Dorothy and her friends were so mesmerized and intimidated by the illusion of the wizard. Oz the Great and Terrible, the people called him. The people thought he was some amazing wizard because he came down from the sky in a hot air balloon. They had never seen that before, so they thought it was magic. It was not. It was an illusion created by perception. And in order to keep the image of Oz the Great and Terrible and keep his position as the ruler of this community, he created more illusions so that they would not see what he really was. He made promises that he could not keep to Dorothy and her friends, and he sent them on essentially a suicide mission, believing that they would fail so that he would not be called upon to produce the miracles that he promised them. When he was finally exposed, he started hollering out, "Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain," a desperate attempt at misdirection when all of his illusions and glamours were seen through at last, and he was forced to admit that he was not a wizard at all. Just a dime store magician, an illusionist, a con man who was lucky enough to find people who didn't know any better and wanted to believe that he was more than that. This is what you see with pathologically narcissistic personalities. In The Silence of the Lambs, Dr. Hannibal Lecter invokes the Stoic philosopher Marcus Aurelius to Clarice, saying, "Of each particular thing, ask, what is it in itself? What is its nature?" He is telling her to look more closely at what the killer does, and through doing that, she can figure out who he is. Both intentionally and just as a matter of course, because this is how they function, narcissists are deceptive. They lie, they invent, they distort, they misdirect, they create illusions, they throw glamours, they deceive. Not just others, but themselves as well. Most especially themselves as well. Their entire understood existence is based on things that are not true. Of each particular thing, ask, what is it in itself? What is its nature? At their core, narcissists are an illusion. Therefore, their nature is to deceive. That's it. We can delve into the why-fors and the reasons thereof, and we did, but to boil it down, that's the gist of the situation. When you engage with a person who is pathologically narcissistic, you are engaging with an illusion. You are engaging with deception. And due to both the nature of this person and the nature of how an illusion functions, it's not going to ever be any other way. It is what it is. The way to combat this is to stay grounded in reality and stick with the facts. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any of those today, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or you can find them on Amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with weekly support meetings, access to exclusive content, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that isn't always understood about dealing with narcissists, and that is that narcissists want to effect a sort of identity swap with the people around them. They want to absorb the perceived positive qualities of those around them and transfer their perceived negative qualities onto others in return. This doesn't appear to be a conscious endeavor per se, but that has no effect on how damaging it can be, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. If you've heard the episode of the show entitled What People Actually Love About Narcissists, then you understand how narcissistic mirroring works. Narcissists can only experience themselves through the eyes of other people, and they live in a fantasy world besides. They have no real sense of identity, so they have to use external things to create one. This can unfortunately include the qualities, achievements, attitudes, beliefs, and anything else belonging to other people. Narcissists have a lot of difficulty differentiating themselves from external objects. This means that they can't really understand that the things around them are separate from them and exist independently of them. Kind of like the first time you ever saw your teacher outside of school as a kid and you realize, oh, she is a real person who exists in the world outside of your interactions with and your experiences of her. This is why narcissists assume that people see what they see, think what they think, believe what they believe, and on and on and on. It's very much like a child. External objects typically refers to people, but we can also often see this sort of over-identification with actual objects as well. Also with labels, words, dynamics. For example, many narcissists use external things like music, movies, a character on TV, a culture or a lifestyle, and many other things to create an identity. Now you might be thinking, well, lots of people do that. Certainly, lots of people identify with certain things, but they don't build an identity around the things. The things are an expression of their identity and their personality, not the other way around. If they lost the thing or the person or the environment or whatever, they would still be who and what they are. They don't need that thing or that person or that whatever to create or to know who they are. For narcissists, we actually see often that their identity is literally tied into the thing. You could say in a way that their identity is the thing, and the thing is their identity. If they lose it, they often have extreme difficulty coping until they find another thing. It's just the way that this psychological structure works. They have to find things to fashion into an identity because they don't really have one. And they can't experience themselves except through the reflections in the eyes of other people. So they need the trappings and the props and the costumes and whatever else to make that look real. If it looks real, others will believe in it. If others believe in it, the narcissist can see it and believe in it. If the narcissist can see it and believe in it, then it is real. This is how narcissists create some semblance of identity and self-image. It's not true identity or self-image. It's more like an identity narrative. However, this makes it no less important to the personality structure. When people express disbelief in that identity narrative or they refuse to believe in it, this often provokes rage from the narcissist whose entire identity is actually being threatened and invalidated by the person's refusal to go along with and agree with their performance of that identity as real and true and authentic. It often causes them to feel as though they're being erased or that their identity is being taken away from them. As you can see, other people figure hugely in this sort of pseudo-identity creation process. It is perhaps not too extreme to say that it can't even happen without other people's participation. Narcissists cannot create anything of their own. They must take from others in order to have anything. They can't feel like they won unless somebody else lost. They can't feel like they're right unless somebody else is wrong. They can't feel like they're the good guy unless somebody else is the bad guy. They need that perception from others in order to make it real for them, and they can only see that perception through other people's observed reactions to them, to the narcissist. This means they spend their time constantly comparing themselves to other people to see who and what they themselves are and engineering situations where they can try to create the necessary reactions in people so that who and what they see is something that they can tolerate. For example, you're at the monthly family dinner and you share with everybody that you got a promotion at work. Your narcissistic sister-in-law feels shamed by your share because anytime anybody achieves anything, this shames narcissists because they feel that they're going to be seen as less than in comparison. Doesn't matter who it is, doesn't matter what it is. She now imagines that everyone is comparing her to you and is judging her as not as good as you, which is just a projection of what she herself is doing. In reality, No one but she is even thinking of her at all. And why would they be? The conversation has nothing to do with her. But for narcissists, everything is to and for and about and because of them. She might even imagine that you shared your good news on purpose, intending to make her look or feel bad, which then makes her feel attacked and angry on top of the shame. The fact that you would be sharing it for reasons that have nothing to do with her is not likely to be considered. It's doubtful she even thought of that. Everything is about her. Sometimes when people hear that, it doesn't really resonate with them how deep and fundamental this really is. Pathologically narcissistic people are not capable of seeing things a different way. They're not capable of understanding that people do things for their own reasons because they can't see that people exist outside of how that person relates to them. This means they can't really understand that people would have their own reasons. And if you listen to the things that they say, you will see that this is true. This is why you just being a person who exists and does things shames narcissists, because it really is all about them. Now, in order for a non-narcissistic person to combat that feeling of shame, if they even experienced it at all, they would internally remind themselves of all the things that they have achieved. They would remind themselves that someone else's success is not a reflection on them, etc., etc. They would self-soothe, in other words, using their own self-image and their own self-esteem and their own self-stuff to regulate their emotions. Your hypothetical narcissistic sister-in-law cannot do this, though, because she has no self-stuff, which means she has nothing with which to combat the feeling of shame. She may, in fact, have real achievements that she could remind herself of, but since she has no self-stuff, since she emotionally owns nothing of her own and cannot see herself except through the eyes of others, this is not going to help her feel better. She must raise her perceived estimation in the eyes of everybody at the dinner table, which is to say in her own eyes, because the reality is they don't truly see anything through the eyes of other people. It's all projection. Since she can't actually raise herself up, that means lowering everyone's perceived perception of you. The only way she can address the situation is to diminish your promotion or you personally in some other way. That way, you are now less than her in everyone's eyes as she sees it. Now she feels better because now she's more as she sees it. The fact that none of this is true or real doesn't mean anything. Her feelings are all the proof and therefore all the truth that she needs. In a very real way, she has replaced her feelings of shame and powerless vulnerability with your feeling of accomplishment, transferring her shame to you. Now you feel bad and she feels good, which we may translate into just not bad. She has tried to take something from you and use it to fortify herself, attempting to transfer into you her own empty negativity. If you've ever seen the movie Invasion of the Body Snatchers, then you know that the plot of the movie is about alien life forms that came to Earth and assumed the form of human beings. They were sort of shapeless, inanimate beings until they were able to absorb and appropriate things from an actual person who was within their vicinity. Once they took what they could from that person, the person ceased to exist, leaving only the alien duplicate. The duplicates looked like the people physically. They were able to copy memories, traits, and personalities, but they were devoid of human emotion. As we discussed in the episode of the show called The Big Con, this is reminiscent of the uncanny valley effect, which is the name given to the revulsion and negative reaction that we often see in people when robots or dolls look too much like people. We sometimes see it when people interact with psychopaths and narcissists too, and it appears to be for the same reason. It looks like a human being, but it doesn't feel like one somehow, and this creates a strong negative reaction in many people. It's theorized that this happens with things that are not human because instead of being identified as a robot who is poorly imitating a human, the robot appears so much like a human that the brain identifies the robot as a person who is not behaving naturally or correctly somehow. Following that logic, it becomes easy to see why this can happen with some narcissists and psychopaths too. Not surprisingly, the people in the movie could tell something was wrong. They insisted that the pod people who looked like their loved ones were duplicates or imposters of some kind, and so they were thought to be suffering from what are called Capgras delusions, which are delusions where people are able to physically recognize somebody that they know, but they don't emotionally recognize them. They don't have the emotional responses that humans have when they see familiar faces, so they believe them to be imposters that just look like their loved one or their friend. This can actually also happen with people's pets too. In a very real sense, this is how narcissistic personalities operate as well. They are, in their own way, shapeless and inanimate without the input of other people, without others to mimic and to use to create some kind of identity out of, and without others, maybe the same others, maybe not, to reflect this performed identity back to them. There's really nothing to this person. They are like a blank TV screen waiting for somebody to power them up and pick a channel. They are, in many ways, a hodgepodge of characteristics and things they picked up from other people, from media, from books, and whatever else, and sort of like pasted onto themselves in an attempt to be someone instead of no one. Narcissists interact only with two-dimensional created images of others, and they see only two-dimensional created images of themselves. They are truly imposter human beings in this sense because there really is nothing there of any substance at all. They never get to know you. You never get to know them because there's nothing to know. The entire relationship is an illusion made up of what each person imagines the other person to be. And it stays that way because they cannot be real and they won't allow you to be real to them either. There's another parallel to Invasion of the Body Snatchers that might be less obvious to some people because certainly the idea of duplicates that look and behave like human beings but have no emotions is a very clear and very obvious parallel regarding the experience of dealing with narcissists and psychopaths. Narcissists have emotions, of course. They're just often completely disconnected from them. But another parallel is that the people who were reporting that their loved ones were duplicates or imposters or otherwise like not normal human beings were deemed to be mentally ill in some way. Now, the situation presented in the movie is more dramatic, of course, and perhaps more understandable, but in so many situations, this is so similar to what happens to people who are dealing with narcissists. The situation is so incongruent to what other people can see, or so opposite of what other people can believe, that the victim is often told they're overreacting, they're imagining things, they're misunderstanding the situation, they're just wrong somehow about what's going on. This is very damaging and invalidating to victims of narcissistic abuse because they're already being gaslit so constantly from dealing with someone who is literally living in a different reality than they are. When they are also told by other people outside of that they must be wrong, this works to double down on the effect of the gaslighting that they are already receiving. The reality is, if people have not dealt with this, they genuinely do not understand. They might not see the things that you're talking about. They might not understand how these dynamics work. They may simply not be able to believe that this kind of thing really happens. Worse, if there's been any kind of smear campaigning or narrative control happening, they might believe some of the narcissist stories about how they've been victimized or mistreated by the victim. Unfortunately, this is extremely common. Along with attempting to take things from you and transfer things to you, this reversal of roles is another way of trying to perform the sort of invasion of the body snatcher's identity swap that narcissists endeavor to create. They're not the bad guy, you are. They are the victim or the good guy or whatever, not you. Narcissists cannot actually steal your identity in the sense that we're talking about. They can perform pieces of it, and they can try to force you to assume or at least carry limited pieces of their own, but that's it. They don't really know your identity anyway. They just know an idealized or devalued version of their interpretation of it. It's like a reflection of a reflection in terms of how removed it is from the genuine article. It also takes some degree of work to do that. They have to constantly offload, rebuild. Reversing the roles in the way that we're describing here works much faster, requires less effort, and is more satisfying in some ways because instead of having to rely on their own hopefully convincing performance as a solo, they have somebody else to play off of, and this always works much better for them. Because they have nothing of their own, narcissists aren't usually a very compelling solo act. They often come across to others as extreme, either too much or too little, cartoonish, stereotypical, or just off somehow with their performance of what we might call quote-unquote normal people. And that's because it is a performance. And even the most convincing performance is still just a performance. There are always going to be places where you can see through it if you actually look. The problem is most people don't, and really, why would they? Who goes around examining and studying others to try to see who all is pretending to be something that they're not? This is how narcissists get by with it, even though in many, many situations, the act is really not that good. It's just that people don't know it's an act. They just think this is a different kind of person, maybe a little bit awkward, maybe a little bit weird, and that's if they notice it consciously at all. Unconsciously, people usually do notice things, but if their conscious brain can't identify what it is, it just registers as an impression that something is off or different about this person, or as a vague sort of feeling that something's wrong. It's hard to know what that something is because really it's everything, but it's also nothing that can really be identified or pinpointed, at least at first. It's like listening to a very familiar song being played in a slightly wrong key. Not necessarily an off key, just a wrong one. On one hand, it's totally wrong. On the other, it's exactly right. And because it's the whole song rather than just one or two off notes, it's harder to see what the problem is. The whole song is wrong, but at the same time, it's also right. All the words, instruments, structures, and formats are all there where they're supposed to be. This is the narcissist solo performance, a familiar rendition played in the wrong key. However, when they have somebody else to play off of, somebody else to contrast and compare themselves to, it usually ends up better for them, at least at first. Over time, the narcissist's inability to keep time and play in key will usually be actually more noticeable when performing with others, not less. But at first or in short bursts, they can seem to blend in very well. An act is still an act, and eventually theirs is seen through by most people, but in the short term or just for the moment, they can do very well with this strategy, especially when people don't understand what's happening or don't know what they should be paying attention to in the situation. In the movie, the pods could only take somebody over when the person was asleep, meaning when they were unaware of what was going on. They could not be utilized when they were awake and aware of what was going on. This, too, is a striking parallel to dealing with antisocial mimics such as narcissists and psychopaths as true prosocial assimilation, both of and into a society of other people, even of the limited superficial form that narcissists are trying to affect, is only possible when other people don't realize what's going on. If they are even somewhat aware, it fails. This doesn't mean that you can't be harmed by narcissists if you're aware of them, of course. They exist in real life. They are not physically bound by your belief in them the way a movie monster is, and they can definitely harm you. We've discussed many times how educating yourself about these dynamics is not enough to protect you, because it's not. It's like being in a room with poison gas. Knowing the gas is there does not make you capable of staying in the room and breathing in the gas. It does not protect you from the gas. It helps you to understand that in order to stop being poisoned, you have to get out of that room. This is the same thing. Knowing these things will not stop antisocial personalities from being able to harm you somehow if you interact with them. Nothing can stop that if they really want to do it and they're able to get to you. What it does mean is that you can't be forced to participate in the covert theft and resulting attempted erasure of your own identity when you are aware of what's going on. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via Zoom, via Skype, and through email for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, seminars throughout the year. So if you are interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. If you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Before we begin, I wanted to let you know that Understanding Narcissists, my most recent book, is available on Amazon and on my website. If you would like to get your copy, you can use the link in the information section of this video to do that. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is extremely common when dealing with narcissists, and that is the cult-like narcissistic family structure. We've talked about cults here before, as there is often pathological narcissism operating in cult groups and settings. Some of the language we use to talk about pathological narcissism now was originally conceived of and used when talking about cults, such as love bombing. The cycle of narcissistic relationships often mirrors what we see in recruiting and assimilation into cults, and this makes perfect sense. A relationship with a narcissistic person could easily be described as a cult of two, where people are engaging in what's called a folie à deux, which means the madness of two, and engaging in a shared reality that does not necessarily match the objective reality, the actuality of the situation, a fantasy of the relationship and the people in it, including themselves. This view may extend beyond the relationship to include others or the outside world as well. This is the same thing that happens in a cult. The members of a cult are all engaging in a shared reality, one that may or may not reflect actuality. This shared reality may revolve around some type of belief or philosophy or some kind of devotion to a person or a thing, and it is often defined and controlled by one or two dominant personalities in the group. Both cults and relationships with narcissists operate much the same way. Love bombing and ego involvement are used to recruit people into the situation. Triangulation is used to create the idea in people that they are special or somehow different than everyone else, and or to demonize outsiders, detractors, and deserters. People who fall from grace are devalued and eventually discarded. In cults and in narcissistic relationships, smear campaigns are used against other people, and isolation tactics are very common. The flow of information to the followers and even interaction among them is often controlled, regulated, or monitored as much as possible. People who challenge the narrative, the fantasy, or the authority of the dominant personality are targeted, devalued, and eventually expelled or otherwise discarded. This is because once a narcissistic personality is able to achieve this kind of validation for their fantasy reality, once they are able to literally create it in real life and make it real in this way, the resentment they feel for any challenge or disruption to that fantasy is extreme, which is one of the reasons we often see violence in cult situations and in relationships that include narcissists. They view this as an attack and generally react as if they've been threatened in some very serious way. As we discussed in the episode of the show entitled Gaslighting by Narcissists is Different, reality itself is perceived as an aggression by narcissists. It's a threat to the tolerable reality that they've had to come up with in order to survive, which is why these situations are so often self-destructive. All narcissists have to do is just be cool and live their lives, but they can't do that because anything that does not support and validate their narrative, their fantasy, the tolerable reality that they've created, is a direct aggression against them that must be responded to. This includes reality itself. What does this look like in practical terms? Often it looks like picking fights with people, groups, communities, institutions, whatever, for no reason. As a very basic example, if Bobby thinks he's the best person in the land, but somebody else is also saying that too, and people believe that person, this means Bobby's fantasy narrative about reality is threatened. That person, who may not even know our hypothetical narcissist Bobby, has to be attacked, smeared, demonized, minimized, maybe even eliminated somehow. Otherwise, Bobby's fantasy cannot be validated as true. This sounds so stupid. And usually it is stupid when you see it play out in real life. In the true crime genre, for example, where the most extreme narcissistic reactions are commonly examined, you see these situations happen over and over and over. Literally, in so many of these situations, all the narcissist or the narcissists involved had to do was just let whatever it is go and live their lives, and everything would have been fine. But now people are dead, and people are hurt, and families are ruined, and people are in prison, and all these terrible things have happened, all because it seems that so many narcissists cannot just do that. They cannot just let it go and live their lives, and what we're talking about here is a big part of why. If the world does not support their fantasy narrative of themselves and reality in general, then the world is an enemy. In narcissistic family structures, what we often see mirrors the structure and function of a cult as well. There's often one dominant member of the family that everyone else defers to, fears, or indulges somehow. This person controls and defines the narrative for the entire group and controls members through fear, intimidation, toxic value systems, false martyrdom, or feigned altruism of some kind. Challenges to narratives are perceived as challenges to power, and they are not tolerated, nor are outside influences and narratives. When one member of the family goes astray somehow from the shared reality created and controlled by the dominant personality, they are demonized, tormented, or excommunicated, exactly as we so often see in cult structures. As in cult situations too, the dominant personality may not be the only narcissist in the family. In point of fact, they may not even be the most narcissistic person. They're just the most powerful. And part of how they retain that power is by controlling other more narcissistic or antisocial members. Just as we see in cults, this is usually done through either fear and intimidation of some kind or by inspiring loyalty and devotion through triangulation, love bombing, and ego manipulation. It can also be done by creating the perception that the dominant personality is a victim who needs to be protected through financial manipulation, scapegoating others somehow, or in any other way that involves controlling the narrative and the information. Controlling the narrative and the information equates to controlling the perceived reality of the situation. As we've been discussing, this is paramount to pathologically narcissistic personalities. If you are trying to control reality, then you need to control what people believe. To do that, you have to control what information they're exposed to or mitigate it somehow. In truth, of course, narcissists cannot control actuality. Nobody can. Stuff just is what it is. What they can do is try to control the way things are perceived and what is known. Due to narcissists' own fragile relationship with reality, they probably figure this is enough. Just like in cults, in narcissistic family cult systems, part of how this is done is to demonize or expel people who do not uphold and validate the narrative. This accomplishes several things. It not only marginalizes and mitigates the outsider or the betrayer and whatever challenging or contradictory information they were bringing, which benefits the dominant personality who's trying to control the perception of themselves and the situation. It has the added effect of creating solidarity and unity among those who are not being scapegoated and smeared. The truth is, even if it's unconscious, most people are generally relieved when something like this happens to somebody and it's not them. We see this in bullying situations where people might not join in on the bullying, but they also don't do anything to stop it either. Nobody wants to be rejected or abandoned by the larger group. It's built into our biology for survival. That's why these tactics work so well. Narcissists in a cult type of environment take advantage of that fear and people's reaction to it, probably because narcissists know this fear very well themselves, being so dependent on the cooperation and the complicity of others as they are, not just for survival, but for definition and validation of their very reality. There's nothing these personalities fear more than being rejected, and they would therefore project that onto others as something that they fear also. In this case, they happen to be correct. It's not always correct, as many things narcissists fear are not exactly universal things that all people struggle with, but in this case it is. Triangulation of this kind creates a common enemy or a sort of bad guy poster child that the group can point to and say, don't be like this person's bad. It gives the still favored group members something they can use to curry more favor with the dominant personality, perhaps achieving an even more special position, or at the very least, reinforcing their current one. It's similar to what we see in the golden child scapegoat dynamic. The scapegoated child holds all of the narcissist's hated personal qualities or refuses to simply submit to the smothering, oppressive influence of the narcissistic parent, or both, and becomes a target for blatant abuse and torment. The golden child sees what's happening to the scapegoated child and wants to avoid that at all costs. The way to do that is to submit to the smothering influence and become aligned with the narcissistic parent or caregiver. It's a survival adaptation, and one that is often not really optional, as the narcissistic caregiver defines these roles for the children and essentially leaves them no choice. Many scapegoated children refuse to accept and carry the imagined negative characteristics that are being projected onto them by the parent and are therefore seen as problematic troublemakers, as disobedient, or as quote-unquote bad somehow. Others become scapegoats simply because they fight to retain their autonomy and their individuality, which causes the narcissistic parent to feel rejected by them. This very natural, normal phenomenon in children is punished by a narcissistic parent, often severely, and through extension of their power and influence over the rest of the family by every other member of the family cult system. Everyone dances to the dominant personality's tune. Once the children are adults, these roles often persist. The golden child may remain enmeshed with the parent to this same extreme degree, having had their own personality and identity stomped on or even stomped out and overtaken by the narcissistic parent. They sometimes become the stand-in for the narcissistic parent in family dynamics when the parent is not around or after the parent has passed on. The scapegoated child remains scapegoated as an adult, continuing to be blamed, shamed, or treated as if they are crazy and unstable. The roles simply play out as they always have, with everyone doing what they've been conditioned to do this entire time. These roles can switch at times or reverse, but they're always defined the same way in the family, regardless of who's playing them. One or both of these people may actually end up becoming narcissists themselves as adults, leading to even more toxicity in the family. Last year, we all didn't like Bobby. He was a troublemaker and a problem. Susie was the golden child, and Bobby was the scapegoat. This year, Susie did something that Mom doesn't like, so now we all like Bobby, and we all don't like Susie. Now, Bobby is the golden child, and Susie is the scapegoat. Grandma called to ask Susie how she could treat her own mother so terribly, and Uncle Billy had a talk with Susie's husband about how toxic Susie is. Aunt Lisa didn't buy Susie's kids any presents for Christmas this year. Nobody's going to the oldest child's graduation, and on and on and on. In these enmeshed family systems, the dynamics are akin to a totalitarian dictatorship where everyone's thoughts, feelings, beliefs, choices, and whatever else must mirror and are controlled by the thoughts, feelings, beliefs, choices, whatever of one person. Anyone out of alignment with that is a problem and a betrayer, and that is how they are treated. These family systems also mirror cults in another way. In a cult, when people start to have doubts about the direction of the group or the philosophies that are being extended, they keep these doubts to themselves, at least for a while. They don't talk about it to other members, partly out of fear that it's not safe to do that, but also because they feel confusion, even shame and guilt for doubting. This is the reality they've all existed in for so long, and everywhere they turn, it's being reinforced. How can they doubt it? Everyone else believes, something must be wrong with them. This is the same thing we see in a family controlled by a dominant narcissistic personality, but it can be different in the sense that there are often not that many, quote, true believers in a narcissistic family structure. In a cult, there are usually many true believers. These are people who truly believe in the cult's message or prophecy or leader or whatever. It's not cynical, it's not driven by power or anything else. Their belief is pure and they are true zealots on that subject. They do not see what a doubter would see. In a family cult system, many of the members actually do know what the dominant personality is really like, and they do see what's happening to a degree. Not all of them, of course, and many do sincerely buy into the dominant personality's manipulations, but even with those people, we still commonly find that many of them realize this is a toxic or abusive situation. They might not understand the dynamics. They might not understand how harmful it actually really is, but they can see that what's happening is toxic or that it's not okay. They just don't rock the boat because it's easier that way. They don't want to go against the dominant personality, and they often feel like they can't. Many people in this situation have been shamed and conditioned with supposed family values that are actually toxic methods of control drummed into them by dominant narcissistic personalities. For example, that you can never walk away from family no matter how terrible that they are. Or you cannot disagree with your elders. You can't disobey your elders no matter how old you get, no matter how wrong they are, this kind of stuff. People feel beholden to these relationships and stuck in them, so it's just easier to go along with it because they can't get out of it. We hear it all the time. People say things like, well, but that's just how mom is. Or, yes, your father's hard to deal with, but you just need to be the bigger person in this situation. Why don't you make an effort to get along with your brother? For me, do it for me. You should talk to your sister. She needs you. These statements endeavor to minimize what is often horribly toxic or abusive behavior and create the narrative that exiting the relationship is not an option, or that people should continue to tolerate abusive and toxic behavior so that other people who are either not being mistreated or aren't willing to advocate for themselves can feel better about the situation. It's bogus, and it's all part of the fantasy created in these situations that there's a loving family here somewhere. People need to just stop rocking the boat and get with the program, then everything is going to be fine. This is all part of the narrative that the dominant narcissistic personalities in these situations create in order to maintain control. Narcissists fear rejection and abandonment. It's their biggest fear. So they very commonly try to engineer situations where it is believed to be wrong or even impossible for others to get away from them. Browbeating people with these toxic quote-unquote family values is one of the ways they do that. They might also attempt to create excessive dependence in other members of the family through manipulation of emotions or finances, or engineer situations where they themselves appear excessively dependent so that they cannot be abandoned. We often see this in cults as well, where people are required to forfeit all worldly goods or give all their money to the group so that they're dependent upon the group and, by extension, the dominant personality. It's also not uncommon in cults for the dominant personality to be sickly or appear to be frail or disabled in some way so that they have to be taken care of. Essentially, people now feel trapped in the situation, and the constant conditioning with toxic dynamics masquerading as values or love only makes getting out even more difficult. Taking or otherwise controlling someone's money works well to keep them around. Making them believe that leaving the situation is wrong or bad works even better. If you can do that, you don't even have to take their money. This is what narcissists commonly do in these situations. In order for people to leave cults, we often hear that they must be deprogrammed. This means that whatever the cult taught them has to be unlearned and replaced with healthier, more realistic information. That is also what has to happen when people escape narcissistic family structures. They've often been conditioned with limited, toxic beliefs and values by people who are not even living in the same reality as everybody else. So this must be unlearned in order to truly escape and to recover. This is very difficult for people. It's hard to look at things that you've believed for your entire life and see them as potentially untrue. Many people are not willing to do that because it's too scary or it's just too difficult. Others are unable. The conditioning is just too deep. For example, this is what we see in many narcissistic personalities. They are too psychologically rigid and too emotionally fragile to be able to examine or address any of these things. If what they believe is not true, now what? Narcissists have a disproportionate fear of believing things that are not true or of being tricked somehow, likely because their ability to perceive and test reality is itself impaired. The thought that they could be wrong actually causes a majority of them to double down even more. It causes them to hold even more tightly to what they believe or that they're claiming, and the more proof there is that they are in fact wrong, the worse this gets, resulting in the truly insane, nonsensical arguments and paranoid accusations that we are all so familiar with. The fear and shame attached to thinking they could have been operating under a false reality, a wrong reality, this entire time is too much for narcissists. So they go with what they know, even if what they know is damaging, hurtful, harmful, dangerous, or otherwise just not working for them at all. For most of us, however, even though this is difficult, it can be done. It starts with examining your beliefs about yourself and the world around you to determine if they are really yours in the first place. Where did they come from? Why do you have them? Do they stand up to reality testing? Are they actually true? Are they working for you? Are there other ways that things could be looked at that are maybe more realistic, more helpful? In this way, people can start to address and curate their own thoughts and beliefs to make sure these are truly theirs and that they're not operating according to outdated or unhelpful conditioning. This is the first step in deprogramming yourself from the narcissistic family cult. I hope this cleared a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, classes, courses, and clinics throughout the year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books available now for purchase. You can do that on LittleShaman.org. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on thelittleshaman.com. Just type that address in and it will take you directly to the YouTube channel. Today's show is brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today, I wanted to talk to you about something that is really important to understand when dealing with narcissists of any kind, and in some ways, people in general. And that is that there are times when too much empathy, too much sympathy can be dangerous. One of the biggest reasons that people report feeling stuck in relationships with narcissists and other toxic personalities is that they feel sorry for these folks and they feel an obligation to take care of them and stick by them and not abandon them. Empathy is a wonderful thing. It's so important to be able to understand where other people are coming from and how they might be feeling. Empathy helps keep people from hurting each other. It helps keep people from doing things that cause other people pain or problems. It's a powerful, important ability to have as a human being. However, there are times when too much empathy, too much sympathy, too much identification with another person can be dangerous. If you empathize with someone's experience so much that you start identifying with it and subsequently projecting your own experiences and feelings onto that and onto them, this can end up clouding your judgment because you have started seeing yourself, not the other person. This can make you see things that aren't really there or assign outsized importance or consideration to things that don't really matter or that don't really fit in the situation. Remember, projection is the opposite of empathy. When we are engaging in empathy, we see how the other person feels. When we're engaging in projection, we see how we feel. And these things might not actually be the same, whether we have had similar experiences to the other person or not. Everyone is different, and to assume in this way can be dangerous. For example, if someone has had a similar negative traumatic experience to one that you have had, you might assume that they feel what you feel, that they want what you wanted, that they need what you need. But this might not be true. Empathizing so much that we start identifying and then projecting can make us unable to see that. And in some situations, that can be harmful. Not just to us either. Assuming things about how other people feel, what they want, or what they need can actually cause them to feel unseen and unheard because what you are saying or doing does not align with what they want or what they need or what they feel. It aligns with these things for you. We need to be sure that we're actually listening and truly understanding what other people are telling us about themselves and their experiences, not assuming. The greatest danger, though, in situations with narcissists is generally to us. If we assume that another person is like us, we are assuming a lot of facts that might not be in evidence. We are assuming things we have no proof of based on our own experiences and our own feelings and our own reactions. This isn't just incorrect with pathologically narcissistic personalities, it's dangerous because they are very often not like us in some fundamentally important ways. For example, if you had a traumatic and a difficult childhood, if you encounter another person who says that they had one too, you might assume many things about how they feel, what they want, the kind of person they are, and more, based mostly or even solely on your own experiences and your own feelings. We actually see the reality of this phenomenon all the time when people say that they don't believe abusers had a traumatic upbringing or were ever victims themselves because nobody who went through that kind of experience would ever victimize anybody else. This is false. Based on data collected over many, many years, abuse begets abuse. The overwhelming majority of people who grow up to be abusers were themselves victims of abuse. But some people don't believe that because that's not how they turned out. They were abused and they would never hurt anybody else. So they assume this is how everybody turns out. Therefore, anything outside of that is just not true. But they're wrong, plain and simple. That is an example of projection. Those people are taking their experience and saying that it's everybody's experience. It's not. Everybody does not react to everything the same. Everybody is not impacted by everything the same. An abusive childhood is actually a really good example of the truth of this because some people react to these experiences by becoming more empathetic and more compassionate toward other people. And some people react to an abusive childhood by becoming abusers themselves. You think people who understand what being hurt is like would not hurt other people because you have empathy and you consider the feelings of other people, so you wouldn't do those things. A person who doesn't have empathy doesn't consider any of that at all. They don't consider the impact on other people in any way. There's a difference between intellectually understanding something hurts another person and being able to truly understand and connect with that and what that means. Narcissists understand intellectually that things hurt people, just like they understand the color blue is blue and you wear a shirt. Their only emotional understanding in any of these situations is for their own feelings, and sometimes not even that. They simply cannot recognize the feelings of other people. That's what not having empathy is. People often insist that many narcissists seem to enjoy the pain of other people, and that's true, but it's not for the reasons that people usually think it is. It isn't because, for example, the pain itself matters, or the other person, or that either of these things are even really being recognized in any real way. Again, narcissists don't have empathy, so other people and those other people's feelings are not part of the equation. That so many people refuse to believe this is another example of projection. It wouldn't be possible for them, therefore it's just not possible, but it is. Narcissists enjoy their feeling of power or control, or however they're feeling about the situation. They see through your reactions that they've gotten to you, that they've bothered you. This makes them feel important or powerful or in control or strong or whatever the thing. That is what they're enjoying. They don't understand the actual impact of your pain or fear on you at all. You can easily see proof of that, first of all, by the way they talk about it like it's no big deal, but also you can see proof of it by controlling your own reactions. If you do that, they will push harder and harder and harder to get a reaction because that's the only way they have of getting the feeling that they're looking for. If they could actually understand your feelings, they wouldn't need to see a reaction from you. But they do need that because your feelings are not part of the equation. Your reactions are what matter. This is very much like young children who bully each other so that they can feel powerful or tough or vent out their own negative feelings, but they don't have the maturity or the empathy to understand what they're actually doing to the other kids, how deeply this is impacting the people who are being bullied. They just see that the other kid is bothered and that makes them feel better. Narcissists are the same. They react to your reactions to their behavior. This is the way they know they exist and they matter. I'm bigger and stronger and more powerful because I made you feel bad and I made you cry and your face fell and your whole body slumped. Or, that's what they're looking at. There's no understanding of your actual feelings at all. It's like knowing that there was an impact to your car because you can see the damage, a scratch, a dent, a broken taillight. You have your own feelings about this situation, sure, but you don't stand there thinking of the deep emotional impact this incident had on your car. You don't think about that at all. Why would you? And they don't either. That is a huge difference between who and how you are and who and how they are. This is why too much empathy and too much sympathy and too much identification can be dangerous, because too much empathy leads to too much projection, and we are not all the same. The idea that we are has been the downfall of many a good, decent, well-intentioned person. With narcissists in particular, too, it's important to understand that being a victim does not automatically make everything someone does okay, and a history of trauma does not ever justify behavior that harms other people. It's tragic that horrible things happen to anybody, but it does not excuse and it did not force them to engage in intentionally harmful behavior against innocent people who did nothing except try to trust or care about them. The sad reality is that some people are changed for the worse by the things that happen to them. Whatever they may have had the potential to be or do before, this is what they are now. This is what they do now. There are some people who find this dark or even hopeless. Some people get offended by anybody saying it because they want to believe that that's not true. That's understandable, but also, this is reality. It's the really real world. Many, many people have been seriously harmed or even killed because they refuse to believe that there are people who are just not interested in doing the right or the good thing, no matter how many chances you give them, no matter how kind you are to them, no matter how compassionate and patient, it doesn't matter. Some people see your offer to help them as a way to take advantage of you. They don't feel bad about that. They think you're stupid and you get what you deserve. Being compassionate is a wonderful thing. Wanting to help other people is a wonderful thing. Allowing this to cloud your judgment so much that it turns into taking chances with your safety is not a wonderful thing. If you really feel that someone's past experiences had so much influence that these things are responsible for harmful, manipulative, antisocial acts this person is engaging in now, because there's a very good chance that that's true, it's important to understand also what this actually means. It means that these experiences changed this person into someone who harms others without caring. That's what they are now. The past and present cannot be separated in the way that many people try to do here, and neither can the impact of things. If these past events were impactful enough to have influenced or even caused such terrible present day behavior, in your opinion, how is it that they have not also significantly contributed to this person's personality and the kind of person they are as an adult? They absolutely have, which means if your empathy or sympathy for this person clouds your ability to see and act on that reality, you're allowing it to become a vulnerability that can put you in danger. Feeling so much empathy for a wounded lion that you bring it into your home is not seeing the reality of the situation. This is not brave and compassionate. It's letting your feelings cloud your judgment to the point that you're putting yourself in danger and your family. Something or someone being a victim also doesn't make them not dangerous. On the contrary, most wounded animals will attack you out of their own pain and fear, even when you're trying to help. Actually, especially when you're trying to help, because then you're close enough where they can reach you and you represent a threat. Many humans are not much different in this regard, and in the end, the true nature of every living thing wins out regardless. How many tragic failures of this have there been? People trying to keep wild animals as pets. A lion cannot be a house cat. Every instinct inside of him tells him to distrust you. Every instinct inside of him tells him to kill you and to eat you. If you keep him around long enough, he will eventually. Humans are no different in this regard either. Who and what they are always comes out in the end, and we ignore this reality at our own peril. Yes, it is horrible that this person was abused as a child or had some other circumstance that impacted them to such a large and terrible degree that they've become someone who routinely hurts and exploits other people with no remorse or even a second thought. But it's too late now for any amount of empathy or sympathy or understanding to change anything in that regard. This person is now an adult with decades of entrenchment and reinforcement regarding their beliefs, mindsets, experiences, and behaviors. This is who and what they are now, and we see the evidence of that in their behavior. The damage has been done. Allowing them to harm you or harm anybody else is not going to change that. All it does is address your own guilt or whatever other feelings of yours involved here. Love and support are wonderful, but they're not magic. They are not treatment. They do not replace treatment. They do not replace a willingness to change one's own behavior. They don't replace somebody's ability to recognize what's wrong with what they're doing. They cannot change someone so affected by adverse events that as an adult they can justify routinely choosing to hurt or exploit other people. It is what it is, and it is a choice. Past events by themselves don't force people to engage in harmful, toxic, or abusive behavior. What they can do is shape a person into someone who chooses to do these kinds of things. That needs to be understood because someone who chooses to do harmful, toxic, or abusive things is dangerous. And it really does not matter why they're that way at this point, because bringing a dangerous person into a vulnerable situation can have extremely serious consequences, like we were talking about earlier with the lion. It's like having a wounded wolf that you nurse back to health look after your sheep because you believe he's going to be so grateful for your kindness that this is going to somehow make him into something different than what he actually is. It won't. Having empathy for someone's trauma will not change the kind of person they have become if they've become the kind of person that hurts other people on purpose. And it will not protect you from being harmed by that. We need to be sure we do not conflate compassion with accountability. Empathy, sympathy, support, and compassion do not replace the need for people to be held accountable for their actions in the real world, for there to be consequences for these things. Relationships and society as a whole cannot exist without that. Understanding why someone did something or seeing the reality of the factors that played into their choices doesn't erase the fact that they're responsible for those choices, and it does not somehow excuse them from the consequences for them. This person is not a child. They're a grown adult who is intentionally hurting other people because that's the kind of thing they're okay with doing. Things that happened in the past can be awful, but they don't somehow excuse someone hurting innocent people now. And these things are not more important than the very real harm this person is doing to others today. They're just not, period. If someone was attacked by a dog as a child and was traumatized by that, nobody would accept that as an excuse if they went around and poisoned every dog in their neighborhood as an adult, traumatizing countless children by killing their pets. There's often a kind of A to B direct linear perception here that can leave out the fact that this person is not just reacting to trauma. It's not like this happened to them and now they do this from A to B. This is how it works. This is also related to the kind of person that they are now, the kind of things that they're okay with doing. And if they became that way because of the trauma, that is secondary at this point because, again, the damage really is already done. You can't unring a bell. It is that person's responsibility to do something about the things that caused them trauma or pain and shaped the way that they behave or react now. Not use these things as a way to garner sympathy and as an excuse to deflect responsibility for their harmful or abusive actions. If they have the wherewithal to bring these things up as an excuse or as a deflection whenever they harm other people, because many of them do, we hear that all the time, then they can clearly see the problems that this is supposedly causing and the need to address these things, right? So if they don't do that, they're choosing to remain harmful, and that should not be overlooked for any reason. It's a safety concern because this person clearly understands that they're harming other people and does not care. This is not just a trauma thing, and people really need to stop trying to make it one. It's a lot of things. It's a personality thing. It's a values thing. It's a moral thing. It's a character thing. The fact that someone has been impacted by trauma in childhood or at any other time is likely part of the issue, of course, but it doesn't mitigate the reality of or the responsibility for the intentional choices being made by an adult. If someone reacts to trauma in a more positive way, because this does happen all the time, say, for example, by becoming very driven and creating a successful business, why don't people then say, well, trauma made them that way, so they're not responsible for their achievements, and therefore they don't deserve any of the money or the praise for their own success? People don't say that because that would be ridiculous, right? But in reality, there's no difference. People either are responsible for their actions or they're not. If they are, then this applies across the board, whether the actions are good or bad. And if they're not, same thing. You can't say someone is only not responsible for their failures or for the negative, harmful, wrong things they do, but they still get all the credit for their successes and their positive things. You can't say that someone is only responsible for the good actions or choices they've made, but not any of the bad or negative ones. There's really no argument that can get around that, because if it absolves them of blame, then it also absolves them of credit. Again, people are either responsible for their actions or they're not. Most people who try to avoid responsibility for negative things typically do still try to claim the credit for any positive things, but that's not how it works. People are responsible for both. Now, some might say that adverse experiences in childhood can affect someone's ability, for example, to develop empathy. This is true, but lack of empathy alone does not make somebody engage in harmful acts against other people. People don't hurt others because they have no empathy. They don't care that they hurt others because they have no empathy, which makes the choice to hurt other people easier. It doesn't cause people to make that choice. The reality is, quote unquote, good people don't choose to intentionally harm or exploit other people because they experience trauma. There are other factors here, the majority of which are within this person's control. Their experiences have probably influenced the way they view the world and the people in it, certainly. But the person is still responsible for their own choices because that's not the only reason they made them. This is simply not an excuse for someone to repeatedly choose violent, abusive, exploitative, manipulative, or otherwise toxic behavior that hurts other people. Narcissists and other toxic personalities are very good at portraying themselves as victims. They are very good at playing off of the empathy, sympathy, and goodwill of other people. A study regarding people with dark triad traits and what was termed virtuous victimhood found that people who scored high in dark triad traits like narcissism were much more likely to claim to be victims in order to extract resources from society. Of course, anyone who has dealt with these personalities already knows that. I actually did a podcast about that study that will be linked at the end of this video. This victim portrayal by narcissists and other dark triad personalities is especially compelling in many situations because often people can see that this person does have problems. They have had adverse experiences. There is some merit to the things that they're saying. When there is merit to it, as there often is, it makes it much harder for many people to see this as manipulative or as an attempt to exploit anything. But it is. It's okay to feel sympathy or empathy for someone who has had trauma and adverse experiences in their past. The problem is, it doesn't really matter in this context. These things do not excuse what the toxic person has done to other people, and they're not more important. The idea that a narcissist or anybody else is more important than all of the other people in these situations, so everybody else need to just tolerate harmful or toxic behavior from that person, is false. This is not compassionate. It is absolute, utter BS, and it's also enabling. To reinforce the idea that a person doesn't have to take accountability for their actions or care about the impact that they're having on other people because they and their pain or their feelings or whatever about them is just more important than everybody else is giving this person permission to mistreat other people. That's dangerous, and your kindness will not be rewarded. If you're dealing with a narcissist who is very good at playing the victim card or the sympathy card or any other of the emotional weaponry cards, and many of them are pretty good at this, or if you are somebody who finds that your sympathy and your empathy and your compassion can overwhelm your judgment, it's important to remember a few things. Number one, this does not excuse their behavior. It just doesn't. It's not more important than the pain and experiences of the people that this person has hurt. Other people matter in these situations too. They, in fact, matter just as much as the narcissist or the other harmful person, period. The idea that they somehow don't is just so ridiculously narcissistic. But we often hear victims of narcissists perpetuating this exact narrative. And it's amazing that many don't seem to realize they are literally repeating abuser rhetoric. Only abusers insist that they're the only people in this situation who matter, that hurting other people isn't really important, or that the pain and suffering and emotions of other people are not important in comparison to theirs. Nobody else says that. Nobody. Number two, you want to remember that your emotions don't have to govern your choices. It's difficult to act against how you feel, but it can be done, and with practice, it does get easier. You can feel empathy and even sympathy and compassion, even pity for someone without acting on that or basing your choices on it. It's really your own discomfort that's the problem here. The reality is we need to make our decisions using logic and facts, and feelings are not facts. The fact is that whatever the reason, this person is not safe. Having information about why that might be is good, but it doesn't help with the end result of this situation, which is happening now today. In practical terms, it's information that is, at the very least, pretty much useless in practical application, and at most, it's damaging if it exploits a vulnerability in you. It's our job to protect ourselves and hold strong boundaries, no matter how we might feel or what we might want to do in actuality. This is not easy, but it's extremely important, and no one is going to do it for us. We cannot simply walk around the world refusing to enforce boundaries and just hoping that we don't need them. This is dangerous. There are many people in this world who will take advantage of that. Even well-meaning people can violate boundaries. And enforcing boundaries is how we can discern who's toxic from someone who just made a mistake. People who unintentionally violate boundaries take care not to do that again. They generally don't argue that it's not their fault somehow. They don't blame it on you. They don't make it all about how they and their feelings matter more or are more important than you. They don't go on and on about how you're being unfair or how you're not so perfect your own self. People who care about hurting you and violating your boundaries feel bad. They don't want to do that, and they try to make sure they don't do it again. They don't try to make you feel bad for them while they continue to hurt you and say that it's not their fault somehow, or that you just need to put up with it. People always want to know, how do I tell if someone's a narcissist or somebody's toxic, whatever else? The answer is very simple. Create and enforce boundaries. Learn to say no. If you learn to do that, you will find out very quickly who thinks you actually matter and who does not. Once you see that, believe it, but don't take it personally. If they can't see a valuable thing when it's right in front of them, that's their problem. It's their loss. The reality is, everyone is not good enough to have a place at your table. Yeah, that's right. I said what I said, and I said what I meant. Everyone does not deserve access to you. We have to be discerning. We lock our doors, we lock our cars, and we don't feel bad about doing that. We don't think, oh my gosh, I'm being so judgmental, or this is so unfair of me. Who do I think I am anyway? Yet so often we just leave ourselves wide open, afraid to be thought of as judgmental, or like we think too highly of ourselves, or maybe we're afraid to upset or anger other people. But your safety is more important than somebody's hurt feelings or worrying about what they think of you. If it isn't, you are potentially in enormous danger. You are just as important as everybody else. Your pain matters just as much. Your safety, your well-being, your needs, everything. You cannot let just anybody into your house or into your car, and you cannot let just anybody into your life or into your head or into your heart. It's not safe. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me about this or anything else, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the book an appointment button. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you're interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or you can find them on Amazon. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com. Just type that in. It'll take you right to the YouTube channel, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com. Just type that in, it'll take you directly to the YouTube channel. Today's episode is brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that virtually everybody dealing with narcissists encounters, and that is that these relationships constitute an assault on reality. Our reality is very important to us. The human brain relies on feedback from our environment and our communities to regulate itself and to stay grounded in that reality. This is what reality testing is, for example. If a person believes something that's not true, and this happens all the time, feedback from our environment and the people around us helps us to analyze our thoughts, beliefs, and reactions to make sure that they line up with objective experience. When this reality testing fails or becomes impaired somehow, people can develop delusions and even psychosis. People who suffer from hallucinations, for example, have difficulty integrating feedback from their environment because what they are experiencing differs from what other people can see or can hear. They are legitimately seeing and hearing things that other people are not seeing and hearing. So when people give them this feedback, it doesn't resonate with their experience. You can't tell a person that they're not hearing something that they are in fact hearing. This is not going to resonate with them at all. And because of that, reality testing will fail in that situation. Reality testing can fail in other ways too. The advent of what is being termed AI psychosis is an example of failed reality testing leading to delusions or a loss of touch with reality. When people interact with AI, it mimics human interactions in many ways, but it cannot engage in the feedback and reflection that is required for accurate and successful reality testing. It is designed to engage with the user and validate them, but all it reflects back is what the user already thinks and believes. It's essentially mirroring everything the person says. This is dangerous because, again, if someone believes something that's not true, feedback from others helps to keep that in check. In an interaction with something or someone that agrees with and validates every single thing that is said, there is no system of checks and balances here. Instead of forcing self-reflection and critical thinking, what results is a reinforcement or even a deepening and an enrichment of things that are already thought or believed. This can be how delusions are created and or confirmed. Confirmation of delusion is extremely dangerous, and with no critical feedback at all, even casual beliefs can blow up into delusions, especially when these things are being unconditionally validated. This is very likely why so-called AI psychosis is being seen even in people who have no history of mental health problems. That piece of it is very significant and it should not be ignored. That is how important this environmental messaging is to the healthy human experience. Even someone with no mental health history whatsoever can be seriously impacted when reality testing fails or becomes impaired. You can also see this phenomenon in situations where adults were spoiled children, or where someone is surrounded by what they call yes men. There's no critical feedback. There's no challenge to anything. This person is receiving the message from their environment and their community that everything they're saying and doing and thinking is accurate and true and right and good and great. After too long in this kind of environment, people end up very out of touch with things, up to and including reality. Pathologically narcissistic personalities have impaired reality testing as well. Their perception of events is very often not the same as everybody around them, and they do receive feedback from their environment that would correct this perception, but it's resisted and ignored because the reality is uncomfortable for them somehow, and because they really do feel that they are perceiving things correctly. They have to feel that way for survival. Because of that, when narcissists are in your environment, the feedback that you're receiving from them is unreliable. This is exactly how and why gaslighting impacts people so strongly and so deeply. It's why it's so damaging. Gaslighting introduces incorrect or unreliable environmental messaging and feedback into the equation, causing people to doubt their own perceptions because what's being reflected back to them by other people does not match what they feel or what they're experiencing. Our brains are wired to consider feedback from other people and to use it to decide if we need to adjust our perceptions accordingly. When this feedback is consistently incorrect or unreliable, it results in doubting your own perception of reality. As an example of how dangerous this really can be, in many of the situations that involve AI psychosis, there is evidence of the user trying to engage in reality testing with the AI, with the bot that they're talking to, regarding what are developing delusions or how they are starting to think of things, only for the bot to respond that there's nothing wrong with how they're thinking at all, and to further validate these delusional thinking patterns or ideas. This is exactly what happens with narcissists, only it's the opposite. Instead of constant unconditional validation, it's constant unconditional invalidation. Instead of being told that you're always right and you're always good, you're being told that you're always wrong and you're always bad. Either one of these things is very damaging to someone's perception and psychological well-being due to how important environmental messaging really is to the human psyche. For many people, this assault on reality is their biggest sort of weakness when it comes to no contact and not reacting and things like that when dealing with narcissists. For example, It can be very difficult to not respond when you hear reality just taking such a beating. It's not even about defending themselves or their viewpoint in these situations. It's hearing reality be so thoroughly just ignored and disregarded and twisted. This is difficult for many, many people to tolerate, and that's completely understandable. These folks are pushing back not just against the illogical and the delusional, but at the attempt to try to disrupt their ability to engage in reality testing, which is what this is. Problem is, there's absolutely no point in doing that. This person genuinely does not see things the way that you do, and they're not going to. The way to counter the effect this is having on you, if you cannot completely disengage from this person, is by categorizing this person as an unreliable narrator of reality and not imparting any importance on their feedback. They're not going to change their perceptions to suit you, to suit reality, or to suit anything else. It is what it is. The way you protect yourself is by knowing that, reminding yourself of that, and not giving their feedback any consideration. Everyone's opinion is not valid. They're just not. That might not be a popular thing to say, but it's the truth. You are under no obligation to entertain anything that's nonsensical, illogical, or delusional, and somehow the opinions from narcissists always seem to end up at one of those somehow. It doesn't matter who this person is to you or how you feel about them or what position they're supposed to hold in your life. If what they're saying is crazy or it's illogical or it's a lie or it's delusional, you don't have to consider it. It's better for you and them if you don't. Remember, confirming delusions is dangerous and it's wrong. When you entertain illogical, delusional, just nonsense from pathologically narcissistic people, you are providing them with environmental feedback that validates it, even if you're arguing with what they're saying or if you're resisting their perceptions. The fact that you're engaging with it at all gives these things validation in their mind. That's why they keep bringing it up over and over and over and over. Your reaction gives them validation. It gives them narcissistic supply, and it works to reinforce their wrong perceptions and beliefs, which deepens their attachment to these things. You can do your part in that interaction by not doing that. If you're dealing with an assault on your reality, remember that the person you're dealing with has proven themselves to be an unreliable narrator. Speak with people you trust to validate your experiences and to get real feedback on what's going on. This is extremely important. We do it in our support group all the time. Reality testing is so important for the human psyche, and it's even more important for people who have experienced prolonged gaslighting and immersion in a reality that does not match their actuality. Don't rely on narcissists for reality testing, and don't take into consideration the opinions or feedback of people who are not in reality or people who have demonstrated that they are not interested in being honest or fair. That is how you protect yourself. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me about this or anything else, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or find them on Amazon. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you're interested in seeing what we are running throughout the month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with weekly support meetings, access to exclusive content, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is often not understood regarding relationships with narcissists, and that is that in many ways, these relationships truly are the perfect storm. Relationships with narcissists are based on a shared fantasy, even if people don't realize that. You are in love with a fantasy image of the narcissist and of yourself that they make tangible for you. They are in love with the fantasy image of you and of themselves that you make tangible for them. Both people in these relationships are seeing idealized versions of themselves during the good times and devalued images of themselves during times when things are not good. Whether good or bad, none of these images are real, which is what we mean by fantasy. The entire relationship is a fictionalized interaction between alternating idealized or devalued images based on an overall reality narrative that was created by the narcissist. Roles, identities, events, and everything else are interpreted along the lines of that narrative, that reality. What actually happened or who anybody actually is does not matter at all. Who you see the narcissist as in the relationship is not real, either good or bad, because this person is not really anybody. Who you see yourself as in the relationship is not real. It's a projection based on your own and the narcissist's idealized or devalued image of who you are as a person and in the relationship. Who the narcissist sees you as in the relationship is not real because they're not capable of seeing you realistically or as something that exists outside of how you relate to them. Who they see themselves as is not real. It's a projection based on the narcissist's own and your own idealized or devalued image of who they are. Who you are together, then, is subsequently not real either, nor is the narrative of the relationship, whatever that might be. This goes for any relationship, no matter what it is. Romantic, platonic, family, it's all the same. Pathologically narcissistic people do not see other people as they really are, and they cannot see themselves at all. Because of this, all of their relationships are fantasies, no matter what. They pretty much have to be, since narcissists are not real people in the true sense of how this phrase is used. What they show you is not real, and because they genuinely do not see the reality of situations, whatever they think they see is not real either. You have undoubtedly seen this for yourself in your interactions with this person. It's there during idealization periods of the relationship too, but it is very obvious during devaluation periods. During idealization periods, when people are seen in an unreasonably, unrealistically positive way, even as perfect maybe, this is no less of a fantasy than during the devaluation periods, where people are seen in an unreasonably, unrealistically negative way. Idealization just feels good, and because of that, it is often not recognized as harmful or bad. The narcissist's idealized image of a person may also line up with that person's idealized image of themselves. And when that happens, people often feel like they're finally being seen for who they really are. Nothing could be further from the truth in reality, but in the moment, this can be extremely intoxicating. In reality, the narcissist is not seeing you for who you really are. They are, in point of fact, not seeing you at all. But because it feels so good and lines up so closely with who someone wants to be or believes they already are, it can be very difficult for people to see that. The devaluation period is easier to recognize as harmful because, first of all, it's painful, but also because the bad things that narcissists accuse people of are often so outside of the person's character that people can see relatively quickly that this is just nonsense. It hurts, But that's why it hurts, because it's not true. It's so extreme that most people recognize it as untrue pretty quickly. They know it's false, and for someone to think that of them is painful. Though the devaluation period is experienced as more painful than the love bombing and idealization, these are two sides of the same coin. They actually work together because the devaluation is as devastating as it is in part because of the idealization. If you were never put up on a pedestal, you could never fall off of it. Because you were, you can. And in the case of narcissistic abuse, the fall is very far indeed. From prized treasure to discarded trash in 10 seconds. From soulmate to cellmate, and you might have no idea at all of why. The shared fantasy and its components are one of the biggest conditions that helps to create the perfect storm in narcissistic relationships, and a very powerful condition it is. The ego is very involved in this, and it is extremely difficult to simply walk away from what feels like an almost realized ideal self or relationship. It's often one of the hardest things many of us will ever try to do. The fantasy further entrenches dynamics that are very common in these relationships, such as dependency, rescue narratives and dynamics, toxic hope that love is going to somehow make the relationship improve, and conditional love, where people learn to associate validation and love with their ability to tolerate toxic behavior. It also reinforces emotional blackmail, loss of self, emotional burnout, giving without balance, and much, much more. Another condition that helps create the perfect storm here is projection, both yours and theirs. Projection feeds into the shared fantasy and is also fed by the shared fantasy, making a self-perpetuating cycle that can be extremely difficult to escape, partly because often people just can't see it. Everyone exists in their own paradigm to a degree, meaning a world made up of our own perceptions and perspectives and patterns and beliefs and all of the things that we know. To that end, everybody understands and interprets the world through their paradigm. Because of this, we are very often engaging in projection because we're assuming things about other people based on our personal paradigm. This projection is not usually harmful. On the contrary, it's often helpful, even necessary, to facilitate understanding and empathy. I have felt sad. I know what sad feels like. I was sad in this or some kind of similar situation, and I know that you have feelings too, so that means you are probably sad now that you're in this same or similar situation too. Or I have had things like that said to me, and I didn't like it. Most people don't, so I won't say that thing to you right now because you're probably not going to like it either. Through this sort of basic projection, we understand and communicate with each other. However, projection has limits. Basic projection is essential for empathy, but too much projection creates an opposite effect. Empathy is seeing how other people feel. Projection is seeing how we feel. If we project too much onto another person, we are not seeing how they feel. We are seeing how we feel. This creates misunderstandings and misinterpretations. For example, pathologically narcissistic personalities tend to confuse projection with empathy. They read their own feelings and their own mindsets into a situation, then they assign these things to the other person and believe that they are seeing how the other person feels. They're not. The reality is they are seeing their own stuff. That is what they're feeling, but because they lack empathy and the ability to differentiate the self from external objects, such as other people, they cannot tell the difference. We often see the same thing happening the other way from people toward narcissists, although it's the opposite. For example, a narcissist might say something like, "I have no empathy," or "I don't know how to love other people," or "I think something is wrong with me because I don't seem to feel the way that other people do." This is actually more common than you might think, and people very often try to argue or dismiss these kind of comments, saying stuff like, "Oh, I'm sure that's not true," or "I think you just have a hard time with such and such." This happens not just because the narcissist has attempted to portray that they have these qualities, but largely because also people simply cannot believe that this is true because it's not true for them. They're speaking from their paradigm, and in their paradigm, that's how most people are. Most people are like them. This is unfortunately a very dangerous and costly mistake. People tend to think of bad guys a certain way, and if someone does not appear to fit into that mold, people might dismiss the possibility that it could apply. But it can, and an insistence on seeing what isn't there is one of the things that contributes to people becoming ensnared in these situations. It's very dangerous. In relationships with narcissists, these dynamics create a perfect storm of projection, wherein you are projecting things onto the narcissist and they are projecting things onto you. They are typically projecting negative things onto you based on their own paradigm, such as malicious motives, jealousy, anger, hatred, envy, and you are typically projecting positive things onto them based on yours, such as empathy, compassion, love, remorse, understanding. This tends to culminate in a very unfortunate situation where people dealing with narcissists are judging and trying to understand the narcissist through their own paradigm, and the narcissist is judging and trying to understand people through their own paradigm, and everybody ends up with exactly the opposite conclusions about each other. You end up believing you see good things in the narcissist that are not there, and they end up believing they see bad things in you that are not there. This is also because narcissists tend to have a negativity bias where they give more weight and focus more on things that are bad. Because of this dynamic where you see good things and they see bad things, they are given endless chances to understand, and you are forced to defend yourself nonstop. Both people are seeing each other based on who they are, not who the other person actually is, and it becomes a situation where neither person is really seeing the reality of the other person or the relationship at all. This is where we say, whether good or bad, no matter what, the entire relationship is a fantasy. You believe you're dealing with someone who's like you. They believe they're dealing with someone who's like them. You're both wrong. This is important for people to understand because while it might be somewhat easier to understand that the narcissist is seeing you incorrectly, many people don't realize that they are actually doing the same thing. In point of fact, there is no one here to see. You are seeing an idealized or devalued image of a ghost, filled in by your own paradigm and brought to life by your belief in it. The dynamic in this situation can become one of both parties constantly alternating between offense and defense. People are often forced to defend themselves continuously while they are also trying to convince the narcissist that they are the bad one or the wrong one or the one with the problem. Narcissists also feel like they must defend themselves, and they are also trying to convince you that you are the bad one or the wrong one or the one with the problem. In what has got to be some of the most horrific irony ever conceived of, both people in these situations are doing the exact same thing in this regard, and both are equally convinced that they're the one in the right. The relationship can become like shadow boxing, where every move you make is countered by the exact same move done for what's considered to be the exact same reason by the other person, and nothing ever lands on them because there's no one there to actually hit. It's just a trick of the light, making it look like you have a real opponent here. You are essentially fighting yourself and your own projections, no matter how it looks, because you're the only real person in this fight. The other person is a shadow, a ghost. In a very real way, they are a figment of the imagination. Theirs, yours, both of you together. It's impossible to engage with that. This is extremely frustrating for people. It often becomes a situation where everything you try to call attention to, every issue you try to resolve, every single thing you say, the narcissist says that that's what you're doing to them. Or it's ignored, or it's otherwise turned around somehow. There's nowhere to go with this, and there's no way to resolve the issue or exit the conflict gracefully, because once the narcissist feels that they had to defend themselves even once, it's over. Once they are engaged in the battle, it's all-out war to the bitter end, unless they just simply exit the situation completely. All you can do in these situations is just take the loss and try to learn from it. There's no amount of energy you can spend that's going to undo this, and nothing you can do to change it. It is what it is. That's not to say you shouldn't seek justice, or that we should just roll over and allow people to mistreat us, of course, far from. It means we need to understand what we're dealing with here so that we can allocate our energy to where it will be the most effective and stop wasting it on things that don't work. Dealing with narcissists in any capacity does not work. There's no secret trick. There's no special code to crack. It just doesn't work, and no amount of intelligence or skill at manipulation helps. It is what it is. Virtually all manipulation is designed to take advantage of people's trust. Since narcissists don't trust anyone and are in fact pathologically distrustful, even paranoid, manipulating them is not really a viable option, especially long term. It's very difficult to sneak up on someone who has eyes in the back of their head, if you see what I'm saying there. We need to save our energy for ourselves and for what does work. Voluntarily spending it on narcissists in any way is a waste. It's ultimate risk for zero return. The relationship with any narcissist is a perfect storm in many contexts. Giver and taker, rescuer and needy person, energy battery and energy vampire, wounded and wounded, caretaker and care required, but none are perhaps so insidious as those we've listed here, where your literal nature works against you and for the abuser. In a very real way, it's a match made in hell, a horrific perfect fit. The good news is, though, the more we heal, the more we do the work, the more we learn, the less of a perfect fit it becomes. After a while, it doesn't fit at all. The conditions for the perfect storm fall apart, and good riddance to them. We have all had enough of the rain. You can weather the storm and come out stronger. You can weather the storm and come out whole. They can't break you. You are always you, and even if you lose touch with that for a time, nobody can ever take that away. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you're interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or find them on Amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you're interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, ILivedWithAMonster.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that many people notice when dealing with narcissists, and that is that they like to argue. For more exploration regarding the topics covered in this podcast episode, you can check out a few other episodes of the show, including the ones that are named as we're talking, and Stop Trying to Be the Good Guy with Narcissists, Stop Trying to Outsmart Narcissists, Narcissists Are Fragile, and Narcissists Are Cowards. There are, of course, some pathologically narcissistic people who would not argue no matter what you did, but it seems that by and large, the overwhelming majority of them are ready, willing, and able to fight anytime, anywhere, for any reason at all, or even for no reason at all. They pick fights, they escalate fights, they drag fights on and on and on when it's not necessary. The reasons behind this are varied and they may differ slightly from person to person, but they mostly boil down to two main factors. Narcissists are extremely contrary and combative, and narcissists are extremely fragile. These things often occur together, resulting in what is often an extremely contentious, combative environment. Again, yes, there are narcissists who do not argue or engage from such a blatantly, even eagerly offended place, but the majority of them seem to not just engage from there, but to live there perpetually all the time, waiting for any opportunity to exercise that self-righteous rage that they always seem to have boiling on the stove. Narcissists are often pretty angry people. They often feel very betrayed by other people and by life in general, very held back by people and circumstances and situations, and generally just treated pretty poorly. And to be fair, many of them have been. The correlation between pathological narcissism and traumas like abuse or neglect in childhood is well documented. That's not an excuse for their behavior, though. It's understandable for a person to be angry or to feel defensive in that situation, but being mistreated or done wrong in life is not some kind of free pass to just treat other people badly. It's not a justification for mistreating others, no matter what anybody thinks. This deep, infantile, even primitive rage just sits inside narcissists with nowhere to go a lot of the time. They're like a tea kettle about to boil all the time. And because of that, they can react hugely to even very small things as if they were just waiting for a reason. They are often eagerly offended and injured. As we discussed, in narcissists are eagerly offended, seeming almost relieved to have a place to put that rage and that self-righteous anger. That rage, that anger can fuel their emotionality like gasoline here, taking that quick spark over something small into a raging inferno very quickly. People who are not used to this or who haven't seen it before are often shocked by the level of reaction over such minor things and the nonsensical arguments often used to justify that. It is confusing and even scary, and it's made more so by the inability to understand where this is coming from or what caused it. That rage underlies everything, but what sets it off can vary. Often it seems like nothing. A big reason for this is that narcissists tend to be extremely fragile. When someone has a different opinion than they do, for example, this can be very threatening to them. They receive this as being told that their opinion is wrong or as trying to convince them out of their opinion. It's viewed as an attack, even a betrayal. You're not doing any of those things, of course. You're just having your own opinion. You're just having your own mind. But they are so fragile that they can't tolerate that. It shames them. It offends them. It insults them. It rejects them. It hurts them. It betrays them. And it angers them. They simply cannot let such an insult, such a betrayal, just sit there without being avenged, and they don't want to. It seems like so many narcissists appear to like being angry and offended. It lights up all of their dials, particularly when they spot what they believe is an opportunity to defend themselves, which literally everything is when a person is that fragile. Everything is offensive. Everything is an attack. Being angry is better than being afraid or being confused or feeling shame. Being angry is strong. And if you were offended or insulted, if you were betrayed on such a deep level, being angry is righteous. It makes you justified. Anger itself might be a negative emotion and therefore bad in the narcissist worldview, but righteous anger is different. Righteous anger is good. If you notice, this is the only kind they ever seem to have, if they ever admit any at all. This makes everything they do as a result of that righteous anger also righteous and therefore not bad. This is where the whole "you deserved it" narrative comes from. Punching somebody because you're angry is bad and wrong. Punching someone because they punched you first is not bad and not wrong. It's righteous. It's justified. This removes the concerns that many of them have about confronting other people. Many narcissists fear confrontation, but they're also extremely combative. This seems paradoxical until you realize that they don't believe that they're confronting you. They believe that you have confronted them, you have insulted them, you have betrayed them, and they're simply reacting to that. You wanted it, and now you're going to get it. They refuse to allow situations to be diffused or resolved. You wanted to offend and insult them, you betrayed them, and now you want to just lie your way out of it because you thought they were just going to sit there and take it. Well, you shouldn't have done that if you couldn't hack it. This is very hurtful and confusing for people because they weren't trying to do any of that. They weren't trying to fight. They weren't trying to offend or insult or hurt anybody. They can't understand what has caused the problem or why they can't resolve the situation. The reality is that there is no way for you to ever know all of the dozens of ways that a narcissist could take something because you're using logic and they're not. There's also no way for you to resolve the problem because the narcissist doesn't want the problem to be resolved. They're angry and they want somebody to beat up, sometimes literally. There's nothing you can do to stop or defuse this because they want the release that comes with punishing the betrayer that has so horrifically attacked and harmed them, and there's only one way to get that. In the episode of the show called Stop Trying to Be the Good Guy with Narcissists, we discussed a fable, The Wolf and the Lamb, and a Russian distillation of the moral of that fable, which was, my need for food is guilt enough of yours. What this means is that if someone is intent on doing something unfair or cruel and is using a rationalization or a justification to do it, using logic or proof or evidence to combat that rationalization or that justification is not going to work. It won't stop it from happening because the person intent on doing the cruel or unfair thing already knows that they're not being fair and they don't care. Now, people might say, but if it's a legitimate misunderstanding or a misinterpretation, if they're so fragile that that's causing this, how does that track with knowing that they're being unfair and not caring? Because for them, being unfair or fair or whatever to you doesn't matter. Facts and reality have no value here. It's much, much more important to righteously defend themselves and achieve the release of venting their righteous anger upon the bad guy. When the rage takes hold, these things, fairness, unfairness, right or wrong, which never mattered very much at all anyway, cease to matter at all. They are now basking in the glory, yes, the glory, of being self-righteous and punishing the evil, guilty, backstabbing, mutinous betrayer. And questions like whether this is actually fair or right or not really don't matter. Their need for food is guilt enough of yours. You might have heard it said that being offended doesn't mean that you're right. Well, for narcissists, it does. Questions of right and wrong or fair and unfair simply pale in comparison to the emotional experience that they are having. None of this matters. They don't care if they're right or wrong. They don't care if they're fair or unfair. They are offended. They are hurt. They were insulted. They were betrayed. That is what matters. And any other consideration mentioned by anybody else is just a smokescreen designed to take the focus off of the only thing that really matters in this situation, which is how the narcissist feels. There's also the fact that many narcissists are extremely contrary and combative. This is a facet of these personalities that should be taken seriously and not dismissed or overlooked because it tends to cause a lot of problems. They often argue just to argue, perhaps even as a way to manufacture the feelings of release and self-righteousness that we were just talking about on some level if these were not triggered organically. To say a person is contrary is to say that they are extremely inclined to disagree or to do the opposite of what's being asked or expected of them. Anyone who has dealt with narcissistic personalities knows that this describes a large majority of them. Their entire goal often seems to be to just contradict whatever's being said, even if the other person is agreeing with them, which can lead to some hilariously horrible, incredibly stupid, and frustrating arguments. This happens in large part because they are contrary personalities. Not only are they extremely combative and ready to fight at the slightest opportunity because the idea of winning makes them feel powerful, not only might they be attempting to get attention by being oppositional and creating conflict, but they're trying to establish an identity in opposition, the same way that we see toddlers do. When toddlers start to realize that they are individual separate people from their caregivers with their own thoughts and their own feelings, they start to become very contrary, disobeying and testing boundaries as a way to try and to develop that and to exert control and mastery over their environment. You might remember this stage from your own children's development when their favorite word was no, and they very intentionally did the opposite of every single thing you said. They're testing boundaries and learning what they have control over in their world. Narcissists appear to be somewhat stuck in this psychological limbo of trying to individuate from other people but not quite being able to really do so. What we see as a result is the enmeshment with and imitation of the other person's personality, along with a complete and total rejection of it in favor of trying to define themselves as separate through opposition. This positioning is very stressful for the narcissist as they feel simultaneously dependent on the other person, but also very controlled and smothered by them as well. Many narcissists will accuse other people of being controlling and smothering, even when this accusation makes no sense. It's projection on their part. They're the ones attempting to control other people in these situations most of the time, but it's not just projection. They do feel smothered and controlled by how much of a dominating influence other people are on them. This is not the other person's fault at all. They have done nothing wrong. The problem is that the narcissist is so fragile and their identity is so flimsy and unstable that any deviation from what they think is intolerable. It's perceived as an attack and a rejection, a betrayal. They seem to feel enormous internal pressure to assimilate to other people's personalities. Their mind is very taken up with what other people are going to think of them, with not being wrong, whatever that means, and the need to use others to create an identity. This feels very controlling to them, as it certainly seems like it would, and they resent that. The contrary behavior that we often see serves as a way to relieve the stress of feeling controlled and the sense of they're being swallowed up by the other person's identity. They reject you in your controlling ways. If you say something, it's wrong. If you believe something, it's false. They are their own person. However, this also causes them to feel rejected and attacked by you because they can't tolerate the other person being a separate individual from them. Remember back to our earlier example of how you having a different opinion than they do is seen as a betrayal. They are allowed to pull away. You are not. This will be read as abandonment and a rejection of the narcissist, even if they're pushing you away at the same time. This is a person who's dependent on other people but doesn't want to be, who dreams of being their own independent and autonomous person but really can't, who is terrified of being rejected and abandoned without the stabilizing influence of other personalities, but lacks the ability to exist independently. In so many of these situations, this is a person struggling to complete a developmental milestone that most of the rest of us had largely achieved before we were even completely potty trained. The problem is that they likely cannot complete it now because they don't have a fully formed identity to replace the influence of the other person. They are stuck simply trying to complete this process over and over and over. I need to see myself through your eyes, but you're controlling me by doing that. You're smothering me with your influence, but you're rejecting me if you pull back even a little bit. I don't want to agree with you because I want to be separate. I don't want to disagree with you because I can't take the rejection. And on and on and on and on. This is an intolerable situation for most people because everything you do is wrong somehow. Not just wrong, but deeply offensive or hurtful. A betrayal on a level that most people probably can't really understand because they have their own identity and they're an autonomous human being. Because it's hard to understand, suffice it to say that you cannot give this person what they want. Nobody can, because what they want is not something that others can give them. They insist that you allow them to be dependent on you, then complain that you are too much of a dominating influence. It's maddening. You can't be right no matter what you do because the whole situation is just wrong. It's important to note, too, that narcissists have no real understanding of the impact all of this stress and tension and arguing and nonstop waging of war has on other people. None at all. They don't see other people's emotional experiences or understand the impact these experiences have on the other person, and because of that, is inconsequential. If it does reach them somehow, you're a betrayer, so who cares? You asked for it and you got it. What else is there to say? Guess you shouldn't have done that, huh? If you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic personality, it is very likely that conflict, tension, and stress feature largely in your life, and also that a big source of this is the constant arguing provoked by this person. You are likely walking on eggshells all the time, never sure of what's going to upset or offend this person, and trying very hard not to do either of those things, but consistently failing because this person's rage, contrarianism, combativeness, fragility, and refusal to ever allow anything to be resolved or let anything go makes even civility impossible, much less peaceful coexistence. One of the biggest things it's important to do in this situation is, of course, to decide if you want to keep dealing with this or not, because chances are extremely likely that it's not going to stop or even decrease enough to where it would become tolerable. Extreme contrarianism and combativeness is often a mainstay in this kind of person's psychological makeup, and it isn't going anywhere. It's one of the ways they define themselves. It's one of the ways they let off steam. It's one of the ways they combat boredom, which they generally experience as threatening and oppressive. It's one of the ways they procure reactions and attention, therefore narcissistic supply. It's one of the ways they try to feel powerful. It's one of the ways they can convince themselves that they're the good guy or the victim in the situation. It accomplishes many things for this person, and because of that, they have no reason to stop. If you decide to stay in limited contact with them, or you can't exit the situation just yet, then this is where practicing the gray rock method can help you. If you're not familiar with it, the gray rock method is where you practice the art of not reacting to the narcissist's constant, endless, nonstop provocations. It doesn't mean ignoring your feelings and emotions. It does not mean suppressing them. It means controlling your reactions to them. As we discussed in Narcissists Cannot Read You, because they have an empathy deficit, narcissists navigate interactions with people by observing and interpreting the other person's reactions. The goal of Gray Rock is not to give them a reaction that they can play off of or that they can use to guide themselves. This is not easy, and it's not a viable long-term strategy for remaining in a relationship with a narcissist. But with practice, it gets much easier to do during the times that you are forced to interact with this person. Pausing before you do or say anything in response, taking deep breaths, asking yourself what you're really trying to accomplish with what you're going to do or say also helps a lot in this area. It helps to put a little bit of space between your emotions and your reactions to your emotions so that you can consciously choose what you want to do or say, if anything, instead of just getting caught up in the feelings and reacting to them. This is what narcissists are attempting to do. This is what they're trying to create. The goal of emotional manipulation is to get people to react to their feelings without thinking. All their stupid little childish games, even their horrifically abusive behavior, all boils down to emotional manipulation in some form or another. That means in order to defend against this, you have to stop and think. Think about what you're trying to accomplish. Acknowledge how you're feeling. Really look at what's going on in the situation. Many times, this is all you're going to need to do. That's all it will take to be able to see through what's happening and stop participating in it. That is the key here. Even if you cannot exit the situation yet, you are not just at this person's mercy, emotionally or psychologically. You have the ability to choose to stop participating in these toxic, unhealthy exchanges that are designed to do nothing but create pointless conflict to either sustain or entertain a person who does not care or even notice how any of this is affecting you at all. That is the definition of pointless toxicity. More than that, it is actively harmful to you as a person, psychologically, emotionally, even physically. The stress of this can literally kill you. Of course, it's important to remember that what you do will not change what the narcissist does. You are not controlling them through your behavior, therefore changing your behavior will not change theirs, ever. Now, it's often the case that when they don't receive the reaction that they're seeking or expecting, narcissists will redouble their efforts to achieve that because they're at a loss regarding how to handle that or how to come up with something different that they could try instead. They might even engage in escalation of behavior, which we discussed in the video, Beware of the Extinction Burst. This does not constitute a change in behavior, though. It's the same type of behavior with the same motive, just done more or done more intensely. But the goal of Gray Rock is not to provoke the narcissist or soothe the narcissist or do anything to them. It's not about them at all. It's for you to start practicing and standing in your power and your agency over yourself in the relationship so that you're not driven crazy by it. And it shouldn't be any surprise to anyone that narcissists don't like that. Of course they don't. It undermines the power they think they have. It reminds them that they don't actually have power over other people at all. And again, they don't like that. But they don't like anything. They attack people over everything. If you want to completely stop that from happening, you have to exit the situation completely. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Zoom and Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, clinics, and classes throughout the year. So if you are interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. I have several books out for publication. So if you are interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can do that on littleshaman.org or on amazon.com. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on thelittleshaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts. If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that many people deal with after they exit relationships with narcissistic people, and that is how to avoid getting in a relationship with another narcissist or another toxic person. There is a large danger of getting involved in another toxic relationship, so it's important to understand what's going on because most people do want to try to avoid that. Being in a relationship with a narcissist is very damaging, especially if it was a longer relationship or a very close, important one like a parent or a spouse. Dealing with narcissistic personalities is painful, unpleasant, and difficult. People are unseen, unheard, unacknowledged, often for years and years. This can create a huge vulnerability to relationships where a potential partner or friend appears to see and acknowledge you. And as everyone knows, love bombing from toxic personalities such as pathologically narcissistic people falls squarely into this category. People get so caught up in how it feels that they miss or ignore the red flags inherent in the behavior. This happens because people who have been in relationships with narcissists for any length of time can become so starved for decent treatment that they might look before they leap, becoming enamored by the feelings of being seen, being heard, being validated, being valued. They don't stop to examine the veracity of the claims being made by the new person, for example, or pay attention to what's really being said. It feels so good after feeling so bad for so long that they can find it hard to stop and think. And just as a reminder, the goal of all manipulation is to get people to act without thinking. There's often a lowering of the bar in some ways. For example, in some situations, people might find that they're projecting all manner of good qualities onto a person simply because the person has been nice to them, or because they don't act like the narcissist did at the end of the relationship. They don't drink, or they're not violent, or they pay attention to what's being said to them, or they seem interested in things that other people are doing and thinking, or anything else that in reality doesn't prove anything about the kind of person someone really is, especially if you don't actually know them. This is dangerous because just being better than a disordered toxic abuser doesn't really take very much. And when you barely know somebody, it takes zero effort at all. And this is not the kind of standard for any kind of relationship, because that should be a given. This is a trap that can be very easy to fall into, which is how so many people end up becoming involved or getting involved again with narcissists and other toxic personalities during or after a tragedy or other life period where they become vulnerable, such as when a loved one dies, or when they got ill, or they lost their job, or when they just got out of a previous toxic relationship. People just want to feel better. They just want to be treated as if they matter. They want to love and be loved. Unfortunately, this is exactly the type of situation that people like narcissists often successfully capitalize on and exploit. For example, you're going through an illness and your narcissistic mother suddenly re-enters your life at just the right time to show up and save the day, until she establishes herself in control once again and becomes the same old nightmare that she always was. Or you're going through a terrible toxic divorce and your narcissistic friend or coworker steps in to become an amazingly supportive confidant who makes everything bearable, until suddenly you're in a relationship with them and now everything is different because now you're the problem. Particularly when someone has already dealt with a narcissist or other toxic personality, they may be susceptible to love bombing, because during love bombing, a person is made the focus of all the other person's attention. It can be very intense and feel very good. After being neglected, ignored, and devalued by a narcissist or an abuser for so long, this can feel almost irresistible to people who are starved for affection and to feel like they matter. This is exactly when we need to be careful. This is exactly when we need to be clear about what we're doing and to be paying attention. So some things to remember are: remember that you're vulnerable right now, even if you don't want to be. Healing takes a long time, and even if it's been a while or you are sure that you've healed enough to engage with people again on a different level, it's important to remember that you've been through something that is extremely difficult to recover from and that affects people on many levels. It may not even be possible to accurately gauge or predict how you will react to something like a new intimate relationship until you are actually doing that. Sometimes people think they're okay until they try it, and then they realize there's still a lot going on for them around that subject, or that they're more vulnerable than they thought they were. That's okay. Information is power. Go slow. Pay attention to what's happening. Pay attention to how you feel every step of the way. It is much, much better to be safe than sorry. This doesn't mean never take a risk. Interacting with others is always risky to a degree. So what it means is to take measured, calculated risks that you are evaluating as clearly and honestly as you possibly can. That means we need to evaluate the situation based on the facts and not anyone's feelings. This helps us to stop ignoring or dismissing red flags. We must evaluate the situation based on the facts and not our feelings or the other person's feelings. But I love them, or but they love me, is not a solid reason, defense, or excuse for anything. And the reality is that it won't last, not long enough to matter in the end. The pain and the damage caused by abuse and mistreatment does last, and it will likely still matter for years after all the love is gone. Even when love remains, it's not enough to overcome that. Legitimately, it's just not. So don't use feelings as a way to evaluate anything or as the sole base to make decisions. They are not reliable, they are not facts, and they're not evidence of anything. Facts are, and the feelings you had for this person 10 years ago, for example, probably don't matter very much now that you're entangled in an abusive relationship with them currently. Feelings don't mitigate facts either. If you love somebody and they punched you in the face, they still punched you in the face. Loving them has nothing to do with anything in terms of understanding the facts and the reality of the situation. Neither does them saying that they love you. Neither does being lonely or afraid for things to change or anything else. It is what it is. So, therefore, we need to see that and clearly accept it as it really is. That way, we can evaluate the situation accurately. Otherwise, we're just fooling ourselves. And we can play that game if we choose. Many, many, many of us did, and many people still do. But it's a game that we're always going to lose because you're not fooling anybody but yourself. You want to remember to create healthy boundaries and don't compromise on them. Creating healthy boundaries, learning to clearly, directly communicate them to others, and holding these boundaries even when it's hard is the single most important skill you can have when it comes to protecting yourself from toxic relationships. People always want to know the sneaky, covert ways to suss out narcissists and all the hidden secrets to protecting yourself and all these other things, when in reality, it's very simple. Stop giving more than you really should. Get comfortable asserting yourself and get comfortable saying no to people. That not only reveals narcissists insanely quickly, it goes a very long way toward protecting you from getting tangled up with them as well. Stop looking for sneaky ways and hidden secrets. You don't need them, and there aren't any anyway. If you tried any of the things people so often say to do, you already know that. As complicated and terrible as it can feel, the situation is actually usually pretty simple. The only thing that works is to say no, keep saying no, and stay away from abusive, toxic people once they've revealed themselves. That's it. It's not exactly a sexy or intriguing solution, and it won't feed anybody's ego, but it works better than anything else. We want to set reasonable, healthy standards for relationships and stick to them. Be clear about what a relationship looks like to you going forward. It can't just be something like, well, as long as they don't scream at me for hours, or as long as they don't cheat on me all the time. Those things should be a given. There's much more to a partnership or a friendship than only these kinds of things. And in order to be a partnership that's worth investing in, people need to bring more to the table than just, I'm not an abuser. That's great, but there's more to having fulfilling adult relationships than just what somebody doesn't do. Know what values are important to you and what you're looking for in relationships. This helps you create a standard for yourself regarding relationships that you can use to help evaluate the relationship honestly. Understanding the reasoning behind the standard you've created also helps you stand firm in it and not be convinced to compromise it, because you shouldn't. Sometimes people have a problem with someone having standards. They try to make it sound like it's unfairly or unjustly discriminatory somehow, or that somebody's opinion of themselves is too high. Let people think whatever they want. You have every right to choose what you will allow space for in your life and to be absolutely ruthless about enforcing that. If someone has a problem with it, they probably wouldn't be a good match for you anyway, because they clearly don't understand why that's important. Or maybe they do, and that's why they have a problem with it. You want to figure out what you want, not just what you don't want. After being in a toxic, abusive relationship, most people understandably have a long list of things that they do not want from relationships. However, the question of what people actually do want is often not even part of the conversation, and it really should be. As we just discussed, knowing what you don't want is only part of the equation, and in some ways, it's a bit of a trap, because just because someone doesn't do those particular things doesn't mean they're automatically going to be a good partner or a friend. It doesn't mean anything except that they don't do those particular things, or at least that they haven't done them yet, and that's a pretty low bar for any potential relationship of any kind. When you are creating your boundaries and your standards, think not just about what you don't want, but about what you do want. For example, if you don't want someone to yell at you, what do you want? Because someone doesn't have to yell to still be absolutely terrible at communication. They could refuse to answer, they could change the subject, they could make jokes incessantly and never take anything seriously. If you don't want someone in your life who drinks too much, what do you want? Because there are other compulsive behaviors or addictions that a person can have besides drinking. Or maybe they don't have an addiction, but they cheat. Or maybe they don't cheat, but they break things when they get angry. Or maybe they don't do any of those things, but they also don't listen to or care about a single thing that you say. Along with creating and enforcing strong boundaries and holding to our standards, defining what we want helps us avoid the trap of becoming entangled with people who actually are toxic, but in ways that are not already familiar to us and therefore might be missed because we're not necessarily aware of them. If we say, I want a person who communicates in an open, healthy way, who's interested in resolving problems, instead of, I want someone who doesn't yell at me, then just not yelling is not enough to meet our standards, which is good because it shouldn't be. There are virtually endless variations on the theme of disrespect and poor communication, and making our standards solely about excluding or avoiding specific behaviors can leave the door open for other things that are just as unpleasant and just as unproductive and toxic. Many, many times we have heard stories of people who got out of relationships with one type of abuser just to end up in a relationship with another type of abuser who had different behaviors in some ways but was still the same kind of person. The things we just talked about can help close that gap and help prevent that from happening. Unfortunately, nothing is foolproof, and the reality is that you're going to run into toxic, abusive, generally unhealthy people again due to their sheer numbers. It's unavoidable. There are just too many of them to avoid all of them every single time. And it's important to understand this because many people are searching for ways to totally avoid them. It's just not realistic. It's just not possible. The key then is not to stress yourself out trying to find some foolproof way to avoid all of them simply because there's not one. The key is to learn how to prevent yourself from becoming deeply entangled with them, and that you can do. So I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics. So if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly supportive emails, and weekly meetings, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about decoding the communication of narcissistic personalities. This is not just going to be about what narcissists mean when they say things, but about why communication is so difficult with narcissists in general. Pathologically narcissistic people have a lot of problems with communication. Not only are they dishonest, not only are they manipulative, but they have a lot of difficulty with perception, processing, cognition. Today we're going to talk about 25 or 30 issues. Yes, I said 25 or 30 issues that narcissistic people often have with basic communication. This isn't all of the issues that there are, of course, but we will address some of the most common and destructive ones. This isn't even about higher levels of communication, by the way, just basic communication between human beings. Please note before we begin, these problems are not all specific to just narcissistic personalities at all, and this video is not one of the hundreds of videos that attempts to list endless criteria for determining whether someone is a narcissist or not. This video is about how and why these communication difficulties show up for narcissists specifically. It is not a commentary on the difficulties themselves. It is not saying that only narcissists have these difficulties, because that is not true. And it is not giving a list of criteria for anything. This is a much more nuanced discussion than that. And the focus is on how these things show up for narcissistic personalities, not that these are things that only narcissists have or only narcissists do. Narcissists are human beings, and they often have similar problems to what many other people have, though these things may show up differently, be expressed or dealt with differently, or exist for different reasons. Many times narcissists create the same difficulties in the people they mistreat that they themselves have. They also often have the same wounds as other people, which is one of the reasons that, for example, attraction can develop in romantic relationships. The growing inability to understand that causes a lot of confusion and upset for people that's really not necessary. It's kind of like saying narcissists eat food, and then everyone who eats food says, "Oh my gosh, I eat food too." Does that mean that I'm a narcissist? The answer is no, of course not. We are discussing concepts regarding the mechanics of eating for narcissistic personalities, not claiming that everyone who eats is a narcissist. That would not only be false, but it would be silly. So hopefully that is understood. Communication is very important. Without communication, we have no way to get our needs, wants, feelings, or issues across to other people. We have no way to get what we need. We have no way for other people to tell us what they need. From the time that we are babies, we're communicating with other people and they're communicating with us. As we grow and mature, we learn to communicate better. We learn to use words, to read body language, to interpret tone, to examine facial expressions, to use context to inform meaning. We learn about how we come across to other people. We learn about how to state things in a way that best facilitates understanding and much, much more. We learn to understand the full spectrum of communication and how to utilize that. There are many, many areas where this understanding can break down, however, and when it does, there are problems. Narcissists often have major problems in many areas of the spectrum of communication, which can make dealing with them very difficult. A vast majority of the problems people have with narcissists are actually due to the narcissistic personality's inability to communicate and or fall under the umbrella of communication in some way. For example, their style of communication. Despite their very deserved reputation for being rude and combative, many narcissistic personalities have a passive style of communication. That means they often don't speak or respond directly. So, for instance, instead of asking for something directly, they might hint around or phrase it as a statement. Instead of saying, "Can you please take me to the store?" they might say, "I need to get groceries." If someone doesn't realize that this is the communication style, they probably won't respond by offering a ride. This in turn often upsets the narcissist, who assumes that the person knew what they were asking for and just doesn't care or is refusing to give it to them. When confronted, the person understandably says that they didn't know the narcissist was asking for a ride because the narcissist didn't actually ask for a ride, which only makes the narcissistic person angrier. This also comes off as very entitled, and we will address some of the possible reasons for that a little later in the show. Passive communication is a way of communicating where the person does not say what they really want, how they really feel, or what they really need. If directly asked these things, they may lie or deny even when it's obvious. For example, someone who is stomping around the house and slamming all the doors might say everything is fine when they're asked if they're okay. Their tone, facial expression, and behavior are communicating that they're upset and angry, but they're denying it. This is confusing for people and frustrating for the passive communicator who feels that nobody cares. Narcissists in particular react badly to feeling neglected, rejected, left out, or abandoned, which often leads to outbursts, silent treatments, tantrums, and passive-aggressive attacks like smearing other people. The people who are being punished for their failure to read the narcissist's mind often ask why the narcissist didn't just ask for what they wanted, and to people's endless frustration, the narcissist replies that they did. This is an impossible way to try to communicate, and it's made worse by the fact that narcissists appear to assume that everyone communicates in this same passive, indirect way. They live in a world where no one says what they really mean or how they really feel, where everyone is hiding everything from everyone else. They don't believe you when you try to explain that you really did not understand what they wanted. This is partly because they're egocentric, which means they believe they are the center of everything. Egocentric personalities tend to assume that everyone knows what they mean, what they're doing or going to do, what they're saying or going to say, how they feel or are going to feel, and what they want or will want. When they run into difficulties with these assumptions, and they always do because these things are not actually true, they don't adjust their thinking. They just assume that people know but are pretending not to understand, or that people are consciously refusing to give them what they want but they just won't admit it. This egocentricity does not allow for them to seriously consider that someone really didn't know. They can't conceive of a reality where they're not the top thing on everybody's mind, legitimately the only thing that matters. Because of this, the only conclusion egocentricity allows for is that other people did understand everything the narcissist never actually said, but are intentionally trying to make them feel bad or somehow screw them over. It's a no-win situation either way, because even if you do make them understand that you really didn't know what you were supposed to know, this is then often interpreted as meaning that you don't care about them, which you will also be punished for. As we explored in the episode of the show entitled Narcissists and Cognitive Distortions Jumping to Conclusions, these kinds of assumptions create huge problems with communication. We cannot read other people's minds, and they cannot read ours. However, narcissists often not only assume that you're supposed to read their mind, but that they can read yours. And many seem to believe they can see things in there that no one else can, including you. It's very common for narcissists to tell other people what that person is thinking, what that person is saying, how that person feels, what they're doing, what their motives are, and much, much more. And to argue with you when they're corrected. You say, no, that is not how I feel. That's not what I think. And they say, yes, it is. This can go far beyond gaslighting or lying. They genuinely believe that they're correct. Here again, we see the almost shocking egocentrism of this personality, as well as the level of cognitive distortion. I know what you are thinking, feeling, doing, and saying about me better than you do. I see what you don't see or what you won't admit. Because there's such a strong negativity bias in narcissistic thinking, meaning that they give more importance to negative experiences than positive ones, because they engage in a cognitive distortion called disqualifying the positive, meaning that positive experiences are not just given less importance than negative ones, they are interpreted as negative or not even counted at all, and because narcissists project their own self-loathing and negativity onto other people but don't realize that, instead believing that they're reading the other person's mind and feeling the other person's feelings, their conclusion is that all of the things that you are thinking, feeling, doing, and saying about them are bad, and so are all of your motives. And of course you deny it. Anybody would. No one ever says what they really think or how they really feel, remember, especially if it's bad. We are all just manipulative liars in the narcissist world. Narcissists also often fall prey to a thinking error or a cognitive distortion called global labeling, which is where they take a word or an action that was valid in a specific situation and apply it globally, meaning to everything. This often comes across as similar to context blindness because nothing else is considered except what was said or what happened, as if it happened in a vacuum or for no reason. Context doesn't matter and is not considered. If the thing was said or done even 10 years ago in a totally different context, a totally different situation, doesn't matter. It happened. It applies to now. It applies forever. This thinking is rigid and impenetrable. The egocentrism, cognitive distortions, and assumptions that everyone is being dishonest, these things alone are enough to create a wall that is essentially impossible to get past. Compounding this even more is the narcissistic personality's complete lack of trust in themselves or other people. They are paranoid, pathologically afraid of being tricked or fooled, and terrified of being manipulated and controlled, but they don't trust their own ability to protect themselves from this, likely in large part because they seem to have an impaired vetting system for determining what information is true or false. For instance, nonverbal communication plays a big part in helping humans decipher what somebody else is saying, what they're trying to say. Narcissists are notoriously bad at reading body language and facial expressions. People who routinely deal with them report this, and studies have repeatedly demonstrated that they read even neutral facial expressions as hostile, angry, or threatening. This may be related to the fact that many narcissists were raised by at least one narcissistic parent. And, as we see with virtually all narcissists, the parents' communication was likely passive or confusing. Their body language, facial expressions, tone, and other nonverbal communication would not have lined up with what they were saying. This would cause the child to be unable to understand or read these cues accurately, or at the very least to distrust these things and or their ability to read them. People never say what they really feel or really mean, right? This would leave an adult person with an impaired, untrustworthy system for trying to determine whether they should believe something or not. And it seems that most narcissists conclude that it's just safer to assume everybody's lying. That way, if someone is, they won't be caught off guard and they haven't been fooled. This way they can't be hurt. They don't seem to understand that this actually creates situations where people reject and abandon them because people get tired of being called liars and cheaters and abusers when they're not doing any of these things. They get tired of having to constantly tell another adult that they're on the same side, or being forced to jump hurdle after hurdle to prove that they're safe to trust, only for this to never actually happen. People give up and move on. Then the narcissist was right all along. No one really cares about anyone else, and especially not about them. Everyone is just a manipulative liar. Narcissists have a strong negativity bias, as we mentioned earlier, and it works in conjunction with disqualifying the positive, so they believe that they have evidence for all of the negative things that they believe as well. Things that are neutral or even kind and helpful are interpreted through their own jaded, negative, and extremely biased perception as things that are harmful or selfish or hurtful. After all, everyone is a selfish, harmful person just like they are. Their self-loathing dictates that they will never believe anybody cares about them anyway because they project that onto other people. So they have a system that is essentially set up to dismiss everything as just more evidence that other people are bad, unsafe, uncaring, and untrustworthy. Disqualifying the positive specifically works as a negative feedback loop to reinforce the belief that everyone's bad, unsafe, uncaring, and untrustworthy because narcissists cannot integrate, possibly can't even recognize positive experience that would contradict this negative feedback loop, which means there's no evidence to the contrary. Because of this, it's not uncommon for people to ask, if they distrust me so much, if they think I'm so horrible, if they think I hate them, if they think I'm trying to harm them, if they hate me, if they're doing all these things to me, why do they stay involved in these relationships at all? This is an understandable question, but it really misses the reality for these personalities. Why would they stay involved in a relationship, family, or situation with people they don't trust that they think are out to harm them? Because in their belief, there's no other kind. You look at it and say, if I thought that someone was so horrible in the same way that narcissists think I am, I'd find a relationship with someone that I could trust, who I didn't think was horrible and evil or stupid or foolish or whatever. These personalities can't do that. There's no one they trust, and they don't appear capable of taking the risk. The relationship is always the same for them no matter what. There's nobody better for them to have a relationship with, regardless of what they say, because they end up seeing everybody the same way. It always ends up the same for them because they don't trust anybody, and they very likely never will, not even themselves. Narcissists also have a very impaired ability to engage in reality testing that severely affects their ability to communicate. Reality testing is when you evaluate your reactions, thoughts, and conclusions against the facts of real life to see if they are accurate and appropriate. It's like a fact check. It is a way of helping the ego to distinguish between what's reality and what is a fear or a hope or a wish or a belief. The human ego in general can have trouble knowing the difference here, and it does sometimes need to be checked because of that. A really simple example of reality testing would be that your friend doesn't respond to your text as soon as they usually do, so you start thinking that they're mad at you or that they're upset with you. Engaging in reality testing helps you to evaluate the situation objectively so that you can see that you don't really have evidence for your conclusion, because there could be many reasons that your friend hasn't answered you yet, and the majority of them actually have nothing to do with you. Your conclusion was based on feelings, in this case fear, and not really facts. Because of that, you can see that you really don't have enough information to come to the conclusion that you came to, and that there are many other conclusions and interpretation of the facts that are possible, which means that your conclusion isn't something that you must accept as reality, since there's a legitimate possibility that it actually might not be. The pathologically narcissistic personality structure is not really set up to include that capability. Because of all the things we've discussed already so far and more, the ability of narcissists to test their conclusions against reality is impaired, extremely impaired in many cases. For example, you can accept that there are other reasons a person might do or not do something that have nothing to do with you. Their personality structure is not set up to truly understand this, and it appears to be very difficult for them to conceptualize that this is actually reality. They just don't see it, and telling them doesn't seem to land on them in any way. Similar to small children, narcissists are not really able to understand that other people have lives and motives and feelings and many other things that have nothing to do with them. When they are told this, they just don't believe it. In their perception, it's just not possible that this is true. People are lying. If you think about the first time you ever saw your teacher outside of school, or when you realized that your parents were actual people who have always had lives that don't revolve around or even include you, you'll probably remember feeling surprised or maybe even shocked that they existed outside of how they relate to you and your experiences with them. This is very similar to how narcissists appear to view other people. They don't appear to care about, consider, or even know that other people are actual people who live outside of the narcissist and the narcissist's experiences with them. It's not something they are able to understand, and consequently do not care about or consider in any way. This is part of what creates the impression that narcissists expect people to simply sit on the shelf like a doll or a toy until the narcissist is ready to play with them. It's also part of what creates the narcissist's egocentric belief that whatever they are thinking about or worried about or care about or whatever is also what is on everybody else's mind. At the very least, this creates a kind of selfish blindness to other people's perspectives and lives. At worst, it creates claims of sabotage and paranoid reactions when people were not aware of what the narcissist had planned or was hoping would happen and stuff like that. People who honestly explained that they were unaware of the narcissist's plans or expectations may be called liars or worse. Narcissistic personalities simply cannot conceive of the fact that anyone has anything in mind but them. Because of this, people often say that narcissists believe that they're gods. That may be how this sort of all-encompassing egocentric mindset is expressed and articulated and perceived by adult human beings, but it's actually very much like a baby, in that the baby is the god, quote unquote, of the household, and everything revolves around the baby and its needs. The baby is aware of its own self and own needs exclusively, and even these in only an abstract, totally experiential way, meaning they're not self-aware enough to realize they are a person or aware of their needs as things which are understood, but only through feeling them. For example, they're aware of their need for food through the discomfort of being hungry. In other words, babies don't think, I'm hungry, I need food, I better cry to let somebody know that. They cry from discomfort because their stomach is empty without being aware of why they are crying. Caregivers hear the crying, guess the baby's needs through trial and error or having information that the baby doesn't have, such as when was the last time the baby ate, and they address these needs, knowing what the baby needs for the baby, because the baby itself does not know. The baby is incapable of articulating or even knowing its own needs, but it also does not have to do these things. The caregiver knows and takes care of it. The baby therefore relies on and proceeds to take for granted the fact that the world will know what its needs are, that these not only will be addressed by other people, but that they have to be addressed by other people, they must be addressed by other people, and by extension, that its needs and self are as important to other people as they are to itself. Indeed, the baby has no ability to conceptualize that anything other than itself even exists in the same way or could have needs, even if these needs are tended to unreliably by neglectful or abusive caregivers. This reliance on people automatically knowing the baby's needs and addressing them still develops because it has to develop for survival. Narcissists do not appear to ever mature out of these assumptions. They don't appear to ever develop empathy or awareness and consideration for other people or things outside of themselves, and they don't appear to ever develop the awareness that they need to fulfill their own needs, and or at least articulate things to other people, because people can no longer just know or guess what their needs are. All of these things are functions of development and maturity. Narcissists appear to still take for granted that everyone knows what they will need and just give it to them, which means if people don't do that, the narcissist assumes that people are being punitive and withholding on purpose. They assume everyone knows what they want or are expecting or trying to do, which means if people don't operate according to that, it has to be intentional. The narcissistic personality's ability to engage in reality testing is impaired because they're not in the same reality that other people are in at all. They're just not, and you can't force them to be in it. They don't see it, and proof doesn't sway them because they appear to be missing some fundamental pieces that would enable them to understand and internalize what the proof actually means. Another thing that develops with maturity is the understanding that you're not always right. You don't always necessarily have all the information, and reality doesn't always agree with how you feel or what you think. Again, this is just not something pathologically narcissistic personalities are set up to do. With no ability to reality test, a disproportionately strong negativity bias, massive toxic shame attached to being wrong, and an impaired ability to vet information for truthfulness, it doesn't appear to be realistic to expect narcissistic personalities to really even be able to entertain the possibility of being wrong. It's just too big of a risk. If you believe you're wrong, then you're weak and you can be harmed by somebody who's just trying to convince you that you're wrong for some type of nefarious purpose. When you cannot trust in yourself and you have no ability to discern what is true or false, the only way you can trust other people is blindly, based on nothing. Simply take them at their word with no way to mitigate harm or protect yourself. This is not something these personalities are willing to do, and to be fair, most people wouldn't. The difference is most people don't have to do that because they have tools that narcissistic personalities don't have. Besides, the reality is, narcissists generally believe they have all the evidence in the world that they're correct anyway. Narcissistic personalities appear to be legitimately unaware of their own limitations, and because of that, they don't seem to realize there could be information they might not have or are not considering. They assume what they know is all there is to know, when in reality, they may be making decisions or coming to conclusions, jumping to conclusions based on very little information or even no information at all. Narcissists operate as if assumptions are knowledge, feelings are facts, and that what they infer into things is always representative of reality. Of course, none of these things are actually true, and the result is that many narcissists end up being told continuously that they're wrong, because they are wrong. When you jump to conclusions based on nothing, or you think you can read people's mind, or you insist that feelings are facts, you're going to be wrong a lot. Due to the shame attached to being wrong and the thinking errors such as projection, which cause them to interpret things that feel bad as always being the result of another person's deliberate intent to harm them, this is just more evidence that they shouldn't trust anybody because everybody's bad. In many ways, the narcissistic personality structure is very limited, very immature, and really can only do a few things very well at all. Imitate and mimic, deny, deflect, and defend against criticism or anything that could be hurtful and damaging to the personality structure, and seek out the supply of reflection and confirmation they need to keep themselves afloat. All of these things are required for the continued basic functioning of what is really a pretty fragile and limited primitive personality structure. These things can't just not be done. They're essential for survival. So most of the day-to-day functioning is taken up with doing them, and there really isn't that much room left for anything else like maturity and growth and conflicting ideas. There's no room for not knowing. And since not knowing is seen as a vulnerability, narcissists are not really capable of entertaining the possibility that they could be wrong. This creates a fear that must be addressed, and the way many narcissists address it is by doubling down and rejecting information that does not agree with their conclusions. This is another big and meaningful difference between narcissistic personalities and those who are not. You can seek outside perspectives without attempting, either unintentionally or not, to manipulate others into saying what you want to hear. For example, if you tell a friend about something that happened and you're seeking their feedback, you will likely be pretty honest about what happened because you actually are trying to test your reality and see if your conclusions make any sense. Narcissistic personalities may also seek outside perspectives, but they tend to relate events in a way that is designed to elicit the feedback that they're comfortable with hearing. They are usually not trying to genuinely test their reality because they honestly don't appear to believe they ever need to do that. Why would you need to do that when you're not ever wrong? Narcissists tend to seek information that will confirm or promote a narrative or a belief that they already have. If this narrative or belief is that they are a victim, for example, they will tell stories that make them appear to be one. This could include everything from unintentionally skewed perspectives to omitted details to conscious outright lies. If they hear feedback which does not confirm their narrative or their belief, it will be discarded or reinterpreted to fit the narrative. For example, if the narcissist's narrative is that they are a victim in the situation and someone were to respond in a way that sounds as though they don't agree with that, the narcissistic personality may attempt to reconfirm the narrative to themselves by telling themselves that the person just doesn't understand, or perhaps that the villain in their story, whoever that is, has gotten to this person and recruited them over to the dark side against the narcissist. What does not happen is that the narcissist hears feedback that disagrees with their narrative and they consider the possibility that they're wrong. Not when it's something that is intrinsic to supporting the narrative of their identity, and the reality is that their identity is so unstable that they will use everything they can to create and to support it. Anything they like or that's related to them in some way can be used for this purpose. This is different from other people who use music taste, style, choice, and things like that to express their identity. Rather than using external things as the expression of an internal identity that exists independently of the things seem to be the identity and are not distinguishable or separate from it for narcissists. Narcissists appear to use external things to create and support an identity. They seem to attach their identity to these things rather than the other way around, and are often hypersensitive about them because of that. For example, some narcissists may interpret someone not liking music that they like as the person not liking them, or criticism of that music as some kind of attack on them, even though they did not write the music, perform the music, or have anything to do with the music at all other than listening to it. This can be a very confusing and bizarre experience for people who pretty reasonably don't understand how not liking a specific band or the style of a pair of shoes means they don't like the person listening to the band or wearing the shoes. And they don't usually get an explanation for it because the narcissist doesn't really have one. It's very likely they don't actually realize this is odd, or it's a problem that not everybody else has, therefore they don't believe other people don't understand it. You were definitely on purpose attacking and rejecting them by saying you didn't like that thing that they like. You just won't admit it because you're a giant liar and a bad person. See how easy that is? Besides, they're only reacting to how they feel, and they believe that feeling bad is always the result of someone doing something to make them feel bad. It never comes from inside them as far as they can see it. It's always the result of something someone did to them. Narcissists appear to have serious difficulty experiencing themselves except through the reactions and participations of other people. Therefore, the feedback they receive from others is extremely important. Because of this, and because they come to feel that the feedback and reflections of themselves that they receive from others is always negative eventually, no matter who it is, this makes communication extremely difficult. It often results in the projection, blame shifting, shame dumping, gaslighting, and more that these personalities are notorious for. All of the things we've discussed so far lay the groundwork for what we are going to talk about now. That was part 1 of Decoding Narcissistic Communication. Look for part 2, and as always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide, so if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, and seminars throughout the year, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running right now, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with multiple weekly meetings, access to exclusive content, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today we are going to do part 2 of Decoding Narcissistic Communication. If you're not familiar with part 1, you're going to want to check that out. So let's get into it. All of the things we've discussed so far lay the groundwork for what we're going to talk about now. Due to all of the things that we've discussed and more, narcissists' most common experience seems to be that they're being attacked and insulted by other people, so they lash out. They believe other people are trying to offend them or hurt them. There's generally no such thing as an accident or a mistake for the pathologically narcissistic personality. How can there be an accident when you're the only thing anyone is ever thinking about or motivated by, and when you know that everyone is an evil person covering it up by being a lying manipulator who's pretending to be good? Oh, no, no, no. You don't get me that easily. It is all on purpose, and I'm not falling for it. These people are very paranoid because, as we've discussed, they have no trust in themselves or their ability to discern what's true or false, and because they believe everyone is just waiting for their moment to take advantage. They are constantly looking for things that are meant to offend, insult, attack, mock, reject, embarrass, or upset them, and of course they find these things because anything can be made to sound bad if you try hard enough. As hard as it is to see sometimes, narcissists appear to believe they're defending themselves when they attack other people. Though on the surface it makes no sense that we can figure out, they seem to believe they're reacting to some insult, offense, rejection, ridicule, or whatever that they believe has either already come or will come. It's often a preemptive strike so that they're not caught off guard by the inevitable betrayal of their trust. No one can betray your trust if you just never trust anybody and you just constantly suspect that everyone's going to screw you over eventually, right? Why wait? Why experience the anxiety and the shock and the painful betrayal? Let's just avoid all that and get to the point we all know is coming anyway. That seems to be the crux of the situation here. I know you're going to betray me anyway, and I'm not going to let you. I'm going to stop you, either by betraying you first, because then I'm in control of what's going to happen anyway, or by suspecting every single thing you do so that I'm not caught off guard because I can't deal with the betrayal that I know is coming, and I can't handle the anxiety of just waiting for it. This is why we often see narcissists seeming to get angry when people don't betray them or don't mistreat them. It isn't really that they want you to do those things per se. It's that they know you will or that you already have, and they can't deal with the anxiety of waiting for it to materialize. It provokes rage in them. This is also what creates the impression that narcissists can't just be still and enjoy a peaceful moment. They don't know how to enjoy things because they're too afraid of being betrayed and feeling like a fool for believing in something that wasn't real. Many narcissists will even say things like that if you ask them. They cannot relax. They are too distrustful, too anxious, and seem to feel too incapable of protecting themselves. They can't tell what's real or not real, so they just assume that everything is fake and a lie. That way they don't have to guess, and they don't have to be afraid of being wrong. Remember, there's no such thing as a person you can trust for these people, and no one says what they really mean anyway, so it's not like you're risking missing out on a good relationship by assuming everybody is a liar and a phony. Just assume everyone is bad, and then you'll be safe. This is, of course, disastrous for communication. You can't talk to someone who automatically assumes that everything you say is a lie or it's not true somehow. You can't talk to someone who assumes that you're not saying what you really mean or that you're constantly trying to trick them somehow. This is one of the reasons narcissists have so much trouble listening. Part of it is that they are intentionally tuning you out because they don't believe you and they don't want to be fooled by you accidentally convincing them. And part of it is because they're dissociated and they're listening to their own thoughts instead. They are checked out of the conversation, literally. They are listening to something else and are legitimately not present for the things that you are saying. What they do hear, they interpret according to their biases and through multiple cognitive distortions, so they get it all wrong anyway, but even if they got it right, they have enormous difficulty integrating new information, so it wouldn't even matter. You've probably noticed that even when they appear to accept an explanation, nothing's really been corrected because when the situation gets brought up again, and it will get brought up again, they're still saying the same wrong thing as if the explanation never happened. They cannot integrate what you're saying because they can't integrate new information, especially new and contradicting information. What they think is what sticks, and that's it. You can see this at work in the curious phenomenon of mimicry that occurs with many narcissists where they repeat things they've heard but don't really understand. This often results in chronically misused words or phrases that are not receptive to correction no matter how many times it happens. Even with something as simple as this then, the updated information simply cannot be integrated into the system. It does not stick. You can imagine the difficulty there would be with things where something bigger is at stake. Part of the issue is that narcissists don't use logic or anything else to test reality. If things don't make sense or they can't come up with a logical reason for someone's supposed motives or behaviors, which is not something they seem to spend much time evaluating at all, but which may be brought to their attention by other people, they appear to just assume that there's some angle they're not seeing and therefore their conclusions are still not wrong. So if you say to them, "But why would somebody do that? That doesn't make any sense. Don't you see that this doesn't make any sense?" The narcissist may respond with something like, "Well, I don't know why people do things." Or the answer may be something that makes no sense, or some kind of blanket generalization like, "because they're a bad person," or "because they're just stupid." Again, see how easy that is? All of the deflection, denial, gaslighting, and other behaviors these personalities are known for are the result of a desperate attempt to preserve the very fragile fiction they are living in. They have to reject contradicting information because contradicting information disrupts that fiction and threatens its very existence. This cannot be overstated, and it really, really needs to be understood. New and contradicting information threatens this person's reality, which is to say, it threatens their existence. In behaviors like deflection, denial, gaslighting, and all the other things, despite the horrific damage they can and do cause, what you are really seeing is an inept, childish, even primitive attempt to prevent that from happening. And that's obvious if you think about it. How mature and evolved a strategy is it to simply deny things you did or said right in front of other people and insist it just didn't happen, regardless of people having proof that it did? How grown up is it to make up crazy lies about people and spread them around? How adult is it really to basically engage in a more articulate, slightly more sophisticated version of, I know you are, but what am I? How grown is it to throw tantrums, break things, or even physically attack other people when you're upset or you don't get your way? These are childish, infantile, ridiculous things for an adult person to do. The very real danger that they present doesn't change that. The grotesque childishness of these things doesn't mitigate the damage that can be done by them at all, unfortunately. But when we can zoom out a little bit and look at them in their proper perspective, it really does show us what we're actually dealing with here in most of these situations. A sort of small, childish, and primitive personality who doesn't know how to communicate, relate to other people, or even function in life very well at all. Some are able to succeed in some things, sometimes beyond all reason or logic, by the way, because narcissism can actually be a benefit in some situations, but their personal lives are usually a shambles, and they are generally unhappy, unfulfilled, chronically angry people who feel perpetually powerless and for whom nothing is ever good enough. That's not a surprise, of course. If we look at their behavior and how they treat other people, their emotional landscape becomes pretty clear. People who are happy and well-adjusted don't routinely mistreat others. People who are happy and well-adjusted aren't habitually jealous, envious, cruel, afraid, distrustful, paranoid. They don't project all these things onto other people. They don't try to shame others or claim that others are trying to shame them. They don't have to gaslight people because it's too difficult to admit bad behavior or a mistake or to be wrong. They don't have to live in a reality that's different from actuality just to cope with life, right? But narcissists do all of those things, and anyone who has spent any time with them knows this to be a fact. Far from whatever they are pretending to be, the majority of narcissistic personalities are terrified, emotional people in complete denial of just about everything, who use inept, self-sabotaging, often abusive coping and defense strategies to navigate life. This doesn't make them not dangerous at all, in fact. The lack of maturity and development makes them more dangerous in many respects, but understanding it does help us not to sort of endow them with more power than they really have. This, in turn, helps us to see them as they really are, which means addressing these things is not as intimidating as it is whenever we see them through the lens that they have provided. Not the one they would like us to use, in which we are supposed to see them as perfect and flawless, but the one they actually gave us, through which we might see them as genius demons or all-powerful monsters and tyrants and whatever. That lens is true in its own way, but it's also false in its own way. The reality is actually very far from that in many ways. These are small, inept, and even gullible personalities who live in a fantasy world because just day-to-day reality is too hard and too scary for them. Again, that doesn't make narcissists less dangerous, far from, but it keeps us from building up or even mythologizing them, which is not only incorrect, but it makes recovery more difficult. Seeing them in their proper perspective also helps with decoding their communication. If you can remember that this is a person who is lacking empathy, who cannot consider other people, who cannot take responsibility for anything because it's too threatening, who is pathologically distrustful, pathologically defensive, who literally lives in a different reality than you do, who cannot deal with emotions from anybody in any way, including from themselves, who cannot listen to even the gentlest perceived criticism because their ego is too fragile and too easily damaged, then a lot of their behavior starts to make more sense, and so do their words, at least intellectually. Emotionally, it'll probably never really make sense, and that's going to have to be okay because it's not going to change. You are not the same as this type of personality, and you won't ever be. So there are some things you're just not going to be able to understand. Count that as a blessing. Many of the things that occur in communication with narcissists are baffling and can make even just basic talking very difficult. As we mentioned earlier, not only do they often intentionally and unintentionally misrepresent and misinterpret what other people are trying to say, they may also chronically misspeak or misrepresent what they themselves are trying to say, because words and phrases don't mean what the narcissist thinks they mean. Because they're egocentric and self-referential, they often take offense to or become upset about things that are not about them, but which they believe to be about them. They have difficulty connecting with their own emotions and feelings, so they project them outwards, then perceive them as being caused by other people or to be coming from someone else entirely. They deflect everything they perceive as even possibly critical or shaming, which is a lot. Many people don't realize how fragile these personalities really are. This results in conversations that go in circles and accomplish nothing, and were designed by default to be that way. They deny even meaningless or silly things, turning every little thing into a personal hill to die on. They defend against things that didn't happen or weren't said. They accuse, attack, and demean. They turn even simple mistakes into huge crimes that people can never live down. They gaslight and pretend things didn't happen, or did. They have no understanding of cause and effect as applied to their own actions or how they appear to other people. They have no empathy, no insight, no self-awareness, no intuition, and no ability to read the room, so they may say things that are artless, rude, inappropriate, or end up embarrassing themselves and then get mad at other people for that. They don't appear to understand or even perceive context at all, either for themselves or other people. They continuously tell other people what the other people mean, what they are saying, what they're doing, or what they're feeling, and refuse to hear otherwise, which destroys the conversation completely every single time. They don't listen, they ignore you, they give the silent treatment, they stonewall, they run away, they blame others for everything and attempt to shame them to alleviate their own anxiety and shame. They project their behaviors and bad quality onto other people and engage in campaigns of shaming and punishment due to their own self-loathing and self-hatred, or to deflect suspicion from themselves. They let nothing go. They give no benefit of the doubt. They insist things happen that didn't happen because they really think they did happen, which is different from gaslighting because it's not intentionally deceptive, even though the effect on other people's is the same. They are delusional. They are suspicious and believe anybody is capable of anything at all times. They are distrustful. They believe nothing you say. They lie because honesty means absolutely nothing to them at all, and because they believe everybody else is doing the same thing. They're manipulative because they feel powerless and need to control other people but can't communicate directly about what they need or what they want. They like tricking people and feeling powerful, like they got away with something. They are paranoid and always assume the worst. Those are just the most basic, common things that can happen with the majority of pathologically narcissistic personalities. There are even more still, all of them awful and damaging. If it has not been made clear to you by now, due to things both in their control and things out of their control, pathologically narcissistic personalities are simply not capable of communicating on any real level in any kind of relationship. They don't seem to understand or even hear much of what's being said to them by anybody, much less someone they feel threatened by, and anyone who is more than a casual acquaintance fits that description. If all you're interested in is the most superficial, banal, and empty conversation possible with a person who has no curiosity, no empathy, and no genuine interest in anything but themselves, then it could be somewhat okay, though you'll probably still find yourself misunderstood continuously, as well as being unable to understand some of the things this person is trying to say to you, and you can't ask questions about it because that's threatening to them. They seem to interpret that as prying, or to take any questioning of them or things they've said as a challenge to them and as claiming that they're wrong somehow, rather than an honest attempt to understand. Since they don't seem to possess any real curiosity about other people, they don't understand people asking questions, quote, just because either. If you're asking about something, there must be a problem. You will also find yourself being intentionally mistreated anyway, regardless, because that's just how this goes. It's part of the package. Their problem is internal, but they don't realize that, so the blame and punishment for how they feel goes to the person they can blame, often whoever happens to have the bad luck to be around the most. But if you could overlook all of these things or somehow didn't care about them happening, the communication might go a little better, at least sometimes, if you were willing to be simply a waiting receptacle for their various words and not much else, in other words. However, if you want to have real conversations of any level or depth, if you want to be able to ask questions and have your curiosity rewarded instead of punished, if you want to be able to say good morning to someone without having to worry that they're going to take it wrong, if you want to be heard, if you want honesty, if you want to be seen for who you are, if you want to be believed about anything you say, if you want to understand and be understood, if you want to be able to say what you think, how you feel, and what you mean instead of having somebody tell you, if you want to ever be able to resolve anything that ever happens, and if you ever want to matter, this is not going to work out for you. You might have noticed that this podcast does not include any lists of common phrases and what they might mean or anything like that. The reason for this is because the ability of these personalities to communicate can be so poor that the things they say could literally mean anything or nothing. There is no way to know if they even understand the definition of the words they are using, if they're using them the way that other people use them, if they're being honest, if they're being manipulative, if they genuinely don't remember or understand, or anything else. If you were to ask the narcissist in your life what they mean by what they are saying instead of assuming it means what most people would mean, always remembering that questioning them can be perceived as threatening, you might find out that what you've been assuming and therefore responding to is actually totally wrong. Or that the meanings of things change based on factors that you are unaware of or can't follow, or any number of other things that are not predictable or decipherable. Though it's popular to do, and in very general terms is helpful to understand that they're projecting, for example, it is simply too difficult to even guess what any narcissist might mean by anything without a lot of other information. You would get more illuminating information by asking them directly, though you might not necessarily get an answer. Whatever they might say would probably tell you more about what's going on with this person than any list you might find. Of course, there would probably also be a huge problem if you ask, and the reality is, it's not worth it, not when it won't change anything. The point of understanding how pathologically narcissistic personalities function is not to fix or enable relationships with narcissistic personalities. The relationship will be what it is whether you understand what's happening or not, because the narcissist is basically in it by themselves, and so are you, and you're both in totally different relationships. Regardless of what they say, these personalities are not really looking for understanding in any way, either of you or for themselves or for the situation or anything else. That concept has no true value or meaning to them at all. And I hope this episode of the show has helped you to understand why that is. The point of what we're doing here is to help you interpret what's going on so that you can make an informed decision about whether you want to continue to invest in this situation or not. The level of dysfunction here really isn't surmountable. Virtually every single aspect of communication is impaired for these personalities, from verbal to nonverbal, from listening to getting their own point across, from trust to honesty, down to basic understanding of words and what words mean. It is simply not possible to have a relationship of any kind under these circumstances. If you choose to do so anyway, and many people do, at least know what you're dealing with so that you're not blaming yourself. You will get enough blame from the narcissist. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, and seminars throughout the year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. If you're interested in joining our support group with weekly support meetings, access to exclusive content, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about communication difficulties with narcissists. There are a few episodes of the show about this, and each of them cover something a little different because communication with narcissists is so complicated and difficult. This one is about something that a lot of people are dealing with, even though many of them don't realize it. One of the things it can take people several years to figure out, if they ever realize it at all, since it can be so subtle, is that even though a narcissist may be using the same words and phrases that they are, or saying things that make sense in the context that they're being used in, the narcissist may not actually mean the same things you or anyone else means when they use those words or phrases. They may not even really understand or care what these things mean at all. They're simply using them because this is where they go. It's important to make it clear that we're not talking about love languages or anything metaphorical here. We're talking about actual words and their meanings. It might seem odd that people would use words they don't really understand, but narcissists are mimics. It's how they've learned to survive. It's kind of like learning to sing a song in another language. You can learn how to say the words and sing the song without ever understanding or even knowing what they mean. You're simply mimicking the singer. This is what many pathologically narcissistic people are doing as well. It's not unlike the way that children learn to speak. They imitate sounds and words with no idea what they mean, which is why they often repeat cuss words and swearing. They don't know it's a bad word. They're just repeating what they've heard. Narcissistic adults are not children, of course, and what we find is that many of them may believe they know what these words and phrases mean, but in fact do not, or that their definition of them is different from what most people understand it to be. It may be extremely difficult for them to relate the definition of words or the context in which they're being used. For example, it's not uncommon for narcissistic people who are pressed to define a word or a phrase to resort to looking it up in the dictionary or something similar instead of being able to answer. Or they may simply refuse to define it at all. This usually happens because their argument or their behavior points to the fact that their definitions of things must be different or possibly wrong, and people begin to ask them what these things mean to them. Because they can't answer, they will often use one of their patented defense mechanisms: deflect, deny, or detonate. Because they are so good at mimicry, it can be quite a while before a person would realize that the narcissist is either using words they don't actually understand or that they mean something by the words that is different from how they, the listener, is understanding them. If a narcissist is very intelligent or they're higher functioning, this can be hard to see even for years because they've learned to compensate, manipulate, and hide things better. A narcissist, for example, may use words like respect, love, trust, accountability, and responsibility, but be unable to define them, explain the context in which they're being used, or explain how they would apply in a given situation. These are not the only types of words or phrases that they may be using wrong or without understanding. It really can be anything from literary quotes to platitudes to just everyday words. But these kind of things are very commonly on the list. This lack of a common definition creates large problems in any relationship. When someone does not even know what they're asking for, how will they know when they get it? How can they give it to somebody else? The answer is they can't, even if they wanted to do so. This is even more confusing for the person who doesn't realize this is the problem. They believe that everybody is agreeing to the same thing. They don't realize that the truth is there was never any agreement at all because the understanding of the words being used is not the same. This is not to say narcissists are never deliberately misleading, of course, they absolutely are. But if the victim understood this simple fact, it could possibly save them years of disappointment and pain. The relationship with a narcissist, any relationship, whether it's parent and child, spousal, platonic, any other kind, is like someone who only speaks Spanish getting into a taxi where the driver only speaks Japanese and somehow expecting that they're going to get where they want to go. It's not going to happen because there's no way to communicate with the other person. It's just going to be a huge hassle that frustrates and upsets both people for no good reason because the situation is impossible from the beginning. In a very real way, narcissists do not speak the same language as most other people. It sounds the same, but upon careful consideration, what we find is that the words being used don't mean the same thing to both people. This can go on for a long time without being understood. Indeed, it may never be understood by either person in the relationship. Both people will end up believing that the other person has lied to or misled them. In practical terms, it doesn't really matter whether someone is lying or they just don't understand. Either way, the situation is unhealthy and it's not going to work out. It's extremely important to remember that in order to protect ourselves, we should not assume that someone feels, experiences, or understands things the same way that we do. We should not assume that just because someone says the same words that we say, they mean the same things by them because, narcissist or not, everybody's different. We want to guard against projecting our feelings, experiences, and anything else onto another person. This only leads to misunderstandings and hurt feelings. If someone says they feel, experience, or understand things the same way that we do, which is something narcissistic people often do to create the appearance of intimacy, we should be careful about accepting that at face value. Pay attention to any red flags that demonstrate that this is not really the case because they will be there if it isn't. And the most simple method of all, ask. Ask people what things mean to them. You might not get the truth if somebody's trying to fool you, but you will probably get a red flag. This could be in the form of a non-answer, a vague answer, a cliche answer, a deflection of the question back to you, a refusal to answer, a nonsensical answer that doesn't make any sense. And if you get a red flag when asking someone what things like love and respect mean to them, that's probably one you shouldn't ignore. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, via text, via email, over the phone, and through Skype for international clients. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the book an appointment tab to go ahead and do that. I teach workshops a few times a month and clinics a few times a year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running right now, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and thank you for joining us here on the LittleShaman.com. You are listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that virtually everyone deals with when dealing with narcissists, and that is that narcissists twist things. This is unfortunately extremely common, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. In communication, certain things have to happen. At the very, very least, we have to speak the same language as the person we're trying to communicate with, and we have to have an agreed upon reality that we are both communicating about. If we don't have at least these things, there can be no understanding, which means that there cannot be any actual communication between us. Communication is predicated on understanding. For example, I am talking to you now in a language that we all understand, using words that we all know and can process about an agreed upon subject that I outlined in the beginning of this episode and that you agreed to engage with when you clicked on the episode to listen to it. We can communicate. I can talk and you can listen and you can understand. If you would like to respond, you can, and I can understand you. If we run into confusion, we can ask clarifying questions and engage in further communication until we understand each other. That's communicating, and it's largely made possible by the existence of those two things that we first mentioned. We are speaking the same language, and we are communicating about an agreed upon reality. We're doing that because we are attempting to arrive at understanding of some kind. The goal of healthy communication is understanding. You are listening to this to gain understanding, and I am offering it for the same reason, to facilitate and foster understanding. You want to understand, I want to be understood. I want to understand, and you want to be understood. We both have the same goal. Any misunderstandings that might occur can therefore be resolved or worked through because we're both working toward the same goal. However, when you are dealing with pathologically narcissistic personalities, you do not have the same goal. You are not speaking the same language, and you do not have an agreed upon reality. Because of this, misunderstandings run rampant in interactions with narcissists, and they usually cannot be resolved. The narcissist will not allow it. This is often confusing for people because why wouldn't someone want a misunderstanding to be resolved? Furthermore, why is this person seemingly incapable of understanding that there even has been one? Why are they attacking me, calling me a liar, refusing to speak to me, or whatever other thing they're doing instead of just accepting my explanation of what I really meant? Why is this going like this? Why can't I stop it from happening? What is the problem? The problem is that narcissists operate from a place of extreme defensiveness. It's so extreme that it makes them incapable of critically evaluating information. On top of that, they don't trust themselves to do this anyway. They seem to have decided that if they can't find an absolutely foolproof way to be able to tell whether something is true or a lie, or whether something is dangerous or not, they will simply assume that everything is harmful and everything is a lie, no matter who is saying it or what else is going on. This way, they're never vulnerable to attack. They cannot be tricked or manipulated or made a fool of. They cannot be hurt. They think this protects them. It does not. What it actually does is make exactly what they were afraid of into reality. I'm afraid that you will lie to me, hurt me, or trick me somehow, and I cannot tolerate the shame attached to that, so I have decided that you actually are trying to do that all the time. This way, I can't be caught off guard. I am no better off than I was before, and I actually feel worse than I would if I looked at things logically and in context, but at least it didn't catch me off guard. It couldn't because I didn't give it a chance to surprise me. I expected it all the time, and that way I was ready for it. It surprises the other person, though, and of course it does. Most people do not deal with this level of distrust and irrationality on a regular basis. Many have never encountered it at all before they met this person. Even people who have dealt with very abusive human beings in the past are often not prepared for the experience of dealing with the pathologically narcissistic personality. It's like a cartoon, a caricature. How can a real human being behave this way, say these things, think these things? How can a person over the age of like 4 years old believe in such black and white characterizations of life and of other human beings? But narcissists do, and everything that happens is twisted to fit into this very narrow understanding. Ironically, this is one of the ways we can tell that so much of this is sincere. People often ask, how do they do that so fast? How do narcissists twist things so quickly? How can they think that fast? The answer is they don't. They are actually interpreting it that way. There's no need to reflect and calculate and come up with scenarios or ways to fit things together much of the time. They are reporting their experience in real time. In this situation, even calling it twisting is probably overstating what's actually happening. To say that they're twisting the narrative or the events in this particular context implies that this is something being done consciously. And in these specific situations, it's not. For narcissists, there are only two ways that a thing can be. And since they don't really believe in the goodness of other people, there's really only one. It's black or it's white. And for narcissists, it's almost always black. Again, they think assuming this protects them from being hurt and trying to convince them that this is not necessary is like trying to convince somebody that breathing is not necessary. It's a survival mechanism, and as far as they can see, it has worked very well for them. It has not, of course, but they only remember the times that this mindset appears to have been validated and therefore reinforced and protected them, even if they had to twist things in order for that to be true. They don't seem to realize that if you always expect something bad to happen, just based on the law of averages, you will eventually be right at some point. Even a stopped clock is right twice a day. Even a blind pig comes up with an acorn every once in a while. They also don't seem to realize that if you're looking for something, you will find it, even if you have to make it up to see it. This is true of people, not just narcissists. Studies done on this phenomenon have shown that people who were asked to find all the blue dots in an exercise began finding them even when there actually weren't any. They expected there to be blue dots, so when there no longer were any blue dots, they saw dots as blue that were not blue. Or think about when you get a new red car and you start seeing red cars everywhere for a while. There aren't any more or less red cars than there were before you bought yours. You're just actively looking for them now. If you were also afraid of red cars or you thought they were dangerous, you very likely might identify some cars as red that others would not consider red. Why? Because you're hyper-focused on that and you have to make sure that you didn't miss any, because if you do, you could be harmed. Expectation has a massive impact on perception. In many ways, we see what we expect to see. Our brains tend to look for and remember details and information that confirms our expectations. This is how cognitive biases are created, for example. When dealing with someone who is so disconnected from reality anyway, the impact of expectation on their perception is beyond massive. It may, in fact, be the single biggest factor of influence here. They expect you to be evil or stupid or cruel or whatever other negative thing, so they perceive that you actually are these things. They expect to be attacked, so they perceive that they actually are being attacked. This creates a negative feedback loop that just keeps reinforcing itself and becomes entrenched into the person's worldview. Each time their expectations are confirmed, whether through misinterpretation or through reality, it reinforces their belief system, leading to a cycle of more distrust and more hostility that can be extremely difficult to break. Fear also impacts perception enormously, and as you can probably guess, in much the same ways. Fear is a very powerful motivator, and it tends to color our perceptions more than other feelings because it's so strong and we react to it so intensely. If people are also afraid of something they are expecting, this can make their perceptions and their reactions much stronger and much more distorted. Not only might they see it anyway, whether it's there or not, but it can become what is called a self-fulfilling prophecy. This is where a person behaves in such a way that creates the situation they're afraid of, such as expecting and being so afraid that a partner will leave them that they constantly accuse the partner of cheating or otherwise betraying and abandoning them when they haven't. So the partner exits the relationship because they're tired of not being trusted, tired of not being believed, and tired of being accused of things they didn't do. Or expecting and being so afraid someone's going to be angry at you that you behave in such a way toward them that they then become angry when initially they were not. This is related to something called projective identification, which is the process by which people not only project their fears, insecurities, and negative feelings onto others, they actually create them. Other examples of this could be someone hating themselves and expecting and fearing that others will hate them too, so they end up behaving in ways that cause people to hate them. Or someone who expects and fears being mistreated, so they act in ways that are designed to induce other people to do things that they then interpret as mistreatment, such as provoking other people until they lash out. So what does all of this mean? It means expectation plus fear is extremely powerful. It can create very distorted perception, can even cause things to happen. And this is in people who are not struggling with the same deficits as pathologically narcissistic people. For those who do have these deficits, the impact of expectation plus fear is magnified significantly. A narcissist's inability to process emotion and information accurately in the first place means they are even more susceptible to these distorted perceptions and seeing or even creating things that are not there. This can lead to a heightened sense of paranoia and a hypersensitivity to perceived slights, making interactions with them toxic, stressful, and absolutely fraught with misunderstandings, which are then impossible to resolve because this person does not trust or believe anything anybody says, and they can't tolerate being wrong on top of that. And this checks out. Narcissists expect the absolute worst to happen, and then they won't believe that it didn't. They are essentially attempting to force other people to act out the narcissist's fears, carry the narcissist's own negative feelings toward themselves so the narcissist does not have to do that. Understanding this helps to demystify narcissists and put their behavior in a better perspective. This is especially helpful in situations where they are twisting the narrative or the events on purpose. Because yes, they do this out of ignorance, simply because that's the limited way in which they function. They also do it strategically. When you are a prisoner of needing to control what other people see and how they think of you, narrative control is extremely important. How can you control these things if you don't control the narrative? Things will be twisted strategically to fit into whatever the narcissist's narrative is. This usually has to do with whatever idealized image of themselves that they are perpetrating. Very often, this is of themselves as a victim of some kind, but it can be anything. This idealized image, this false self, is the star of the show, and narcissists make the movie around the star. After all, if the star of the movie is a tough gunslinger, you don't make the movie about that guy being a circus clown. The backdrop has to reinforce, support, and help create the image. Otherwise, the movie, the illusion, doesn't work. It's not believable. Most importantly, it's not believable to the narcissist. So when something happens where they can't sincerely believe themselves to be their idealized false self, they will twist things until the things fit into that. People sometimes ask, how can they tell the difference between when this is being done on purpose and when it's being done out of ignorance? But the reality is that it doesn't matter. If someone thinks that there's some significant difference here, that's just what they think. The reality is that there's not. It isn't any safer or less dangerous to deal with someone who is constantly hurting you out of ignorance than if they're doing it strategically. It might make you feel better to know that, but it affects nothing in reality at all. In point of fact, if they are doing it out of ignorance, that's arguably more dangerous, not less. People get very caught up in trying to figure out which one is happening when and all this, but in reality, this is actually a complete waste of time because it really has no bearing on anything at all in practical application. None. If you look at this situation objectively, you will see that. It doesn't matter. It is a favorite fantasy of people that if someone's hurting them out of ignorance or otherwise not completely maliciously, that person can somehow be educated out of their ignorance and therefore out of their behavior. But this is not that kind of ignorance. This is ignorance born of inability, not lack of information. This person does not have the ability to be educated out of their lack of empathy. Their behaviors are not the result of never being told that they're harming other people, for example. These things are the result of not being able to understand that or care about it. And the reason they can't do these things is because they don't have the capability. You are not the first person to try to make them understand, and you will likely not be the last. It is what it is. It's important to know, too, that none of this excuses the behavior of narcissists. It provides context for understanding what's happening and why. It demystifies and helps put in perspective very confusing behavior from very confusing people. It does not excuse this behavior. Whether it's malicious or whether it's not, nothing excuses it. This person is a grown adult and they are capable of making choices that don't harm other people. If they choose not to do that, they are responsible for their behavior. If you are dealing with a narcissist and they're always twisting things, it really helps to remember what this behavior is actually about. It is a desperate attempt from a very limited person to make reality into something that they can actually deal with. It doesn't mean anything. It's nonsense. It's noise. The reality is, pathologically narcissistic people live in a fantasy world. They really do, in the most fundamental sense of that phrase. They twist things to fit into the fantasy, sometimes because they really think that's what happened, and sometimes because they need to make it appear that way for their own reasons. Either way, they cannot deal with life and reality as is. They don't have the ability to see it or the coping skills to deal with it if they could see it. The best they can do is pretend that it's not true. Pretend that it's something else. It is really, really important to understand how much of this is really happening here. This person does not inhabit the same reality that you do. They really do not. Their perception and interpretation of you, of life, of the world, of themselves, of everything is entirely different than yours. This is not an act in the sense that, oh, they're just pretending to see things differently. No, they really do. If things happen that don't fit into their worldview, these things are ignored or they are reinterpreted to fit. Even when they are intentionally and strategically, consciously twisting things, it's not really because of any true misrepresentation of facts or reality. It's because what's true is what people believe. That's it. This is hard for rational people grounded in reality to understand, but you're dealing with a person who is neither of those things. Facts and reality mean nothing to them. This is both much more complex and much simpler than most people realize. Your view of things is complicated by facts and reality and what really happened. Theirs isn't. Those things hold no sway over these personalities whatsoever. They are not considered important at all, as you have likely already found out. What's true is what people believe. That's why they have to control the narrative and what other people think of them. Whatever people believe about narcissists becomes true. And if it's negative, this stays true unless and until the narcissist can find or create some opposing counter-reflection. To put it very simply, it's like Tinkerbell. The belief of others brings narcissists to life and makes them real. This really cannot be overstated. It's not a metaphor. It's not hyperbole. It's the truth of the situation. And if you think about it, you will see that that's how it is. When someone lives in a fantasy, when they live in an alternate reality, belief in that alternate reality is literally the only thing that concretizes it in any way. It's the only driving force behind it. And sadly, narcissists not only live in a fantasy, they are one. And it is only belief in this that makes them real. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, on Zoom and Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, seminars, and more throughout the year. So if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books out for publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy, you can do that on LittleShaman.org or on Amazon.com. And if you are interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that many people deal with regarding narcissistic relationships, and that is when narcissists seem to want you to follow a script. During most conversations you will have with other people, everyone listens to each other and decides what they're going to say after they hear what the other person has said. Most people don't already have a script in mind of what they think people are going to say, and then either expect people to follow that or just simply go along in the conversation as if they did follow it. However, many people encounter exactly this when speaking with narcissistic personalities. Particularly when they're upset, pathologically narcissistic personalities seem to have not just an idea of how the interaction will go, but an exact script of what the other person will or should think, say, and do. If you deviate from that, if you insist that the role they have created for you is not who you are, they may become very upset. They may accuse you of lying or playing word games, or they might simply continue speaking as if you said what they thought you would say, even when you didn't. This is extremely frustrating for people. Not only is someone not listening to you and not understanding you, they believe you said something other than what you actually said. Worse, no amount of arguing, explaining, or proof will convince them that they've gotten it wrong. They will continually tell you what you said, what you meant, what you believe, what you thought, what you did, and no amount of evidence or anything else can change their mind. This happens because, first of all, they're not listening to you at all. Narcissistic people live very much inside their own heads, and what they believe happened is more important than what actually did happen. Because they live so much in their own heads that they're not actually present in the conversation, and because they may also dissociate when their emotions overwhelm them, there's a good chance they legitimately did not hear what you actually said, even if they were looking right at you. You may even be able to see in their eyes that they're not listening. If you deal with narcissists on any type of a regular basis, you're probably familiar with that look. They're not present in the conversation. They're listening to their own thoughts and dealing with their own emotions. What does this mean? If you've ever driven a really familiar route, like going to work or something, and you've been so caught up in your own thoughts that you didn't remember any of the details of driving there when you got there, you have some idea of what is going on with narcissistic people in these moments. The memory of your drive to work is not lost. It was never created because you weren't paying any attention at all. This may also be why narcissists will insist you said something when it was actually they who said it. They remember it being said. Somebody said it, so it must have been you. For example, the narcissist says, "You want me to fail my big exam because you're jealous of me." You, of course, deny this as ridiculous and attempt to explain what's really going on. Later on, they insist that you told them you wanted them to fail their big exam. You respond that it was they who said that, not you. They accuse you of lying, of playing mind games, of refusing to admit the horrible things that you said. It's possible this is simply a lie on the narcissist's part to make you look like a villain, and they know very well that you didn't say it. It's also possible that they actually believe you did say it. They remember hearing it, so of course it was you who said it. Who else is it going to be? It's possible, too, that they know you didn't say the things they're accusing you of, but they believe this is how you really feel, or this is what you really think, so you might as well have said it. This is perhaps the most frustrating and damaging feature of this, because they are acknowledging you didn't actually say the thing, but they're insisting your meaning, your motive, or your intention are bad, so it doesn't even matter that you didn't say it. This is called an unfalsifiable hypothesis or an unfalsifiable narrative. That means they're saying something that can't be proven false, which means there's no way to argue with it. You can't prove you don't think or feel a certain way, or that you're not just lying and pretending to cover that up. This is the crux of a huge amount of the problems with many, many narcissistic personalities. They simply don't believe you, and they never will. You've also probably experienced narcissists responding as if you said things you didn't actually say. For example, you might say, "I would never do something like that. That's not who I am." And the narcissist replies, "Exactly. That's why you did this horrible thing, just to hurt me, because that's who you are." And you're like, wait, did you even hear what I just said? I just said I wouldn't do something like that. That's not who I am. And around and around and around this goes. They expect to hear you say certain things in this interaction, and when you don't, they just imagine that you did anyway. They are holding the entire conversation, their side and yours, by themselves. There's no room for you here. When narcissists are not already upset, the failure of other people to follow the script may cause them to become upset. You are supposed to respond to things they say and do a certain way, and when you don't, this causes problems. Maybe you were not excited enough about their new job, or you didn't say the exact right things to comfort them when they were upset. Maybe you didn't praise their accomplishments enough. Maybe you didn't answer a question the right way. Maybe you're supposed to have the same opinion about a topic that they have. Whatever it was, you didn't respond or react the way that they expected you to, and that's either evidence that something's wrong with you, or it's a lie, or it just plain didn't happen, and they go on with the conversation as if you did. This is, of course, childish and absurd. You are a human being with all of your own stuff. However, narcissists don't understand that or care. These are arrested, dysfunctional personalities who cannot accept or understand that other people are individuals separate from them. Trying to get through to someone like this is totally pointless. They don't have the tools to understand or to care that they don't understand. They don't even seem to have the ability to understand why any of this matters. To them, it doesn't. You will not be treated as a human being in these relationships because pathologically narcissistic people seem unable to understand what that even means. They see everyone as objects, including themselves. This is perhaps why they appear to be so afraid of being manipulated and controlled by other people. If they believe that humans are controllable objects, they themselves would be no exception to that. In the end, dealing with narcissists is like being a Barbie doll in a child's pretend game. They will direct the action, supply the lines, create the scenarios. They will control the entire thing. Your job is to be the inanimate object, the prop, that they can experience whatever fantasy through, and that's it. You are the villain or the hero or the trophy or whatever role they've currently assigned you to in whatever momentary fiction they're playing out. If you deviate from that and dare to have your own opinions, beliefs, thoughts, actions, words, and things, they simply can't deal with that because they don't know what to do with a real person. That's not in the script. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can find that at LittleShaman.org as well. And if you would like to join our support group, you can find that at LittleShaman.org as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today, I wanted to talk to you about something that is very common in relationships of any kind with pathologically narcissistic people, and that is the fact that they don't listen. And sometimes they can even seem to be incapable of hearing you. You might notice that when you speak to a pathologically narcissistic person, though they seem to be listening and they're often even looking right at you, they then respond with something that has nothing to do with what you just said, or they only seem to hear one part of what you said and somehow manage to come to the exact wrong or opposite conclusion of your words. This is often a huge problem in these kind of relationships, and it is especially bad when the narcissistic person is upset. How upset they are often dictates how much they're able to listen, and if they're too upset, it may be totally useless to even bother talking to this person because they just cannot hear you. Many people think this is deliberate, and for some pathologically narcissistic people, it's probably true. But it also happens because their feelings are so overwhelming to them that that wave of emotion simply blocks everything else out. It can seem like they're changing the subject with their responses to you, or that they're ignoring you, and maybe they are. But often it seems that they're not even hearing you. After dealing with this for a while, you may even be able to recognize the look in their eyes when they're no longer listening to you. They seem to be listening to somebody else talking that only they can hear, and in a way they are. They're listening to the raving, screeching voice of their own feelings. For a pathologically narcissistic person, feelings are facts. Instead of being able to view their feelings objectively as temporary reactions that may or may not be logical, their feelings are interpreted as factual. In practical terms, this means they fit the facts to their feelings rather than reacting emotionally to the facts. To put that into perspective, most people don't get upset until something happens or is done to them. Narcissists are already upset, and because of that, they become convinced that something must have been done to them to cause those feelings. This happens partly because narcissistic people are so divorced and separated from their feelings through years of denying and avoiding them that they can experience their feelings as coming from somewhere outside themselves. This is why they'll say things like, "I know you hate me, I can feel it." And you're sitting there like, okay, well, you're not getting that from me because I don't hate you. That's their self-loathing, their own self-hatred that they feel. In other words, in these situations, they don't recognize that these feelings were already there and they're not even related to the situation at hand. They become triggered and offended or hurt so easily that the feelings they already feel break through at the slightest provocation, and then they blame the other person for causing them to feel the way they already felt but have been denying. For example, if you say, "Why didn't you wash the dishes?" the shame that the narcissistic person already feels breaks through their denial. This can cause them to lash out at you angrily in self-defense, accusing you of trying to hurt them, to make them feel bad, of demeaning or degrading them, or any number of other things, not because of what actually happened or what was actually said, but because of that shame that they're constantly carrying around. This can be very hurtful and stressful to a partner or a family member who in no way meant anything like that and certainly was not trying to be mean. And now there's no reasoning with the narcissist because they are far too upset. They will not listen to anything other than what their feelings are telling them. Proof doesn't matter, logic doesn't matter, nothing matters except for their feelings. It's like dealing with a little kid. In some ways, although I certainly understand why people feel this way, it's almost weird for me to hear narcissists described as these apex predators. These are some seriously fragile people. They can't live in reality. They can't face the truth. They live every single day playing pretend like a child. They feel hurt and offended and attacked by almost everything anybody says or does, sometimes even things that are complimentary or kind. And why? Because their feelings dictate their reality instead of the other way around, and they seem to have no way to recognize that this is a problem. Most people operate like, "You said something mean, therefore I'm upset and angry." Narcissists operate like, "I'm upset and angry, therefore you said something mean." It's backwards. Events, actions, and things that are said are interpreted through the lens of the narcissist's feelings. Because of this, events, actions, and motives will often be reframed to fit the narcissist's emotional narrative. Seen through the lens of this emotion, things that happen or that other people do and say often become much more sinister, suspicious, and personal to the narcissist than they actually are. This is one reason why people are often accused of having motives they don't have, or of saying and doing things that they did not say or do. This is also one of the big reasons it's impossible to reason with pathologically narcissistic people, especially when they're upset. They can't even really hear what you're trying to say, and even if they could, they're certainly not going to trust you over their own feelings, which override literally everything. Sometimes they can't even get what they are trying to say to come out right. Narcissistic people have immense difficulty communicating with any authenticity because everything coming in and going out has to go through that emotional filter. More than that, since their feelings are interpreted as factual, those feelings are considered evidence. This must be true because I feel it. The proof that you were intentionally trying to hurt me is that I feel hurt. The proof that you are tricking me is that I feel tricked. The proof that you are cheating is that I feel like I've been cheated on, and so on and so on and so on. There's no way to communicate in this situation because the premise of the conversation and the issue are illogical. It's you trying to talk this person out of their feelings they often had no logical basis for in the first place. Not only is that not possible, but it can make the narcissist feel as if you're trying to manipulate them. Narcissistic people have huge issues with trust. They don't even trust themselves. So they're generally in a constant battle between trying to determine what is safe and what is not safe. One moment they trust you more than themselves, so you're a safe place. The next moment they trust themselves more than you, so now you are not a safe place. In situations such as our example about the dishes, if they were to believe you over their own feelings, that makes them vulnerable to you and whatever evil things that you're probably going to do to them at some point, possibly, maybe, they're for sure. That can't be allowed to happen, and it won't be allowed to happen. Even tangible, physical proof does not matter to them in these situations. They are so worried about being tricked and about not being wrong that they can appear almost delusional. So you say, yes, but here's a video of what actually happened. Oh, you edited that to make me look bad or to make yourself look better. Yes, but here's a picture of you doing this thing that you said you didn't do. You faked that to make me look like a liar. Yes, but here's a message in your own words. You wrote that and sent it to yourself to frame me. There's no reasoning with this. It's illogical and it's ridiculous. The overwhelming emotions coupled with their fear of being vulnerable and taken advantage of, along with their pathological need to be right, or more precisely, not to be wrong, make communication with this kind of person impossible. You are not on a level playing field at all. Whether they realize how absurd their arguments can be is a difficult question. Some probably do, but they might feel they've gone too far with it to simply just give in, no matter how stupid it sounds. Others may be in the grip of whatever emotion they're feeling and just running off at the mouth without even really realizing what they're even saying. Some may believe that they're smarter than the person they're arguing with and can somehow make these ludicrous arguments work, while others may be making these nonsensical arguments because that's literally the only thing they have left to say. It doesn't really matter whether they know they're doing it or not, or why they're doing it or anything else. It isn't possible to communicate with someone who cannot or will not listen to you, and it doesn't really matter why. The naked truth is that even if you could make them hear you, they still wouldn't care. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via email, via text messenger, and through Skype. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to go ahead and do that. I teach workshops a few times a month. We have the Boundaries Workshop and the Shadow Workshop running right now. So if you're interested in learning more about that or signing up to participate, you can do that on LittleShaman.org as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about something that is unfortunately very, very common when you're dealing with narcissistic personalities, and that is that nothing can ever be resolved because narcissistic people are not listening. Communication with narcissists is impossible because narcissists are in an I'm right, you're wrong death struggle while you're trying to foster understanding and resolve situations in an adult relationship. You don't have the same goal. You never have. You never will. It's not going to work because they are incapable of seeing that you are not doing the same thing that they are doing. One of the biggest problems in these situations is that you assume both of you are coming from the same place. You're not. Narcissistic personalities often don't care about resolving the problem. They are much more invested in pretending there is no problem, especially if they are being told that the problem is them. Narcissistic personalities don't just want to be heard and understood the way that it is in most situations. They want to be vindicated. They want to be told that they're not wrong. Many claim, for example, that you're not listening or that you don't understand them if you don't agree with them. Pathologically narcissistic personalities are generally not interested in listening because what you have to say might be dangerous or threatening. These are very, very fragile personalities, regardless of how they come across. The slightest criticism or even suggestion that they're not perfect can wound them very, very deeply. Their defense against this usually includes just simply tuning out things that might be dangerous, which probably includes everything you are saying in an argument or a heated conversation. Their misperception of something you said may have even caused the argument. Even if what you're saying is not perceived as dangerous, it's just not as important as what they have to say. Dealing with these personalities is very frustrating because of these things. It's important to learn to accept when someone is demonstrating that they're not interested in working together and they're just not going to listen to you. There is no power on earth that can force someone to agree with you, believe you, or listen to you if they don't want to. You are not going to convince a narcissist that you or the relationship are safe enough for them to take criticism from you, or that your motivation for giving the criticism is anything other than bad. The fact that you are offering criticism in the first place is all the proof that they need. This is really, really important to understand. So many people in these relationships believe they will eventually be able to convince the narcissistic personality that they are safe enough and trustworthy enough for the narcissist to accept criticisms or corrections the way that people can do in a normal, healthy relationship. This is extremely unlikely. And this belief is based on a misunderstanding of how these personalities actually work. For pathologically narcissistic people, the fact that you're attempting to tell them that they are wrong in any way is proof that you are not safe and that you are not trustworthy. If you cared about them, you would never hurt them in that way. You would provide unconditional, positive regard, regardless of what they do. You would never point out a failure, a mistake, a wrongdoing. You would always be on their side. You would never shame them. Now, the fact that hurting them or shaming them was not your intention doesn't matter, mostly because it's not believed. If you were not intending to hurt or shame them, they would not feel hurt or they would not feel shame. Since that's how they feel, that was your intention, period. There's no arguing with that and no way to prove it's not true. You can't argue with someone's feelings. Doing so only makes them think that you're trying to manipulate them. Why else would you be trying to talk them out of their feelings? The truth is, this is a pathologically insecure personality who doesn't feel safe even inside their own minds or with their own feelings and doesn't even trust themselves. There is almost zero likelihood that they're going to ever feel safe with another person or be able to trust anybody. When someone cannot trust themselves, they're not going to be able to trust other people. The important thing is for you not to buy into their constant attempts to blame you for that. There's nothing you can do to make them feel safe because they just don't. They blame you because they believe it's your job to fix that. I would feel safe if you made me feel safe. Since I don't feel safe, this is obviously your fault. This is part of the narcissist's mistaken belief that they're not responsible for themselves, kind of like a child. It's not your responsibility to somehow convince a pathologically insecure, pathologically distrustful person to trust you. Not only is that not your responsibility, it's not even possible. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about how many narcissistic people tell on themselves. This is very, very common when dealing with narcissistic people, and there are a few ways they might do it, so I thought we would address that on the show today. Pathologically narcissistic people are known for being duplicitous or deceitful. They have a reputation for being fake or for hiding who they really are. This reputation is deserved. They do that. However, the majority of them, they're not very good at it. Little pieces and flashes of what they're hiding do show through, usually pretty early, and people do see these flashes. It's just that it's often something that is so opposite of what the narcissist is claiming to be that people will ignore it or rationalize it away, believing it to be out of character for the narcissist and convincing themselves that they're just overreacting. It's only over time that people realize this angry, demanding, needy, or unpleasant behavior is not out of character for this person at all, and in fact, it is their primary way of being. It's true that narcissistic people make a very deliberate attempt to present themselves a certain way to other people, and this is often not a reflection of how they really are at all. But most people do notice certain things that don't add up or don't jibe with the rest of the picture. For instance, someone might boast, even on a first date, how wonderfully they treated all of their exes, but they might also use derogatory language about these people or make inappropriate or off-color remarks about their exes throughout the night. These are things that don't really go with the whole Mr. or Mrs. Wonderful picture of themselves that they're trying to paint. This is one of the ways narcissistic people tell on themselves, by saying and or doing contradictory things. This should not be ignored, because if someone is doing that, it means at least one of the things they're saying is not true and may be an indication that the person is hiding something or that they have some type of perception problem. Another way pathologically narcissistic people may tell on themselves is by just blurting things out that have nothing to do with anything. When my kids were little, I remember that they were wrestling in the hallway, and I went over and I said, "What are you doing?" And my oldest daughter, who was 5 or 6 at the time, just blurted out, "I didn't cut her hair." So of course I'm like, "What?" So I look over at my youngest daughter, and all her hair has been cut off. Apparently they were playing beauty parlor before they started wrestling. This is similar to the way many narcissists behave. They simply blurt things out. It usually indicates something they've done wrong or feelings that they have for themselves. For example, an innocent question may provoke a very hostile reaction with the narcissist saying, "I'm not lying," even though they haven't been accused of anything. Of course, this makes many people suspicious, and it just turns into a bigger and bigger problem. It's like with my daughter. When I said, "What are you doing?" she blurted out the thing that she had done wrong, even though I didn't even know anything about it. Narcissists behave the same way a lot of times. A third way that a pathologically narcissistic person can tell on themselves is with projection. That is to say, they will accuse other people of what they are doing or what they are feeling. Projection is generally a core feature of any type of narcissism. It's very, very common. To the narcissist, their feelings are facts. If they feel that you are doing or feeling or thinking something, then that's a fact. That's what it is. There's no talking them out of it. There's no way to prove them wrong. That's a fact. When they are confronted by things they find uncomfortable or hard to deal with about themselves, such as feelings about themselves that are painful or things they know they shouldn't have done, they often deal with these things by projecting them onto other people. "I didn't do that, you did that. I don't feel that way, you feel that way." In this way, they avoid the feelings that accompany these things and deny the existence of them all in general. Denial is the narcissist's armor, and all of this is part and parcel of their overall denial problem. In the end, no matter how good narcissistic people may seem at hiding who they are, something always shows through, and people usually know pretty early on that something's not right. Make sure you trust your instincts here. If something doesn't add up, don't ignore it. What doesn't seem like a big deal now could be a really big deal later. That doesn't mean you have to make a big deal out of it. You might not choose to call the narcissist on it at all, and you don't have to. It might be better if you don't in some cases. But make note of it. Don't ignore it. Don't just rationalize it or push it away. The last thing the narcissist in your life needs is a partner in their denial. And remember, as always, the only way to cleanse your life of this craziness is to just stay away from it. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions. I take appointments online and over the phone Monday through Friday. So if you are looking to speak with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab, or you can use the link that's available down there in the information section of this video. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and I just wanted to talk to you for a few minutes about something that is very, very common in narcissistic relationships, and that is the attempt to attain power positions. You know, after so many arguments with narcissists, you begin to realize that they haven't actually answered you or addressed any of the topics at hand. All they've done is deny, deflect, distract, avoid, explode, or run away. You're left kind of sitting there thinking, hey, wait a minute, you never answered me, or they didn't address this. After so many more arguments with a narcissist, you come to realize this is actually all they have ever done. They've never addressed the topic. They've never answered your question. After so many more arguments, you realize this is all they're ever going to do. Narcissists believe they are attaining a power position by not listening to you, by not considering your side, by being unreasonable. This is very important to understand because it's a big reason communication with them is not possible. It doesn't matter how they do it, whether it's deliberate, whether it's unconscious, if it's the silent treatment, ranting over you, condescending, screaming, physically attacking you to try to shut you up, turning things around on you, shaming you, walking away. It all means the same thing, and it all accomplishes the same goal. They don't want to hear what you're saying. Narcissistic people seem to legitimately believe that entertaining anything the other person is saying renders them vulnerable. They appear to view arguments and discussions about conflict or problems as the other person just trying to convince and manipulate them or trying to trick them. So they defend themselves, and they believe they're holding a power position by refusing to listen no matter what. How far do you think you're going to get with someone who hears only attempts to manipulate and trick them, no matter what you say? How far do you think you're going to get with someone who legitimately believes that listening to other people is some kind of dangerous act that renders them weak, right? You're not going to get very far, and over time, you will see that. It's unfortunate, but these are fragile people, and they are afraid a lot of the time. So they search for ways to control and be in a power position because they're afraid. For example, refusing to be pleased. An abuser in a relationship who refuses to be pleased is making a power play. They're trying to attain a power position. They won't accept any attempts to please them, but they keep insisting that the other person needs to try harder because it's that person's fault that they're unhappy. Then they keep saying that nothing is good enough and the other person is failing them. This is seen by them as a power position, such as with children who have just discovered saying no. They just say no about everything. Narcissistic people think this keeps them in a power position, but really they're just making themselves unhappy. Blaming other people for it might alleviate any of their shame triggered by being blamed or feeling responsible, but it doesn't help them be any happier, especially because people get tired of being treated that way and they exit the relationship. The torture of living through this type of relationship is not describable. It's unspeakable. But it's even more horrible in some ways because the abuser is also torturing themselves, and they're doing all of this for literally no reason. They're making everybody in the relationship or the situation totally miserable, including themselves, for nothing. It's just a never-ending cycle of misery. Excuse me. You know, the truth is, it is just not realistic to believe you can live happily ever after with a person who legitimately, genuinely believes being asked for respect and decency and to be listened to is somehow being controlled by the other person. If an adult person does not understand that they are required to listen and to show respect and decency in a relationship, it's not your job to teach them, and you're not going to be able to do that anyway. Your purpose in a relationship with a narcissist is to be used to regulate their emotions. It's not to be afforded respect and decency and as an equal partner and someone whose emotions and feelings and opinions and beliefs and thoughts deserve to be respected. Your job is as a tool. Your purpose is that they use you to help regulate themselves. That means, to help them to feel better, to put it very, very simply. Now, this doesn't just mean fixing their problems and propping them up when they need it. It also means that you are the target of the constant negative emotion and stress they continually purge because they can't process or hold on to it. They have to just keep trying to pump it out. They need a place to spew all of that. You are the receptacle for it. This makes you the psychological equivalent of a toilet. Just think about that. You are so much more than a receptacle for somebody's toxic self-hatred and psychological vomit. And I really, really hope that you understand and believe that. You deserve so much more. There's no way to explain to a pathologically narcissistic person so that they're going to actually understand that you are a human being with rights and feelings, or that this matters at all. They don't even understand themselves as human beings, or what being a human being even means. Don't let any of that make you forget that you are one. Being in a relationship with someone who is pathologically narcissistic can make it easy to forget what real life with real people is like. Don't let that happen. There are people who will not punish you for being imperfect. There are people who will believe you when you say something. There are people who will get to know you and understand what you're actually like. There are people who can be reasoned with. There are people who understand that everybody makes mistakes. There are people who don't blame everybody else for every single thing. There are people who will actually talk things out. There are people who can actually communicate. There are people who will tell you what the problem is instead of insisting that you guess or that you should already know. There are people who will never pretend to misunderstand you. Not even once. They won't even do it one time. There are people who will ask you for your thoughts, your feelings, and your meanings instead of telling you what these things are. There are people who will not insist that you are evil and malicious or stupid and clumsy and ugly and whatever else horrible things that these people say. There are people who will actually listen to you. There are people who are not narcissists and who don't act like them. So don't forget that. Don't forget what real life with real people is like, because you are worth so much more than the narcissist in your life is able to give you. So I hope that clears a few things up for you. May the Great Spirit bless you. You have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something I hear all the time, and that is listening to or believing the narcissist when they say something negative or insulting to you. This is something many people struggle with, so I thought we could talk about it on the show today. It's interesting that when we talk to people about the narcissists in their lives, whether it's their mother or their father or their spouse or their friend or anybody else, it's almost always the same type of dynamic. This person knows the narcissist is unstable, insecure, unrealistic, mean, not truthful, and has a flexible relationship with the truth, to say the least. And yet they still seem to internalize the negative, cruel, or hurtful things the narcissist says to them. If you ask people if they would believe the narcissist claiming they have $1,000,000, they say no. If you ask people if they would believe the narcissist if they wanted to borrow $1,000,000 but they'd pay it back, they again say no. They know this person cannot be trusted to be honest or to even know the truth, and generally believe almost nothing they say. Almost. We often find that even when people know someone is not an honest person and or has unreliable perception, they will still often internalize the negative things said about them, as if in this one specific area, the narcissist or other toxic person is somehow magically not only telling the truth, but also living in reality now. This is not the case. Everything they say has the same value as far as honesty and perception goes. Their insults and criticisms are just as overblown as their idealizations, and vice versa. Now, this happens partly because people with a strong narcissistic pathology often hide behind personas created to manipulate others for survival. People incorrectly assume that if that persona or facade is not real, the opposite of it must be the truth or the reality of who this person is. Therefore, what they say and do during these times is true. This is understandable, but it's mistaken. Their honesty and perception are no more valid or unaffected during these times. The truth is, both the nice and the cruel side, and any other that you might see, are personas and masks in their own right. Both of these personas or sides of their personality were created to do the same thing: enable the narcissist to survive. For example, the anger and cruelty and abuse that you see are defensive, even when they don't appear to be. They come out when the narcissist perceives a threat. It may not be a threat that you can understand, but that doesn't matter. You not seeing or recognizing a threat anywhere has nothing to do with whether or not they think there is one. This person does not think like you do. They don't come to the same conclusions that you do. They just don't, and that's all there is to it. They respond to emotions they don't understand, that they might not even be aware they're feeling, and many react immediately with guns blazing, ready to eliminate any threat. Others retreat completely, cutting off communication and even contact until they feel that the threat is gone. It is a primitive, childish defense mechanism created and perpetuated by their enormous emotional immaturity. It seems amazing that anyone could believe a person this unstable and immature about anything. Even when we don't understand the inner workings of why they behave the way that they do, the behavior speaks for itself. Almost all of the ways pathologically narcissistic people deal with conflict, both internal and external, are childish, and often so is much of their communication. Yet we hear it all the time. The question is, why? Why do these things become internalized? Why are they considered as true or even considered at all? Many times it's because the person already has deep-seated beliefs or fears of their own that the criticisms or insults have triggered. Many of these are the result of unconscious conditioning from childhood or from other relationships in the past. Children will not assume that the adults in their lives are wrong or mistaken or lying. They will assume that they themselves are the problem because they believe everything that happens is somehow related to or caused by they themselves. And because through necessity, children rely on adults as the unilateral, undisputed arbitrators of truth. This mindset can be carried into adulthood and results not just in having whatever negative beliefs about the self that were intentionally or otherwise installed during childhood. I'm not good enough, I don't matter, I'm not valuable, I'm not important, I'm not worthy, I'm responsible for other people, it's my responsibility alone to fix or manage this relationship and things like that. It also results in the idea that other people's opinions of us are automatically more valid or more important than our own. This is an outdated, unhealthy mindset in general, but it becomes truly dangerous when the person the opinion is coming from is unstable, unfair, unrealistic, abusive, dishonest. Narcissists are like little kids on the playground. They will keep throwing insults at somebody until something upsets them, and once they see, they will keep repeating it because it works. That's what kids do on the playground, too. This is one reason controlling our own reactions to our emotions is so important. When you don't do that, you yourself are supplying them with the ammunition they are hitting you with. This is another reason it makes no sense to believe or internalize or even take personally the things that they say. They are not operating off of reality or fact in any way. They're operating solely off of your reaction. They don't care if it's true or not. They care that you care. Upsetting you makes them feel powerful and superior, exactly like the kids on the playground. Narcissists may or may not have any real understanding of what they're actually doing. A lack of empathy suggests they really don't have any true understanding, but it doesn't really matter since they don't care anyway because that's not the point. You are not the point. You are simply a tool being used in the endless endeavor to make themselves feel better. Any actual empathy they might have is canceled out by this fact regardless. So it really doesn't matter at all. If you find that you are in this situation where you have internalized or considered as fact or started to believe the things that this person has said to you, start really thinking logically about why you would listen to, believe, or even consider anything this person says or trust their perception in any way. Consider the source. Have they given you any reason to think they have sound judgment about you, that they're honest with you, that they can be objective or fair or reasonable toward you? Start exploring yourself and the reason that these things bother you so much that you would even entertain them coming from a person known to be unstable and dishonest. Stop automatically assuming that the other person or people involved are right or fine and that you're always the problem or that you're always the person required to fix, manage, and change relationships and situations. This mindset is left over from childhood. It was bogus then, it's bogus now. You can learn to practice looking at things in a more balanced, realistic way that's more fair to everyone, including yourself. Especially yourself. And one of the ways to start doing that is to really and truly understand that the things people do and say are a reflection of them, not you. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, via text, via messenger, via email, over the phone, and through Skype for worldwide clients. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the Book an Appointment tab. The schedule does fill up fast. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year. So if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by BetterHelp.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something very important, and that is why you should listen to narcissists. I know, you're going to say, but Little Shaman, you always tell us not to listen to narcissists, that everything they say is crazy, projection, BS that isn't based in reality. That's true, and I still mean that. Believe me, I still mean that. But you probably should listen to the narcissist in your life to a certain degree, and this is what I mean by that. First, let's be sure we understand what is meant by listen. Listen in this context does not mean obey, does not mean take to heart about yourself, does not mean internalize, does not mean allow to define you or anything like that. That we still don't ever want to do. It just means listen in the sense of physically hearing what's being said and mentally comprehending what it means. When you start to do that, when you really start to do that, you are very likely going to hear some things that you really didn't hear before. When you listen to narcissists and you take the time to truly comprehend the things that they're saying, what you hear is how they really view things and what they really think. Not necessarily of you or anything else specifically in reality. That's always a crapshoot based on their moods and emotions in the moment and cannot ever really be taken seriously. What we're talking about more is how their mind works, their perception, how they view the world in general. And when you hear that, when you truly hear that, you will realize there's no hope of having any actual relationship with this person at all, because the way they see things is so rigid and negative that it's completely hopeless. Narcissists, like everyone else in the world, will tell you how they really are and what they really think if you actually listen to them. It's true that they attempt to present themselves a certain way and things like that, but it's also true that the reality is right there in front of us the entire time. All we have to do is look. To see, one has only to look. To hear, one has only to listen. Dealing with narcissists is no different. One of the hardest things about doing this is trying to see past our own emotions and projections. A basic amount of projection is necessary for communication. We have to assume that others are coming from the same basic place that we are, that they mean the same basic things when using the same basic words and things like that. Where things get complicated is that this is not always true, so misunderstandings can happen. When we're dealing with pathologically narcissistic people, it isn't really safe to assume anything about what they're saying or what they mean, and if we really listen to what they say, we can see that. As we discussed in the episode of the show, Decoding Narcissistic Communication, narcissists often use words, idioms, and/or expressions incorrectly. For example, their definition of words, particularly words that describe feelings, are often incorrect or are misconstrued. They might say things that make no sense or that seem out of context. There's also some bigger, more emotional projection that happens as well, and this is not only incorrect but often dangerous. The example we always use on this channel of this kind of projection is serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer is considered by many people to be a sort of Lonely Hearts Club guy who killed people because he didn't want to be alone. This perception was created by Dahmer's own words. When asked why he killed people, he said it was because he didn't want them to leave him. When asked why he ate people, he said it was because he wanted them to be a part of him. People hearing these words from such a soft-spoken, awkward, basically normal-looking man assume that Dahmer means what they would mean by those words, and they attribute his motivations to loneliness. This causes them to view him as a sympathetic, even tragic figure who killed because he was so shy and lonely. However, the reality of the situation is very far from any of that, and these facts are known. It's not a secret. Dahmer's behavior toward his victims both before and after they were dead demonstrates his extreme lack of empathy, his extreme objectification of other people, his complete lack of interest in normal relationships with living, cognizant human beings demonstrates this as well. When taken in context with the reality of his actions, we can see very clearly that Dahmer's statements regarding his motivations are not statements of loneliness. They are statements of ownership. He didn't care if people had lives or families or dreams or needs or hopes or anything else. He just wanted them to stay there, and so he kept them like they were objects. He even used that phrasing several times. I wanted to keep them. His motive for eating his victims was actually sexual gratification, a thing that he freely admitted. It had nothing to do with anything else. People just project their own meaning onto his words based on their own emotions and experiences, not the reality of the situation. We see then the danger of projecting our own feelings and experiences onto other people, especially when their behavior contradicts our interpretation. As we discussed, these things about Dahmer are known. People still allow their own projections to color their perception of both him and his crimes. This is also something we see in less extreme situations all the time. Projection is the opposite of empathy, because empathy is seeing how other people feel, and projection is seeing how you feel. This can be dangerously misleading. When listening to other people talk, we need to be cognizant of how much we are filling in, how much projection we are engaging in. Too much is dangerous, especially if the facts of the situation conflict or even contradict what we think we're hearing. It's important to give the facts of the situation more weight than our interpretation of what someone says. This isn't always easy, but with practice we can learn to put our personal interpretations aside and just listen to what's being said. When you do that with Dahmer, for example, his words sound very, very different. It's also important to try to put our emotions aside. With narcissists, this is often extremely difficult. They typically communicate using emotional manipulation a lot of the time, so trying to hold your emotions in check and really listen can feel almost impossible. It's not, though, and if you can learn to do it, the reality of what you hear is very disheartening. You hear the depth of their distrust, their anger, their fear, their contempt for other people, their loathing for themselves. You hear their willingness to take advantage of other people, their absolute conviction that the world is a scary, dangerous, predatory place where people do nothing but try to get over on each other all the time. You hear their complete and total disbelief in things like genuine kindness, trust, love, reciprocity, fairness. You hear their hopelessness that anything could ever get better for anybody ever, especially themselves. Perhaps most importantly, in a practical sense, you hear their outright refusal to ever listen to anything anyone ever says to them. The disdain and disgust, the blatant contempt mingled with terror because of their absolute certainty that literally everyone is trying to manipulate, take advantage of, or screw them over somehow. Their outright refusal to be convinced of anything, to have anything proven to them, to be wrong about anything, even if it's harming them somehow to be wrong. No willingness to risk, to trust, to try anything. You hear their refusal to invest, the reality that they don't want to believe anything anybody says to them. You hear their absolute disregard for other people, their inability to even see other people. You hear their legitimate and fervent belief that they really are the only things that matter. You hear no hope for anything, no path forward or way through offered to anybody, no way to make anything better, no ability to change or grow or evolve at all. No belief, no faith in anything, no benefit of the doubt for anyone or anything, no ability to bend, no flexibility of any kind. It's all locked doors and dead ends. It is a broken record of negativity and hopelessness and refusal to do or see anything differently that just plays and plays and plays. There's no hope here of anything. And once again, this is not so much about the words that they say, though you can generally hear it there too. This is about their mindsets, how they look at things, how rigid their perceptions are, how fixed their beliefs, how little capability they have to even see outside of these things at all, how small their capacity for adaptability, flexibility, and change really is. It's about hearing this, really hearing it, and really understanding how pointless it is to try and get through to this person or to hope for something else to happen. Listen to what they say. You'll hear it. They're telling you the same thing over and over and over again. Nothing is going to change, and they will never see anything differently because they're actively resisting, fighting, and defeating every single way that change could possibly happen, and they will continue to do so. Hear this and believe it because it's the truth, and they really are saying it the entire time if you listen. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support emails, and weekly support meetings, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day. Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and today I wanted to talk to you about pathological narcissism and the tragedy of perception. Before we get started, there are a few important notes I want to make. Number one, narcissism is a spectrum, and narcissists are people, so not everyone has exactly the same behaviors or experiences. It's about patterns and mindsets. Number two, a personality disorder is a diagnosis. A narcissist is a type of person, one who has rigid and toxic narcissistic traits. Number three, if you recognize some of these things in yourself that we're going to talk about, remember that there's a world of difference between displaying narcissistic behavior and being a narcissist. Number four, this channel has at least one video about each of the topics covered here if you need more information. When the Apostle Paul stated that we as people see through a glass darkly, he was saying that we have an incomplete and egocentric view of reality. He was saying that what we see reflected to us about ourselves and the world through the mirror of our perception is not always accurate. There is no type of person who lends more credibility to this statement than a pathologically narcissistic person. The truth is, we all have our biases. We all have our frames of reference. We all have our experiences. We all have our perception. Narcissistic people are not different in that regard. Where they often differ is in how strongly they hold these biases and how their perceptions are processed. This might not seem like a big deal. After all, everybody sees things a little differently, right? However, we must have a baseline to start from. If 4 people see a ball and 1 person sees a tomato, there can be no conversation about the ball or how it got there because not everyone even agrees that there is one. When perceptions cannot be agreed upon, there is dysfunction and disagreement. If perceptions are widely divergent, there's a lot of dysfunction and a lot of disagreement. When perceptions are so totally different that there can be no agreement at all on anything, communication is now no longer possible. There must be a place to start from, an agreed upon idea or focus of the interaction. If this is not present, there can be no healthy or productive interaction at all. Because of the affected perception of pathologically narcissistic people, there can be no agreed upon focus or baseline for communication. In many ways, this affected perception is the wellspring of all of the difficulties that are notorious for affecting relationships with this kind of person. It isn't you say tomato, I say tomato. It's you say tomato, I say basketball. The perception of the narcissistic person is so colored by their perceived experiences and emotions that it can come across as paranoid, eccentric, or even delusional. People are at a loss to understand how the narcissistic person has come to the conclusion or the idea that they are now espousing, and when they're asked, it's often very difficult for the narcissistic person to explain their thinking. If they can explain, the leaps in logic are often astounding and senseless, leaving people with the idea that they're dealing with someone who is profoundly mentally ill, grotesquely immature, woefully mistaken, or perhaps simply lying. Maybe it's one or the other. Maybe it's all of these things. Maybe it's none of these things. The pathologically narcissistic person's relationship with the truth, and consequently, or perhaps in tandem, with reality is tentative at best. For the narcissistic person, feelings are facts. They are evidence of reality. If someone says something that hurts them, it becomes a fact, and therefore their reality that this person said it to hurt them, and for no other reason. The proof of this fact is their feelings. Because they have, quote, proof, no other explanation or reason will be accepted. It's the same way with everything. This is a backward way of processing information where they fit the facts to their feelings rather than fitting their feelings to the facts. It is essentially saying, this is true because I think it is. The proof of its truth is that I think it, and if I think it, it must be true. This irrational circular logic cannot be argued with, mostly because it can't be disproven. How can you argue facts against a feeling? When dealing with narcissistic people, many times the feeling is the argument. It's the theory, the evidence, and the conclusion. Attempts to prove or disprove the facts surrounding their argument are often taken as gaslighting and manipulation. You can't prove that you weren't trying to hurt them or embarrass them or lie to them or cheat them or whatever, because they are hurt. They are embarrassed. They feel lied to. They feel cheated, and on and on and on. To them, that's proof of your intention right there. The reasoning seems to be, if you did not intend for me to feel this way, I wouldn't. Whatever feeling has been triggered, anger, shame, jealousy, anything else is now calling the shots. And everything that is perceived now is seen through this defensive, suspicious, hurt, and slanted lens, and it looks bad. Because the feeling is the argument, they may feel that any assertion you make to the contrary is an attempt to talk them out of their feelings, deny the harm you've done, trick them into accepting something hurtful, or that you are dismissing their feelings. This feels like abuse and manipulation. Asserting or arguing the facts of the situation is threatening to narcissists because you're now invalidating their feelings, which is to say, you're invalidating them. Contradicting the actual facts of the situation feels to the narcissist as though you are contradicting, even attacking, their feelings. Consequently, you are attacking them. Because narcissistic people are so disconnected from themselves internally, they experience events differently than most other people do. They assume their thoughts and feelings are being caused by other people doing something, rather than being a result of internal conflict or problems. Now, this could be understandable, or it could even be true, but a lot of times it really makes no sense at all. And instead of at least considering that their conclusions could be illogical, they use their feelings as evidence to double down. No matter how gently you attempt to contradict this experience or assert reality, they experience this as you telling them that they're wrong. Worse, you're telling them that their feelings don't matter, and subsequently neither do they. These feelings trigger shame in the pathologically narcissistic person, and they seem to be experienced as abusive, dishonest, or punitive rather than as an honest attempt at communication. This causes them to dig their heels in even deeper, hold on even tighter, and essentially destroys the possibility of actual communication. It has now become about winning. And the stakes are much higher than just a conversation or an argument. Winning is now about validating themselves as a worthy person. This is the bane of their entire existence. Now, obviously, most people understand that feelings can be hurt on accident, or that their perception of a situation may not be the reality of the situation. Narcissistic people do not function this way. Because of their affected perception, they believe that everything which happens is about, to, for, and because of them. Therefore, there's no way they could be hurt on accident because everyone is always considering how things are affecting them. They're the most important person in the situation, so how could this not be true? More importantly, their feelings back up their conclusions. The fact that they are making a backwards assessment of the situation does not occur to them, and it wouldn't matter if it did. Emotional fireworks with narcissistic people almost always begin with whatever they are claiming the other person did to upset them. Anything they did even directly preceding the situation does not matter, is not mentioned, and will not be acknowledged. If they are physically violent and you threw them out, well, the problem is that you threw them out, or you caused the violence somehow. If they have been caught cheating because you saw it in their phone, the problem is that you were snooping through their phone. If they said something horrible to you and you said something back, the focus will be on what you said back. Often things will be presented in such a way as to make it appear that you have done these things for no reason. This is probably a sincere experience for most pathologically narcissistic people. They really don't think they've done anything wrong. They really do think they are a special case, or that they have special reasons, or that they're subject to special treatment. When you can justify anything, absolutely anything, in your mind, the way that narcissists can, you can essentially do whatever you like. They always have a reason or a scapegoat or an excuse. Always. The reason for this is due to a survival mechanism they use called mirroring. One of the biggest problems for these types of personalities is that they require the cooperation of other people to survive, but they've been unable to work out how to successfully achieve this. They require voluntary participation from others in order to function, yet they are unable to successfully maintain even basic relationships with these people they so desperately need. Even the smoothest, most manipulative narcissist on the face of the earth uses up the goodwill of other people eventually. No matter how enamored or spellbound or afraid or dependent somebody is, eventually most people get sick of the way they're being treated. This is disastrous for the narcissist. Many people think that narcissists don't care what other people think of them. This could not be farther from the truth. They, in fact, require other people's input before they can know what to think of themselves. Pathologically narcissistic people cannot create, sustain, or regulate their own self-worth or their own self-image. The inability to do this is devastating to the human personality structure, and it often results in suicidal behavior. Once again, narcissists are no different in this regard. However, to combat this inevitable crash, narcissists survive using a tactic called mirroring. We see this in very, very young children. Small children cannot create or maintain their own self-worth or self-image either. They require caretakers to do this for them through the process of mirroring. This is where the caretaker reflects their feelings and their concept of the child back to them like a mirror. If the caretaker consistently reflects positive feelings and a positive image of the child will create a good self-image and have a healthy sense of self-worth. If the caretaker consistently reflects negative feelings and a negative image, or if the reflection is very inconsistent, the child's self-image and self-worth will suffer greatly. Keep in mind, this doesn't necessarily reflect reality or refer to anything intentional. For example, if mom and dad work all the time, children might get the impression that they're not important, and this creates a problem with self-worth and self-image, even though it's not necessarily reality and is certainly not intentional. This is the same basic way that pathologically narcissistic people operate. They require the input of others in order to function the same way that small children require it. Because narcissists already have such pervasive issues with their self-worth and self-image, they cannot tolerate negative reflections from other people, whether they're real or not. In the idealization or honeymoon stage of a relationship, the narcissist believes the other person is perfect. This is largely because the other person believes they are perfect. Narcissistic people do not forgive, condone, or accept mistakes from anybody, including themselves. To the narcissist's skewed perception, if someone is not perfect, they have no value. This is why they always have a reason or a justification or an excuse or a scapegoat. It's not a real mistake. It's not a real failure. And if it is, it's not their fault. As a way to combat their damaged self-image and non-existent self-worth, the narcissist has created an optimum, if one-dimensional, version of themselves to present to the world that insists on judging them so harshly. It's all good qualities and no bad. They use this flexible false self to mirror back to other people what they seem to want. This is how they have learned to survive, through mirroring and mimicry. They have no true interest in other people as people and are simply trying to get their needs met the only way they know how. As they mirror the other person reflects back to them extremely positive regard that helps create and sustain self-worth. This awesome person thinks I'm awesome. That would make anybody feel good. However, the narcissist is a paranoid and suspicious person in general and especially in any relationship of any kind. Other people have enormous power over narcissists in relationships because the narcissist is dependent on this person or these people for their survival. This causes narcissists to be defensive and suspicious. Not only do they usually believe everyone operates as they do, but as a maladaptive defense mechanism to combat their non-existent self-worth, they also believe they are the focus of everything and everyone is just waiting to take from them somehow. Or they may believe that everyone needs them somehow and they are the only ones who can help or fix things. At the same time, they fear the exposure of, quote, who they really are and the resulting loss of necessary relationships which will culminate in their needs not being met. And, whether conscious or unconscious, they also need someone to blame things on so they can remain perfect and therefore valuable. It's a complicated and unbalanced situation that usually does not last very long. Cracks in the narcissist's facade start to show through, often very early in the relationship. In established relationships, this is often experienced as going back to their old ways. As in, Mom promised to butt out of my business and stop being so controlling, but here she is calling my landlord and making everything worse instead of just letting me do it myself. She's back to her old ways again after not even a month. In order to achieve the respect of the narcissist, which is really only admiration and envy, they must perceive you to be better than they are in some way or at something. However, the narcissistic person is so self-loathing that this admiration and envy curdles very quickly. Admiration becomes scorn and contempt. Envy becomes jealousy. The things that made the narcissist believe you were superior and therefore attractive now make them feel inferior and therefore ashamed. Because they perceive their emotions as coming from outside sources, they assert that you are doing things to cause them to feel that way. This is perceived as an attack, and it will be treated as one. The worse the narcissist perceives that you are making them feel, the worse you will be treated. The more you deny these intentions, the less they will believe you. Part of the reason for this ongoing competitive one-upmanship perception is that narcissists often cannot manufacture anything of their own. They can't be right unless someone else is wrong. They can't win unless somebody else loses. Their entire life is a play they are putting on for an audience of one, themselves. Other people are simply props used to make the fiction more believable to themselves. If other people think I'm good, then I'm good. If other people are bad, then I am good by comparison. If others are wrong, then I am right by comparison. If the other person has lost, then I have won. If others are to blame, then I am not. Mirroring is the reason we often find that superficial relationships are more important to the narcissist than relationships with family or people who know them really well. The reflection they perceive from those who know them is not perfect. In fact, a lot of times it's awful. But those who do not know the narcissist have not been tainted with knowledge of the narcissist's abusive, reckless, or uncaring behavior. They are pure in that sense, and the image they mirror back to the narcissist reflects that. This can be why triangulation and compartmentalization happen. The narcissist does not want this, quote, pure supply of positive regard for them to be tainted by those who know them. They will often go to great lengths to keep people in their lives apart for this very reason. If someone's opinion of them changes, or they simply perceive a loss in that pure supply from somebody, they will often go on to reveal their pathological fear of exposure by accusing other people of ruining the relationship or going behind their back to tell the person things about them, even when this is completely illogical or makes no sense at all, such as in a situation where the people involved don't even know each other. This is one of the most destructive things about narcissistic relationships of any kind, and one of the reasons they are doomed to failure. The narcissist must maintain their flawless self-image at all costs. Of course, this is impossible. Nobody's perfect. Everybody makes mistakes. But in the narcissist's unrealistic perception, this is not acceptable. Beyond not acceptable, in fact. The waves of shame it causes are intolerable and even life-threatening. But though reality can be interpreted and lied about, it cannot be erased. There are times when someone simply must be to blame for something. There are failures which cannot go unanswered. There are mistakes which cannot go unpunished. In these situations, the narcissist needs a scapegoat. Now their perfect partner is not so perfect anymore. Somebody can't be perfect and reflect perfect positive regard for the narcissist while also being to blame for everything. This is where the relationship falls apart, usually on both sides, because what the narcissist is expecting from their partner is not possible. Narcissists have enormous difficulty resolving conflicting information about one object. Something is either black or it's white. It's either good or it's bad. It's either perfect and valuable or flawed and therefore worthless. No gray area, no in between. Most of us understand that everyone has positive and negative qualities. We can adjust to this, and we can accept that no one is perfect. Narcissists have immense difficulty with this, not because they believe that less than perfect is worthless. This difficulty is part of the reason they believe that, in fact. You're either one or the other. But because the actual processing of these contradictory things is exceedingly difficult for them. To try and process these things, for example, that a perfect object has made a mistake, causes them extreme distress. They cannot make sense of the situation emotionally, and it results in something called splitting. Splitting is when the mind creates two categories or two images for one thing, instead of being able to reconcile all of the object's characteristics into a total understanding of it. Rather than a complete and balanced picture of something or somebody, there is a, quote, good image of the object and a separate, quote, bad one. This is something that happens in babies and very small children because they don't have the capacity to work this out for themselves in a way that they can understand. For whatever reason, whether it's abuse, neglect, indulgence, or some other combination of factors, the pathological narcissist's development has been arrested and they are unable to do this either. This is why they accuse people of lying to them, misleading them, or betraying them just for not being perfect. Splitting causes serious issues in relationships with narcissistic people and is part and parcel to the idealization-devaluation cycle so many people find themselves stuck in. A person cannot be perfect if they are also to blame for things. Someone who is not perfect has no value. Someone who has no value does not matter. They're not important. And this is how they will be treated. Until they try to leave, of course, and that's when the narcissist suddenly realizes that they're necessary, whether they're valuable or not, and attempts to resecure the situation. We call this attempt to suck people back into the relationship hoovering, and it happens because the narcissist is suddenly faced with the loss of a necessary situation and their self-worth bottoms out. A bad reflection is better than no reflection, and they will do whatever they can to get things back to the way they were. Hoovering is about the narcissist's attempts to control their resources. It's a survival mechanism necessitated by being unable to provide for their needs themselves. It's panic mode. Because people are necessary for the survival of pathologically narcissistic persons, they are essentially resources. Narcissists have severe anxiety in this area because of their deep-seated insecurity regarding their needs being met. They rely on other people to do this for them the way that children do, and controlling people in situations is the way that they try to ensure that these resources are secure and their needs will be met. When they are unable to do this, their anxiety can explode into hysteria, rage, violence, cold silence, or simply fleeing the situation because they can't deal with the overwhelming feelings of insecurity and helplessness that come from not being able to control other people, their resources. All of the manipulation, abuse, and controlling behavior from narcissistic people is an attempt to secure resources from someone who is in survival mode. Survival mode is the narcissistic person's daily experience, even though they may not appear to be in a survival situation. It is likely for this reason that they seem unable to display empathy in situations where they perceive themselves as being threatened or believe they have something to lose. The new theory in the mainstream medical community is that many narcissistic people do indeed have empathy, and listeners of this show know that that has been maintained here on this channel for years. Many narcissistic people obviously have empathy in some situations, and narcissism is a spectrum, so the percentage of the people considered narcissists who may also display genuine empathy varies. The key in most situations seems to be whether they feel that empathy will be detrimental to their survival or not. In a survival situation, empathy may not be able to be a part of the equation because caring too much about the plight of others could result in detrimental consequences for yourself. In a survival situation, trusting others, believing them, or caring about them could result in yourself getting hurt. And if there's one thing the narcissistic person tries to avoid, it's hurt. They are concerned only with now and are unable to see or care that the behavior they're engaging in now could cause them hurt later. Doesn't matter. What matters now is feeling better now. Tomorrow we'll be worried about tomorrow when it gets here. When you're in survival mode, you take it one day at a time. And today they are angry or sad or scared or anxious or lonely or whatever they are, and they must do something about that immediately, as those feelings are dangerous to narcissists. They are threatening. They are intolerable. The overwhelming majority of the behavior of narcissistic people is designed to manage their internal emotional landscape in some way. But the people around them may never realize the enormous amount of emotional difficulty pathologically narcissistic people are having because so many of them are so good at hiding it. They're so good at hiding it and so disconnected from their emotions, in fact, that many narcissists don't realize this either. They simply act, or rather react, to their emotional state, many times without ever even acknowledging the emotional state. To put it simply, fear often cancels out empathy. Self-preservation often cancels out empathy. Survival often cancels out empathy. This facet of the human condition is explored, for example, on post-apocalyptic television shows such as The Walking Dead. The characters are in a survival situation, therefore they are in survival mode, and they must make choices between empathy and self-preservation, between their desire to help, trust, or care versus their need to survive and their fear of the people who might harm them who are in the same situation. They want to trust, but they can't because doing so is dangerous. After too long of being in this situation and its accompanying mindset, most people, even adult people who previously did not possess any significantly toxic narcissistic personality traits, can eventually lose the desire and even the ability to trust or empathize, instead perceiving everything and everyone as either resources to be exploited or threats to be neutralized because survival has reduced everything to this one basic equation. Sound familiar? This is probably why many narcissistic people do seem able to display empathy when confronted with situations they're not personally involved in or in situations where they perceive no threat. They will not lose anything by identifying with the other person or the other people, so to do so is safe. For example, a narcissistic person may be able to feel empathy for people involved in a bus accident that they saw on the news. Or a narcissistic doctor may feel empathy for their patients because the patients are no threat to their authority and are therefore safe. We see this with narcissistic parents as well, when the children are too young to challenge their authority or reject them by becoming individuals. Now, some of this is undoubtedly image maintenance, but some of it does appear to be genuine. It's easy, though, for them to have positive regard for people and for things who do not or cannot challenge, judge, or abandon them. This is underscored by the fact that if they are challenged somehow, or if they do become involved personally, their perception of the person or the situation often changes dramatically. Empathy is no longer safe to offer, and so it isn't. It's canceled out by the fear, rage, shame, defensiveness, and other emotions triggered by their perception of this previously safe person or situation viciously and unfairly turning against them. If you examine your interactions with narcissistic people, and really their interactions with everybody, you will notice this same pattern of behavior repeating itself over and over again. And of course, some of them really don't have any empathy at all. And what we generally find is the farther down the narcissistic spectrum somebody is, the less empathy they're going to have. The pathologically narcissistic person's relationship with the world around them is complicated and confusing, both for them and for others who are in their lives. Everything is colored by their skewed, immature, and emotionally charged perception, and because of that, their relationships are unstable and volatile, including their relationship with themselves. As with any other person on the planet, their relationships with others are reflections of their relationship with themselves. For example, something often overlooked about narcissists is that they don't just engage in splitting with other people. They also split about themselves, and for the same reason. The same good and bad image they hold of others, they have of themselves, hence the false self. The same effort they will expend to hide malicious, abusive behavior or horrific betrayal is often put toward hiding silly, stupid things that nobody would care about, such as making a small mistake. And it's done for the same reason, hence their inability to take accountability for anything, no matter how insignificant it is. The way they treat other people is indicative of their unacknowledged feelings for themselves, which is why they are often so desperate to prove that this is not true. When you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic person, the most important thing to remember is that they literally do not see things the way that you do. If someone is truly a narcissist, their perception is extremely skewed. Their perception is colored by emotions they cannot regulate or understand. Some of them they don't even acknowledge. Dysfunctional coping mechanisms that have become pathological thought processes and knee-jerk reactions, as well as deep-seated beliefs that are often extremely illogical. Perhaps most importantly, many of them do not even know that these things are true. This is why seeking help for this problem is fraught with serious issues if it even happens. Aside from the fact that they trust nobody enough, including themselves, for a narcissist to get help with these things requires them, at minimum, to be able to use insight, which they don't have, to engage in successful reality testing, which they can't do. It requires them to use their fundamentally flawed perception and corrupt thinking processes to examine this fundamentally flawed perception and these corrupt thinking processes so they can identify and correct the flaws in this perception and these thinking processes. For all intents and purposes, this is just not possible. It's using a computer program contaminated by viruses to find the other viruses in the computer. It doesn't work because the program itself is contaminated. This perception evolved during childhood in an effort to keep the narcissist safe and has now become a pathological process that keeps them stuck in the idea that they are not safe, ever. All facets of the pathologically narcissistic person, when examined, come back to this one thing. Any efforts to convince them that this is not true are experienced as manipulation, because why would you want to tell me that I'm safe here with you when clearly I'm not? My feelings prove that I'm not. But they are not safe anywhere, and it's because they cannot even trust themselves, their feelings, or their own perception, much less their ability to fulfill their own needs and care for themselves. Sadly, their dysfunction has evolved in such a way as to, quote, protect them from exactly what they need to understand in order to make things better. It's a tragic situation in so many ways, but you can't fix it. There's nothing to fix. This is what they are. This is what it is. The, quote, bad side of the narcissist is part of that, just like the, quote, good side is. These things cannot be separated. It might seem like two different people or two different personalities, but it's not. Dr. Jekyll is Mr. Hyde. The good news is, for those who recognize this behavior in themselves, there is hope. Whether you are narcissistic or a victim who is displaying narcissistic behavior because you learn to be in defense mode all the time, you can change these things. You can learn to trust yourself, meet your own needs, deal with your emotions in a healthy way, and use reality testing to manage your perceptions and conclusions. It's not easy, but it's possible, and it is so worth it. It's up to you. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, through email, and via Skype. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can do that by visiting LittleShaman.org and clicking the Book and Appointment tab. I teach workshops a few times a month, so if you're interested in attending one of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you and have a wonderful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on TheLittleShaman.com. Just type that address in, it'll take you directly to the YouTube channel. Today's episode is brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that many people have come to see about dealing with narcissists, and that is that they're like the walking dead. What do we mean by that? When you say walking dead, most people think of zombies lurching around trying to eat people's brains or rising out of the grave to terrorize the neighborhood. There's certainly a metaphor you could pull out of that, more than one, really, but what we're talking about here is a little less ghoulish, though perhaps no less scary for all of that. We are talking about what it means to be alive, to be living in a human sense. What makes us alive? If you watched Sesame Street when you were a little kid, you remember that whether something was alive or not was determined by 3 factors. Does it breathe? Does it eat? Does it grow? Certainly in a biological sense, narcissists are alive, but what about beyond that? What makes us alive as human beings? We could argue that growth is a big answer to that. We're no different from other living things in this way. For example, if you planted a tree 20 years ago, then you went back to check on it and it had not changed one bit, you wouldn't be like, oh, that's fantastic. You'd be like, this tree did not grow at all. What the heck is the problem? You would automatically realize something was wrong because it didn't grow at all. This doesn't just apply to physical growth either for human beings. We also need to be able to engage in mental, emotional, and spiritual evolution, to be able to adapt, expansion of perspective, the ability to change. If we can't do those things, then there's really only so much we can learn and really only so far we can go with anything. If you cannot learn from your mistakes, if you can't expand your perspectives, if you can't do different things when you need to, if you can't learn from your failures, then you're going to continue to do what you've always done, even if it doesn't work anymore, even if it never really worked. As many a motivational poster has warned us, if you continue to do what you've always done, you will continue to get what you've always got. Questionable grammar notwithstanding, that is very good advice. This is what you see so often with pathologically narcissistic people. They tend to have serious, even extreme difficulty with psychological flexibility and adapting. Many narcissists claim that they're evolving, but what you will find is just a new version of the same old scene. They find new excuses or justifications for the same things that they've been doing, thinking, or believing, and they call that growth. For example, someone who refuses to engage in necessary discussions or address real issues might try to justify that by calling it boundaries now. Or someone who's always been selfish and inconsiderate may continue to engage in that behavior but try to justify it by calling it self-care now. This is a new coat of paint on a very old car. Finding a new way to justify engaging in old behavior is not evolving. It's not growth at all. Narcissists are not the only people who do those kinds of things, of course, but the mechanism behind this behavior for them is rigid pathology and a pretty profound lack of self-awareness, among other serious issues. They may, in fact, believe they're legitimately doing something different. It's very difficult for narcissists to change their beliefs, perspectives, mindsets, and viewpoints. They generally have immense difficulty adapting to changing circumstances or when things don't go the way that they thought things would go. The amount of psychological rigidity here is extremely problematic. If you've ever tried to prove something to a narcissist, you already know that. This isn't just a gimmick or like a put on. They really do have serious difficulty with integrating new information. So much so that they very often will continue to say the same wrong thing even after they've been corrected and or proven wrong repeatedly. Many times it's as if they don't even remember having been proven wrong, and it's very possible that they don't, because the information that contradicted what they think or what they believe was just ignored. Even if they acknowledged it at the time, it was not integrated or processed in any way. It's just words that were being said. Pathologically narcissistic personalities can have such immature and primitive processing abilities that they legitimately cannot process or integrate contradictory information, like a baby. This is, for example, the reason that they engage in splitting and black and white thinking. Narcissists are unable to process contradictory information about the same object. However, whereas a baby generally matures into this type of capability, adult narcissists do not. They've already missed the boat on that, as it were. This makes the growth piece of being a living human being very difficult for them. What we see so often is that they become stuck, either in the past or on negative things or on things that never happened or on opportunities they didn't capitalize or something that they failed at or on feelings or on a state of being or whatever else, and then they can't move on. There is no way for them to expand their perspective, let things go, or process things so that they can move forward with a better or different understanding. They just don't have that capability. They stay stuck, running around in circles in their minds and dragging the same things up or arguing about the same things or talking about the same feelings or boring everybody with the same stories over and over and over again. Part of this is a choice because though they legitimately do have extreme difficulty integrating new information, they are very often reinforcing that problem by refusing to even try. This is largely due to stubbornness on top and fear underneath. The stubborn refusal to listen to anyone else or entertain any other perspective is exactly that. It's a refusal. They can't be wrong. They won't be wrong. They're not going to be wrong. That's it. They have to be the winner. They have to be right. And to them, that's winning. The fact that it causes them to stagnate and never be able to evolve is not considered. They held their position. That means they won. That's it. The reality is this is extremely harmful for them in many ways. They're just too focused on other things to be able to see that. They're so focused on hanging on to this that they can't see that everyone else is moving on without them. Everyone else is leaving them behind. Everyone else is maturing and outgrowing them. It can be decades before they figure it out, if they ever do. And many times, they're still too stubborn to acknowledge it or to try something different. However, the undercurrent driving all of this stubbornness and this refusal is fear. The simple fact is, many narcissists view looking at things from a different perspective as, quote, gaslighting themselves, or they refuse out of the fear that this is somehow going to make them vulnerable to whatever dastardly trick that you're trying to play on them. They're fossilized, set in stone, aging but never changing. It's really very sad in many ways that someone is so afraid and fragile that even entertaining a different perspective is too threatening for them to be able to try. But you can't change this for them. They have to be willing to do it themselves, and they're not. That's essentially what the word pathological means in practical terms in this context. A refusal to adapt or change even when it's necessary, even when it's required. It is what it is. This is completely unworkable, and in the end, it doesn't really matter why. You cannot have a relationship with someone who won't meet you in the middle, who just stands in the same place forever, refusing to make any effort or move forward at all, in saying that the efforts that you are making are not good enough for them because you can't walk the rest of the way. The infantile entitlement that you see here is also fear-driven. The attitude is, I shouldn't have to, but the unspoken conclusion of that sentence is, because I can't. Some narcissists will even say that. Unfortunately, this is where you have to leave them, in the past where they're stuck. Only the dead live in the past, clinging to the lives and wounds and patterns that killed them. You can't drag a corpse through life. It only slows you down or stops you from going forward. It does nothing for the corpse because the corpse is beyond help. You have to leave it where it is and move on because you're alive. You are growing and evolving and changing every day. They're not, and that's just how it is. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or find them on Amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you're interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on TheLittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you are listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on TheLittleShaman.com, brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com, ILivedWithAMonster.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is absolutely crucial to understand when dealing with pathologically narcissistic personalities, and that is that narcissists cannot see you. When people meet each other or when they have interactions, they carry an image of the other person in their mind. Depending on the relationship or how well people know each other, this image is usually incomplete and somewhat fantasized, either positively or negatively. Even when we get to know people pretty well, our image of them remains incomplete just because you can never truly know another person. However, it is usually informed by what we have seen this person do, what we have heard them say, this kind of thing. Because of that, our image of them will evolve over time as we get to know them better and see more of who they are. For example, we might have thought one thing about someone when we first met them and then changed our opinion over time. Or when we first met a romantic partner, we might idealize them as perfect at first, but then we gain a more realistic understanding of who they really are over time. This is normal in relationships and is a natural part of them. Narcissists are not like other people in many regards, but especially in this one. The images that they hold of other people tend not to be informed by what they have seen and heard from the other person in any rational or realistic way, and the image is generally static in the sense that it doesn't grow or evolve with new information and understanding. Information that they receive which does not fit into this image is either seen as unimportant and ignored, or it's seen as completely incompatible and incongruent, which results in a completely new image being created. This happens because narcissistic personalities have enormous difficulty with whole object relations. Whole object relations are what it's called when we can see contradictory qualities about something, but we still understand it as a whole thing. For example, Amelia is a kind, loving person, but she has a temper. Or Bob is a great guy, but he can be kind of obnoxious. Or, that job is really fulfilling, but man, it takes a lot of my time. When someone understands whole object relations, they understand that something can have contradictory qualities or characteristics. Narcissists do not understand that. They view the world through a very black and white binary lens. Something's either good or it's bad. And if it's good, then it has no bad qualities whatsoever. And if it's bad, it has no good qualities whatsoever. Good people never do bad things. Bad people never do good things, ever. Bad is bad. Good is good. That's it. If you do something that narcissists see as bad, and their definition of bad is extremely broad, then you're no longer good at all. You are now bad, all bad, and you would do any other bad thing under the sun that people can think of. If you would make a lighthearted joke, you would try to kill them. You are now the worst sort of person who has ever lived. Because of the idealized fantasy image they had of you in the first place, which was not based in any way on who you actually are, they now feel tricked and lied to by you. You don't match this fantasy image they have. You're fake. You're a liar. You're evil. You tricked them. You were so good, but it was all an act, and now you've been revealed for who you really are. Their idealized good image is now erased. It is replaced by one that depicts you as bad, as an enemy, as the devil. You are now the bad guy. This happens because they never had a realistic image of you in the first place, because they cannot understand whole object relations, because they are intensely self-loathing, they're paranoid, and because they have an extreme negativity bias. This means they give more weight to things that are perceived as negative. They give those things more importance. Their perspective is extremely distorted anyway, and this distorts it even more, making normal things you do appear to be harmful or dangerous or threatening in some way. The relationship, no matter what kind of relationship it is actually doomed from the start because of this, because no matter how kind and nice and caring you are, they will eventually take something wrong and automatically assume that you were intending to hurt, offend, upset, embarrass, or otherwise harm them. After that, this perception tends to grow in scope and intensity, and it can reach a point where literally everything you do is seen as harmful and threatening and upsetting and offensive. The narcissist is reacting to their own perception of what's happening, and their perception is dark and scary. They tend to view the world as a place that is predatory and dangerous, and their mental armor against this imagined world is formidable. They convinced themselves years ago that they're never safe and nobody can be trusted. Narcissists who try to entertain different perspectives, such as maybe this person could be trusted, or maybe this person was not actually trying to hurt me, tend to fear that they're being set up and manipulated by that, or that they would be lying to themselves if they believed it. This is a person who is pathologically terrified by any intimacy of any kind, even just getting to know them on a superficial social basis, and fervently believes down to their bones that everyone is attempting to harm each other and take advantage. Their only defense against that is suspect everybody. If you never trust or believe in anybody, then you're never going to be caught off guard and hurt by them, right? Problem solved. Except that this actually doesn't work because it causes continuous conflict and issues with other people. The narcissist's only real defense against the shame that this provokes seems to be convincing themselves that they just saw through everybody and nobody could take that, so then they all left. Or everybody's jealous of the narcissist and that's why nobody likes them. It could never be that, like, hey man, you're causing problems constantly for no reason and people are tired of that. Or, hey man, you are horrifically abusive to people who never did anything to you at all. It's always somebody else's fault, and it is always somebody else's responsibility. As you can see, there is almost no chance that someone whose perception is this affected can see you or anybody realistically. But there's another reason that narcissists cannot see you. They don't have a stable identity, and because of that, they cannot define themselves for themselves as a separate and sovereign individual. They create an identity narrative for themselves. An image, same as they create one of you. And the one they create for themselves is not any more reality-based than the images that they create of anybody else. It's all based on these stereotypical binaries of what people are supposed to be like, according to a childish mind that really doesn't understand other people at all. If you think of how fairy tales present human beings to children, the villains are very, very bad and the heroes are very, very good. There are not usually any nuanced characters in fairy tales because this is how children can understand both the story and the wider world. It's how pathologically narcissistic personalities understand it too. This is why you cannot escape, change, or subvert their identity narrative. They define themselves in comparison or opposition to you or to whoever is the main person that's around them. Because of that, whatever they think they are, whatever they want to be, you have to become the opposite. If they're good, you're bad. If they are up, you are down. If they are vegan, you're a carnivore. That's another reason the relationship is doomed from the beginning. Not only do they do this, they tend to believe that everybody else is doing it too. That's why they accuse people of arguing with something just because the narcissist said it, or of disliking things just because the narcissist likes the things. This is not only projection, it's a tell. They believe that you are defining yourself in opposition to them. That's why their only side in an argument might be, no, this is what you really said and this is what you really mean. It's not even a side. They're just taking what you said and flipping it around. They do not have a side or a position at all in these situations. It's just, you said this and this is why you're wrong. If they do have a side, it is often one based on some extreme form of your opinion or your position that you don't actually hold. They try to force you into defending these extreme positions because it's the complete opposite of whatever theirs is. And you have to be forced to take that position because it's the only one that they can understand or defend against. This is the way they understand the world. Everything is black and white, up and down, right or left. That's it. There's no nuance or gray area at all, ever. This is really important to understand because it helps us to understand that there's no point in trying to make this person see who you really are. This comparison narrative cannot change because if it did, it would change their identity. It would change their identity narrative. Black is only black because white is white, and it's only black in comparison and contrast to white. That is very important to grasp because not only does it convey a better understanding of how this works, it also conveys how unlikely any change really is. You see, this is not about you at all. To you, it's about you because it's about you to you. But to the narcissist, it's about them. You don't even exist as an individual human being. They genuinely and legitimately cannot see you for who and what you really are. And if you look at your interactions with them, you will see that. You are a living construct that they can identify themselves against, and that's it. Their understanding of people is extremely binary and stereotypical. Like in the movie The Breakfast Club, when Brian wrote that essay to Mr. Vernon, you see us as you want to see us, in the simplest terms and the most convenient definitions. This is that on steroids, and through a genuinely childish, genuinely delusional lens. This is not getting to know another person. This is the creation of a character in their mind that looks like you and has your name. That's it. It may very well not resemble you at all in any other way. That's why these relationships are so damaging. You're living in a reality that does not match your lived experience or what you know about, like, literally anything. It's like you're a puppy, but you're being interacted with and treated as if you're a crocodile. And this happens every second of every day, no matter what you do. That messes with people's heads after a while, even if they know it's bogus. It really does. No one can live in an alternate reality without it affecting them somehow, and the effects of this can be extreme. People can start to legitimately lose their perspective of reality because they are constantly confronted with a reality that makes no sense, and nothing changes about it no matter what they do. If they're nice, if they're mean, if they're chill, if they're intense, if they're loud, if they're silent, if they are honest, if they lie, if they try to get along, if they don't try to get along, if they do what they're asked, if they do whatever they want, literally nothing they do matters. It changes nothing in the end. The narcissist in their lives still sees them the same way no matter what happens. This is an upsetting, painful, but ultimately liberating realization. If it doesn't matter what you do, that means you can stop killing yourself to try to meet this person's demands because it's not going to matter anyway. You can stop walking on eggshells to try to prevent upsetting them because it doesn't work. It's not going to work. It's their problem, and there's nothing you can do about it. Them blaming you or trying to hold you responsible for it does not change that. It doesn't make you to blame. It doesn't make you responsible. If I insist that you are to blame for an earthquake and you should have prevented that somehow, that doesn't make you responsible. It makes me wrong and possibly crazy. It's the same thing with this. Someone saying that you're responsible for their emotions and or their emotional reactions is wrong. We have a responsibility to the emotions of other people, but we are not responsible for them. That means we have an obligation to consider them reasonably and fairly in the things we do and say. You're not supposed to go around intentionally hurting people's feelings or being mean to them. We are not responsible for how they feel or for how they react to how they feel. This is especially true in situations where how someone reacts could not have been predicted, such as them getting offended over things that are normal or basic or harmless. We can hear them out, and we can take responsibility for our own actions, such as explaining that we didn't mean something to be offensive or that we were unaware of their feelings on the topic and things like that. We can express regret or be apologetic that our words hurt them. We cannot, however, take responsibility for their emotions, and we are not responsible for how they react to those emotions. That is what narcissists want you to do, and they want to punish you. We each have a choice regarding our reactions, and whatever we choose is up to us. It's not someone else's decision, therefore it's not their responsibility either. If someone hits you, for example, and you hit them back, that was your choice. They're not responsible for your decision to do that, and you don't want them to be, because that would mean they're controlling you. You're a grown adult. You control yourself. We could argue they should have expected that was going to happen, but it's still your choice to do it. They didn't make you hit them, just like you didn't make them hit you. This is something abusers cannot understand, for example. They insist that the things they do were all caused by other people, and therefore these things are not their responsibility. This is false. They provoked me is not a defense in court, and it never will be, because we are all responsible for the reactions that we choose. Thinking you have a good reason for doing something or thinking that someone deserves it to happen to them doesn't make it not a choice or somehow not your responsibility now. The realization that anything you do in an interaction with a narcissist ultimately doesn't matter because it won't change anything also forces us to confront the uncomfortable but ultimately liberating truth that what other people think of us does not define us. Because look, this person believes that you are something completely outside of what you actually are, and it has not changed you into that thing. It never will. Belief has no impact on reality. It can impact how people perceive reality, but not reality itself. Believing a $1 bill is a $100 bill is not going to change it into one. Now, people sometimes say things like, well, if they're going to keep accusing me, or if they're going to keep saying that I'm this or I'm that, then I might as well do that, or I might as well be that. And that's usually understandable, but it's also still a choice. It's important to keep this in mind when dealing with narcissists because it reminds us that they only have power we give them. As adults, we alone dictate what we will do. They have no power over that at all unless we give it to them, and we shouldn't. The reality is, the pathologically narcissistic personality does not see you as a human being. They don't see you at all. They see a character they created to look like you that they can define themselves and spin their identity narrative against, and this is how they interact with you forever. Love bombing, for example, is often the first indication of this, where a narcissist's proclaimed overly positive idealized image of you does not resonate with who you really are. You might like it, it might feel good, but it doesn't feel real, and that's because it's not. It can also turn negative very quickly because it's not real, and as unrealistically positive as the image was of you, it will be just as unrealistically negative when it turns. There is no understanding of how this might impact you, nor any understanding of you as a living, feeling person at all. If you look at your interactions with narcissists, what you spend the majority of the time doing is trying to somehow make a convincing case to them that you deserve to be treated as a human being. Think about that. Really think about it. Does that sound okay to you? Does that sound like anything anybody should ever have to do? Now think about the fact that it doesn't even work, that you never succeed at convincing them that you deserve even basic human decency or consideration. What does that sound like to you? You know the answer. If you continue to interact with this person, you will continue to be treated as if you are a character in a cartoon. No feelings, no story of your own, no identity at all. Just our good guy can't be a good guy without a bad guy, so here we'll draw one. You're worth more than that. You are more than that. If you can't exit the situation just yet, at least stop trying to convince someone to see you who can't even see their own hand in front of their face. You will never get something from someone who cannot even give that thing to themselves. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one about this or anything else, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. If you are interested in telling your story on our new series, I Lived with a Monster, you can visit ilivedwithamonster.com to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you are interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that, or find them on amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that. And if you are interested in joining our support group with weekly support meetings, access to exclusive content, and more, you can visit littleshaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by ShamanSpiritCenter.com, ILivedWithAMonster.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit littleshaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast, brought to you by Transrelational Healing and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Before we get started, I wanted to let everybody know that my new book, The Understanding Narcissist Volume 1 of the series of On Narcissists that I am creating, is available on Amazon and on my website. There is a link in the information section of this video. So if you want to pick up your copy of that today, please use that link to do so. Today I wanted to talk about something that is unfortunately very important to understand when dealing with narcissists, and that is gaslighting. Gaslighting as a thing is everywhere now. Most people have at least somewhat of an idea about what it is, and it's much better understood than it used to be, so we won't go into a long definition of what it is. Suffice it to say that gaslighting is strictly defined as the intentional denial of another person's reality with the intent of confusing them or making them feel or appear crazy. This definitely is something that happens in real life, but strictly speaking, most intentional gaslighting does not fall into this category. Most intentional gaslighting doesn't have this much complexity or intentionality behind it. It's really just a very primitive form of lying, where someone is not even able to come up with some kind of convincing story or whatever, so they simply deny things outright because they don't want to face consequences for whatever it is that they've done, or to take responsibility for whatever it is that they've said, etc. It's definitely intentional, but the goal isn't as thought out or malevolent as the definition of gaslighting generally requires. Gaslighting can occur in any situation with any kind of person, but it's extremely common with narcissists. When dealing with narcissistic personalities specifically, there is also a phenomenon that we could call unintentional gaslighting. This is where the narcissist is denying, reframing, or misconstruing things because that's what they really believe happened. We call it unintentional because it's not necessarily being done on purpose, but it's still gaslighting in the sense that the effect on the victim is still the same. Narcissists don't live in the same reality that everybody else lives in. They really don't. Their perception is legitimately affected and distorted, often extremely affected and distorted. They generally don't see things or people the way that they actually are, including themselves. They generally don't experience things the way they actually happen. They're not listening. They don't pay attention. They can't understand what other people are saying, nor can they see beyond their own feelings and conclusions to understand anything else. This is a person who truly does not see things the way that you do. And this is much, much more than just a difference of perspective or looking at the same things differently. They genuinely do not see what other people see. They genuinely do not experience what other people experience. They genuinely don't think what other people think. They don't come to the conclusions that other people come to. Because of this, gaslighting from narcissists is different. It's a lot more than just intentional lying and denying. It is a completely immersive experience where someone is consistently and relentlessly inundated with information that does not match their lived experience. This is not just someone lying and denying or making up things that drive you crazy. As horrible as that is, and as much as that may actually be going on at the same time too, when you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic personality, you're dealing with someone who is not having the same lived experience that you are having, even when you're both existing in the same place together. This means there is never a break from the effects of gaslighting because this person genuinely believes things are happening differently than you do and is asserting this different reality into the situation nonstop. It is not something that only happens sometimes. It's not something that even has an angle or a motive behind it all the time. It just is. And it never stops because it is their actual lived experience as they're perceiving it. The damage and confusion that this ever-present assault on reality can inflict on people really cannot be overstated. It probably can't even be adequately explained in a way that people who have not experienced it can really understand. The effects of this constant conflict with someone's lived experience with their reality can be devastating, especially for children. It can leave people completely confused and unsure about what is actually happening. Even strong people who are very grounded in reality can be affected eventually. It's extremely damaging to have someone continuously and consistently reframing, rewriting, and reimagining every single thing that happens in life, particularly when it's all being reframed, reimagined, and rewritten into the narrative that they are the bad guy or the idiot or the abuser or whatever the negative thing is. This is something that differentiates narcissistic abuse from other kinds of abuse. It differentiates narcissistic gaslighting from other people. Narcissistic abuse isn't just whatever kind of abuse that happens to be perpetuated by narcissists. Narcissistic abuse refers to the type of abuse being perpetuated, not who it's being perpetuated by. And it means that the victim's ego, their literal sense of self, is being attacked and abused. Victims of narcissistic abuse are consistently, relentlessly told that they are someone other than who they actually are. They are interacted with and reacted to as if they are someone other than themselves, as if they are somebody that they're not. They are constantly told that they think, feel, believe, do, and say things that they don't. No amount of denial, explaining, or proof changes that. Whether positive or negative, victims are never seen for who they are at any time. And the reality that the narcissist is continually asserting about the victim does not match objective actuality or lived experience in any way. This is the type of gaslighting that victims of narcissistic abuse are subjected to. It is a relentless assault on their reality, personhood, and sense of self that literally never stops because they're dealing with someone who has a flexible relationship with the truth, to put it lightly, and who, even when they're not consciously lying, cannot seem to perceive things accurately anyway. It's just not a sustainable situation in any way. It really isn't. This person is simply not living in the same reality that you are, and this does not change, which means it never stops. When we say it never stops, That's not a metaphor. It's not hyperbole. It is the literal reality. Dealing with a narcissist is dealing with someone who is perceiving and understanding virtually everything that happens completely differently than you are, to the degree that they may even believe things happened when they did not. They are delusional in this sense, and you cannot have any kind of relationship or even a conversation with someone who's in a different reality than you are. That is the biggest reason these relationships can't work, and many people don't understand how serious this situation really is. Even if the narcissistic personality were not constantly trying to punish others, to control others, and to force their own negative feelings onto those in their environment, which they are, the situation is still not sustainable because this person cannot see or understand things and people as they really are, and this is not something that can be overcome or worked around somehow. Reality has to mean something. Otherwise, it's like living in a cartoon where normal laws of reason, logic, and physics just don't apply. But beyond that, even, it is dehumanizing to never be seen for who you are, to never matter in any way, for someone to refuse to allow you to have your own thoughts, feelings, and beliefs, for someone to continuously force words into your mouth, for someone to tell you who you are, what you think, what you feel, what you said, what you meant, what you believe, and then to be called a liar, laughed at, scorned, dismissed, ignored, attacked, and whatever else the narcissist does every single time you try to assert these things for yourself. Even if a narcissist never succeeds in convincing the victim that they in fact are a bad person, the pain and stress of constantly trying to be seen and heard, of constantly trying to defend yourself against utter nonsense for no reason beyond some idea in somebody's head, of constantly trying to anticipate how and by what this person will get hurt or insulted or offended, all of these things get to anybody eventually, and it doesn't usually take very long in most situations due to the intensity and the continuous nature of the gaslighting here. Even if someone is never convinced that they're a bad person, they eventually get exhausted by the situation and they become tired of being treated this way. A considerate, decent person cannot stand up against this anyway because by default, they will make serious attempts to understand where the narcissist is coming from, as if the narcissist's delusional criticisms or accusations are valid somehow. They will consider the narcissist's point of view. They will attach importance to the narcissist's words and perceptions. They will, in short, attempt to deal with the narcissist the way they would deal with any other rational adult. The problem is, the narcissist is not a rational adult. The things they are saying in these situations legitimately don't deserve any consideration at all. What is not just complete and utter bullshit being senselessly spewed out by a person who has more feelings than sense is the truly misbegotten, misconstrued, misunderstood perceptions and conclusions of a person with a severe, untreated mental health problem. There's no reason to give these things any weight, consideration, or importance whatsoever, unless, of course, they're threats. Many narcissists will even say things to that effect afterward. They may completely dismiss the things that they've said or done as venting or as just things that happened because they were upset. And this is, of course, more gaslighting. Existing in such a conflicted, conflated, delusional world is extremely difficult for people. It's extremely damaging, and again, it's likely impossible to convey the seriousness, the consuming nature of this to people who haven't experienced it. Gaslighting, when dealing with narcissists, hits differently. It is much, much more than just lying or denying or making things up. It is the actual state of the relationship and of someone's reality when they interact with a narcissist. Up is down, good is bad, black is white, left is right. Nothing makes any sense. Nothing is logical, nothing is rational. You are swimming in a toxic soup all the time, and it's all you can do to keep your head above water just so that you don't drown in it. What's even worse, and if anyone hasn't ever dealt with this, they're probably thinking, how could it get worse than this? But it does. Is that the entire time this is happening, many narcissists will claim that you are gaslighting them. Part of this is because gaslighting is a very in vogue term right now, and narcissists often glom on to fads and things like that. But part of it is that due to their extremely affected perception, they may in fact believe that this is true. After all, what is gaslighting? It's intentionally and maliciously telling someone that their version of reality is false or incorrect so that you can manipulate or otherwise gain the upper hand in the situation somehow. And isn't that exactly what they believe they are experiencing according to their perception? Isn't that exactly what so many of them believe is happening to them? Isn't that the entire reason you can't just correct them over small things and everybody just move on with their lives? You bet it is. And complicating the issue even more is that so many of the quote gaslighting phrases out there include things that people say to narcissists because they're actually true. Like, you're overreacting. That never happened. That's all in your head. I was just kidding. That isn't what I meant. I never said that. The problem is that this information is just put out with no context or anything else. And the result is that people now believe that anytime these phrases are used, it's automatically gaslighting. That's false. For it to be gaslighting, these things have to be, at the very least, false. They have to be not true. If they're not, it's not gaslighting. For example, it isn't gaslighting to tell someone that you never said something if you really did not. It isn't gaslighting to tell someone you were just kidding if you really were. Narcissists seeing these things are able to use them to further gaslight victims into believing that they are the bad guy, they are the abuser, they are the crazy one. It is especially damaging when accusations of gaslighting are used to gaslight victims in this way. Now try wrapping your brain around that. It happens a lot with covert narcissists, but the claim of being constantly offended or constantly having hurt feelings can occur with any kind of narcissist or toxic personality. When someone constantly claims to be hurt, offended, insulted, or otherwise harmed, even by things that are innocent or even kind, that have been twisted out of proportion into something bad, it is absolutely within the realm of possibility that they might be told, you're being too sensitive or you're overreacting, because they are. They are being too sensitive. They are overreacting. When the toxic personality can then turn around and say that they've now been doubly harmed because the victim used a certain phrase, and this automatically proves that the toxic personality is being horribly abused, this effectively destroys the victim's ability to defend themselves, and perhaps even more damaging, it shuts down their ability to reality test. Because if they look it up, they will see that these are considered abusive things to say. Victims are left with nothing they can say or do to assert reality at all, because any assertion of reality can be called gaslighting, and anything outside of asserting reality can be taken as agreeing with the narcissist that the victim is the problem, which is an even worse option. Narcissists can be gullible, and they are often afflicted by a sort of like a tunnel vision. So seeing these phrases repeatedly listed as, quote, abusive with little to no context whatsoever only reinforces to them that anyone saying these things is mistreating them. And now they have proof. So God help you. People in relationships with narcissists are offered what is in effect a Hobson's choice. This is a scenario in which multiple choices appear to be being offered, but there really is only a single thing being given. Such as the situation we just described, where if you agree with me, you're bad, but if you don't agree with me, you're also bad. And in a broader context, narcissists appear to offer multiple things that they can be or do, but it's an illusion. As Father Merrin said in The Exorcist, there is only one. The bad side comes with the good side. The crazy side comes with the reasonable side. The light comes with the dark. The abusive side comes with the loving side. Dr. Jekyll is Mr. Hyde. There's no separation of this possible, regardless how much this person may try to tell you that there is. Whether that's through blaming you, or blaming somebody else, or drugs and alcohol, or claiming that it's just not who they really are, or anything else. However they try to distance themselves from this, it doesn't matter. Whenever you deal with pathologically narcissistic personalities, they're selling you the same thing over and over again. No matter how it appears and no matter what they say, you are being sold an unstable person with no real ability to create or sustain healthy reactions to things, no real identity to speak of, who has enormous difficulty perceiving things, people, situations, just reality in general, correctly. And it is an act of salesmanship, often more specifically what is known as a bait and switch. This is where people are baited into buying something that is not what they actually end up getting. It's usually something that's not as good of quality as the thing that they were lured in with, or something that is of commensurate quality but is actually more expensive than what they were originally told. For example, when something expensive seems to be available for a very low price, but whenever you get it, it's a low quality copy of the thing that it claims to be. That's a bait and switch. This is what narcissistic gaslighting attempts to obfuscate from both the narcissist and from everybody around them. Like in The Wizard of Oz, where the awe-inspiring, terrifying wizard was revealed to be just some little old guy pushing levers and using sound effects. Pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. You're not supposed to know you ended up with something that isn't what you thought it was until after it's too late to stop the transaction, and now you're stuck with it. The good thing is, it's never too late. You can at any time decide that you have had enough and you don't want to interact with this person anymore. Even if somehow you are required to do so, such as, for example, there's a court order in place, you can limit this as much as possible and you do not have to invest your emotional energy into it at all. That is how you protect yourself. The way to defeat gaslighting is not to force the gaslighter to admit they're lying or to convince them that your perception is more valid than theirs or anything like that. The way to defeat gaslighting is to know that it's happening. The bulk of the power that things like gaslighting have over other people comes from the fact that people are not educated about what's going on and therefore they just don't know. Once they do know, the bulk of the power of something like gaslighting disappears. Once people learn to take a step back and evaluate the situation and really look at it, they can usually see what's going on pretty clearly. This is the key. Narcissists and other toxic personalities attempt to control others by using their own emotional reactions against them. They provoke and attack and dismiss and ignore and do all the things they do in order to get people to react to them. Whether they know why they're doing it or how it works or not, and many of them don't, it doesn't matter because they know that doing this creates a situation where they can somehow take the upper hand, or at the very least, they're not the only ones who are upset, which probably feels like things are then a little more equal since they're now not the only bad ones. Once others are upset or once others can be attacked somehow, the others are now more worried about defending themselves. The subject has been shifted away from the narcissist and or whatever it is that they didn't want to address or to face. That's what gaslighting is at its core. It's a misdirection. It's an obfuscation. Gaslighting from narcissists is ever present, which means that interactions are literally nothing but relentless misdirection, relentless obfuscation. And it's much more than just words. Everything this person does is gaslighting because all of their thoughts, feelings, beliefs, responses, actions, and reactions are based on their lived experience of a reality that does not match actuality. Everything that doesn't go along with that is dismissed, attacked, denied, or deflected. For other people, it's like being in a movie that they didn't know they were in and cannot exit. They can't get out of it. There are scripts, roles, a plot, even a history here that people were and may still largely be completely unaware of, but have to try to navigate and live within every day, all without ever being told what these things even are. This is so damaging to people, not just because it's gaslighting with all the harm and the confusion that this entails just all by itself, but also because it's impossible. People legitimately cannot navigate a landscape that they don't understand, especially when the reason that they don't understand it is because it does not align with any version of reality or with their own lived experience in any way that they can see. For narcissists, reality itself is threatening. It's an aggression. It is the enemy. In order to fight that enemy, they have to create a reality they can tolerate. In order to preserve this created tolerable reality, they have to disregard, dismiss, deflect, or dismantle actuality, which means they have to essentially neutralize the reality of those around them when it doesn't agree with theirs, and it very often doesn't because the narcissist's tolerable reality isn't reality at all. It's a childish fantasy in which they and everyone around them become something other than what they truly are. For most people, when they engage in a fantasy, it's harmless. When reality intrudes on that fantasy and exposes it as a fantasy, this is disappointing or it's sad, but it's usually not that big of a deal. For narcissists, it's life-threatening. When faced with the reality of who and what they really are, what everything really is, narcissists cannot tolerate that. They rage against it. They attempt to avoid it, deny it, or even destroy it in order to keep from having to face and accept it. Gaslighting in narcissistic relationships is one of the ways they attempt to prevent that from happening. You didn't see what you think you saw. You didn't hear what you think you heard. That can't be allowed to be true, because if it is, then the tolerable reality is false. And if the tolerable reality is false, the only option left is an intolerable, aggressive, threatening, humiliating, shameful existence where not only are they not special and amazing and superior and exempt and whatever else, they're actually not that good of a person at all. Many narcissists have done some really terrible things, and if they lose their fantasy, if they lose that tolerable reality, they lose their ability to avoid, deny, or justify that behavior. This cannot be allowed to happen. Unlike non-narcissistic people who would be able to adjust to this, narcissists cannot. The result? Assimilation by force into the narcissist's tolerable reality where, more often than not, you are a villain somehow. When the narcissist remains a victim, for example, they remain blameless, they remain justified, and they cannot be held accountable for anything. Facing reality would force them to accept that that's false, that they are responsible for things, that they are to blame for things, that their behavior is not justified, and that they are accountable for their actions. You can see why this is not just unappealing, but actually extremely threatening to many, many pathologically narcissistic personalities. It doesn't matter if you agree with their reality or not either, because if you're dealing with them, if you're around them, you will be forcefully assimilated into it, whether you want to be assimilated or not. They will behave as if their reality is actuality, no matter how much conflicts with others that this creates, and generally it creates a lot. Just remember that their conflict isn't really with you or with any other person. Not really. It's with reality. Narcissists are at war with reality. You have taken reality's side over theirs. Now you are the enemy too. Even if you only injected reality into the situation by accident, which you will do repeatedly because you don't live in their reality. It doesn't even matter if it's an accident or not. You did it, and now it's been done. It isn't enough either just to hold space for their distorted perception or just to try to understand that or to say that you get why they believe this, etc., etc. You must agree that their perception is not just the true perception, but the only perception. It must become your lived experience. Anything less is a betrayal of the worst kind on the deepest level imaginable. You see, the narcissist fantasy doesn't work without the cooperation of literally everybody around them. And when other people won't willingly offer their cooperation, they will be tricked, threatened, manipulated, or otherwise forced into providing that. This is where gaslighting comes in, both intentional and unintentional. As you can see, gaslighting from narcissists is much, much more than using words to deny things or confuse other people or make things up. It is the entire environment around these personalities. It's the entire foundation of the relationship, and it does not stop until you are away from them. And while you can defeat much of the power of gaslighting by knowing that it's happening and being cognizant of your reality, your reactions, and just your stuff in general, this doesn't prevent it from affecting you in some ways. It's like being in a room with poison gas. Knowing there's poison gas in the room is imperative. It's very important to understand what's going on and how it's affecting you. However, knowing it's there does not protect you if you continue to be exposed to it. It can still hurt you even knowing that it's there. You have to get out of the room and away from the gas. It's the same with this. There is no successful or even safe way to deal with someone who lives in a completely different reality than you do. If you think about your interactions with the narcissist that you've known, their interactions with other people, the way that they perceive things, their reactions, their mindsets, you will see that this is true. They legitimately don't have the same lived experience that you are having in the same situations. It's just not a thing. Therefore, there is no way to create a shared reality or to even communicate with this person successfully. It's like trying to describe the color blue to a person who's been blind their entire life. It can't be done. The only thing that can be done is to realize what this is and move on in whatever way is feasible for you. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. Transrelational Healing is out and available on Amazon and LittleShaman.org, so you can get your copy of that today. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I teach workshops, clinics, and seminars throughout the year. So if you are interested in seeing what we are running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content and weekly support meetings plus more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You've been listening to the Meditations and More podcast brought to you by Transrelational Healing and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, The Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to The Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you're listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on LittleShaman.com. Just type that address in and it will take you directly to the YouTube channel. Today's show is brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, the Little Shaman. Today, I wanted to talk to you about something that is really important to understand when dealing with narcissists of any kind, and in some ways, people in general, and that is that there are times when too much empathy, too much sympathy can be dangerous. One of the biggest reasons that people report feeling stuck in relationships with narcissists and other toxic personalities is that they feel sorry for these folks and they feel an obligation to take care of them and stick by them and not abandon them. Empathy is a wonderful thing. It's so important to be able to understand where other people are coming from and how they might be feeling. Empathy helps keep people from hurting each other. It helps keep people from doing things that cause other people pain or problems. It's a powerful, important ability to have as a human being. However, there are times when too much empathy, too much sympathy, too much identification with another person can be dangerous. If you empathize with someone's experience so much that you start identifying with it and subsequently projecting your own experiences and feelings onto that and onto them, this can end up clouding your judgment because you have started seeing yourself, not the other person. This can make you see things that aren't really there or assign outsized importance or consideration to things that don't really matter or that don't really fit in the situation. Remember, projection is the opposite of empathy. When we are engaging in empathy, we see how the other person feels. When we're engaging in projection, we see how we feel. And these things might not actually be the same, whether we have had similar experiences to the other person or not. Everyone is different, and to assume in this way can be dangerous. For example, if someone has had a similar negative traumatic experience to one that you have had, you might assume that they feel what you feel, that they want what you wanted, that they need what you need. But this might not be true. Empathizing so much that we start identifying and then projecting can make us unable to see that. And in some situations, that can be harmful. Not just to us either. Assuming things about how other people feel, what they want, or what they need can actually cause them to feel unseen and unheard because what you are saying or doing does not align with what they want or what they need or what they feel. It aligns with these things for you. We need to be sure that we're actually listening and truly understanding what other people are telling us about themselves and their experiences, not assuming. The greatest danger, though, in situations with narcissists is generally to us. If we assume that another person is like us, we are assuming a lot of facts that might not be in evidence. We are assuming things we have no proof of based on our own experiences and our own feelings and our own reactions. This isn't just incorrect with pathologically narcissistic personalities, it's dangerous because they are very often not like us in some fundamentally important ways. For example, if you had a traumatic and a difficult childhood, if you encounter another person who says that they had one too, you might assume many things about how they feel, what they want, the kind of person they are, and more, based mostly or even solely on your own experiences and your own feelings. We actually see the reality of this phenomenon all the time when people say that they don't believe abusers had a traumatic upbringing or were ever victims themselves because nobody who went through that kind of experience would ever victimize anybody else. This is false. Based on data collected over many, many years, abuse begets abuse. The overwhelming majority of people who grow up to be abusers were themselves victims of abuse. But some people don't believe that because that's not how they turned out. They were abused and they would never hurt anybody else. So they assume this is how everybody turns out. Therefore, anything outside of that is just not true. But they're wrong, plain and simple. That is an example of projection. Those people are taking their experience and saying that it's everybody's experience. It's not. Everybody does not react to everything the same. Everybody is not impacted by everything the same. An abusive childhood is actually a really good example of the truth of this, because some people react to these experiences by becoming more empathetic and more compassionate toward other people. And some people react to an abusive childhood by becoming abusers themselves. You think people who understand what being hurt is like would not hurt other people because you have empathy and you consider the feelings of other people, so you wouldn't do those things. A person who doesn't have empathy doesn't consider any of that at all. They don't consider the impact on other people in any way. There's a difference between intellectually understanding something hurts another person and being able to truly understand and connect with that and what that means. Narcissists understand intellectually that things hurt people, just like they understand the color blue is blue and you wear a shirt. Their only emotional understanding in any of these situations is for their own feelings, and sometimes not even that. They simply cannot recognize the feelings of other people. That's what not having empathy is. People often insist that many narcissists seem to enjoy the pain of other people, and that's true, but it's not for the reasons that people usually think it is. It isn't because, for example, the pain itself matters, or the other person, or that either of these things are even really being recognized in any real way. Again, narcissists don't have empathy, so other people and those other people's feelings are not part of the equation. That so many people refuse to believe this is another example of projection. It wouldn't be possible for them, therefore it's just not possible. But it is. Narcissists enjoy their feeling of power or control, or however they're feeling about the situation. They see through your reactions that they've gotten to you, that they've bothered you. This makes them feel important or powerful or in control or strong or whatever the thing. That is what they're enjoying. They don't understand the actual impact of your pain or fear on you at all. You can easily see proof of that, first of all, by the way they talk about it like it's no big deal, but also you can see proof of it by controlling your own reactions. If you do that, they will push harder and harder and harder to get a reaction, because that's the only way they have of getting the feeling that they're looking for. If they could actually understand your feelings, they wouldn't need to see a reaction from you. But they do need that because your feelings are not part of the equation. Your reactions are what matter. This is very much like young children who bully each other so that they can feel powerful or tough or vent out their own negative feelings, but they don't have the maturity or the empathy to understand what they're actually doing to the other kids, how deeply this is impacting the people who are being bullied. They just see that the other kid is bothered and that makes them feel better. Narcissists are the same. They react to your reactions to their behavior. This is the way they know they exist and they matter. I'm bigger and stronger and more powerful because I made you feel bad and I made you cry and your face fell and your whole body slumped. Or, that's what they're looking at. There's no understanding of your actual feelings at all. It's like knowing that there was an impact to your car because you can see the damage, a scratch, a dent, a broken taillight. You have your own feelings about this situation, sure, but you don't stand there thinking of the deep emotional impact this incident had on your car. You don't think about that at all. Why would you? And they don't either. That is a huge difference between who and how you are and who and how they are. This is why too much empathy and too much sympathy and too much identification can be dangerous, because too much empathy leads to too much projection, and we are not all the same. The idea that we are has been the downfall of many a good, decent, well-intentioned person. With narcissists in particular, too, it's important to understand that being a victim does not automatically make everything someone does okay, and a history of trauma does not ever justify behavior that harms other people. It's tragic that horrible things happen to anybody, but it does not excuse and it did not force them to engage in intentionally harmful behavior against innocent people who did nothing except try to trust or care about them. The sad reality is that some people are changed for the worse by the things that happen to them. Whatever they may have had the potential to be or do before, this is what they are now. This is what they do now. There are some people who find this dark or even hopeless. Some people get offended by anybody saying it because they want to believe that that's not true. That's understandable, but also, like, this is reality. It's the really real world. Many, many people have been seriously harmed or even killed because they refuse to believe that there are people who are just not interested in doing the right or the good thing, no matter how many chances you give them, no matter how kind you are to them, no matter how compassionate and patient, it doesn't matter. Some people see your offer to help them as a way to take advantage of you. They don't feel bad about that. They think you're stupid and you get what you deserve. Being compassionate is a wonderful thing. Wanting to help other people is a wonderful thing. Allowing this to cloud your judgment so much that it turns into taking chances with your safety is not a wonderful thing. If you really feel that someone's past experiences had so much influence that these things are responsible for harmful, manipulative, antisocial acts this person is engaging in now, because there's a very good chance that that's true, it's important to understand also what this actually means. It means that these experiences changed this person into someone who harms others without caring. That's what they are now. The past and present cannot be separated in the way that many people try to do here, and neither can the impact of things. If these past events were impactful enough to have influenced or even caused such terrible present-day behavior, in your opinion, how is it that they have not also significantly contributed to this person's personality and the kind of person they are as an adult? They absolutely have, which means if your empathy or sympathy for this person clouds your ability to see and act on that reality, you're allowing it to become a vulnerability that can put you in danger. Feeling so much empathy for a wounded lion that you bring it into your home is not seeing the reality of the situation. This is not brave and compassionate. It's letting your feelings cloud your judgment to the point that you're putting yourself in danger and your family. Something or someone being a victim also doesn't make them not dangerous. On the contrary, most wounded animals will attack you out of their own pain and fear, even when you're trying to help. Actually, especially when you're trying to help, because then you're close enough where they can reach you and you represent a threat. Many humans are not much different in this regard, and in the end, the true nature of every living thing wins out regardless. How many tragic failures of this have there been? People trying to keep wild animals as pets. A lion cannot be a house cat. Every instinct inside of him tells him to distrust you. Every instinct inside of him tells him to kill you and to eat you. If you keep him around long enough, he will eventually. Humans are no different in this regard either. Who and what they are always comes out in the end, and we ignore this reality at our own peril. Yes, it is horrible that this person was abused as a child or had some other circumstance that impacted them to such a large and terrible degree that they've become someone who routinely hurts and exploits other people with no remorse or even a second thought. But it's too late now for any amount of empathy or sympathy or understanding to change anything in that regard. This person is now an adult with decades of entrenchment and reinforcement regarding their beliefs, mindsets, experiences, and behaviors. This is who and what they are now, and we see the evidence of that in their behavior. The damage has been done. Allowing them to harm you or harm anybody else is not going to change that. All it does is address your own guilt or whatever other feelings of yours involved here. Love and support are wonderful, but they're not magic. They are not treatment. They do not replace treatment. They do not replace a willingness to change one's own behavior. They don't replace somebody's ability to recognize what's wrong with what they're doing. They cannot change someone so affected by adverse events that as an adult they can justify routinely choosing to hurt or exploit other people. It is what it is, and it is a choice. Past events by themselves don't force people to engage in harmful, toxic, or abusive behavior. What they can do is shape a person into someone who chooses to do these kinds of things. That needs to be understood because someone who chooses to do harmful, toxic, or abusive things is dangerous. And it really does not matter why they're that way at this point, because bringing a dangerous person into a vulnerable situation can have extremely serious consequences. Like we were talking about earlier with the lion. It's like having a wounded wolf that you nurse back to health look after your sheep because you believe he's going to be so grateful for your kindness that this is going to somehow make him into something different than what he actually is. It won't. Having empathy for someone's trauma will not change the kind of person they have become if they've become the kind of person that hurts other people on purpose. And it will not protect you from being harmed by that. We need to be sure we do not conflate compassion with accountability. Empathy, sympathy, support, and compassion do not replace the need for people to be held accountable for their actions in the real world, for there to be consequences for these things. Relationships and society as a whole cannot exist without that. Understanding why someone did something or seeing the reality of the factors that played into their choices doesn't erase the fact that they're responsible for those choices, and it does not somehow excuse them from the consequences for them. This person is not a child. They're a grown adult who is intentionally hurting other people because that's the kind of thing they're okay with doing. Things that happened in the past can be awful, but they don't somehow excuse someone hurting innocent people now. And these things are not more important than the very real harm this person is doing to others today. They're just not, period. If someone was attacked by a dog as a child and was traumatized by that, nobody would accept that as an excuse if they went around and poisoned every dog in their neighborhood as an adult, traumatizing countless children by killing their pets. There's often a kind of A to B direct linear perception here that can leave out the fact that this person is not just reacting to trauma. It's not like this happened to them and now they do this from A to B. This is how it works. This is also related to the kind of person that they are now, the kind of things that they're okay with doing. And if they became that way because of the trauma, that is secondary at this point because, again, the damage really is already done. You can't unring a bell. It is that person's responsibility to do something about the things that caused them trauma or pain and shaped the way that they behave or react now. Not use these things as a way to garner sympathy and as an excuse to deflect responsibility for their harmful or abusive actions. If they have the wherewithal to bring these things up as an excuse or as a deflection whenever they harm other people, because many of them do, we hear that all the time, then they can clearly see the problems that this is supposedly causing and the need to address these things, right? So if they don't do that, they're choosing to remain harmful, and that should not be overlooked for any reason. It's a safety concern because this person clearly understands that they're harming other people and does not care. This is not just a trauma thing, and people really need to stop trying to make it one. It's a lot of things. It's a personality thing. It's a values thing. It's a moral thing. It's a character thing. The fact that someone has been impacted by trauma in childhood or at any other time is likely part of the issue, of course, but it doesn't mitigate the reality of or the responsibility for the intentional choices being made by an adult. If someone reacts to trauma in a more positive way, because this does happen all the time, say, for example, by becoming very driven and creating a successful business, why don't people then say, well, trauma made them that way, so they're not responsible for their achievements, and therefore they don't deserve any of the money or the praise for their own success? People don't say that because that would be ridiculous, right? But in reality, there's no difference. People either are responsible for their actions or they're not. If they are, then this applies across the board, whether the actions are good or bad. And if they're not, same thing. You can't say someone is only not responsible for their failures or for the negative, harmful, wrong things they do, but they still get all the credit for their successes and their positive things. You can't say that someone is only responsible for the good actions or choices they've made, but not any of the bad or negative ones. There's really no argument that can get around that because if it absolves them of blame, then it also absolves them of credit. Again, people are either responsible for their actions or they're not. Most people who try to avoid responsibility for negative things typically do still try to claim the credit for any positive things, but that's not how it works. People are responsible for both. Now, some might say that adverse experiences in childhood can affect someone's ability, for example, to develop empathy. This is true, but lack of empathy alone does not make somebody engage in harmful acts against other people. People don't hurt others because they have no empathy. They don't care that they hurt others because they have no empathy, which makes the choice to hurt other people easier. It doesn't cause people to make that choice. The reality is, quote unquote, good people don't choose to intentionally harm or exploit other people because they experience trauma. There are other factors here, the majority of which are within this person's control. Their experiences have probably influenced the way they view the world and the people in it, certainly. But the person is still responsible for their own choices because that's not the only reason they made them. This is simply not an excuse for someone to repeatedly choose violent, abusive, exploitative, manipulative, or otherwise toxic behavior that hurts other people. Narcissists and other toxic personalities are very good at portraying themselves as victims. They are very good at playing off of the empathy, sympathy, and goodwill of other people. A study regarding people with dark triad traits and what was termed virtuous victimhood found that people who scored high in dark triad traits like narcissism were much more likely to claim to be victims in order to extract resources from society. Of course, anyone who has dealt with these personalities already knows that. I actually did a podcast about that study that will be linked at the end of this video. This victim portrayal by narcissists and other dark triad personalities is especially compelling in many situations because often people can see that this person does have problems. They have had adverse experiences. There is some merit to the things that they're saying. When there is merit to it, as there often is, it makes it much harder for many people to see this as manipulative or as an attempt to exploit anything. But it is. It's okay to feel sympathy or empathy for someone who has had trauma and adverse experiences in their past. The problem is, it doesn't really matter in this context. These things do not excuse what the toxic person has done to other people, and they're not more important. The idea that a narcissist or anybody else is more important than all of the other people in these situations, so everybody else need to just tolerate harmful or toxic behavior from that person, is false. This is not compassionate. It is absolute, utter BS. And it's also enabling. To reinforce the idea that a person doesn't have to take accountability for their actions or care about the impact that they're having on other people because they and their pain or their feelings or whatever about them is just more important than everybody else is giving this person permission to mistreat other people. That's dangerous. And your kindness will not be rewarded. If you're dealing with a narcissist who is very good at playing the victim card or the sympathy card or any other of the emotional weaponry cards, and many of them are pretty good at this, or if you are somebody who finds that your sympathy and your empathy and your compassion can overwhelm your judgment, it's important to remember a few things. Number one, this does not excuse their behavior. It just doesn't. It's not more important than the pain and experiences of the people that this person has hurt. Other people matter in these situations too. They, in fact, matter just as much as the narcissist or the other harmful person, period. The idea that they somehow don't is just so ridiculously narcissistic. But we often hear victims of narcissists perpetuating this exact narrative. And it's amazing that many don't seem to realize they are literally repeating abuser rhetoric. Only abusers insist that they're the only people in this situation who matter, that hurting other people isn't really important, or that the pain and suffering and emotions of other people are not important in comparison to theirs. Nobody else says that. Nobody. Number two, you want to remember that your emotions don't have to govern your choices. It's difficult to act against how you feel, but it can be done, and with practice, it does get easier. You can feel empathy and even sympathy and compassion, even pity for someone without acting on that or basing your choices on it. It's really your own discomfort that's the problem here. The reality is we need to make our decisions using logic and facts, and feelings are not facts. The fact is that whatever the reason, this person is not safe. Having information about why that might be is good, but it doesn't help with the end result of this situation, which is happening now today. In practical terms, it's information that is, at the very least, pretty much useless in practical application, and at most, it's damaging if it exploits a vulnerability in you. It's our job to protect ourselves and hold strong boundaries, no matter how we might feel or what we might want to do in actuality. This is not easy, but it's extremely important, and no one is going to do it for us. We cannot simply walk around the world refusing to enforce boundaries and just hoping that we don't need them. This is dangerous. There are many people in this world who will take advantage of that. Even well-meaning people can violate boundaries. And enforcing boundaries is how we can discern who's toxic from someone who just made a mistake. People who unintentionally violate boundaries take care not to do that again. They generally don't argue that it's not their fault somehow. They don't blame it on you. They don't make it all about how they and their feelings matter more or are more important than you. They don't go on and on about how you're being unfair or how you're not so perfect your own self. People who care about hurting you and violating your boundaries feel bad. They don't want to do that, and they try to make sure they don't do it again. They don't try to make you feel bad for them while they continue to hurt you and say that it's not their fault somehow, or that you just need to put up with it. People always want to know, how do I tell if someone's a narcissist or somebody's toxic, whatever else? The answer is very simple. Create and enforce boundaries. Learn to say no. If you learn to do that, you will find out very quickly who thinks you actually matter and who does not. Once you see that, believe it, but don't take it personally. If they can't see a valuable thing when it's right in front of them, that's their problem. It's their loss. The reality is, everyone is not good enough to have a place at your table. Yeah, that's right. I said what I said, and I said what I meant. Everyone does not deserve access to you. We have to be discerning. We lock our doors, we lock our cars, and we don't feel bad about doing that. We don't think, oh my gosh, I'm being so judgmental, or this is so unfair of me. Who do I think I am anyway? Yet so often we just leave ourselves wide open, afraid to be thought of as judgmental, or like we think too highly of ourselves, or maybe we're afraid to upset or anger other people. But your safety is more important than somebody's hurt feelings or worrying about what they think of you. If it isn't, you are potentially in enormous danger. You are just as important as everybody else. Your pain matters just as much. Your safety, your well-being, your needs, everything. You cannot let just anybody into your house or into your car, and you cannot let just anybody into your life or into your head or into your heart. It's not safe. I hope that clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you're interested in speaking with me about this or anything else, you can visit LittleShaman.org and click the book an appointment button. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics, so if you're interested in seeing what we're running this month, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you're interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or you can find them on Amazon. And if you're interested in joining our support group with access to exclusive content, weekly support meetings, and more, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that as well. You have been listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com. Just type that in. It'll take you right to the YouTube channel, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. May the Great Spirit bless you. Have a beautiful day.
If you've been struggling through dealing with or recovering from an unhealthy relationship with a narcissist or other toxic personality, the Little Shaman has a catalog of over 500 YouTube videos designed to support your journey from discovery to recovery. You can also find additional resources on the Little Shaman website, including tools, courses, workshops, a support group with weekly meetings, and one-on-one appointments with the Little Shaman that are open to clients worldwide. There's even an AI chatbot built and trained exclusively by the Little Shaman using her work that can answer questions 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. For more information, visit LittleShaman.org. You can listen to the Little Shaman wherever you find your favorite podcasts.
Hey everybody, it's Shaman Sister Sin, and you are listening to the Meditations and More podcast here on the LittleShaman.com, brought to you by Transrelational Healing, ShamanSpiritCenter.com, and LittleShaman.org. That's me, Little Shaman. Today I wanted to talk to you about something that is extremely common for people dealing with narcissists of any type, and that is looking for a loophole in order to avoid or get around the reality of the situation. Dealing with pathologically narcissistic personalities is generally extremely difficult. It's exhausting, it's painful, it's frustrating, it's confusing. Nothing makes any sense. And these personalities are often oppositional, contrary, and difficult just because. They tend to be abusive, withholding, punitive, manipulative, dishonest. They're often paranoid, delusional, hyperreactive, or withdrawn and cold. Add to that the fact that in many situations, this is all occurring inside of relationships that matter greatly to people. It could be someone's partner, their parent, their sibling, or other family member. These are relationships that people can find it very difficult to walk away from, especially if they're being told that the reason for all the problems is that they are doing or saying or feeling things that they are actually not doing or saying or feeling. Other people might feel like they can't walk away from these relationships, and even though that's not true, this fact often does not change how people feel. When faced with such an unpleasant choice, people often look for ways around the unpleasantness. They want there to be a way out of the situation that does not include severing the relationship or having to face the unpleasant reality that the relationship is just not ever going to be what they wanted it to be. They're looking for a loophole so that they can still get what they want. When talking about narcissism and these dynamics, unfortunately, that is very common. We hear it from people all the time. I refuse to believe that. I refuse to accept that. There has to be a way. There must be something people can do. But what about this and what about that? Virtually everybody goes through this whenever they hear that there is no way to peacefully coexist with someone they care about. Sometimes people even get angry when they hear it, accusing others of not trying hard enough, not caring enough, giving up, discrimination even, and more. Others look for ways to somehow mitigate the information, such as, my situation is different because, or if I could just get them into therapy, then. Still, others claim to accept the situation, but then they continue to look for ways around it in order to get what they want from this person, whatever that might be, such as trying to find ways to manipulate the narcissist in their life or beat them at their own game. These things really all come down to the same thing: denial, an inability or even a refusal to accept the reality of what this really is. If you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic personality, there is no safe or successful way to interact with them. That's it. But I refuse to accept that. But my situation is different. But what about therapy? But there has to be a way. No, there doesn't. And there's not. We can refuse to accept that, but we're only hurting ourselves if we don't. We can go through years of trying to prove this reality untrue, only to come to the same end result that everybody else did and that we really were already told. It doesn't work. It will not ever work because you can't control other people, whether they're narcissistic or not. This part of it isn't even really about narcissism. It's just about reality and facts. You cannot control other people, and you can't make them do things that they won't do. There's no way around that. Ironically, narcissists understand that very well, even if they don't realize that they understand it. That's why they use manipulation. They understand that if somebody just won't do something, the narcissist has no ability to make the person do it. They use that person's empathy, sense of fairness, guilt, and more against them in order to try to influence their choices, because in the end, it ultimately is that person's choice, and narcissists know that. That's why they react so strongly to being told no. It reminds them that they actually have no power over other people at all. People end up saying yes to narcissists because of how they feel, not because narcissists have some kind of control over them. They end up saying yes because of their own guilt and empathy and sense of fairness and all the things that are being used against them. Those are their own feelings. The problem with this is it doesn't work in reverse. This will not work on narcissists. You cannot weaponize their own better nature or sense of fairness or guilt or empathy against them because they don't really have any. Even if they did, as soon as they realized that you were going to get something out of the deal or that they would be doing what you want by doing whatever the thing, that puts an end to it right there usually, because that's how this personality works. If they do what you want, you win, which means they lose, which means they lost the power and control, which means that ain't happening. This adversarial mindset precludes any possibility of them saying yes. Because power and control are not such a big deal in the lives of most people, there seems to be a lack of general understanding of just how big a motivation these things are for narcissistic personalities. It isn't just power and control for their own sake and like, cool if I got them, but cool if I don't. As we discussed in the episode of the show entitled Living with the Enemy and Narcissists and the Power Position, these two things represent literal survival for narcissists. This means they are absolutely, unequivocally non-negotiable. When we can understand this simple fact, then we can see very clearly why there is no loophole to be exploited here. They have closed them all up. This is not a coincidence. The pathologically narcissistic personality believes that if they do what you want in any capacity, including just hearing the words that you're speaking, they lose. There's no way to interact with this safely or successfully. It just can't be done. The whole situation is treated as a contest, a battle that they have to win. You are an automatic adversary, and there's no way you can change that perception because of the way this personality operates. It has nothing to do with you, in other words. Your actions essentially impact nothing in any real way. They don't matter. It's like being in a dream where you are witnessing something happening and you can be affected by the thing. You can move and scream and react, and you can even be impacted physically in the dream, but you can't actually influence or change anything that's happening. In hundreds of years, no one has found a way around this. That's because there isn't one. If someone is bound and determined to believe what they believe, they will find a way to do that no matter what. This is true even for people who do not have the very serious mental health and processing issues that pathologically narcissistic personalities have. You add those into the mix, and you've got about a snowball's chance in hell of ever getting anywhere with this person. It simply is not possible. Human belief is very strong. The human ego is one of the most powerful forces on the planet, even when it's a healthy ego, and this is not hyperbole. You are up against delusional belief and pathological ego in this situation. These things are so big and so powerful that you cannot get around them. All you can do is wreck right into them, and they will not yield. In the end, you will. You won't have a choice because there's nothing else to do. People often get caught up in the idea of, but in the end they must see, but eventually they have to admit, but when it's all said and done, they'll be forced to acknowledge. No, they don't. They won't. Have you ever seen anything from this person that makes you genuinely believe that that's true? If you have, you have. But if you're dealing with a pathologically narcissistic person, I bet you haven't. They don't have to see or admit or acknowledge anything that they don't want to see or admit or acknowledge. That's the whole point here. They don't have to, and you cannot make them. You can potentially make them physically face consequences, such as if they go to jail for committing a crime against you. You can potentially make them physically live with what they have done, for example, by exiting the relationship, but you can't make them face the reality of why these things are happening or that their actions caused it. This they never have to accept if they choose not to, and generally they choose not to. They believe that other people are the problem. It's the same with everything. They don't have to believe that, for example, you're a good person, or that you care about them, or that therapy will help them, or that decent people actually exist, or that doing the right thing is best for everybody, including them, or that compromising isn't losing, or that manipulating other people is wrong, or literally anything else. They don't have to accept what day of the week it is if they don't want to accept that, and you cannot make them. It is what it is. Stop looking for a loophole. Stop looking for a way around reality. Stop trying to control this person. Stop looking for a safe way to interact with an unsafe person or a way to game the system. It doesn't exist. As they used to say in the old beer commercials, know when to say when. Know when enough is enough. Many times people will say things like, but I'm not giving up just because it's hard. I'm going to fight for my relationship, or I'm going to fight for my family. Fighting for your family or your relationship is very noble, but in this context, it's not noble. It's pointless. It's damaging. Fighting for your family or your relationship is one thing. You should not be having to fight the person or the people that you're trying to have the relationship with. If you have to do that, it's not a relationship. It's not a family. Relationships are work, yes. They ain't this much work. They're not a constant battle just to be seen and heard. They're not fighting nonstop just to be treated like a human being. Also, if you're fighting for the relationship or to keep the family together, what is the other person doing? Think about that. Really think about that. You're trying to protect or save your family or your relationship from the other person or people that are in it. Does that sound at all to you like something that should be happening? Does that even sound like a relationship to you? If you have to fight the other person or people in the relationship, it's not a viable relationship. To be frank, it's not a relationship at all. It's not worth saving. There's nothing to save. You're not giving up on anything because there's nothing to give up on. This is a one-sided situation, and you cannot have a relationship by yourself. The other person or the other people have to do 100% of their stuff, and if they will not do that, there's no relationship. It is what it is. This is really hard for many people to accept, but if we can't do that, we're only causing ourselves more pain in the end. There are no loopholes here. There are no loopholes, there are no exceptions, and there are no ambiguities. If you're dealing with a narcissist, you will have virtually the same outcome everyone else has had for hundreds of years, a bad one. However that plays out, whatever actually happens, it will be bad. We all want to believe that our situation is unique, that we are unique, that the person we're dealing with is unique. And our situations are all different, but they're also all the same. Minor differences don't justify a presumption of a different outcome. After all, whether you're eating pistachio or vanilla or chocolate or Rocky Road, you're still eating ice cream. To argue that the flavor of the ice cream constitutes some fundamental difference is just not logical. It's not reasonable. It would be like saying, I'm severely allergic to fish, but this is grilled fish, so that's different. It's not different. It's still fish, which means you still can't have it. Now, the only reason anybody would even attempt something like that is because they really want to eat the fish. They're looking for a loophole that makes it possible for them to have the fish. But there aren't any loopholes here. They're allergic to fish, therefore they can't have any fish, regardless of how it's prepared. To eat it anyway would be dangerous and a refusal to accept the reality of the situation. The reality of the situation is no fish ever. That's it. It's the same with narcissists. The reason people are looking for loopholes is because they really want to have a relationship with this person. Well, there aren't any. So it doesn't matter how much people want to have a relationship with this person because they can't. That might sound harsh, but reality is not always kind. If we are going to grow and mature and be healthier, one of the most important things to remember is that we have to do what's best for us, even if it's not what we want. As adults, we have to make peace with the fact that just because we want something doesn't mean we can have it. Sometimes you don't get what you want. Sometimes even if you try your hardest and your best, it still doesn't work. Part of being a healthy adult is understanding this and learning to deal with it because it's a part of life. We don't always win. Things are not always fair. Learning how to deal with this kind of thing is crucial if we're going to develop the resilience that we need to move forward, especially after a relationship that is so damaging. That doesn't mean we just roll over and let bad things happen to us, but it does mean that we need to learn to accept what things are and to recognize when there's nothing we can do to change something. Far from resigning ourselves to suffering and unnecessary pain, this approach allows us to see when it's time to walk away from things and people that are not good for us. That is what empowerment is really about. We can't change something if we don't accept it. Only when we accept what actually is are we able to see if we can change it or not. For example, if we do not accept that a partner is abusive, we can't address the actual problem. We will keep trying to address the abusive behavior itself, which doesn't work, and in this context is actually not even the problem. An abuser's behavior is a symptom of a much larger, much more fundamental problem. The actual problem is that this person believes it's okay to hurt other people. They believe their behavior is justified, and that belief can be extremely difficult to change. It cannot be changed by you. It has to be changed by them. And the reality with narcissists specifically is that even if they change a behavior, the belief that they have the absolute right to hurt and punish other people does not change. They just do something else, something just as harmful, just as damaging to the other person and to the relationship. This person is clearly not willing or able to change this mindset, or they would have done so by now. You are not the first person to tell them that their behavior is wrong and harmful, and you will not be the last. It hasn't mattered to them so far, and there's no reason to conclude that it ever would, especially if there are no consequences. And to be clear, being told that they've hurt other people is not a consequence for people with empathy deficits. It has no impact on them at all, really. You can't impact narcissists with your feelings. You can only make an impact on them with theirs. And for this to matter in any way, they have to legitimately lose something. This does not guarantee that they will ever understand that the loss they have incurred is a direct result of their own actions. To be honest, the nature of the pathology essentially precludes that. But facing no consequences at all removes the possibility for them to learn anything, and besides that, it's the right and fair thing. People should face natural consequences for their behavior. These personalities typically only change something when they are literally forced to do so somehow, and even that's not a guarantee that they ever will or that they even can actually do it. Many of them are left with nothing in the end, and they still cannot see the problem. They still do not understand that the problem is them. That's why the only thing you can do is accept the reality and decide what you're going to do about it for yourself. It's important to remember this doesn't mean what you will do for them to address the reality, or what you will try to convince or even force them to do for you about the situation. It means what you are going to do about it for yourself to change your own circumstances. You can't change the beliefs or behaviors of another person, but you can change your own circumstances. You can exit situations and relationships that are not good for you. That you have power over, and that's all the power you really need. Stop looking for loopholes. Stop hoping you're going to be the sole exception in millions upon millions of different situations that all ended the same. Stop looking for ways to justify being in a harmful, hopeless situation. If you're going to stay in it for whatever reason, that's up to you. Lots of people do that. But at least admit to yourself what it really is and how it's going to go. That gives you at least some ability to protect yourself from the trauma of endless toxic hope and unrealistic expectations. I hope this clears a few things up for you. As always, I look forward to your comments, questions, and suggestions, so please keep those coming. I take appointments online, over the phone, via text, via messenger, via email, and through Skype and Zoom for clients worldwide. So if you are interested in speaking with me one-on-one about this or anything else, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that. I have several books in publication, so if you're interested in picking up a copy of any or all of those, you can visit LittleShaman.org to do that, or find them on Amazon.com. I teach workshops, seminars, and clinics throughout the year,